Chapter 1 Rebirth. What a stroke of misfortune! It is precisely today that our master and I are on duty, missing the grand ceremony of Master Qingyan accepting disciples. Indeed, Master Qingyan has already announced that he will take Sister Yi as his closed-door disciple, and will not accept any more students thereafter. If we miss this ceremony, we shall never have another chance. It is all Yu Zhao's fault. If she had not been consumed by jealousy and deliberately injured Sister Yi during the sparring session, Master Qingyan would not have punished her by confining her in the black prison, dragging us down with her. In a dark and confined space, a girl of approximately 13 or 14 years huddled in a corner with her eyes closed. Her complexion was as pale as snow, her hair disheveled, and her lips stained with mottled blood. Even in slumber her brows were tightly knitted, and her lashes fluttered intermittently like a wounded butterfly, clearly restless. Suddenly she opened her eyes wide, her crystalline gaze filled with terror, gradually giving way to confusion. Had she not died? Her palm instinctively pressed against her heart. Yu Zhao recalled the chilling pain of the sword piercing her chest and the disdainful, loathing gazes of those around her. Her gaze slowly swept the surroundings. It was pitch dark, devoid of any light, eerily silent, as if she were in a realm of the dead. A familiar sense of fear surged within her. Yu Zhao's body trembled uncontrollably. She recognized this place. The Black Prison. A place used by the Five Elements Tao sect to punish the most heinous of evil cultivators. She had been confined here once before. Since that time, she had developed a fear of darkness, her temperament becoming increasingly timid and obedient. Because she feared returning to this place. So, had she truly been reborn? This realization left Yu Zhao feeling heavy in her chest, struggling to breathe as her heart raced faster and faster. Before dizziness overwhelmed her, she bit down hard on her tongue. The sharp pain and the metallic taste of blood jolted her senses, her eyes instantly clear, a mocking smile slowly curving her lips. Having died once, what more was there for her to fear? Back then, Master Qingyan had declared before the entire Five Elements Tao sect that Yu Zhao would be his closed-door disciple. That proclamation echoed in her ears, yet in the end, she was the only one who took it to heart. Just as she endeavored to please everyone, she met with a fate where a sword pierced her heart, and her physical form perished. Scenes from the past flickered through Yu Zhao's mind like a revolving lantern, the searing anger in her eyes gradually extinguishing, ultimately transforming into a profound silence. In her previous life, Master Qingyan had saved her life, and later she had repaid him with her own life and flesh. In this life she owed no one anything. At that moment, a deliberate sound of footsteps approached from afar. Yu Zhao lifted her head. A tall, slender figure stood before her. "Sixth junior sister, do you not realize your mistake?" The man, clad in white, possessed a handsome visage, tall and upright, his voice as clear and soothing as jade, with a long sword hanging from his waist, exuding an air of gentlemanly decorum. It was her eldest senior brother, Feng Changlang. Yu Zhao's gaze scrutinized his face inch by inch. At this moment, they had yet to fall out over Ye Congxin, allowing her to detect a subtle concern and worry in his eyes. This was something she had longed for in her previous life but had never attained. Yet now, she found it of little consequence. Noticing Yu Zhao's prolonged silence, Feng Changlang furrowed his brow. "Sixth junior sister, you have been exceedingly reckless this time. Do you not know that Sister Yi has been bedridden for 3 whole days due to your actions, nearly leaving her with a hidden ailment? In order to atone for your sins, Master has reluctantly agreed to accept Sister Yi as a disciple. Fortunately, Sister Yi is kind-hearted and bears you no grudge. If you sincerely admit your mistake, I will intercede with Master on your behalf to secure your early release." A cold chuckle welled up within Yu Zhao. Indeed, she had been envious of Ye Congxin in her previous life. Master Qingyan had accepted 6 disciples in total. She was the youngest and the only female, naturally receiving preferential treatment. Even her 4th senior brother, who was usually aloof and immersed in alchemy, would speak a few more words to her whenever they interacted. However, everything changed with the arrival of Ye Congxin. Ye Congxin was the only daughter of Elder Yi of the Five Elements Tao sect, born with a physical ailment. Elder Yi, cherishing his young daughter, took her under his wing to nurture her personally. Though her health was fragile, her personality was vivacious and innocent, quickly winning over the hearts of her fellow disciples at the Five Elements Tao sect. When Yu Zhao sensed something amiss, her 5 senior brothers spoke of nothing but Ye Congxin. Their dwelling on Duyue Peak became a frequent haven for her. At that time Yu Zhao was merely 13 years old and felt a pang of discomfort as her brother's attention shifted to another. The injury to Ye Congxin had been a ruse from beginning to end. "I acknowledge my mistake," Yu Zhao said, her eyes slightly lowered, enunciating each word clearly. In her previous life, due to her refusal to admit her wrongs, she had spent an entire month in the black prison. There was neither day nor night here, nor any sounds. The sheer darkness had nearly driven her to madness. Ultimately, it was only when the disciple in charge of her confinement noticed her deteriorating mental state and reported it to the sect that she was able to escape this wretched place. Even so, upon her release, she still could not clear her name. Regardless, they had already placed the blame upon her. What difference did it make whether she admitted it or not? "Was it truly you?" Fang Qinglang's voice brimmed with undisguised disappointment. "Yes. Thank you, eldest senior brother." The girl's voice remained cold and distant. Fang Qinglang nodded, turning to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he abruptly halted. He belatedly realized that Yu Zhao's demeanor was somewhat peculiar. After injuring Sister Yi in front of everyone, Yu Zhao had not reflected upon her actions but rather shifted the blame onto Sister Yi, ultimately incurring the ire of Master and facing severe punishment. Before she was confined in the black prison, he had spoken with Yu Zhao once. At that time she had refused to acknowledge her wrongs and had cried, pleading for him to help her find evidence. Seeing her earnestness, he believed there must be some underlying circumstances, thus he granted her request and sought out answers. However, the responses he received were unanimous, stating that Yu Zhao had acted out of her own accord, and Sister Yi had been injured innocently. He was utterly disheartened now. Upon visiting Yu Zhao in the black prison and relaying the results, he hoped she would take the initiative to admit her fault. Just 3 short days had passed, and Yu Zhao's reaction was entirely different. Was she genuinely repentant or? The girl kept her head bowed, her frail form almost melding into the shadows, the expression in her eyes indistinct. Her unfamiliar demeanor caused Fang Qinglang's heart to tighten. His lips parted as if to say something, yet ultimately, he could not voice his thoughts. He turned and strode away, a sense of confusion mingling with his retreating figure. Chapter 1, Rebirth. What a stroke of misfortune! Today, it is precisely our turn as senior brothers to be on duty, depriving us of the opportunity to witness the grand ceremony of Master Qingyan accepting disciples. Indeed, Master Qingyan has already announced that he will take junior Sister Yi as his only closed-door disciple, after which he shall no longer accept any apprentices. If we miss this ceremony, we shall never have another chance. It's all Yu Zhao's fault. Had it not been for her overwhelming jealousy, deliberately injuring junior Sister Yi during the spar, Master Qingyan would not have punished her by confining her in the black prison, and we would not be embroiled in this debacle. In a dark and enclosed space, a girl of approximately 13 or 14 years old curled up in a corner with her eyes closed. Her complexion was pale as snow, her hair disheveled, and her lips bore mottled traces of blood. Even in slumber, her brows were tightly knitted, and her eyelashes fluttered sporadically like broken-winged butterflies, clearly indicating her profound unrest. Suddenly she jolted awake, her cerulean eyes wide with fear, gradually replaced by confusion. Had she not perished? Her palm instinctively pressed against her heart. Yu Zhao recalled the icy pain of the sword piercing her heart and the disdainful, loathing gazes of the onlookers. Her gaze slowly swept across her surroundings. It was pitch black, devoid of any light, and the silence was terrifying, as if she were in a realm of the dead. A familiar sense of dread surged within her. Yu Zhao's body trembled uncontrollably. She recognized this place. The Black Prison. The site used by the Five Elements sect to punish the most heinous of evil cultivators. She had been confined here once before. Since that incident, she developed a fear of darkness, her disposition becoming increasingly timid and submissive. Because of her fear of returning to this place. So had she truly been reborn? This realization caused a heaviness in Yu Zhao's chest. She felt as though she could scarcely breathe, her heart racing with each beat. Before the dizziness could consume her, Yu Zhao bit down hard on her tongue. The sharp pain and the metallic taste of rusty blood jolted her senses, and her eyes instantly regained clarity, a mocking smile slowly curling at the corners of her lips. Having faced death once, what else was there for her to fear? In that moment, Master Qingyan had also proclaimed before the gathered members of the Five Elements sect that Yu Zhao would be his closed-door disciple. That declaration lingered in her ears, yet in the end, she alone had taken it to heart. It was as if, in her desperate attempts to please everyone, she had ultimately met a tragic fate, her heart pierced by a blade, her physical form extinguished. Scenes from the past flickered through Yu Zhao's mind like a revolving lantern, the fiery anger in her eyes gradually extinguishing, leaving behind a profound silence. In her previous life, Master Qingyan had saved her life, and she had repaid it with her own existence and blood. In this life she owed nothing to anyone. At that moment, deliberate footsteps approached from afar. Yu Zhao lifted her head. A tall, elegant figure stood before her. "Sixth junior sister, do you realize your mistake?" The man, clad in white, possessed a handsome visage, standing tall like jade, his voice as clear and soothing as fine jade, a long sword hanging from his waist, exuding an aura of gentlemanly propriety. It was her eldest senior brother, Feng Changlang. Yu Zhao's gaze scrutinized his face inch by inch. At this moment, they had yet to fall out over Ye Congxin, allowing her to discern a subtle concern and worry in his eyes. This was something she had desperately longed for in her previous life. But now she found it inconsequential. As if sensing Yu Zhao's prolonged silence, Feng Changlang furrowed his brow. "Sixth junior sister, your actions this time have been exceedingly reckless. Do you know that junior sister Yi has been bedridden for 3 days because of you, nearly suffering from a lingering ailment? To atone for your actions, Master has agreed to accept junior sister Yi as a disciple. Fortunately, junior sister Yi is kind-hearted and bears no grudge against you. If you sincerely acknowledge your mistake, I will intercede on your behalf with Master to secure your early release." A cold sneer rose within Yu Zhao. Indeed, in her previous life, she had harbored jealousy towards Ye Congxin. Master Qingyan had accepted 6 disciples in total. She was the youngest and the only female, naturally receiving preferential treatment. Even her 4th senior brother, who was typically disinterested in social interactions and engrossed in alchemy, would only show patience when speaking to her. But once Ye Congxin appeared, everything changed. Ye Congxin was the sole daughter of Elder Yi from the 5 Elements sect, born with a congenital ailment. Elder Yi, doting on his young daughter, brought her close to him for personal upbringing. Though her health was frail, her vivacious and innocent character quickly endeared her to the brothers and sisters of the 5 Elements sect. By the time Yu Zhao sensed an imbalance, her 5 senior brothers spoke of nothing but Ye Congxin, and their residence on Duyue Peak became a frequent haunt for her. At that time Yu Zhao was merely 13 years old, and seeing her brother's attentions diverted by another, she naturally felt discontent. The incident involving Ye Congxin was an elaborate ruse from beginning to end. "I acknowledge my mistake," Yu Zhao said, her eyes cast down, enunciating each word slowly. In her previous life, due to her refusal to admit her wrongdoing, she had languished in the black prison for a full month. There was neither day nor night here, nor any sound. The oppressive darkness nearly drove her to madness. Ultimately, it was a guard who discovered her deteriorating mental state and reported it to the sect, allowing her to escape this cursed place. Even so, after her release, she was still unable to clear her name. Regardless, they had already placed the blame upon her. Whether she admitted it or not made no difference. "Was it truly you?" Feng Chenglang's voice was tinged with undisguised disappointment. "Yes. Thank you, eldest senior brother." The girl's voice remained cold and distant. Feng Chenglang nodded, turning to leave. After taking a few steps, he suddenly halted. He belatedly realized that Yu Zhao's demeanor was somewhat unusual. After injuring junior sister Yi before the eyes of many, Yu Zhao had not reflected on her actions. Instead, she had shifted the blame onto junior sister Yi, ultimately provoking Master's ire and incurring severe punishment. Before her confinement in the Black Prison, he had once spoken with Yu Zhao, during which she refused to admit her fault and instead wept, pleading for his help in finding evidence. Seeing her earnestness, he had thought there was more to her story and granted her request, but the responses he received were unanimous. Yu Zhao had initiated the attack, while junior sister Yi had been innocently harmed. He felt utterly disheartened, coming to the Black Prison to inform Yu Zhao of the outcome, hoping she would take the initiative to admit her mistake. Yet, a mere 3 days had passed, and her response was entirely different. Was it genuine repentance or? The girl inclined her head, her frail form almost merging with the darkness, her expression blurred and indistinct. This unfamiliar demeanor caused Feng Chenglang's heart to tighten. His lips parted as if to say something, but in the end, he could not find the words. He turned and strode away, his back tinged with a hint of confusion. Chapter 2. I come to take you home on Duyue Peak. Lanterns were strung up in celebration, exuding an atmosphere of joy and festivity. Feng Chonglang ascended the steps, encountering numerous disciples who had just completed the ceremony, all of whom greeted him with enthusiasm. Once he passed, groups of disciples gathered to express their admiration. Brother Feng is truly deserving of being the foremost disciple of Master Qingyan. His every word and action exudes the demeanor of a gentleman. Master Qingyan's discerning eye for selecting disciples is indeed unparalleled. Aside from that one blemish among them, isn't every other disciple a paragon of excellence, a dragon among men? Master Qingyan must have been deceived by Yu Zhao's ethereal talent, thinking her exceptional, only to find that after 7 years, her progress in cultivation barely matches that of the average disciples within the sect. She has only recently completed her foundation establishment, falling short even of the newly admitted Sister Yi. If Yu Zhao had devoted her hidden thoughts to cultivation, she might have established her foundation long ago. Indeed, indeed. The teasing laughter drifted into Feng Chonglang's ears, causing the smile on his face to fade somewhat. Xiao Lu was not as unworthy as they claimed, yet he found himself unable to voice a defense. Ultimately, it was Xiao Lu's impetuous actions that had drawn such criticism. Feng Chonglang shook his head. Once the tempest had passed, he would guide Xiao Lu towards reform and restore his standing among their peers. Lost in thought, he unexpectedly arrived at the entrance of Master Qingyan's cave abode. Master, your disciple Feng Chonglang seeks an audience. Enter. The door opened, and the cheerful laughter of a young girl echoed from within. It seemed that the junior sister was also present. Feng Chonglang's expression softened as he stepped inside. Upon entering the main hall, a girl clad in a delicate yellow dress eagerly approached him. She possessed a charming visage, with skin as fair as jade, and a floral sash accentuating her slender waist. Still as the bright moon and graceful as a willow swaying in the breeze, junior sister. Feng Chonglang inclined his head slightly and approached the man seated at the head of the hall to pay his respects. I pay my respects to Master Qingyan, dressed in a simple white robe, bore cold eyes reminiscent of a wintry night, devoid of any adornments of jade or finery, yet emanating an aura of unattainable grandeur. His expression was indifferent as he inquired, "What is it?" Master Qingyan's voice was sharp and frigid. "Yu Zhao has harmed you to this extent, and you still wish to plead on her behalf?" Ye Congxin bit her lip, revealing a bashful smile. Sister Lu is merely concerned. She fears I might usurp your and brother's affections, prompting her to act so harshly. In truth, I can empathize with Sister Lu. For I too do not wish to share such an admirable brother and master with others. Upon hearing this, Feng Chonglang glanced at her. His heart inexplicably softened at why Ye Congxin seemed a bit embarrassed. After a pause she continued, "Now that I have become a disciple of Master, we are family, so I forgive Sister Lu. Master, please do not hold it against her, all right?" The final words were uttered in a tone both delicate and soft, almost inaudible to Feng Chonglang and Master Qingyan, had it not been for their keen hearing. Master Qingyan pondered for a moment. Since Shao Qi has spoken, Chonglang, come to collect my talisman tomorrow. Feng Chonglang's heart soared with joy. Thank you, Master. Do not rejoice too soon. Convey to Yu Zhao that despite Shao Qi's intercession, right and wrong remain unchanged. Tomorrow you shall oversee her public apology to Shao Qi so she may learn a lesson. Master Ye Congxin anxiously sought to decline, but beside her, Feng Chonglang readily assented. Rest assured, Master. I shall ensure that 6th junior sister apologizes to little junior sister. Even if the Master did not mention it, he would still insist on 6th junior's apology, for it was a debt she owed to little junior sister. With a wave of his hand, Master Qingyan signaled for them to depart. Once outside the cave dwelling, Ye Congxin pouted in dissatisfaction. Eldest brother, why did you agree? Apologizing publicly would greatly hurt 6th senior sister's pride. How will the other seniors view her thereafter? One must acknowledge their mistakes and accept the consequences. Little junior sister. It is the rule. Feng Chonglang raised his hand and gently ruffled Ye Congxin's hair. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she replied in a soft tone. Then I will listen to eldest brother. Very well, eldest brother advises you to rest early, he said. Ye Congxin obediently nodded, turning away with a hint of a smile playing at the corners of her lips. Enveloped in darkness, it was difficult to discern the passage of time. Yu Zhao dared not contemplate her surroundings, allowing her thoughts to wander. In her previous life, her cultivation journey had been fraught with challenges, while others reaped substantial rewards with minimal effort. Her own endeavors yielded meager results despite her strenuous efforts. The root of her troubles lay in the recent incident of false accusations. Faced with public condemnation, she stubbornly refused to admit her faults, and in a fit of emotion, she had publicly confronted Master Qingyan. In his wrath, he struck her with a palm. Master Qingyan was the foremost among the 4 transformation stage cultivators of the 5 elements sect. Even a mere fraction of his strength was beyond the endurance of a fledgling cultivator like her. Consequently, she suffered damage to her foundation, and her progress in cultivation plummeted. When she later sought to amend her situation, no amount of elixirs could remedy the harm done. Ye Zhao licked the dried blood at the corner of her mouth. Two potential solutions lay before her. The first was to inform Master Qingyan of her plight and request his aid with medicine. This was the simplest course, yet it was also the one Ye Zhao was quickest to dismiss. She wished to sever all ties with Master Qingyan and his disciples. It was clear he had already made up his mind, and her pleas might not yield any results. Thus, the only viable option left to her was the second, to disperse her foundation and begin anew. The foundation was the very essence of her cultivation. Its destruction would lead to a regression in her abilities, and the difficulty of re-establishing it would be doubly arduous. Unless absolutely necessary, Ye Zhao had no desire to resort to such a drastic measure. However, she found herself with no other choice. Her past experiences taught her that no one was worthy of her trust. She could rely solely on herself. Moreover, to her, the act of dispersing her foundation carried an additional benefit. The Five Elements sect embraced a wide array of cultivation methods, allowing disciples the freedom to choose their paths. Her 5 senior brothers each practiced distinct techniques. For instance, eldest brother Feng Chonglang pursued the sword path, while second brother Lan Ziyu focused on the path of sound. Only she followed Master Qingyan's unique method, the Sea Moon technique. This technique wielded tremendous power and was renowned throughout the cultivation world, yet its difficulty was equally formidable. This was one reason her cultivation speed had remained on par with that of ordinary disciples. Yet, this contradicted her true intentions. She yearned to draw a definitive line between herself and that group. The Sea Moon technique would no longer be her path. Dispersing her foundation and starting anew became imperative. However, in that moment, Ye Zhao found herself uncertain of which technique to pursue next, her eyes gradually losing their focus. As she contemplated, a faint glimmer pierced the darkness. Chapter 3. An apology in person. Feng Chonglang approached, illuminated by the backlight, his tone imbued with a familiar intimacy. Ye Zhao squinted, momentarily lost in thought. It is often said that an elder brother is like a father. In her heart, Feng Chonglang has always occupied the dual role of both father and mentor. Shortly after she became a disciple of Master Qingyan, sensing something amiss, he hastily retreated into seclusion. It was Feng Chonglang who filled the void in her growth. Accompanying her through the years, he was present during her first attempts at channeling energy, her initial attempts at writing, her inaugural practice of spells, and even her first steps in foundation building. If her feelings towards Master Qingyan were marked by a sense of fear and respect, then her sentiments towards Feng Chonglang were rooted in complete reliance and trust. Therefore, when she realized that his gaze upon her was becoming increasingly scarce, fear gripped her heart. He advised that a woman should embody grace and elegance, prompting her to restrain her nature, abandoning her playful antics and lively spirit. He urged diligence in cultivation, and she carved out time to engage in solitary practice. He insisted that cultivators must be self-reliant, and she stifled her desire to confide. Bearing the bitter taste of solitude alone, she endeavored to align herself with Feng Chonglang's ideal of the perfect junior sister, only to overhear him tell Ye Congxin, "You are doing wonderfully. Stay true to your nature, simple and unadorned." How absurd! Ye Zhao slowly rose to her feet, taking deliberate steps towards Feng Chonglang, who stood bathed in light. Then with a stoic expression she brushed past him. This time she would no longer chase after him. Feng Chonglang paused, momentarily taken aback, believing Ye Zhao was still upset. His brow furrowing slightly. After a brief moment, he sighed. "Never mind, Xiao Lu is still young, having grown up without parental care. Her lack of decorum is his fault." Meanwhile, Ye Zhao had already stepped out of the realm of darkness. The glaring sunlight stung her eyes, causing her to falter momentarily. She squinted, discerning her direction, and set her feet towards Duyue Peak. Feng Chonglang intended to call out to her, but seeing her swift departure, he quickened his pace to catch up. Before long, the majestic silhouette of Duyue Peak came into view. At this moment, a throng of people stood at the foot of the mountain, with a striking pair at the forefront, a man and a woman. The man, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuded an air of refined charm, his thin lips curving into a light smile, a carefree spirit flowing through his demeanor. The woman, clad in a flowing gown of pale yellow, with her hair styled in 2 buns, radiated a floral smile, concealing her fragility. Upon seeing them, Ye Zhao halted in her tracks, her gaze deepening. Her second senior brother, Lan Ziyu, her junior sister Ye Congxin. Another encounter. What is this? After a sojourn in the dark prison, has she forgotten how to address people? Lan Ziyu raised an eyebrow lightly. His remark incited a wave of mischievous murmurs. Indeed, could she have turned mute? Surely, she must feel too embarrassed to face anyone. Who said that? Yu Zhao's skin is far too thick to feel any shame. She must be pretending. Enough of this chatter. Ye Congxin stamped her foot, silencing the crowd, then turned to Yu Zhao with genuine concern. Sixth senior sister. How is your health? I regret not stopping the master that day, and I feel sorrowful that you were hurt. Were it not for the inopportune timing, Yu Zhao would have applauded Ye Congxin. Ye Congxin's performance was nothing short of masterful, intricate and nuanced. No wonder her senior brothers were so easily ensnared by her charms. It was only due to her past experiences that Yu Zhao could see through her facade with such ease. Feng Changlang, lagging a step behind, changed countenance. How could he have forgotten about this? Xiao Lu had indeed coughed up blood that day. At that moment, he recalled that Yu Zhao's complexion indeed appeared somewhat unwell. He had overlooked this entirely, failing to inquire at all. Anxious and agitated, he hastily stepped forward and grasped Yu Zhao's wrist, exclaiming without thought, "Junior sister, you truly lack sensibility. Why did you not inform elder brother about your injury? How do you feel now? Do you require medication?" In his moment of urgency, he inadvertently called Yu Zhao by her former title. Before Ye Congxin's arrival, there had been only one junior sister on Duyue Peak, and that was Yu Zhao. Ye Congxin tightened her grip, her expression momentarily frozen. Damn it, she had intended to bring up the embarrassing incident of Yu Zhao being struck by their master, but it had backfired. It seemed they had not entirely given up on Yu Zhao. After all, even when raising a kitten or puppy, affection inevitably develops over time. She needed to stoke the flames further. Why Yu Zhao did not cast a single glance at Feng Changlang, effortlessly breaking free from his grasp. She turned to Ye Congxin, offering a faint smile. Thank you for your concern, junior sister. I am quite well. In fact, I wish to express my gratitude to our master. That strike was a blessing in disguise, for it thoroughly awakened me. The past is like a dead yesterday, while the future is akin to a reborn tomorrow. Senior sister, I have come to terms with it. The crowd exchanged glances, bewildered. What did Yu Zhao mean by this? Had she truly let go? A derisive chuckle shattered the silence. Lan Ziyu, with a smirk that suggested amusement, remarked, "Your enlightenment is indeed commendable. If that is the case, why not apologize to junior sister in front of everyone? Let them witness your resolve." Lan Ziyu did not trust Yu Zhao's deceptive words. Why Yu Zhao was cunning, adept at presenting one facade while concealing another. Junior sister had suffered under her bullying before. He intended to make her apologize publicly to vindicate junior sister's grievances. Yes? Apologize. We do not believe you. We demand your apology. Apologize. Apologize to ye junior sister. Apologize. Apologize. The chorus of voices converged, creating a colossal wave of sound that resonated through the air. The disciples of the Five Elements Tao sect, unaware of the situation, flocked towards the commotion. The crowd surged. That day she finally uncovered Ye Congxin's secret. She had long been curious as to why Ye Congxin, despite possessing the ordinary aptitude of 3 spiritual roots, exhibited an extraordinary cultivation speed, achieving transformation at an age under a century, becoming the youngest transformation cultivator in the Five Elements Tao sect. It turned out that Ye Congxin had made a pact with malevolent forces. She could devour fortune to augment her own power. Her master, her senior brothers, and even all the exceptionally gifted cultivators in the realm of cultivation were her sacrifices. Yu Zhao believed that by revealing the truth, everyone would discern Ye Congxin's true nature. Yet the outcome was not as she had envisioned, and no one was willing to believe her, deeming her accusations as slander against Ye Congxin. Her third senior brother, Su Ming, even shouted that even if her claims were true, he would gladly allow junior sister to consume his fortune. He accused her of being cruel-hearted, suggesting she could not compare to even a toe of junior sister's. Ultimately, she met her demise beneath her master's sword, ostensibly for the sake of purging the sect. After her death, her body was reduced to ashes by Ye Congxin's furious followers, leaving not a single remnant intact. On that day, Ye Congxin stood quietly amidst the crowd, appearing as a figure of compassion, as if Yu Zhao's fate were a consequence of her own misdeeds. Why Yu Zhao smiled. Apologize. Of course she would apologize. She intends to elevate Ye Congxin onto the altar, only to witness her supporters, once the exalted children of heaven, descend into the dust beneath her feet. Chapter 4. Drawing the line at the foot of Duyue Peak. Silence enveloped the air. All eyes were fixated upon that slender figure, and invisible pressure loomed over the surroundings, dimming the sky itself. In this eerie atmosphere, Yu Zhao stepped forward, shattering the silence. Little junior sister, during our recent spar, I was remiss in my consideration, neglecting your frail constitution, and thus I exerted myself fully, inadvertently causing you harm. In these past few days, within the confines of the Black Prison, the mere thought of your bloodied, Unconscious form fills me with profound guilt. Ye Zhao's tone was rhythmically fluctuating. His face contorted with feigned anguish, appearing genuinely repentant. However, the expressions of the onlookers gradually shifted to something peculiar. Many among them were privy to the events of that day. The root cause of Ye Congxin's injury lay in her own insistence on challenging Ye Zhao to spar, seeking to gauge her abilities. Ye Zhao had initially declined, but unable to withstand her fervent pleas. Coupled with the encouragement of bystanders, he reluctantly acquiesced. One was the sole female disciple of Ye Peak, while the other was the most favored junior sister of the sect. Their contest drew a multitude of disciples to witness. Initially, their exchanges adhered to convention, yet as the duel progressed, Ye Congxin's assault became increasingly fierce, leaving Ye Zhao struggling to keep up. Just as the spectators believed Ye Zhao was on the verge of defeat, he unexpectedly unleashed his power, severely injuring Ye Congxin and turning the tide in his favor. Thus, it was no surprise that many felt indignation on Ye Congxin's behalf, for Ye Zhao's victory was far from honorable. Upon hearing Ye Zhao's words, the crowd suddenly realized that Ye Congxin had been inherently fragile, and her loss to someone of Ye Zhao's caliber was hardly extraordinary. A fleeting look of unnaturalness crossed Ye Congxin's face, as her gaze towards Ye Zhao grew more scrutinizing. Your enemies always know you best. Ye Congxin squeezed Ye Zhao out of her position, ascending to become the junior sister of Ye Peak, investing considerable thought into the dynamics of those around her. She could even claim to be the one who understood Ye Zhao most among them all. Despite Ye Zhao's seemingly resilient and stubborn exterior, she perceived an inner fragility and insecurity. Like a rootless water plant, she drifted aimlessly, exhausting herself to please those around her, even to the point of forsaking her own dignity and bowing low, merely to receive a touch of warmth. To deal with such a person, one must not strike directly at her, but rather dismantle her support system one by one. Then, with a gentle push, she would easily tumble into the abyss. Originally, the plan was progressing smoothly, and Ye Congxin had anticipated Ye Zhao's forthcoming reactions, yet unexpectedly, Ye Zhao behaved entirely contrary to her expectations. A sense of unease began to unfurl within Ye Congxin, as if her plan was slipping out of control. Meanwhile, Ye Zhao continued, my words of apology may seem insufficient, so I have decided to present this purple cloud bamboo flute to junior sister Ye as a token of my contrition. The flute, smooth and delicate, glimmered like jade, revealing the owner's utmost care. At this proclamation, the scene erupted in a clamor. The crowd simultaneously turned their gazes towards Lan Ziyu, who stood beside Ye Congxin. That moment, the playful smile had vanished from Lan Ziyu's face, replaced by a pallid countenance, her eyes fixed on Ye Zhao with a fierce intensity, as if ready to unleash flames. In the entire Wuxing Dao sect, who was unaware that this purple cloud bamboo flute was a gift from Lan Ziyu to Ye Zhao upon her initiation. Yu Zhaoping regarded the purple bamboo flute as a treasured possession, cherishing it dearly. Once a disciple jokingly asked Yu Zhao for it, and she promptly lost her temper, a clear testament to her profound attachment to the flute. Today, however, she audaciously declared her intention to gift that very flute to Ye Congxin. This revelation elicited a spectrum of reactions among the onlookers, who, constrained by Lan Ziyu's presence, exchanged glances laden with unspoken thoughts. It seemed a spectacle was about to unfold. Feng Chonglang felt a jolt of unease within him. While he was pleased with Yu Zhao's acknowledgement of her previous mistake, he disapproved of her manner of handling the situation. Having known Lan Ziyu for many years, he understood the depth of his possessiveness. He loved fiercely but loathed with equal intensity. Even if something was given away, he could not tolerate others' interference. Yu Zhao's decision to present the flute, which he had painstakingly crafted, would undoubtedly provoke Lan Ziyu's wrath, even if the recipient was his junior sister. This was hardly a favorable development. Junior sister. She fixed her gaze on Lan Ziyu and spoke with measured calmness. Second brother, this purple bamboo flute was originally a gift from you to me. Now I intend to pass it on to junior sister. Surely you wouldn't begrudge it? A blatant provocation. It was an unabashed challenge. Lan Ziyu's breath quickened, his eyes igniting with a chilling malice. How dare she? How dare she? Despite having faced Lan Ziyu's hostility before, Yu Zhao's heart still recoiled with a pang of pain. Junior sister, this is for you. Oh, what a beautiful flute. And it's purple. How lovely. Second brother, is this truly for me? Indeed. I shall take great care of it. Even if I were to lose it, the flute would remain safe. Second brother, will you teach me how to play the flute? Humph, that's more like it. Hand it over. I shall instruct you. Yu Zhao took a deep breath, striving to dispel the echoes of their earlier conversation from her mind. In her previous life, she had held the purple bamboo flute as if it were the very apple of her eye. Yet, Lan Ziyu, upon hearing Ye Congxin inadvertently mention it, had rushed to demand the flute from her. When she refused, he had erupted in fury, hurling many hurtful words her way. One phrase lingered vividly in her memory. The greatest regret of my life was giving you the purple bamboo flute. For you are unworthy. Subsequently, in an attempt to please Ye Congxin, Lan Ziyu crafted a flute of even greater refinement than the purple bamboo one. Furthermore, he concocted a ruse to deceive Yu Zhao, seizing the purple bamboo flute from her and, before her very eyes, ruthlessly destroying it. Despite Yu Zhao's desperate pleas, he showed no mercy as he shattered it. Since it is something I cannot retain, it is better to discard it early, lest it occupy space that is no longer mine. Ha! I certainly lament its loss. It never belonged to you in the first place. I only have myself to blame for being blind to that fact. Lan Ziyu spat out those words through clenched teeth. How delightful it was. A smile unexpectedly graced Yu Zhao's face as she lightened her step toward Ye Congxin, extending the purple bamboo flute to her with bated breath. The air around Ye Congxin felt charged with heat, as if it might ignite. Lan Ziyu's gaze was as sharp as a blade, and she sensed that the moment she reached out, she would be met with merciless severance. Hesitating for a heartbeat, she timidly shook her head. No, this is second brother's sentiment. I cannot accept it. Not to worry, you heard him just now. Second brother has already consented. Why? Yu Zhao smiled again, and this is also my heartfelt intention. If you do not accept it, it means you have no intention of forgiving me, and that would greatly distress senior sister. Chapter 5. Secrets of the past. A difficult situation. Ye Congxin began to regret having agreed to let Yu Zhao apologize publicly yesterday. For today she found herself caught in a predicament orchestrated by Yu Zhao. She cast a pleading glance towards Feng Changlang, only to see his serious expression, yet he showed no intention of intervening, which stirred a hint of resentment within her towards him. Yu Zhao softly uttered a sound not loud, yet it carried an inexplicable sense of pressure. The crowd began to stir, all awaiting Ye Congxin's reaction. With a heavy heart, Ye Congxin reluctantly accepted the purple cloud bamboo flute from Yu Zhao's hands, saying, "Thank you, senior sister." Boom! A surge of pent-up anger erupted forth. Lan Ziyu was both astonished and furious. Her eyes reddened. Yu Zhao. The surrounding disciples were taken aback, hastily retreating, their faces reflecting panic. Ye Congxin instinctively stepped back as well, for the expression on Lan Ziyu's face was too terrifying, evoking a sense of dread even in her. "Ziyu, calm down." Feng Changlang stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Yu Zhao, gently patting Lan Ziyu's arm in an attempt to soothe her. In the next moment, he was taken aback. Lan Ziyu's arms were trembling. For the first time, Feng Changlang realized that Lan Ziyu did not seem to disdain Yu Zhao as much as she pretended. Apologies have been made, and gifts have been given. I shall not disturb you any further. Yu Zhao nonchalantly cupped her hands in farewell and began to walk away, leaving the astonished crowd behind. She is simply leaving? Someone murmured in disbelief. In the past, whenever Lan Ziyu frowned, Yu Zhao would anxiously circle around him. Yet today she did not even inquire, as if she had transformed into an entirely different person. Could it be that she has gone mad? The expression on Lan Ziyu's face momentarily froze. She has left? Yu Zhao has actually departed? Without an apology? Without an explanation? Just like that, she chose to walk away. After a brief shock came an overwhelming wave of fury. Very well, rage surged within her chest, and Lan Ziyu nearly ground her teeth to dust. "Ziyu, you must calm down. Your current state is highly concerning." Feng Changlang felt a headache coming on. He had thought that resolving the conflict between the sixth junior and the junior sister would foster a harmonious atmosphere. Yet the second junior had ended up clashing with the sixth again. Lan Ziyu, her eyes reddened, declared, "I am perfectly calm." Ye Congxin glanced at Lan Ziyu, perceptively nodding in agreement, daring not to mention the purple cloud bamboo flute, and hurried away. Feng Changlang coldly instructed Lan Ziyu, "Follow me." Master Qingyan often secluded himself in meditation, and as the eldest disciple, Feng Changlang held great prestige. Despite any reluctance in her heart, Lan Ziyu dared not defy him. They found a secluded spot on Duyue Peak. "Ziyu, you were somewhat impulsive today," Feng Changlang stated solemnly. "Had it not been for my presence, Duyue Peak could have become the laughingstock of the entire Five Elements Tao sect. Master brother, it was Yu Zhao who insulted me first. From now on I sever all ties with her." Lan Ziyu's face darkened. "Nonsense." Feng Changlang rebuked sternly, "How has the sixth junior insulted you?" "She gave my belongings to someone else." "That someone else is not just anyone. That is your junior sister, Ye Congxin. You have never been particularly close to the junior disciple, so why can you not accept this?" Lan Ziyu's expression faltered, a flicker of confusion passing through her eyes. "But it's different." "What is different?" "Both the sixth junior sister and the little junior sister are your disciples. What distinguishes them?" Fang Chenglang pressed on relentlessly. Lan Ziyu choked on her words, ultimately gritting her teeth and declaring, "It is different." The purple bamboo flute was his first successful creation, infused with all his dedication, holding extraordinary significance. There exists but this one in the world. There is no substitute. Just as there will never be another identical purple bamboo in that grove, he cannot forge a second flute of the same kind. Upon hearing this, Fang Chenglong's expression softened. Ziyu, deep down, you still care for the sixth junior sister. You just have yet to realize it. Lan Ziyu erupted in fury. Impossible. How could I care for her? From the day she injured the little junior sister, I knew she was a person of deep scheming and malice. How could I possibly care for someone like that? Fang Chenglang furrowed his brows, bewildered and puzzled. In his memory, Lan Ziyu and Yu Zhao shared quite a close relationship. Even if Yu Zhao had lost her former charm over the years, it shouldn't have left such a dreadful impression on Lan Ziyu. Was there something he was unaware of that had transpired? He wished to inquire further, yet Lan Ziyu, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, was extremely agitated. Master brother, you need not say more. Even if Yu Zhao were to kneel and beg for forgiveness, I would never absolve her. Between us, it is a matter of life and death. With that, without waiting for Fang Chenglong's response, she stormed off in a huff. Fang Chenglang wearily rubbed his temples. It seemed impossible to reason with the second junior brother. Perhaps it would be best for the little sixth to take the initiative and apologize. After all, the situation had arisen because of her in a cave dwelling on Duyue Peak. Yu Zhao sat cross-legged on the stone bed, a smile gracing her lips as her spirits soared. Today, she presented the purple bamboo flute to Ye Congxin, intending to sever her ties with Lan Ziyu and simultaneously foster a deeper relationship between Ye Congxin and Lan Ziyu in her past life. Whether by coincidence or Ye Congxin's deliberate efforts, those who befriended her were all renowned young talents of the age, the chosen ones. Yet it was curious that these prodigies, having initially surged forward with remarkable performances, later displayed a waning momentum. The sole exception was Ye Congxin. While many remained stagnant, she unleashed her potential, ultimately surpassing all others to become the fastest to achieve transformation among the younger generation, basking in boundless glory. Initially, Yu Zhao had suspected nothing amiss, for Ye Congxin was greatly favored by their master and senior brothers, receiving an abundance of spirit stones and elixirs. As long as Ye Congxin spoke, even the rarest treasures would find eager hands to serve her. With the ample nourishment of countless precious materials, no matter how poor Ye Congxin's innate talent, her cultivation speed could hardly elevate. It was only when Lan Ziyu entered seclusion to prepare for the tribulation of the nascent soul stage that Yu Zhao truly sensed something was off. Lan Ziyu had devoted a decade to nurturing her energy for the breakthrough, making ample preparations along the way. Even the esteemed Qingyan Junren had confidently predicted Lan Ziyu's success. However, the final outcome was profoundly disappointing, as Lan Ziyu's attempt to break through failed, resulting in a backlash that nearly cost her all her cultivation. At that time, Yu Zhao's relationship with Lan Ziyu and indeed with everyone from Du Yefeng had reached a point of irreconcilable conflict. Yet, upon seeing Lan Ziyu's emaciated figure, she could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for his plight. Just as she racked her brain for words to comfort him, news arrived of Ye Congxin's successful binding of her spirit. It was then that the seeds of doubt took root and began to sprout within Yu Zhao's heart. Chapter 6. The repository of hidden knowledge. It is indeed astonishing that there exist individuals capable of augmenting their own power through the devouring of fortune. However, when this notion fell upon Ye Congxin, it was twisted into a malicious accusation under her mere words. Yu Zhao, who stepped forward to denounce Ye Congxin, became the scapegoat. The venerable Qingyan was incensed, personally severing one of Yu Zhao's arms and ordering her expulsion from the sect. On that day, the rain fell heavily. The downpour blurred Yu Zhao's vision, obscuring the expressions of those around her. While the sharp, scathing insults pierced her ears relentlessly, she longed to cover her ears, yet could not lift her arms. The pain was unbearable. Her head, her arm, and her heart. Every ache was etched deeply into her memory. With a self-deprecating smile, Yu Zhao realized, only after she had collided with the southern wall, blood streaming from her head, that some individuals are inherently ungrateful, born to be treacherous, and no matter how much others give, they will always feel it is their due. In this life, she would not cater to anyone. She simply wished to be a little selfish to survive and to live on for a long time. In the realm of cultivation, the weak are devoured by the strong. To live securely, one must possess the ability to protect oneself. The urgency of reconstructing her foundation loomed large. The immediate priority was to seek a new technique. After a moment's contemplation, Yu Zhao resolved to try her luck at the repository of hidden knowledge the following day. This repository, an archive of the Five Element sect, spanned 6 floors, The first and second floors were accessible to disciples, while the third and above were reserved for those in the golden core stage and elders. The fourth floor corresponded to the nascent soul stage, the fifth to the transformation stage, and the sixth was a sacred ground, accessible solely to the sect leader and the grand elders. The reason Yu Zhao referred to it as trying her luck was that, although the repository housed various techniques and philosophies, the truly precious texts were predominantly found on the third floor and above. The first and second floors contained mostly basic techniques common in the cultivation world, alongside biographies of renowned ancestors of the Five Elements sect, which offered little assistance to Yu Zhao. However, lacking a better solution and being a person of action rather than inaction, she resolved to give it a try. After a night of rest, the following morning, Yu Zhao departed her cave dwelling and made her way to the repository of hidden knowledge. Interestingly, despite having cultivated within the Five Elements sect for over a century in her previous life, her visits to the repository had been few and far between. Fortunately, cultivators possess exceptional memories, allowing her to navigate without inquiry along the way. She occasionally encountered disciples of the Five Elements sect, who regarded her with curious and amused expressions. Yu Zhao kept her gaze forward, and soon a towering edifice came into view. The Five Elements sect ranks first among the myriad sects in the cultivation world. The phrase one sect, two schools for factions refers to this very sect. Thus, the repository of hidden knowledge of the Five Elements sect is particularly grand, exuding the majesty befitting a super sect. Upon arriving at the foot of the repository, Yu Zhao did not rush inside but paused to admire its splendor before ascending the steps. Crossing the threshold, the first figure she encountered was an elderly man with a white beard, seated at the entrance and responsible for registrations. Why Yu Zhao was momentarily taken aback, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. He was indeed a peculiar individual. She recalled that the elder with the white beard was surnamed Gu, who had originally served as an elder of the law enforcement hall. However, due to his eccentric temperament and lack of interpersonal understanding, he had received numerous complaints from disciples and was subsequently assigned by the sect to guard the repository of scrolls. The law enforcement hall held considerable authority within the sect and enjoyed a prestigious status, whereas the repository was renowned as a tranquil place. Elder Gu's transfer from the law enforcement hall to the repository was evidently not a favorable turn of events. While others might have felt discontent, Elder Gu, in contrast, was overjoyed and eagerly took up his post at the repository that very day, remaining there for several decades. Many privately mocked Elder Gu for his lack of ambition and his acceptance of mediocrity. In her previous life, Yu Zhao had devoted most of her energy to her 5 senior brothers and her master, with the remainder focused on her cultivation. Thus she had never paid attention to Elder Gu. Discussions about him merely brushed past her ears without leaving any impression. At this moment, Elder Gu was engrossed in an ancient text, and curiosity compelled Yu Zhao to steal a few more glances at him. Elder Gu had a robust physique, a rosy complexion, white hair and beard, and faint lines at the corners of his eyes, with a pair of eyes as bright and clear as those of an infant. Yu Zhao's scrutiny was not particularly discreet, yet Elder Gu remained wholly absorbed in his reading. Indeed, as the saying goes, how can one know the joy of a fish if one is not a fish? Amidst the clamor of the outside world, Elder Gu simply wished to safeguard his own tranquil sanctuary. Why Yu Zhao felt a flicker of understanding. Silently, she paid her respects to Elder Gu before turning her gaze to the numerous bookshelves on the first floor. The shelves were 7 tiers high, each filled with neatly arranged volumes, and there were a total of 108 shelves on the first floor of the repository. Finding a book that could assist Yu Zhao among such a multitude of texts was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Yet, this challenge seemed trivial compared to the hardships she had endured in her past life. She walked directly to a corner of the first floor, approached the last shelf, and took out a book to examine. It was the Diamond Sutra, a fundamental scripture of the metal element, suitable for newly initiated disciples with metal spiritual roots. Flipping it open, she discovered yet another metal element scripture. Why Yu Zhao set the book aside and picked up a third one. She opened it, set it down, opened another, and then set it down again with a clear objective in mind. She swiftly perused all the books on the first shelf before moving on to the second. A quarter of an hour later, she stood before the third shelf. Her unusual behavior soon attracted the attention of other disciples reading on the first floor of the repository. Isn't that Yu Zhao from the Duyue Peak? What is she doing? Someone remarked that I heard she publicly knelt and apologized to Sister Yi yesterday, weeping bitterly. She looked utterly pitiful. How could she, a personal disciple of the revered Qingyan, come to the repository to look for books? The disciples of the Five Elements Tao sect were classified into 3 categories: personal disciples of those in the nascent soul or transformation stage, inner disciples of ordinary golden core elders, and outer disciples without a master. Naturally, the most esteemed among them were the personal disciples. They received guidance from eminent masters, possessed exceptional talents, and even the monthly provisions provided by the sect were superior, rendering them unlikely to seek techniques in the repository. Ye Zhao's sudden appearance on the first floor was akin to a lone wolf among a flock of sheep, drawing considerable attention and defying common expectations. Ye Zhao had gained some basic insights through observing the ancient elder, learning to disregard the opinions of others, while her pace of reading remained wholly unaffected. The outer disciples, limited in their talents, needed to fulfill certain sect tasks monthly to remain within the sect. Their time was precious, and upon noticing the subject's lack of reaction, they found it uninteresting. After a brief while they diverted their gaze, continuing their search for the techniques they sought. Time slipped by imperceptibly. Chapter 7. Ye Zhao remains. Ye Zhao rubbed her weary eyes and set down the book in her hands, letting out a deep sigh of exasperation over the past 3 days. She had risen early and returned late, finally managing to peruse all the texts on the first level of the repository of tomes. The outcome, however, was far from satisfactory. She glanced toward the central staircase on the first floor, placing her hopes on the second level. Should she fail to find the technique she desired there as well, the matter of her foundation's reconstruction would be delayed yet again, a scenario she most wished to avoid. The longer this dragged on, the more severe her internal ailment would become, rendering any future attempts at reconstruction futile. Suppressing her restless emotions, Ye Zhao made her way to the exit of the first level of the repository. The sky darkened, nearing the closing time of the repository, and others had long since departed. It was time for her to leave as well. As she passed the ancient elder on duty, she performed her customary salute and was about to continue on her way when a voice suddenly called out to her. "Little girl, what exactly have you been searching for these past few days? There is nothing here that you should be looking for." The elder's weathered voice caused Ye Zhao to pause. She turned her head to see the smiling ancient elder. Astonished despite her frequent comings and goings over the past 3 days, he had never spoken to her before. Why had he suddenly chosen to call her today? After a moment's hesitation, she replied honestly, "Ancient elder, I am searching for techniques suitable for me." The elder responded with mild surprise. "If I recall correctly, were you not following Master Qingyan to practice the sea moon technique?" Ye Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Ancient elder, you know me?" "Ha ha ha," the elder chuckled warmly. "Of course I know you. You are none other than Master Qingyan's little disciple, Ye Zhao. Did you truly believe I was an old fossil oblivious to the world outside?" Ye Zhao offered an awkward smile, recalling the elder's earlier remark, and gently reminded him, "Ancient elder, my master recently accepted a new disciple. I am no longer his little disciple." As she spoke those words, her expression remained composed and tranquil, devoid of any turmoil. The ancient elder silently regarded Ye Zhao, and for reasons unknown, he suddenly sighed, refraining from further inquiring about her cessation of practicing the sea moon technique. Ye Zhao felt a quiet relief. She had been apprehensive that the elder would press for details. She preferred not to conceal the truth, nor did she wish to lay everything bare. A subtle acknowledgement was best. The ancient elder set aside the ancient texts and, after a long contemplation, slowly spoke, "I believe I understand what you seek. Come to me tomorrow. Perhaps I can assist you." Ye Zhao's eyes sparkled with hope. "Thank you, ancient elder." She harbored no doubts regarding the elder's words. As the guardian of the repository, he possessed the most profound knowledge of the texts housed within. The ancient elder was a person of modest aspirations and bore no grievances against her, thus unlikely to play tricks on her. Although she could not fathom why the ancient elder chose to assist him, Ye Zhao harbored a deep sense of gratitude, repeatedly expressing her thanks as the tension that had gripped her for days began to ease. The disciple took note of this, however. Upon catching sight of the tall figure standing outside the cave, her spirits plummeted, and the smile that graced her lips vanished instantly. What was he doing here? "Master brother," she called out, her voice tinged with impatience. Yet, she refrained from articulating the specifics of her discontent. Feng Chonglang discerned her dismissive tone, and a flash of anger ignited in his eyes as he exclaimed, "Ye Zhao, I had hoped that the recent punishment in the Black Prison would instill a sense of responsibility in you akin to that of the junior sister. Yet, I find you still lacking in ambition, which is truly disheartening." Ye Zhao merely curled her lips in disdain. This rhetoric was all too familiar. She felt as though her ears were on the verge of developing calluses from hearing it so often. It was unclear when it had begun, but she had not received a single compliment from her master brother in what felt like ages. Once, when she had braided her hair, he would smile and praise her for her skill. But now all she received were reprimands and belittlements. She had come to understand that those who do not favor you will find fault even in your very breath. Why should she alter her essence for the opinions of others, especially those who were inconsequential? Ye Zhao nodded in agreement, asserting that her master brother was absolutely correct. The junior sister was indeed intelligent and quick-witted, far beyond someone of her mundane stature. The moment those words left her lips, Feng Chonglang stood momentarily stunned, questioning his own auditory senses. What was the sixth junior sister saying? She Feng Chonglang's piercing gaze bore down on Yu Zhao, scrutinizing her from head to toe with a sense of inquiry. Yu Zhao accepted his gaze with calm composure. Upon witnessing this, Feng Chonglang was taken aback. The peculiar changes he had previously overlooked now came flooding back to him. Ever since she had entered the black prison, it was as if she had transformed into an entirely different person. The Yu Zhao of old would sweetly call him master brother, gaze at him with a beaming smile, and trail behind him. Impossible to dissuade, she would even jealously bristle at his praises for the junior sister, her emotions vividly displayed. Yet now, she regarded him with a serene expression, as if confronting a stranger. This was not the Yu Zhao he knew. Could it be possession? The thought sent a wave of fury through Feng Chonglang. He drew his sword from his waist, its tip aimed at Yu Zhao's throat, and bellowed, "What manner of fiend are you? Depart at once from my junior sister's body." Yu Zhao was taken aback. Feng Chonglang was a mid-stage golden core swordsman. Even 10 Yu Zhaos combined could not withstand a single strike from him. With the sword now pointed at her throat, she felt the chilling grip of death, her hair standing on end. Consequently, her reaction was slightly delayed. Feng Chonglang. Her hesitation appeared as guilt, inadvertently affirming his suspicions. His fury was thunderous. He could hardly believe that his junior sister would fall prey to an outsider's possession within the domain of Duyue Peak. It was an utter affront to the lineage of Qingyan Zhenren. As his spiritual energy surged, the sword's radiance flared forth. Yu Zhao sensed a sudden chill at her neck, followed by a sharp pain and the warmth of blood. If you do not vacate her body immediately, I shall strike you down, scattering your soul and ensuring you never attain rebirth. Feng Chonglang continued his cold threats. A chill gripped Yu Zhao's heart. Master brother, I have not been possessed. Who would dare to seize the body of a disciple of Qingyan Zhenren within the Five Elements Dao sect? Even the mountain-protecting formation would thwart them. For a fleeting moment, Feng Chonglang wavered. However, the myriad of unusual reactions from Yu Zhao continued to weigh heavily on him. His sword remained steadfastly poised before Yu Zhao's throat. As blood gradually seeped into her collar. Yu Zhao, seemingly oblivious, persisted in her defense. Moreover, if I were truly someone who had taken possession, why would I expose myself to detection? Wouldn't that be akin to digging my own grave? Her words struck like a heavy hammer, unsettling Feng Chonglang's composure. Indeed, if Yu Zhao had truly been possessed by another, why would she so foolishly reveal her vulnerability? Thus Yu Zhao remained Yu Zhao. The sixth junior sister was still the sixth junior sister. Chapter 8. Third senior brother Su Ming. The sixth junior sister had not been taken over by an outsider. Feng Chonglang should have felt a sense of relief. Yet, he found his sword feeling as burdensome as 1,000 pounds. With an inner turmoil akin to being consumed by flames, he could not muster a smile. If the eldest senior brother still harbors doubts, I am willing to accompany you to meet the master, so that he may ascertain the truth with his divine sense, through the art of possession. While the exterior may appear unchanged, the foreign soul ultimately fails to fully harmonize with the body. A keen-eyed high-level practitioner could easily discern the discrepancies. Yu Zhao spoke with unwavering candor, her gaze devoid of evasion, and even Feng Chonglang, who was reluctant to believe, found himself compelled to do so. He sheathed his sword, his eyes reflecting remorse. Sixth junior sister, it seems I have misunderstood you. Yu Zhao, unceremoniously interrupting him, retorted, is there anything else, eldest senior brother? Feng Chonglang was taken aback, instinctively shaking his head. Yu Zhao, weary of the endless tug-of-war with him, had no desire to hear more of his philosophical musings, and thus resolved to take her leave with decisive grace. Sixth junior sister. Feng Chonglang exclaimed in urgency, stepping forward to grasp her wrist with concern. You are injured. It's nothing serious, just a minor wound. But, eldest senior brother, I am truly exhausted today. Could you grant me a moment of solitude? Yu Zhao's voice rose, her impatience unmistakable in her brow. Feng Chonglang stared at her in astonishment, his fingers gradually loosening their grip. Meeting Feng Chonglang's bewildered gaze, Yu Zhao felt an immense sense of relief. She merely echoed the words he had once spoken to her. And he could hardly bear it. How could he ever comprehend the trial she had endured over the years? As the door to the cave closed, Feng Chonglang's figure stood desolate and forlorn beneath the night sky. Indeed, he had previously perceived the sixth junior sister as somewhat feeble and overly dependent, revolving around their brotherhood as if she had no life of her own. Occasionally, he would find himself irked by her demeanor. Yet now, with her sudden transformation and newfound independence, he found himself feeling quite out of sorts. He recalled how she had always been terrified of pain. after each spar with the fifth junior brother. She would burst into tears, her tears enough to dampen her choler. A sense of inexplicable agitation welled within Feng Changlang as he suddenly remembered that his original intent for visiting today had been to persuade the sixth junior sister to apologize to the second junior brother. He had forgotten to mention it earlier, and now he found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps he should wait until she was in a better mood to discuss it. He realized he had been so preoccupied with the matter of the younger junior sister's apprenticeship that he had inadvertently overlooked her feelings. Once they had a proper conversation, everything would surely be resolved. Feng Changlang wielded his sword merely as a means of intimidation, never intending to cause Yu Zhao any real harm. Consequently, she had only sustained superficial injuries. After applying a special medicinal powder, her wound had nearly healed by the following day, leaving behind only a faint red mark. She had spent the entire night preoccupied with her upcoming meeting with Elder Gu. Having long since cast aside any thoughts of Feng Changlang as dawn broke, she was filled with joy and prepared to head to the Shotsong Tower, only to be met at the door by an unexpected visitor. "Ah, Yu Zhao, I finally caught up with you. What have you been up to these past few days, appearing and disappearing like a ghost? I've been trying to find you for several days without success." The young man had refined features, fair skin and bright eyes, a grin spreading across his face, revealing dimples that danced in and out of view. He was none other than Su Ming, Yu Zhao's third senior brother. Upon seeing him, Yu Zhao immediately deduced the purpose of his visit without a moment's thought. "Not lending," she replied coolly. "The disciples of the Five Elements sect received a monthly provision of 10 medium-grade spirit stones and 5 chi-replenishing pills. Such generosity was rare to find in the entire realm of cultivation, yet it still failed to satiate Su Ming's insatiable desires. As soon as the provisions were dispensed, he would venture to the market outside the sect to acquire various peculiar items, quickly squandering the freshly granted spirit stones. It was unclear when it had begun, but Yu Zhao had become his makeshift treasury. Whenever his pockets ran dry and he stumbled upon something he fancied, he would seek to borrow spirit stones from her. Though he claimed it was a loan, he had never once repaid her. Why Yu Zhao was not one to be stingy. She never placed value on material possessions. Whenever Su Ming asked, she would readily comply. Thus, he had never considered that Yu Zhao might refuse him. Upon hearing her response, he was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a grin. "Yu Zhao, don't jest. I'm in urgent need. I promise to return it next month." As he spoke, he reached for the storage pouch at her waist, his movements exceedingly casual. Yu Zhao sidestepped his hand with a slight shift of her body, her voice laced with coldness. "Only after you return the 688 medium-grade spirit stones I lent you will we discuss borrowing again." As she recited the specific sum, her heart ached. Having been part of the Five Elements sect for 7 years, she had only received a little over 800 medium-grade spirit stones, most of which had been taken by Su Ming, leaving her with a pitiful amount. Ironically, he would use her spirit stones to buy gifts to curry favor with Ye Congxin, never expressing gratitude for her generosity, and when she objected, she was labeled as petty. "Yu Zhao, are you serious?" Su Ming's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Why Yu Zhao nodded firmly. She would hand spirit stones over to him without receiving even a word of thanks. It felt more worthwhile to toss them into the water. At least they would make a sound. Why Yu Zhao, you are being excessively calculating. It's merely a handful of spirit stones. Must you be so demanding? I never said I wouldn't return it. Besides, I'm borrowing these spirit stones to prepare a gift for my junior sister. Isn't that a legitimate reason? It's somewhat unreasonable for you to refuse." Su Ming launched into a tirade of complaints, his dimples vanishing as anger filled his expression. Yu Zhao remained unmoved, her reply as firm as iron. "I will not lend you." Su Ming was momentarily speechless, his eyes bulging with indignation. "I will say it again. I will not lend. Now, please leave and stop obstructing my way at the door." Another time, Yu Zhao might have argued her case, insisting that Su Ming return a portion of the spirit stones first. However, her thoughts were occupied with her impending visit to the Shotsong Tower, leaving her no desire to engage in a prolonged exchange with him. She simply wished to rid herself of his presence. "Very well. Yu Zhao, I see you for who you truly are. No wonder they all say you are selfish and self-centered. How blind I was not to have discovered your true nature sooner. I shall never again borrow anything from you." Su Ming appeared quite furious, while Yu Zhao merely smiled. She had heard far worse insults. These words could not sway her emotions. "How splendid it is to remember your words. Do not seek to borrow anything from me again, for I owe you nothing." Yu Ming had intended to utter a few more harsh words, but upon meeting Yu Zhao's piercing black eyes, he felt a pang of guilt. Ultimately, he could only huff heavily and storm away. Chapter 9. The incomplete illusory tide technique. Upon arriving at the Guardian's library, Yu Zhao found herself greeted by the brilliant light of day, as sunlight broke through the clouds, casting a golden hue upon the structure. She had come early. The area outside the library was deserted. With a light step, she ascended the stairs and noticed the elder seated by the entrance, a smile gracing her face. As she bowed respectfully, she called out, "Elder Gu." Elder Gu appeared to have been waiting specifically for Yu Zhao, as he did not clutch any books as he usually did, but instead sat with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing Yu Zhao's greeting, his expression softened slightly as he raised his hand to cast a barrier around them. "Have you truly decided to undertake the reconstruction of a martial art?" "Indeed," she replied. "The ocean moon technique devised by the esteemed Ye Congxin is among the finest of water-based martial arts. Are you truly willing to relinquish it?" Yu Zhao nodded earnestly, feeling a deep sense of conviction. Elder Gu was not one to speak excessively. His repeated inquiries were made with her best interests at heart. To reconstruct a martial art signifies the abandonment of one's previous foundation, a fresh start that requires utmost caution. Elder Gu sighed inwardly, realizing that Ye Congxin had indeed wounded this young girl's heart. Daily, he stood guard at the library, and he had heard scattered bits of news regarding Yu Zhao. Tales of her arrogance, her bullying of junior disciples, her disrespect towards her elder brother, and her laziness had painted her as a figure of infamy, were it not for Elder Gu's discerning nature. He might have harbored misgivings about Yu Zhao, however, being a maverick himself, he never put stock in the rumors of the world. He possessed eyes to see and the ability to judge for himself. Yu Zhao was not as deplorable as the gossip suggested. The exaggeration of rumors was quite apparent. This situation piques my interest. There must be a reason behind the unfounded rumors. Who is stirring the pot? Inciting chaos from behind the scenes? The answer is not difficult to deduce. One need only consider who stands to gain the most. Such a person would harbor the greatest suspicion. Yet, most would rather remain willfully blind and not delve deeper. Elder Gu, as he pondered further, he was ultimately roused by Yu Zhao's voice. He collected his scattered thoughts and turned his gaze to her, a hint of pity glimmering in his eyes. "I did not intend to involve myself in the affairs of your duo Peak. But since this little girl has caught my eye, I shall lend you my assistance." "Thank you, Elder Gu," Yu Zhao exclaimed, her face alight with gratitude. "Do not be so hasty in your thanks," Elder Gu replied, stroking his beard. "You must assure me that you will not divulge today's events to a third party. This matter is known only to heaven, earth, you and me." Though Elder Gu sympathized with Yu Zhao, he had no desire to offend the transformation stage Ye Congxin. Why Yu Zhao understood Elder Gu's concerns and replied earnestly, "Yu Zhao swears that this matter shall never reach the ears of a third party." The ancient elder nodded in satisfaction. Retrieving a thin volume from his sleeve and placing it upon the table before him, he then exchanged a knowing glance with Yu Zhao. Hesitantly, Yu Zhao extended her hand. Upon noticing the elder's lack of objection, she picked up the book, its cover a blank canvas. This was a nameless tome. An inexplicable sense of tension gripped her, and after taking a deep breath, she slowly turned the pages. As the contents came into focus, her mouth fell agape in astonishment. This was not the water-based cultivation technique she had anticipated, but rather a biographical account of a predecessor. The narrative commenced with the predecessor, known as Ye Congxin, recounting in her own voice how she had turned the tables on her malevolent partner. This revelation was entirely at odds with Yu Zhao's expectations. Confused, she glanced at the ancient elder, who merely nodded, encouraging her to continue. Ye Congxin, like Yu Zhao, was born with a singular water spiritual root. After joining her sect in her youth, she sought freedom and chose to leave. During her adventures, she saved a male cultivator of comparable prowess, and their companionship blossomed into affection, leading them to decide to become partners. However, Ye Congxin's dreams of becoming a renowned couple in the cultivation world were shattered when her husband suddenly drew his sword. Intent on taking her life. It turned out he practiced the ruthless path, nurturing feelings only to ultimately sever them. His final act being the murder of his wife to attain enlightenment. Ye Congxin, filled with shock and fury, could hardly fathom that her beloved husband had harbored murderous intent from the outset. In her rage, she no longer held back, fighting desperately until she witnessed the last flicker of life extinguish from the one she cherished. In that moment, she grasped the truth. The path of ruthlessness involved severing the 7 emotions and 6 desires, remaining unaffected by external circumstances, and was ultimately a journey of the heart. Conversely, the path of killing one's wife for personal desires only invited karmic repercussions. Thus she realized that as long as the heart remains alive, the path cannot flourish. As long as desires persist, the path cannot endure. True cultivation lies in the refinement of the heart. Fortuitously, Ye Congxin transformed her misfortunes into blessings, dedicating a century to create her own technique, the illusory tide formula, the details of which were inscribed at the conclusion of her biography. Ye Zhao became utterly engrossed in the narrative. Mingyue Sanren's life was a tumultuous odyssey, evoking deep admiration. This biography indeed provided profound inspiration for Ye Zhao in her past life. She had invested her emotions too deeply, leading to a tragic end in this life. She was determined not to repeat her mistakes, seeking to sever all attachments, making her an ideal candidate for the path of ruthlessness. With her doubts dispelled, Ye Zhao resolved to practice Mingyue Sanren's illusory tide formula. However, her expression soon grew grave. It dawned on her that this account was incomplete. It contained only the first 3 tiers of the illusory tide formula, leaving the subsequent content, pertinent to the nascent soul stage, shrouded in mystery. Observing Ye Zhao's countenance, the ancient elder understood she had discerned the book's shortcomings, and he spoke softly. This biography was procured by an elder from Mingyue Sanren's sect by chance, and it was already in a fragmented state upon acquisition. Had it been otherwise, this tome would reside on the 3rd floor, inaccessible to you. Little girl, you must ponder carefully whether you wish to cultivate this illusory tide formula. Ye Zhao's fingers tightened at this moment. Had the complete illusory tide formula been laid before her, she would have embraced it without hesitation. Yet, the reality was that this was a flawed technique. While its initial stages seemed inconsequential, it would prove challenging to progress beyond the golden core stage during her next breakthrough. The further she advanced, the more it would hinder her. Ye Zhao's gaze was a tempest of inner conflict. After a considerable pause, her gaze resolute, she declared, I have made up my mind. This is it. The Huanxju is the only technique among the methods known to Ye Zhao that can be compared to the Haishang Mingyu Ju. She had already relinquished a top-tier technique and did not wish to forsake another. The profound kindness of Elder Gu has been etched in her heart. Should the opportunity arise, she will undoubtedly repay it. Ye Zhao performed a respectful bow. If you truly wish to repay me, then strive to move forward step by step, and let me witness how far you can go. I shall exert every effort, Master. Chapter 10. Zhou Jinue 7 medium-grade spirit stones, 26 low-grade spirit stones, 3 qi recovery pills along with various miscellaneous items. While the total may appear substantial, the actual value is rather meager. Ye Zhao couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Among the direct disciples of the 5 Elements Tao sect, it would be challenging to find anyone poorer than her. The phrase rebuilding the foundation may roll off the tongue easily, yet the arduous journey behind it is not something to be disclosed to outsiders. Merely the spirit power required for reconstructing the foundation is an insatiable abyss. Furthermore, to minimize the repercussions of her scattered foundation as much as possible, Ye Zhao must also prepare several types of mildly effective pills. This entails yet another considerable expense. The spirit stones in her possession were utterly insufficient. Should she seek out Su Ming to reclaim the spirit stones she had previously lent? That would not do. Setting aside whether Su Ming would be willing to repay, one must consider whether he even possesses any spare spirit stones for repayment. It is well known that spirit stones in Su Ming's hands do not last through the night. Otherwise, he would not have been blocking Ye Zhao's door early in the morning to borrow spirit stones. As for borrowing from others, Ye Zhao was at a loss as to whom to approach. She had always interacted solely with her senior brothers and had virtually no close friends within the 5 Elements Tao sect. Ye Zhao found herself in a quandary. Without spirit stones, the difficulty of reconstructing her foundation would increase unnecessarily. At that moment, an idea suddenly struck her, and she clapped her hands in excitement. She had nearly forgotten that today was the day the sect distributed supplies, and she could claim 10 medium-grade spirit stones. 1 medium-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. Thus, 10 medium-grade spirit stones could procure quite a few items, and combined with the spirit stone she already possessed, they would suffice for her needs. Ye Zhao gathered the items laid before her into her storage bag and set off towards the merit hall to collect her supplies. The news of her reconciliation with Ye Congxin had spread throughout every corner of the 5 Elements Tao sect over the past few days. Other disciples greeted her with markedly more courtesy than they had a few days prior. At the very least, no one dared to mock her in her presence anymore. Although Ye Zhao had grown indifferent to such idle gossip, she found the relative tranquility of her surroundings quite refreshing. Before long, she arrived at the merit hall, making her way to the supply distribution area with ease. At that moment, the area was already bustling with disciples awaiting their supplies. Lined up in orderly rows. Ye Zhao casually selected a queue and took her place at the end, quietly listening to the chatter of the other disciples. Junior Sister Yu. A clear, melodious voice suddenly called out from behind her. Senior Sister Zhao? She murmured in disbelief. She had met Senior Sister Zhao. Greetings, Senior Sister Zhao. The overwhelming sense of reality made Ye Zhao's eyes well up with emotion. nearly bringing her to tears. It was indeed Senior Sister Zhao, the living embodiment of Senior Sister Zhao. Zhao Jinhua, the foremost disciple under the sect leader of the Five Elements Dao sect, the eldest sister of all disciples, who had entered the sect at the age of 6, established her foundation at 10, and formed her core at 20, with a cultivation speed that could only be described as miraculous. She possesses a captivatingly charming visage, yet her disposition is remarkably decisive and resolute. In her dealings with others, she exhibits a profound clarity of thought, earning the deep affection of her disciples. Many within the Five Elements sect regard her as the most suitable candidate for the next sect leader. The current leader, stricken with heartbreak, coughed up blood on the spot. Ye Zhao also wept bitterly. Zhao Jinhua, one of the few in the Five Elements sect unaffected by Ye Congxin's influence, maintained her usual friendly demeanor towards her. The time of their acquaintance can be traced back to when Ye Zhao first entered the sect. Although Feng Chonglang is composed and meticulous, he had never before cared for a junior sister, and the distinction between the sexes made the situation rather delicate. However, in Ye Zhao's heart, there has always been a place reserved for Senior Sister Zhao. Now, seeing Senior Sister Zhao standing before her in good health, Ye Zhao once again felt fortunate to have been granted a second chance. This time she was determined to prevent tragedy from striking. Junior Sister Yu, why are your eyes so red? Don't tell me it's because you missed me too much. Zhao Jinhua teased with a smile, her tone affectionate. Yes, Ye Zhao nodded vigorously, I miss you very much. Zhao Jinhua appeared somewhat taken aback, followed by a flicker of pity in her eyes. Ye Zhao's character tends to be reserved, and she had never before expressed such overt sentiments, likely due to the distress caused by Master Qingyan's decision to take on disciples. Though she had never been to the Black Prison, she understood it was not a place where cultivators could linger. Master Qingyan had shown an unforgiving side, sending his disciple to such a place. Feng Chonglang and the others were equally ineffective, merely watching without intervening. The intent to protect was palpable. A veil of mist clouded Ye Zhao's eyes as she pondered whether, in her past life, had Senior Sister Zhao not met with misfortune, there might have been someone who would have stood up for her when she was forsaken by all. Suppressing her tears, Ye Zhao nodded and smiled. All right, I believe in Senior Sister Zhao. Ye Zhao listened intently. As they conversed, time slipped away. One by one, the disciples before Ye Zhao dwindled until she found herself alone. At last, she presented her identity token and said, Brother Zhang, I am here to collect my supplies. Brother Zhang was a young man with a round face and bright eyes, his appearance endearing, radiating warmth with his smile. He was a disciple of Elder Sun from the Merit Hall, frequently seen there, and virtually no disciple of the Five Elements sect was unfamiliar with him, Ye Zhao included. Upon spotting Ye Zhao, Brother Zhang's face registered surprise. Junior Sister Yu, what brings you here? Ye Zhao replied, puzzled, today is the day for supplies to be distributed. I have come to collect mine. But your supplies have already been claimed by someone else, he responded. Chapter 11. What does he take Ye Zhao for? Ye Zhao was taken aback, her expression darkening. Brother Zhang immediately realized that something was amiss and hurriedly flipped through the registration ledger to locate Ye Zhao's name, pointing it out to her. Indeed, a circle had been drawn beneath her name, indicating that her supplies had been collected. A cold light flickered in Ye Zhao's eyes. Without a doubt, this was the handiwork of Su Ming. Unable to borrow money from her, he had brazenly claimed her supplies. Zhao Jinhua, having overheard their exchange, stepped forward and asked sternly, Brother Zhang, according to sect rules, disciples must personally sign for their supplies. Since Junior Sister Yu has not been here, how could her supplies have been taken by another? If everyone acted in such a manner, what order would remain in the Five Elements sect? Zhao Jinhua rarely loses her temper, yet at this moment her countenance is stern, exuding an astonishing aura. The disciples surrounding her immediately fall silent. Scarcely daring to breathe, Brother Zhang hastily rises from his seat, flustered as he attempts to explain, Sister Zhao, it is not that the disciples have disregarded the rules, it is casting a glance at Ye Zhao. He notices her reluctance to speak, and musters the courage to continue. It was Su Ming from Duyue Peak who claimed that Junior Sister Yu consented. I thought that since Junior Sister Yu and Su Ming were as close as kin, I would not delve deeper. Having said this, he lowers his head in dejection. Realizing it is ultimately his negligence, he had not anticipated Su Ming's audacity in taking Ye Zhao's provisions without consulting her, thus causing him to lose face before Sister Zhao. After all, Su Ming has a tendency to boast about how he manages to procure spirit stones from Ye Zhao without spending a single coin. Are not Ye Zhao's spirit stones essentially Su Ming's as well, merely passing from one hand to another? Zhao Jinua's brow furrows, her concern for Ye Zhao evident. It appears her situation at Duyue Peak has deteriorated so severely. Su Ming's actions reflect a complete lack of respect, clearly disregarding her worth. This moment, Yu Zhao has regained her composure. If she hastens her steps, perhaps she can find him before Su Ming exhausts her spirit stones. Sister Zhao, I have urgent matters to attend to. I shall return to seek you when I can. As she speaks, she strides purposefully towards the exit. Zhou Jingyue casts a disapproving glance at the hunched brother Zhang before following her. Junior sister Yu, I shall accompany you. Fearing that Su Ming's reckless nature may lead Yu Zhao to harm, she expresses her concern to Yu Zhao, understanding her good intentions, accepts her offer with gratitude, and the two descend the mountain together. As their figures vanish from the sight of the onlookers, the previously serene Merit Hall erupts into lively chatter as Yu Ming's audacity has grown increasingly bold, daring to seize Yu Zhao's provisions without fear of retribution from the sect. Alas, such matters are often a mutual consent, one willing to strike and the other willing to bear the consequences. It is not surprising that others may cast blame on Yu Zhao. That seems unlikely. I perceive Yu Zhao is quite incensed, as if she is seeking trouble. She would not dare. She enjoys spending on Su Ming, and anyone who obstructs her will face her wrath. Unbeknownst to Yu Zhao, her actions today have provided fresh fodder for gossip among the disciples of the Five Elements sect. After descending the mountain with Zhou Jingyue, she heads directly to the marketplace not far from the sect. The marketplace, known as Wuxingfang, is a small establishment built around the Five Elements sect, primarily catering to its disciples. As Yu Ming, known for his lavish spending, is the most celebrated and affluent patron of Wuxingfang. In her past life, Yu Zhao frequently visited Wuxingfang, and with her knowledge of Su Ming, she makes a beeline for the largest shop in the marketplace, Babozai. Before she approaches, a cacophony of flattery drifts from Babozai into her ears. A flicker of unease crosses her eyes, and she quickens her pace, channeling her spiritual energy into her steps. Young Master Su is indeed extravagant. Young Master Su, as a disciple of Master Qing Yan, truly has a remarkable flair. Congratulations to young Master Su on acquiring such a treasure. A sense of dread envelopes Yu Zhao. Surely, this spendthrift Su Ming has not squandered all her spirit stones. She nearly leaps forward, hastening into Babozai. The attendant on the first floor was startled, believing that a troublemaker had burst in from outside, and he instinctively took a step back upon noticing that Yu Zhao was relatively young and elegantly dressed. Clearly a disciple of the Five Elements sect, he let out a sigh of relief and greeted her with a smile. What would the fairy like to see? Yu Zhao cast her gaze around. The hall on the first floor was lined with several counters, each displaying various items. Apart from the attendant, there was no one else present. She looked up towards the source of the sound. It was coming from the second floor. They were up there. Yu Zhao proceeded towards the staircase in the corner, stating, I am here to find someone. Fairy, the second floor is the VIP area. You must first inform us of whom you are seeking. Only then may I allow you to ascend, the attendant said with a forced smile, attempting to block Yu Zhao's path. Yu Zhao frowned, about to announce Su Ming's name when Zhou Jingyue, a step behind her, called out loudly, Su Ming, come down here. Her voice, though not loud, effortlessly reverberated throughout the Baobaozhai. A sudden silence enveloped the second floor, followed by a series of somewhat hurried footsteps. Yu Zhao abandoned the thought of climbing the stairs and quietly observed the staircase. Su Ming had only descended a few steps when he spotted Yu Zhao and Zhou Jingyue standing in the first floor hall, their expressions grave. Realizing that the situation had been exposed, he momentarily halted his steps, feigning calm as he continued down. Zhou Shiji, are you looking for me? Zhou Jingyue scoffed, it's not me looking for you. It's Yushimi who seeks you. It was not that Zhou Jingyue was unwilling to stand up for Yu Zhao, but rather that she understood the boundaries. Yu Ming and Yu Zhao were both disciples of the same master, and certain matters were best left for them to resolve on their own. Should negotiations fail, she could intervene later. Yu Ming was uncertain whether Zhou Shiji was aware of his misappropriation of the resources intended for Yu Zhao, but his primary concern was to send them away. As he put it, there were matters that should be discussed privately at home. If word got out, he, Su Ming, could not afford such disgrace. The implication in his words was not lost on Yu Zhao. Moreover, it was time for Su Ming to learn a lesson. Yu Zhao fixed her gaze upon Su Ming, neither submissive nor arrogant. Zhou Jingyue nodded in approval. A soft disposition was all too easily exploited. Su Ming's expression darkened and he lowered his voice. Yu Zhao, I will give you the items, but not now. Do not make unreasonable demands. Yu Zhao scoffed coldly. Unreasonable demands? What did he take her for? A mere purse that could be summoned or dismissed at will. Chapter 12, He is wrong. Do you peek? Xixiang? Xixiang. Ye Congxin pouted, staring at her toes. Does Xixiang not wish to speak with me? How could that be? Feng Chenglang replied gently. Ye Congxin murmured. Then why has Xixiang seemed so distracted whenever we conversed these past few days? Feng Chenglang was rendered speechless. Ye Congxin, looking down, could not see Feng Chenglang's expression as silence lingered. Her fingers involuntarily tightened around her skirt. After a moment of hesitation, Feng Chenglang considered that both his junior sister and the sixth junior sister were women. Perhaps they could assist him in unraveling the confusion in his heart. Thus, he tentatively inquired, "Junior sister, have you noticed that your sixth junior sister seems somewhat different from before?" Ye Congxin raised an innocent face and shook her head. "The sixth junior sister has never liked me, so I seldom converse with her. Has something happened?" Though she spoke thus, her heart was filled with derision. When Yu Zhao emerged from the dark prison, her demeanor was decidedly unusual, and subsequently, she maintained a noticeable distance from her 5 senior brothers. Such a profound transformation, which Feng Chenglang only now chose to mention, struck him as remarkably dull-witted. Disappointment washed over Feng Chenglang as he lowered his gaze, a sense of frustration stirring within him. Then it dawned on him that he had not witnessed Xiao Lu's smile in quite some time. Once she had been a joyous soul, her crescent-shaped eyes brimming with starlight, evoking happiness in those who beheld her. Yet, at some point, her countenance before him had shifted to one of sorrow or exhaustion. That once cheerful gaze was now clouded with deep melancholy. His attitude towards Xiao Lu had also taken a sharp downturn. When she spoke, he found her chatter bothersome. When she was silent, he deemed her too somber. He could always find fault. Yet, Xiao Lu was the child he had nurtured with his own hands, and he had no desire to cause her pain. Deep down, however, he clung to a flicker of hope, imagining that perhaps Xiao Lu was merely sulking, and that they would soon reconcile as before. The conflict of emotions tugged at Feng Chenglang's heart, leaving him in a state of turmoil as he sighed softly. "I am an utterly incompetent senior brother. I will not allow you to speak so." She rose, her emotions aflame. "You are the best senior brother. My desire to take Master as my mentor stemmed not only from my admiration for him but also for you. I envy sixth senior sister. I too wish to have a senior brother like you who cares for me and cherishes me." Cough, cough. The intensity of her emotions triggered a violent fit of coughing, a peculiar flush appearing on her pale visage. Feng Chenglang felt a mix of relief and heartache, supporting her as she sat down and pouring her a glass of water. Yet, Ye Congxin remained obstinate, her flushed eyes threatening him, demanding he refrain from uttering such words again. After much coaxing, she finally managed to smile through her tears. Feng Chenglang reflected on the situation. Xiao Lu accused him of diverting too much attention to the junior sister, unaware that it was precisely because the junior sister was deserving of such care. In the Eight Treasures studio, the standoff between Yu Zhao and Su Ming persisted. The onlookers dared not utter a word. The hall enveloped in an eerie silence. Su Ming's face darkened, his teeth clenched in frustration. When had Yu Zhao become so petty? It was merely a few spirit stones. Was it truly necessary for her to corner him in the shop to demand them? Such pettiness, such lack of perspective. If he were in the Five Elements sect, Su Ming would undoubtedly have reprimanded her without mercy. However, with everyone watching and Zhou Jinyue present, he had to preserve his dignity and remained silent. "Third senior brother, returning items to their rightful owner is a virtue," Yu Zhao warned coldly, as if on the verge of a confrontation, the tension palpable. At just 13 years of age, Yu Zhao stood nearly shoulder to shoulder with Su Ming, who looked down upon her, effortlessly taking in her expression. Why Yu Zhao remained composed, her face betraying not a hint of turmoil. Her calm demeanor belied the strangeness of her youth, as if she had matured overnight. Leaving Su Ming feeling alienated, he shook his head, dispelling the unrealistic thoughts from his mind. No matter how Yu Zhao changed, she would always be his junior sister. That fact would remain immutable. Yu Ming had successfully exhausted the last vestige of Yu Zhao's patience. She cast her gaze towards a group of individuals on the staircase. Most were unaligned wanderers, surviving by taking on odd jobs assigned by the marketplace overseers. Yu Ming, exhibiting a lavish demeanor, was flanked by sycophants who occasionally indulged in the remnants of his generosity, serving as his loyal lackeys. Yu Zhao sifted through the distant recesses of her memory, conjuring images of the Ba Bao Zhai, her gaze settling upon the middle-aged man in scholarly attire standing at the rear. "Manager Lu, did my senior brother just now express interest in some treasure here? Has the transaction been completed?" Manager Lu wore an expression of distress. His position as the steward of the Ba Bao Zhai attested to his shrewdness. The evident discord between Su Ming and Yu Zhao, both esteemed disciples of the esteemed Qing Yan Zhenran, left him in a precarious situation. He could not afford to offend either party. So he ambiguously replied, "No, this statement was not entirely false." Yu Ming had indeed set his sights on a finely crafted magical artifact, yet he had not yet settled the payment, and the item still resided above. Yu Zhao interjected. In that case, it is for the best that you retain it as the treasure of your establishment. Lu manager retrieved a pristine handkerchief, wiping the perspiration from his brow, and glanced at Su Ming. Clearly taken aback by Yu Zhao's resolute stance, Su Ming, in a fit of exasperation, instinctively raised his hand. In the past, when Yu Zhao's mischievous antics had provoked his ire, he had refrained from striking her, opting instead to flick her forehead as a form of admonition. However, in this moment of fury, his body reacted instinctively. Traditionally, Yu Zhao would shield her forehead with her hand and respond with a charming smile, thereby mending their sibling-like bond. To his astonishment, Yu Zhao recoiled in terror, crossing her arms defensively over her chest. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, their reactions varied, the independent cultivators exchanged glances of disdain and surprise, seemingly taken aback by the revelation that Su Ming, the ostentatious young master, harbored such unseemly tendencies behind his faade. Zhou Jinyu, filled with righteous anger, could not fathom the extent of Yu Zhao's suffering. The countless beatings she must have endured. Yu Ming's propensity to resort to violence at the slightest provocation was evident. Stepping forward to shield Yu Zhao, her face etched with disgust, she declared, "Su Ming, I warn you, if you lay a finger on Yu Zhao again, I shall break your hands." I did not. Su Ming gazed at his own palm, feeling utterly at a loss for words. He had not so much as touched a single finger of Yu Zhao. He felt wronged. Chapter 13. Unmatched perception. Su Ming was indeed innocent of the accusations leveled against him. This truth was well understood by both Yu Zhao and Su Ming himself, yet the others were unwilling to accept his explanations. Zhou Jinyu crossed her arms, her expression as frigid as ice, exuding an air of disbelief that rendered any defense futile. Yu Ming felt utterly speechless, wishing he could swear an oath to clear his name. The one who tied the knot must be the one to untie it. He cast a pleading glance towards Yu Zhao. "Yu Zhao, you speak. When have I ever struck you?" Though he may have seemed a bit off-kilter, he would never resort to hitting a woman, let alone his own junior sister. Unlike the fifth disciple, whose thoughts were consumed by brute strength and violence, he retained a semblance of reason. All eyes turned to Yu Zhao, who, however, remained silent, merely extending her palm and lightly indicating its direction with her chin, then casting a teasing look at Su Ming. If they wished her to explain, she would comply, but as for paying back, certainly, if the young man was capable, he could bear the weight of that blame indefinitely. Moreover, Su Ming was not entirely blameless. Why Yu Zhao's exaggerated reaction was, of course, linked to her past experiences. As her relationship with Ye Congxin deteriorated, the 5 senior brothers completely turned against her, their indifference gradually transforming into disdain, ultimately culminating in physical confrontation. Yu Ming had previously used the guise of mentorship to break 3 of her ribs with a kick. Therefore, when it came to framing Su Ming, Yu Zhao felt no pangs of guilt. Yu Ming, not lacking in intelligence, immediately recognized that Yu Zhao's actions were clearly an attempt to take advantage of the situation. However, reason informed him that if he did not silence Yu Zhao today, Zhou Jinyu would undoubtedly seek retribution. As the current chief disciple of the sect leader and the strongest candidate for the next sect leader, offending her would make Su Ming's life difficult, even with the protection of the esteemed Qingyan Zhenren. Zhou Jinyu furrowed her brow, contemplating a refusal on Yu Zhao's behalf, but due to various considerations, she glanced at Yu Zhao, silently inquiring about her thoughts. Without hesitation, Yu Zhao nodded in assent. She had already surmised what Su Ming wished to discuss. She had come precisely for that purpose. Yu Ming called out, "Old Lu." Manager Lu approached with a bow and a fawning smile. "Young master, please entertain senior sister Zhou for me. I need to have a serious talk with my junior sister one-on-one." The weight of his final words was underscored by a tone that hinted at his barely contained frustration. The scattered cultivators lingering on the staircase, torn between not wanting to offend Su Ming and their eagerness for entertainment, remained rooted in place. "Scram, scram, scram! Get out of here!" Su Ming, unwilling to indulge them, vented his anger and chased them away before entering a private room on the 2nd floor. His expression stern. Yu Zhao followed closely behind. Yu Zhao, what have I done to offend you for you to treat me this way? As soon as he stepped inside, Su Ming could no longer contain his ire, genuinely perplexed. Each time he sought to borrow spirit stones from Yu Zhao, he had never returned empty-handed. Yet today she had seemingly been possessed, not only refusing his request but also demanding repayment for debts at the Baobao Pavilion. Was this truly the same timid junior sister who harbored no grudges? His suspicions deepened, and an astonishing thought suddenly struck him. Could it be that Yu Zhao had been possessed by that miserly old monster? Repay me. With both principal and interest. It would be best to settle it all at once. Su Ming's train of thought was abruptly interrupted, and after a lengthy pause that nearly reddened his face, He finally managed to utter, "I have no money." Indeed, he was broke. While he held a royal title, it bore little value in the cultivation world. Gold in the mortal realm amounted to nothing more than a pile of scrap iron here. Yu Zhao replied, "First, return the 10 mid-grade spirit stones you collected from the merit hall today." Why Yu Zhao was almost amused to the point of exasperation. To use her spirit stones to buy gifts for Ye Congxin? Su Ming truly had a knack for borrowing flowers to present to the Buddha. Fortunately, Yu Zhao had anticipated this, casting a pointed glance at the storage ring on Su Ming's finger. If he lacked currency, he could offer items in lieu of cash. Having lived an entire lifetime with memories exceeding those of others, she knew she must utilize them wisely to avoid squandering her fortuitous opportunities. Su Ming paused at Yu Zhao's demand, a look of reluctance clearly evident in his eyes. The contents of his storage ring, aside from what had been bestowed by the sect and his master, included a collection of oddities he had gathered over the years, each item bearing varying degrees of worth, yet all infused with the effort and sentiments he had invested. At Why Yu Zhao's Yu Ming attempted one last desperate plea. Yu Zhao lightly tapped the table twice with her fingers, her expression subtly tinged with displeasure. "Third senior brother, Sister Zhao is still waiting for me downstairs, so spare me the idle chatter." As Yu Ming's complexion fluctuated between pale and ashen, and ultimately, when Yu Zhao revealed her evident impatience and stood up as if to leave, he humiliatedly nodded in acquiescence. He placed half of his treasured collection before Yu Zhao, speaking in a tone that conveyed a willingness to face death. "Choose one piece." One piece. The corners of Yu Zhao's mouth curved upwards, yet her eyes bore no trace of mirth. "Third senior brother, I must inquire, which of these items could possibly be worth 698 mid-grade spirit stones?" Su Ming stammered a couple of incoherent sounds, falling silent once more. Noticing his quietude, Yu Zhao began to scrutinize the items Su Ming had showcased. It must be said that Su Ming possessed a discerning eye. Each item in his collection had its own unique allure. Among them, a vividly colored feather captured Yu Zhao's attention. This feather, which Su Ming had purchased for a hefty sum, was impervious to water and fire, remaining untainted by dust. Even solely for ornamental purposes, it exuded an air of value. However, only Yu Zhao was privy to the feather's true significance. In her previous life, it was this very feather that had garnered the friendship of the White Peacock clan in Ling Mountain for Su Ming, allowing Ye Congxin to obtain the necessary white peacock feathers for her artifact crafting. Additionally, there was a small jet-black turtle shell, no larger than a palm, originating from the hands of a formidable diviner from a millennium past. As Yu Zhao recognized several renowned artifacts from her past life, she maintained her composure outwardly, yet her heart surged with tumultuous waves. This moment, she truly appreciated Su Ming's remarkable discernment and fortune. As a celebrated figure in the Five Elements market, Su Ming had laid eyes upon countless treasures, yet he could sift through a heap of refuse to select valuable artifacts to enrich his own coffers. No wonder Ye Congxin was constantly adorned with an array of magical instruments, earning her the moniker of the treasure beauty. Su Ming had undoubtedly contributed significantly behind the scenes. Chapter 14. Intellectual Deficiency in the 8 Treasure Studio. The tea room. "Fairy, please enjoy the tea." Manager Lu carefully presented the tea. "Thank you for your trouble, Manager Lu." Zhou Jingyue replied courteously, accepting the teacup and placing it gently on the table, her gaze frequently glancing towards the second floor. Manager Lu, taken aback by her politeness, repeatedly insisted it was his duty, exclaiming that the fairy was truly gracious. In his heart, he secretly admired Zhou Fairy's demeanor. As a disciple of the sect leader, she indeed possessed an air of elegance. In his recollection, disciples of the sect were often proud and aloof, especially within a formidable entity like the Five Elements Dao sect, where the selection of disciples was rigorous. Those who gained admission were invariably the cream of the crop among their peers, and a certain level of arrogance was to be expected. Manager Lu, accustomed to the haughty demeanor of disciples like Su Ming, found it quite remarkable to encounter someone of Zhou Jinyue's gentle temperament, which added a touch of sincerity to his smile. After presenting Zhou Jinyue with 3 plates of snacks, Manager Lu wisely took his leave, ensuring he did not disturb her. This pleased Zhou Jinyue greatly. She had no mind to engage with others at this moment, as she pondered how to address the conflict between Yu Zhao and Duyue Peak. Though it ought not to be her concern, given the special bond she shared with Yu Zhao, she felt compelled to take action, especially since she was aware of Yu Zhao's predicament. The solitary Duyue Peak holds an unparalleled status within the Five Elements sect. Even her master, the sect leader, must show deference in the presence of the esteemed Qingyan Zhenran. Would her interference in matters concerning Duyue Peak provoke the ire of Qingyan Zhenran? Reflecting on the delicate relationship between the main peak and Duyue Peak over the years, Zhou Jinyu ultimately concluded that it would be unwise for her to intervene. Initially, it was Feng Chenglang who entrusted the young girl into her care, urging her to look after her well. Now to abandon her would be quite the conundrum. As she contemplated her subsequent explanations, a faint sound of footsteps reached her ears. Zhou Jinyu promptly rose and made her way to the staircase, only to see Yu Zhao and Su Ming descending side by side. One bore an inscrutable expression, chillingly indifferent, while the other appeared dejected, like one mourning a great loss. Zhou Jinyu couldn't help but smile. It seemed Yu Zhao had not suffered, and Su Ming had indeed learned a lesson. She felt quite satisfied with this outcome. At that moment, Yu Zhao was filled with a sense of urgency to return. Very well, Zhou Jinyu raised an eyebrow in acquiescence. The two of them walked together towards the door. Yet just as they were about to exit, Su Ming's melancholic voice suddenly resonated from behind. Su Ming scoffed. He had taken a significant loss this time, with the contents of his storage ring diminished by at least a third, all comprising his cherished belongings, except for one item. Did Yu Zhao truly believe she had him cornered? A grave miscalculation. Her days of ease had come to an end. Meanwhile, Zhou Jinyu was engaged in conversation with Yu Zhao regarding Su Ming's mention of Lao Wu Kuan-yi, the fifth in rank at Du Peak, and Yu Zhao's fifth senior brother, who had been undergoing a year-long trial in the thorny secret realm and was soon to return. Why Yu Zhao remained silent. Observing this, Zhou Jinyu sighed. She suppressed her urge to speak, but ultimately could not hold back, gently patting Yu Zhao's arm. Pray tell, why did you relinquish the opportunity that was rightfully yours to Kuan Yi, when the chance to train in the thorny secret realm was originally meant for you? The Five Elements sect governs 5 secret realms, each corresponding to an element. The thorny secret realm, associated with the wood element, is regarded as the least perilous and most resource-rich among the 5, making it particularly suitable for foundational disciples to hone their skills. Every year, the sect allocates 10 slots for disciples to enter the thorny secret realm, with the primary requirement being that one must be at the foundational stage. Last year, Yu Zhao successfully established her foundation and, bolstered by her status as a disciple of Qingyan Zhenran, secured a spot. However, as the departure of the training group approached, it was suddenly revealed that the participant had been swapped from Yu Zhao to Kuan Yi. Despite having met the criteria, Kuan Yi had already visited the thorny secret realm the previous year when he established his foundation, thus the sect refrained from granting him a second chance. After all, slots for the secret realms are precious. After prioritizing elite disciples, the needs of the remaining disciples must also be considered, ensuring fairness in appearance at the very least. Yet who could have anticipated that Yu Zhao would generously cede her opportunity to someone who had already experienced the thorny secret realm? Her selflessness undoubtedly incited resentment among many disciples, who, having fought tooth and nail for such coveted slots, witnessed someone casually relinquish theirs, especially to a repeat participant. This, among other factors, contributed to Yu Zhao's rapidly declining reputation within the sect and her subsequent ostracism. Yu Zhao abruptly halted, her gaze piercing as she fixed her eyes upon Zhou Jinyu. Sister Zhou, if I were to claim that the opportunity to venture into the thorny secret realm was not willingly relinquished by me, but rather a result of coercion, would you believe it? Zhou Jinyu was taken aback but immediately nodded without hesitation. I believe you. Had this statement been made merely a day prior, Zhou Jinyu might have held some skepticism. However, after witnessing firsthand how Su Ming exploited Yu Zhao and even attempted to resort to violence, any doubt she harbored dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of compassion and sympathy. Sister Zhou, are you familiar with Kuan Yi? Yu Zhao refrained from rushing to explain, instead posing a question. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Jinyu responded, I have a slight understanding. It is said that Kuan Yi possesses narrow meridians yet abundant vitality, innate strength, and is endowed with exceptional aptitude for physical cultivation. However, due to his excessively combative nature and lack of restraint, Master Qingyan has forbidden him from departing from Du Peak. Zhou Jinyu, being highly favored among the disciples, had access to a wide array of information. Unless it was particularly confidential, no trivial matter could escape her notice. Yet, despite her extensive network, there were always gaps, such as those regarding Du Peak. You are correct. Sister Zhou, Kuan Yi is indeed combative, having severely injured other disciples during sparring sessions, which led to Master Qingyan's decree that he remain at Du Peak and not venture out freely, Yu Zhao stated coldly. Zhou Jinyu nodded in agreement. Her earlier remarks had been rather diplomatic. Kuan Yi's temperament could no longer simply be described as volatile. She harbored doubts about his intellectual capabilities. Chapter 15, Her Promise. They do not deserve it. Zhou Jinyu, with her grace and poise, never spoke ill of others behind their backs. Even with her misgivings towards Kuan Yi, her words remained gentle. Yu Zhao, however, was unencumbered by such reservations. her voice laced with a chilling intensity that a person's nature does not change with their environment. A beast cage does not abandon its bloodthirsty instincts. Zhao Jinyue's pupils flickered with realization, disbelief washing over her as she gazed at Yu Zhao. Yu Zhao smiled brightly. So Sister Zhao, what do you suppose Quan Yi, confined to Duyue Peak, will do? He will use sparring as a pretext to assault me. When I am left battered and bruised, he will feign remorse, tending to my wounds and imploring my forgiveness, only for the cycle to repeat. That if among the 5 senior brothers, Yu Zhao held respect for the eldest, Feng Changlang, her feelings towards the 5th brother, Quan Yi, were rooted in profound fear that penetrated to her very core. Shock, disbelief, and anger flickered across Zhao Jinyue's face in rapid succession. Quan Yi, how dare he? Why Yu Zhao is his junior sister? What about the others on Duyue Peak? Why do they not intervene against Quan Yi? Zhao Jinyue initially intended to inquire why Yu Zhao did not expose the situation and seek assistance from their sect, but reconsidered, realizing she could not impose such expectations on a victim. Thus, she redirected her focus towards the others at Duyue Peak. They have tried to intervene, but they cannot contain him. I inevitably find myself alone at times. Yu Zhao paused momentarily. Moreover, Quan Yi once saved my life. Indeed, in the past, Quan Yi had rescued her. The incident occurred when he had secretly taken Yu Zhao outside the sect and, due to a moment of negligence, left her stranded in a remote forest. From that moment onward, she felt indebted to Quan Yi for her life. Even though Quan Yi later acted without discretion, she bore the injustice in silence, too afraid to refuse. Reflecting on the past, Yu Zhao could only deem herself foolish. Quan Yi had saved her, but that was only because he had cast her into the wilderness. Otherwise, she would not have been in peril at all. Moreover, she had rescued Quan Yi in return, and not just once. Even if she owed him a life debt, it had long been repaid. You are naive. Just because he saved your life, does that grant him the license to act as he pleases? Zhao Jinyue exclaimed indignantly. The events of today had truly opened her eyes to Tio outsiders. The seemingly noble disciples of Duyue Peak possessed such undesirable traits. So, did Quan Yi forcibly take your spot as well? Yu Zhao offered a wry smile and nodded. Quan Yi was forceful and domineering. Despite her long-standing yearning for the thorny secret realm, she ultimately succumbed to his martial threats. How infuriating! Zhao Jinyue's hands trembled with rage. She had thought Yu Zhao was thriving at Duyue Peak, only to discover she had fallen into a den of demons. Had she known this, it would have been better to keep her at the main peak, sparing her from such grievances. Yu Shimi, come to my main peak and live with me. Zhao Jinyue proposed suddenly. To why Yu Zhao was taken aback for a moment, then shook her head. Zhao Jinyue grew anxious. Why? Are you worried I cannot protect you? Sister Zhao, I do not wish to be a burden to you, and I am not the person I once was. Rest assured they will not harm me again. Yu Zhao was deeply grateful for Zhao Jinyue's assistance, and thus felt even less inclined to trouble her. The group at Duyue Peak was not easily dealt with. Furthermore, debts from a past life must be repaid in this one. How could she bear to watch them plunge into the abyss, unable to escape? A resolute determination shone in Yu Zhao's eyes. Acknowledging her firm resolve, Zhao Jinyue ceased her persuasion, simply assuring her that should trouble arise, she could always seek her at the main peak. Why Yu Zhao expressed her gratitude once more, reaffirming her commitment to help Zhao Jinyue evade her deadly tribulations. Upon returning to the sect, the two parted ways. Yu Zhao dove into her cave abode, beginning to sift through her spoils. This time, she had seized the opportunity to claim 13 items from Su Ming, which she intended to use to settle debts. Among them was one particularly unique item. Yu Zhao reached inside and retrieved a dusty pouch, adorned with a whimsically grotesque bird design. Upon opening the pouch, a yellowed piece of paper fell into her palm. As she unfolded the note, a line of bold characters caught her eye, prompting a mocking smile to grace her lips. With this note, any wish may be granted. It was signed with Zhao. This pouch was a birthday gift Yu Zhao had personally crafted for Su Ming. Containing a wish within, she recalled how Su Ming had beamed with delight upon receiving it, exclaiming how precious it was and that he would cherish it forever. Little did he know that many years later, he would demand the pouch's owner to kneel and slap herself until he was satisfied. Why Yu Zhao's fingers gradually clenched. When she finally opened her hand, only a damp clump of fragments remained. They were unworthy of her promise. Resolving a future dilemma filled her with elation as she redirected her focus to the 12 items before her. Lacking surplus spirit stones, she would need to sell one item to alleviate her financial strain. However, each of these 12 items is a remarkable treasure, and selling any one of them would cause Yu Zhao great distress. Furthermore, she must find a discerning and generous buyer to ensure that the value of her precious possessions is not diminished. As Yu Zhao gazed upon the 12 distinct treasures, she found herself engulfed in profound turmoil. Goodness! Yu Zhao has lost her mind. She actually gifted away the Ziyun bamboo flute. Su Ming abruptly stood up, his face reflecting utter disbelief. He had been preoccupied with preparing a welcoming gift for his junior sister and had thus not kept abreast of the sect's news. Lan Ziyu cast a fleeting glance at him, his tightly clenched fists betraying his true emotions as Yu Ming gradually resumed his seat. Still struggling to comprehend the situation, he knew better than anyone how dearly Yu Zhao cherished that Ziyun bamboo flute. He had merely borrowed it for a brief moment, which had nearly driven Yu Zhao to sever their friendship in her frustration. Since then, he had not dared to touch that flute again. He spoke in a hushed tone, yet his words clearly reached Lan Ziyu's ears. Thus Yu Ming awkwardly nodded, recalling how boastful he had been when he first acquired the pouch, now overshadowed by embarrassment. Chapter 16. Spoiled by Yu Zhao. Lan Ziyu's expression darkened considerably. He had spent the past few days fantasizing about Yu Zhao humbling herself to apologize to him, gritting his teeth while remaining holed up in his cave dwelling, avoiding the outside world. Yet, instead of the person he had awaited, he was met with Su Ming, who bore grim tidings. The little bird pouch had been painstakingly sewn by Yu Zhao, stitch by stitch. Without guidance, she had endured countless pricks and shed numerous tears. Lan Ziyu had witnessed it all and had even felt a twinge of frustration over her plight. A sudden chill washed over him. It seemed that Yu Zhao was truly serious this time. She was genuinely angry. Meanwhile, Su Ming remained indignant. Recalling the morning's events filled him with resentment. Just as he was about to elaborate on the matter of being extorted, he caught sight of a tall figure swiftly approaching them. He and Lan Ziyu rose to greet their senior brother. Despite their grievances with other disciples, they held an unwavering respect for Feng Chonglang. Feng Chonglang regarded the two with a cool demeanor, offering no words as he took a seat beside them. Lan Ziyu and Su Ming exchanged puzzled glances as Yu Ming cautiously inquired, "Senior brother, who has upset you? He hasn't caused any trouble recently, has he?" "No, it shouldn't be directed at him." Feng Chonglang raised his gaze, scanning the pair. "I believe I just heard you discussing Xiao Lu's affairs?" Su Ming pouted and seized the opportunity to lodge a complaint. "Senior brother, you really ought to intervene with Yu Zhao. She's completely out of line. Do you know that today she brought Zhou Jinhua to Baibao's to demand spirit stones from me, utterly humiliating me?" As Su Ming animatedly recounted his grievances, he failed to notice the palpable drop in Feng Chonglang's demeanor. Lan Ziyu sensed the tension but refrained from speaking up with their senior brother present. Bang! Feng Chonglang slammed his palm onto the table, producing a resounding thud that caused the stone surface to tremble violently. Yu Ming's reckless words became increasingly intolerable even for Lan Ziyu. Feng Chonglang coldly reprimanded. "Silence!" Su Ming defiantly shot him a glare. "I didn't say anything wrong. What, are you going to defend her just because Yu Zhao gave away your Ziyun bamboo flute? TSK. Truly a deep sibling bond." Lan Ziyu let out a cold sneer. "If one chooses to court disaster, one cannot blame others." Upon noticing Lan Ziyu's silence, Su Ming sought to press his advantage, but Feng Chonglang interjected, pointing an accusatory finger at him, and exclaimed in anger, "Su Ming! How dare you speak ill of others when you should reflect upon your own actions? Look at what you've done." What have I done?" Yu Ming's bravado diminished significantly, yet he still stubbornly retorted, "Humph, I haven't done anything." Feng Chonglang's expression darkened, nearly dripping with ire. "Then tell me, how many spirit stones have you borrowed from Yu Zhao over the years?" Once again, it was Yu Zhao. She went to report him to the senior brother. This is utterly intolerable. Su Ming clenched his fists, letting out a low growl of indignation. "Yes, I borrowed some spirit stones from her, but I have already repaid them. How dare she report me?" "Some? Is that what you call it?" 698 spirit stones. A total of 698 spirit stones. That is the entirety of what one could accumulate over 6 or 7 years. All squandered by you alone. What more do you want? Feng Chonglang's voice trembled with fury. He had been aware of Su Ming's habit of borrowing spirit stones from Yu Zhao but had assumed it was merely a trivial matter. Thus, when he was informed of the situation by Zhou Jinhua, he had brushed it off until he heard the staggering amount, which filled him with shock and anger. No wonder Xiao Lu refrained from using spirit stones to restore her spiritual energy or purchasing the garments and accessories favored by young women. 698 spirit stones. Lan Ziyu, upon hearing that figure, was equally astounded. He had initially thought Yu Zhao was overreacting and being excessively meticulous after listening to Su Ming's complaints, but he now realized how significant the information Su Ming had concealed truly was. To put it plainly, if Su Ming were to approach him for a loan of spirit stones, he wouldn't agree even if it were half that amount, for he knew it would be a venture destined for ruin. The numerous clues coalesced in his mind, and Lan Ziyu once again recognized Yu Zhao's resolve. his countenance turning pale. I'm not saying I won to repay. I have repaid today, Su Ming mumbled, unable to meet the seething gaze of his senior brother. Feng Chonglang, seeing that he still appeared oblivious to the gravity of his situation, could not help but shake his head and sigh. Yu Ming had been spoiled by Xiao Lu. He thought nothing of nearly 700 mid-grade spirit stones. Such an amount could incite a veritable storm in the realm of cultivation. Feng Chonglang's thoughts drifted to the reckless Quan Yi, still out in the world. What a rascal he was! Why was it that every member of the Duyue Peak was so troublesome? Suddenly, Su Ming's eyes brightened as he raised his head towards the source of an approaching voice, revealing a deep dimple as he grinned. Junior sister. Feng Chonglang and Lan Ziyu softened their expressions upon seeing Ye Congxin approaching with a radiant smile, the tension in their demeanor dissipating, replaced by a gentle warmth in their eyes. What are the three senior brothers discussing here? I would love to listen, she inquired, taking her seat at the last position at the table. Propping her chin on her hands, her eyes sparkling with curiosity directed at the trio. Before Su Ming could respond, Feng Chonglang smiled gently. Oh, it's nothing much. That aren't you supposed to be cultivating beside the master today? Junior sister. Ye Congxin stuck out her tongue playfully. Senior brother, one can grow weary. It's essential to balance work and rest. Su Ming expressed with envy, to receive guidance directly from our esteemed master every day. Little junior sister is truly one of a kind. The few of them, as senior brothers, were all instructed in their cultivation by the eldest brother. Only when they encountered difficulties that even he could not solve would they seek assistance from their master. In their eyes, Feng Chonglang was akin to a second master. Third senior brother, there is no need for envy. It is merely because of my frail constitution that our master is concerned and offers personal guidance. I find myself envious of you all, as you can consult the eldest brother at any time. He is the most gentle of them all. Chapter 17. Transactions with acquaintances. Ye Congxin, with a display of charm and innocence, managed to captivate Feng Chonglang, alleviating much of the pent-up anger that had been weighing on his heart. Lan Ziyu and Su Ming felt a considerable sense of relief, growing increasingly grateful for Ye Congxin's presence. The fact that Ye Congxin was able to successfully apprentice under their master was not solely due to her good relations with the members of Duyue Peak. A significant factor was also the public injury inflicted upon her by Yu Zhao. In order to suppress this scandal, Qing and Zhenren reluctantly consented to the arrangement. Hence the ceremony for Ye Congxin's apprenticeship, though lively, was somewhat rushed. Cui Ju, ranked fourth among the 5 senior brothers, and Quan Yi, ranked fifth, both missed the apprenticeship ceremony, with one sequestered in alchemical practice and the other out on an expedition. Upon hearing Ye Congxin mention Quan Yi, Feng Chonglang furrowed his brow momentarily before quickly relaxing. It would be best not to inform the little junior sister about Quan Yi, to spare her any unnecessary worry. With him around, he would ensure her safety, resolutely preventing her from facing a fate akin to Xiao Lu's. The fourth should be arriving soon, Su Ming remarked, stroking his chin and winking at Ye Congxin. Fear not, little junior sister. The fourth may very well have prepared a surprise for you. Ye Congxin's eyes sparkled, unable to suppress a flicker of delight within her heart. She had heard that Cui Ju's current seclusion was for the creation of a special elixir, which she presumed was meant for her, making it no wonder that she had devoted so much thought to him among the 5 senior brothers. Her utmost regard was reserved for Cui Ju, for he was the most gifted alchemist in the realm of cultivation. Even the arrogant alchemists from the Qingmu sect longed to recruit him, a testament to his extraordinary talent in the art of alchemy. Initially, Ye Congxin's inquiry had been casual, but now her anticipation was palpable. Noticing the atmosphere was just right, Su Ming eagerly pushed a jade box towards Ye Congxin. What is this, third senior brother? She tilted her head in curiosity as Yu Ming rubbed his hands together, grinning. He, little junior sister. This is a token of welcome I have prepared for you. Quickly, open it and see if you like it. Ye Congxin nodded emphatically, opening the jade box under Su Ming's expectant gaze. Nestled within was a gem the size of her thumb, shimmering with iridescent hues. As she gently picked up the gem, a warm current flowed through her fingers and into her meridians. She gasped softly, her face lighting up with joy as she looked at Su Ming. Su Ming, brimming with pride, raised his chin. This is a fire spirit pearl from the Huayun Sea, capable of warding off flames and dispelling cold, perfect for nurturing your constitution. Congxin, feeling the chill in her body, realized that this fire spirit pearl was indeed a treasure tailored for her, reflecting Su Ming's thoughtfulness. Thank you, third senior brother. I truly adore it, she expressed gratefully. Yu Ming's grin widened even further, while Feng Chonglang's expression darkened. The fire spirit pearl was clearly of considerable value and was undoubtedly purchased with Xiao Lu's spirit stones. Yet, considering Ye Congxin's presence here, Feng Chonglang suppressed any lingering dissatisfaction deep within him. He could not bear to tarnish his junior sister's smile any further. At the 8 Treasures studio, Manager Lu watched in perplexity as Yu Zhao returned once more. He hurried to greet her, expressing with genuine warmth, "Little fairy, Su Xiao is not in our 8 Treasures studio. He has likely gone elsewhere." He dared not underestimate the seemingly frail young woman before him, for the events of that morning were still vividly etched in his memory. Yu Zhao offered a faint smile. "Manager Lu, I am not seeking Su Ming. I have come to find you." "Seek me?" he inquired, intrigued. "I wish to engage in a transaction with you, Manager Lu." Manager Lu's expression became serious as he gestured for her to follow him. The two ascended to the second floor, entering a secluded private room. Lu invited Yu Zhao to take a seat and personally served her tea, ensuring her comfort before he inquired, "May I ask what transaction the fairy wishes to propose?" Unbeknownst to him, he was oblivious to the conversation that had transpired between Su Ming and Yu Zhao in the private room, but he was certain that Yu Zhao had not left at a disadvantage. As Su Ming had departed with a notably sullen demeanor, while Yu Zhao was also among his esteemed clientele, he saw no harm in cultivating a favorable relationship with her. While Yu Zhao produced a black golden octahedral mineral and placed it upon the table, pushing it towards Manager Lu. "Manager Lu, could you help me determine its worth?" After much contemplation, Yu Zhao resolved to conduct business with someone familiar. Lacking connections within the 5 Elements sect and harboring distrust towards its members, it seemed wiser to transact directly with Manager Lu of the 8 Treasure Studio. As a businessman familiar with her background, he would not entertain foolish thoughts of deception. Manager Lu scrutinized the mineral on the table, casting a puzzled glance at Yu Zhao. He recognized it as a piece from Su Ming's collection. Having witnessed Su Ming flaunting it on several occasions, however, it was merely a black crystal, a common material for refining, typically used in crafting low-tier magical artifacts. This particular specimen was somewhat unique in shape, suitable for collection and display. He internally scoffed but maintained a serious facade as he assessed it for a considerable time before speaking. "This is a black crystal, valued at a mid-grade spirit stone." Why Yu Zhao's gaze flickered. A black crystal could hardly equate to the worth of a mid-grade spirit stone, especially one no larger than the palm of her hand. Manager Lu's eagerness to befriend her was evident in the inflated price he offered. Yet, a mid-grade spirit stone fell far short of her expectations. Why Yu Zhao then produced a sheet of paper densely inscribed with characters and slid it towards Manager Lu, softly stating, "I wish to exchange for these." Manager Lu picked up the paper and his eyes widened in astonishment. "This? Fairy, you must be jesting with me." The list detailed items such as heart guard pills, spirit-nurturing herbs, and rootless liquid. Meticulously enumerated, each item far exceeding the value of a mid-grade spirit stone, and in considerable quantity as well. Manager Lu's gaze towards Yu Zhao grew increasingly ominous, as he discreetly summoned a talisman from his sleeve. Unfazed, Yu Zhao maintained her air of casual elegance. "Manager Lu, I do not jest with others. This is not merely a black crystal." The 5 Elements sect upheld stringent regulations, forbidding disciples from exploiting the sect's name for deceitful gain. Any verified misconduct would result in immediate expulsion, with no chance of re-entry. Even if Su Ming were to exhibit unbridled arrogance, he would not dare to engage in bullying or monopolizing the market. Yu Zhao, on the other hand, would disdain to intimidate others using the name of the 5 Elements Dao sect. She extended a finger and lightly tapped the surface of the black crystal stone. Drops of water formed a stream, spreading across the stone, and soon it was enveloped in a delicate veil of water, causing the black hue to gradually fade. The nonchalance on Lu's face was gradually replaced by astonishment, and he eventually stood up, pointing at the colorless liquid on the table, exclaiming in horror, "Black crystal essence." Yu Zhao replied, "Do you think this transaction is feasible?" "Of course. Please, fair maiden, take a moment's rest. I shall prepare everything for you right away." Lu spoke with an excitement he could hardly contain. The difference between black crystal stone and black crystal essence was monumental, and this single piece of black crystal essence was more than sufficient to purchase the entire Baibaitang. Chapter 18. She went back on her word. "Fair maiden, take your time." Lu stood at the door, watching the retreating figure of the young girl, filled with emotion. Indeed, none of the disciples from the 5 Elements Dao sect were ordinary. Both Zhao and Yu had their strengths, while Su seemed to pale in comparison to them. Moreover, did Su truly comprehend the secret of that black crystal stone? Lu pondered, shook his head, and resolved to keep this matter to himself. He had profited handsomely from this transaction and should maintain discretion. After all, keeping one's mouth shut ensures longevity. In the cave dwelling, Yu Zhao sat cross-legged with her eyes tightly shut. After a long while, she exhaled a deep breath, releasing a cloud of turbid air, and her eyes sparkled with brilliance. Now that all was in readiness, only the arrival of the right opportunity was awaited. Once she adjusted to her optimal state, She could commence the process of refining her foundation. Ye Zhao retrieved a vial of rootless liquid and consumed it. The warm elixir swiftly transformed into pure spiritual energy, permeating her limbs and bones. She immediately focused her mind, regulating her breath. The invisible blue motes in the air, as if drawn by some unseen force, swarmed toward her and silently entered her body, causing the spiritual energy in her meridians to gradually increase. Unbeknownst to her, Ye Zhao cast aside all distractions, immersing herself in a state of transcendent cultivation. On the summit of Duyue Peak, a rare liveliness ensued. Cui Ju, who had been secluded refining pills, and Quan Yi, who had ventured out for training, appeared almost simultaneously. Ye Congxin promptly decided to host a small gathering, inviting 5 senior brothers to attend. The venue was set in a bamboo grove halfway up Duyue Peak, where a crystal-clear stream meandered through the trees. Tables and chairs were arranged on either side, adorned with wines and spiritual fruits. Yu Ming, who relished being present at lively occasions, was among the first to arrive. Second only to Ye Congxin upon seeing the arrangement in the bamboo grove, his eyes sparkled with delight, and he repeatedly praised his junior sister's meticulousness and their previous gatherings. The disciples had never made such elaborate preparations, often simply finding an open space to sit and chat. Today's gathering, however, offered an entirely different experience. The second to arrive was Fang Changlang. He had originally come to lend a hand, but upon seeing that Ye Congxin had everything well arranged, he felt both relieved and pained. Eldest brother, please take a seat. Today is my stage. Ye Congxin hurried over to guide Fang Changlang to his seat. Fang Changlang could not decline and could only smile in acquiescence. Just as he settled down, another figure emerged in the bamboo grove. The 4th senior brother has arrived. Ye Congxin lifted her delicate and innocent smile, her eyes curving into crescent moons. This moment, the pallor of illness had diminished significantly from her face, enhancing the youthful charm and brilliance of the girl. Cui Ju parted the bamboo leaves, obscuring his view, revealing a lovely, enchanting smile. His indifferent brows and eyes were tinged with subtle warmth as he called out, "Junior sister." Having devoted himself to alchemy for many years, Cui Ju exuded a faint scent of medicinal herbs, and with his jade-like complexion and emerald-like demeanor, he resembled a rare celestial herb standing apart from the world. Upon emerging from seclusion, he had learned from his master about Ye Congxin becoming the junior sister of Duyue Peak, and he felt no aversion to it whatsoever. 4th senior brother, it has been a long time, Ye Congxin said, her cheeks slightly flushed as she gazed at the strikingly handsome Cui Ju. He retrieved a dark jade vial from his sleeve, presenting it as a gift. Ye Congxin's heart skipped a beat. This was the elixir she had longed for. Biting her lip gently, she accepted the vial and thanked him. Thank you, 4th senior brother. Cui Ju nodded slightly, turning away to greet the other 2 senior brothers. Eldest brother, 3rd brother. Fang Changlang scrutinized him from head to toe, noting his lively demeanor, and inquired with a smile, was your retreat fruitful? Cui Ju nodded, then fell silent. Fang Changlang was not the least bit offended. He had long been accustomed to Cui Ju's nature. It was only when Xiao Lu was present that he would be more talkative. Reflecting on this, Fang Changlang paused momentarily, discreetly casting another glance at the seating arrangement. 4 on the left, 3 on the right. The 7 seats corresponded perfectly to the 7 disciples of Duyue Peak. He exhaled in relief, silently chiding himself for his unfounded suspicions. Junior sister is broad-minded and would never exclude Xiao Lu. As for whether Xiao Lu would come, Fang Changlang had never doubted it. Eldest brother. Ha ha ha. I'm here. A boisterous voice echoed through the forest, accompanied by a robust figure striding forward. The man had broad shoulders and a strong back, a slim waist and long legs, clad in the most traditional sect attire. Yet there was an unmistakable hint of ferocity lurking in the corners of his eyes. Fang Chunglong's brow twitched after a year apart. This fellow appeared even more like a rogue. Upon seeing Quan Yi, Su Ming immediately recognized an opportunity and began to vent his grievances. However, he was abruptly interrupted by Fang Chunglong's cold voice. Silence. Su Ming resigned, closed his mouth. Quan Yi glanced at the two, not pondering further, and took a large step towards Ye Congxin, casually producing a handful of spiritual herbs and presenting them to her with a voice as resonant as a bell. Junior sister, take this as a welcome gift from your 5th senior brother. The herbs in Quan Ye's hand were still coated in dirt, carelessly clumped together, presenting a rather unrefined appearance. Ye Congxin showed no disdain, smiling as she accepted them, sweetly expressing her gratitude. After all, these herbs were brought back by Quan Yi from the thorny secret realm, boasting far superior efficacy compared to those harvested elsewhere. Ye Congxin was elated, barely able to contain her joy. Quan Yi plopped down with a commanding presence, surveying the surroundings. We're just missing 2nd senior brother and Xiao, 6th junior sister. Where are they? Second senior brother is always like this, but the other Yu Ming interjected with a mocking tone, which even the simple-minded Kuan Yi could discern. Curiously, Kuan Yi asked, did you have a quarrel with sixth junior sister? Not just a quarrel. She simply doesn't regard me. He lamented, choking on his words. Fang Chenglang shot a warning glare at Su Ming, whose mouth was obstructed by lingua, signaling him to refrain from speaking out of turn. He intended to seize this opportunity to mend the rift between their senior and junior siblings, determined not to let Su Ming undermine it. Kuan Yi and Cui Ju exchanged glances. After a moment, Lan Ziyu arrived fashionably late. Oh, everyone is here, he announced nonchalantly, settling himself opposite Fang Chenglang with a swagger. Ready to commence. It remained uncertain whether Lan Ziyu deliberately timed his entrance. Nonetheless, he invariably arrived last to every gathering. Thus, his arrival signified the imminent beginning of the assembly. Yet, exceptions always exist. Ye Congxin softly interjected. Second senior brother, we cannot start just yet. Sixth sister has yet to arrive. Upon uttering these words, the group reacted in varying degrees. The uninformed Cui Ju and Kuan Yi displayed surprise, while Lan Ziyu and Su Ming's expressions darkened. And Fang Qinglong's feelings were most complex. He had never anticipated that Yu Zhao would be absent. Yu Zhao had once declared that Duyue Peak was her home, and that their master and 5 senior brothers were her family, promising to attend every family banquet. She had broken her word. Chapter 19. A fist shatters. In her previous life, Yu Zhao's foundation had been compromised, severely diminishing her cultivation efficiency. Only half of the spiritual energy entering her body could be absorbed, with the remainder dissipating during her breathing exercises, often leaving her with a sense of helplessness. Yet now, her injuries were not beyond the point of no return, and the impact remained subtle. She had once again experienced the joy of cultivation after a long absence. Just as Yu Zhao was finding her rhythm, a sudden cacophony erupted from outside the door. She jolted from her meditative state, a flash of hostility flickering in her eyes. As her consciousness expanded, she beheld Fang Chenglang, Ye Congxin, and others appearing in her line of sight. The source of the commotion was none other than Kuan Yi, who was pounding on the door with fervor. Yu Zhao could not suppress a cold smile. These people were truly peculiar. In her past life, she had sought to draw close to them, yet they had shunned her like a viper. Now that she resolved to maintain her distance, they lingered like restless spirits. Her gaze flickered, and a plan formed in her mind. Yu Zhao deliberately delayed her response, and as Kuan Ye's knocking grew increasingly frantic, she finally opened the door to her abode. Kuan Yi was taken by surprise, nearly striking Yu Zhao with his errant swing. He frowned and complained. Xiao Liuzi, you are such a procrastinator. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I might have hit you just now. And you, knowing there was a gathering today, still arrived late, making all of us wait for you. What a nuisance. With that, Kuan Yi turned to stride towards Fang Chenglang and the others. However, after a few steps, he noticed an unsettling silence behind him. And upon turning around, he found Yu Zhao still standing at the threshold, unmoved. His agitation intensified. What are you still doing there? Come on. His voice boomed like thunder, exuding an overwhelming pressure. In the distance, Ye Congxin wore a worried expression. What should we do? It seems that 5th senior brother and 6th sister are about to argue. Should we intervene? Don't go, for heaven's sake, don't go. Yu Ming quickly restrained Ye Congxin, assuring her that their interactions had always been like this, and there was no need to intervene. Fang Chenglang felt something amiss and was about to step forward when Lan Ziyu firmly pressed down on his arm, urging him to observe further. Reluctantly, Fang Chenglang halted, a deep sense of unease brewing within him. At this moment, Kuan Yi, though beginning to exhibit the demeanor of a future beast king, still bore traces of youthful innocence in his countenance. He was of a similar age to Yu Zhao, yet towered over her by a head, compelling Yu Zhao to tilt her head upward in order to meet his gaze. It was only then that Yu Zhao realized, upon encountering Kuan Yi again, that her heart was remarkably tranquil. The fear that once consumed her seemed to have dissipated into thin air, vanishing with death itself. She even found herself able to calmly articulate words she had never dared to utter before. She inquired of Kuan Yi, "Are you also afraid of striking me?" Kuan Yi was momentarily taken aback, spending a considerable time grasping Yu Zhao's meaning. Then in a fit of rage he bellowed, "Yu Zhao!" To her surprise, Yu Zhao felt an urge to laugh. She discerned, amidst Kuan Ye's fury, the deep-seated insecurity he was desperately attempting to conceal. It became apparent that he was aware of the excesses of his previous actions. Yet, he had still chosen to act in such a manner. Furthermore, unwilling to confront his own shortcomings, he forbade anyone from mentioning them, including her, the victim. "Have I spoken amiss? Or do you wish to strike me again?" Yu Zhao advanced step by step, a mocking curve gracing her lips. "You dare not defy the orders of your master, nor can you contend with your senior brothers. thus resorting to bullying the weakest among us at Duyuepique to satiate your pitiful sense of pride. Kuan Yi, you are truly hypocritical. It was only after being expelled from the Five Elements Dao sect that Yu Zhao comprehended why Kuan Yi had directed his violence solely towards her. Previously, Kuan Yi had selected sparring partners from among the disciples of the Five Elements Dao sect who were of comparable cultivation, but his reckless approach had led to numerous elders lodging complaints. Henceforth, Master Qingyan forbade him from stepping beyond the confines of Duyuepique at will. However, the cultivation method Kuan Yi practiced required him to expel the surging energy within him daily, leaving him with no recourse but to unleash it upon his own junior brothers and sisters. His fourth senior brother, Cui Ju, was perpetually engrossed in alchemical refinement, while his third senior brother, Su Ming, frequently roamed about, elusive and enigmatic. The only ones who remained for extended periods at Duyuepique were his eldest senior brother, Fang Chonglang, his second senior brother, Lan Ziyu, and sixth junior sister, Yu Zhao. Both Fang Chonglang and Lan Ziyu were golden core cultivators. Although they could engage in combat with Kuan Yi, the vast disparity in their abilities meant that Kuan Yi could never truly experience the gratification of physical release. Ultimately, he set his sights on Yu Zhao. For she, being the least skilled and possessing the gentlest disposition at Duyuepique, was the most suitable target. Why Yu Zhao's words undoubtedly tore away the veil that Kuan Yi was most reluctant to confront. His anger surged forth, and years of ingrained habit led him to unhesitatingly intend to unleash his pent-up fury upon Yu Zhao with a sweeping motion. His palm, large as a fan, sliced through the air towards her. Yu Zhao swiftly formed a hand gesture, conjuring a water shield, while simultaneously raising her arms to shield her face. The sound of splashing water erupted as the palm, penetrating the water barrier, struck her arm. Yu Zhao felt a searing pain radiate through her limbs, staggering backward a few steps, a peculiar flush rising to her cheeks. Kuan Yi! Stop! Yu Zhao! The fifth senior brother, Fang Chonglang, and the others had not anticipated that Kuan Yi would suddenly resort to violence, leaving them momentarily unable to intervene. Upon seeing that Yu Zhao appeared to have been harmed, Fang Chonglang's anger flared. He raised his hand to unleash a beam of spiritual light, directed at Kuan Yi. Yet, Kuan Yi had lost his reason, disregarding the admonitions of Fang Chonglang and the others, and swung another fist this time. It seemed as though Yu Zhao intended to evade his blow, as a column of water erupted from beneath her feet, lifting her into the air. Yet, before Yu Zhao could escape this realm, a fleeting shadow surged forth, heading straight for her dantian. In that instant, the world seemed to plunge into silence. Amidst the terrified expressions of onlookers, a barely perceptible sound of shattering pierced the stillness. Kuan Yi stared in horror at the suddenly pale Yu Zhao, an incredulous thought flickering in his mind. No, it couldn't be PFF. A spray of warm blood splattered across Kuan Yi's face, and he dared not wipe it away. He stood frozen, watching as Yu Zhao plummeted from the air, her surrounding spiritual energy turning wild, the power within her rapidly dissipating. Xiao Lu. Fang Chonglang darted forward, catching the falling Yu Zhao just before she hit the ground, his fingers pressing against her pulse as his consciousness delved into her dantian. The shattered vortex of spiritual energy sent tremors through his entire being. Senior brother, what has happened to you? Zhao? Su Ming, Lan Ziyu, and others gathered anxiously, their faces etched with concern. Ye Congxin stood at the back, gazing at the frail Yu Zhao, tears glistening in her eyes as her pinky finger subtly lifted. Fang Chonglang suddenly raised his head, his eyes reddening with fury as he fixed a glare at Kuan Yi, shouting, Kuan Yi! You are culpable! Xiao Lu's foundation. It's shattered. Destroyed by your single punch. Chapter 20. How could I trust him? Kuan Yi, in disbelief, stumbled back a few steps and then collapsed onto the ground. The once robust man, akin to an eagle, found tears streaming down his face. He stared at his palm, muttering, How could this be? I clearly held back. In previous battles with Yu Zhao, he often exerted only 50% of his strength, occasionally reaching 60 or 70% when overwhelmed with excitement. Why Yu Zhao would sustain minor external injuries, but her internal organs would remain unscathed. Yet how had he let it slip this time? Kuan Yi! You beast! You actually shattered Yu Zhao's foundation. Go die! Upon hearing Fang Chonglang's words, Su Ming staggered slightly, then strode forward, seizing Kuan Yi by the collar and unleashing a torrent of rage, culminating in a fierce punch to his face. Following that, Su Ming unleashed a second, then a third blow. Kuan Yi remained silent, allowing Su Ming to vent his fury, his face a mask of regret. Enough, stop! Enraged, Su Ming's fists dripped with blood, and Lan Ziyu, witnessing Fang Chonglang's profound sorrow, made no attempt to intervene, instead stepping forward to restrain Su Ming. Su Ming brushed him aside. Second senior brother, do not stop me. I must avenge Yu Zhao. Do not create further chaos, Lan Ziyu replied coldly. We must first attend to junior sister Lu's condition. The fate of fifth junior brother shall be decided by the master. Cui Ju had just administered medicine to Yu Zhao. Her complexion appeared to brighten slightly, and her erratic energy began to stabilize. A pang of pain surged through Su Ming's heart. The foundation of Yu Zhao, who was in the early stages of foundation establishment, had plummeted to the 9th layer of qi refinement. This equated to the past 3 years of cultivation being rendered futile. He could scarcely imagine the devastation Yu Zhao would feel upon awakening to this news. Feng Chonglang lowered his gaze to the unconscious Yu Zhao in his arms. Consumed by regret, he knew full well that Quan Yi was impulsive and prone to anger, often reckless in his actions. He had just been reminded by Zhou Jin that he should have intervened. He too bore guilt. No, not just him. Everyone present, save for the junior sister, were accomplices in this tragedy. Silently, Feng Chonglang cradled Yu Zhao, stepping forward into her dwelling, followed silently by Su Ming and the others. Upon entering the cave dwelling, everyone was taken aback at why Yu Zhao's abode was stark and desolate, adorned only with a few basic furnishings, resembling a snow cave, and bore no resemblance to that of a young maiden. Feng Chonglang couldn't help but recall Ye Congxin's exquisitely opulent chamber, a wave of intense bitterness rising within him. His little Lu had evidently endured such hardship as Yu Ming, stepping into Yu Zhao's cave for the first time, felt an unexpected pang of guilt towards her. He had never encountered such a meager dwelling, akin to the abode of some ascetic monks from the Buddhist order. Why Yu Xiaozhao lived in such an environment, thus her frugality was entirely understandable. Lan Ziyu and Cui Ju also felt a sense of reflection. It seemed they had not comprehended Yu Zhao as deeply as they had imagined. After placing Yu Zhao gently upon her stone bed, Feng Chonglang tenderly brushed her hair and spoke solemnly. Little junior sister. Never mind, fourth junior brother, you stay behind to care for Lu, while the rest of us shall proceed to meet the master. His voice carried an undertone of icy sharpness, chilling to the bone. Understood. Lan Ziyu and the others recognized that the senior brother was genuinely agitated and dared not exacerbate the situation, promptly acquiescing. Cui Ju remained in Yu Zhao's cave, while Feng Chonglang pulled the exhausted Quan Yi along with Su Ming, Lan Ziyu, and Ye Congxin towards the summit of Duyue Peak. Within the cave, silence reigned. Cui Ju sat by the bedside, his gaze fixated on Yu Zhao's serene visage. After a long while, he spoke softly. Xiao Zhao, do you not wish to see fourth senior brother? Yu Zhao lay quietly, her expression tranquil. Cui Ju continued unhurriedly. Is it something that fourth senior brother has done that makes you reluctant to face him? Surely it pertains to the matter at the medicinal garden, where he reproached you, causing your anger, am I right? Fourth senior brother did not intend to blame you, he merely wished for you to remember the importance of discretion and honesty. In contrast to his usual taciturnity in the presence of others, Cui Ju displayed a greater measure of patience and vitality when addressing Yu Zhao. All the myriad words he wished to convey ultimately coalesced into a resigned sigh. Yu Zhao, feigning sleep with closed eyes, remained indifferent to Cui Ju's heartfelt discourse, even finding it somewhat bothersome. She had heard enough of such words in her previous life. Whether it was Cui Ju, Feng Chonglang, or Su Ming and the others, they were all steadfast in their belief of what they perceived, never lending an ear to the justifications of others. Take, for instance, the incident at the medicinal garden that Cui Ju had just mentioned. As an alchemist, Cui Ju had a considerable demand for spiritual herbs, which led him to establish an independent medicinal garden on Duyue Peak. The herbs cultivated there were not particularly rare but were the most commonly used by alchemists, and Cui Ju held them in high regard. However, due to the frequent need for care of the herbs and Cui Ju's habitual retreats for alchemical practice, he entrusted the maintenance of the garden to Yu Zhao. Naturally, she devoted herself wholeheartedly to the task, even going so far as to study relevant knowledge to better care for the spiritual herbs, and for years no mistakes had occurred. Yet on the eve of Cui Ju's retreat for alchemy, he visited the garden to harvest some urgently needed herbs, only to discover that a significant portion of the plants were in poor condition, with nearly half having withered and died. Upon closer inspection, he found that the water used to irrigate the herbs had been contaminated with the roots of a plant known as the agave. While the leaves and flowers of the agave were non-toxic, its roots contained potent venom. Coincidentally, a small patch of agave was indeed planted within the garden. Cui Ju firmly believed that Yu Zhao had been careless while foraging for the spiritual herbs, inadvertently mixing the roots of the dragon tongue flower into the water, which prompted her to summon Yu Zhao for a reprimand. Why Yu Zhao, however, staunchly denied the accusation. Having tended to the medicinal garden longer than Cui Ju, she was well versed in the essential precautions and the characteristics of the various spiritual herbs within it. Thus, it was inconceivable for her to commit such a rudimentary error. When Yu Zhao presented her reasoning to Cui Ju, She was met with accusations of sophistry. Ju insisted that none of the other individuals from Duyue Peak would venture into the medicinal garden, let alone stoop to the level of orchestrating a scheme. Zhao found herself at a loss for words. Ultimately, the two parted ways in displeasure. In truth, for the reborn Zhao, this incident belonged to a distant past, one that she no longer dwelled upon. She had endured far more grievous and unjust experiences than the matter of the medicinal garden. The Ju who once regarded her as a beloved younger sister, who had once personally soothed her to sleep, and who had taught her the ways of herbs, would one day administer a lethal poison disguised as a pill, watching her in anguish as she wept and howled, witnessing her tear her own skin, seeing her convulse and writhe, coldly proclaiming, "This is the consequence of bullying your junior sister." How could Zhao ever trust her again? How could she ever believe in her once more? Chapter 21. 3 years of seclusion. Though the plan was somewhat hasty, it fortunately unfolded without any significant missteps. Her original intention was to enter seclusion for 3 years, and when the moment of crisis for senior sister Zhao approached, regardless of whether she had successfully established her foundation, she would immediately conclude her seclusion to assist senior sister Zhao in transcending her tribulation. However, Kuan Yi was intent on thwarting her, leaving her no choice but to turn the tables and frame him. As retribution for the years of suffering she had endured, Master Qingyan had long harbored dissatisfaction towards the unruly Kuan Yi, and now that he had committed a grave error, he would undoubtedly face severe punishment. A twofold victory. As anticipated, events unfolded according to Zhao's predictions. Upon learning of the situation, Master Qingyan was incensed, meting out a punishment of 10 lashes to Kuan Yi, followed by 5 years of solitary confinement at the Cliff of Reflection. The Cliff of Reflection served as a place of penance for disciples of the Five Elements sect, devoid of spiritual energy and instead filled with violent winds and thunder. Each day, the disciples would be subjected to the torment of lightning strikes and the agonizing winds that cut to the bone. For an ordinary disciple, it was a place of ill omen, but for Kuan Yi, who practiced body cultivation, it presented an excellent opportunity for training, albeit with unavoidable suffering. This punishment had been deliberated thoughtfully by Master Qingyan. Several senior brothers, led by Fang Chonglang along with Ye Congxin, sent a plethora of restorative elixirs and spiritual stones. Zhao welcomed their offerings without reservation, accepting them all, before turning to seal the entrance of her cave dwelling, embarking on her lengthy period of seclusion. 3 years later. Senior brother. The girl's voice was clear and gentle, causing Fang Chonglang to perk up. Turning, he beheld Ye Congxin bounding towards him like a lively fawn. A flicker of disappointment flashed in Fang Chonglang's eyes, yet he managed to smile and called out, "Junior sister." Seemingly oblivious to the subtle change in Fang Chonglang's demeanor, Ye Congxin approached and tugged at his sleeve, her voice soft as she implored, "Senior brother, will you take me to the Longming Valley expedition in 3 days? I promise I won't cause any trouble or hold you back." Her eyelashes fluttered, her eyes brimming with hope. Fang Chonglang furrowed his brow slightly. Recently, a rumor had circulated in the cultivation world that someone had witnessed an immature 3rd-tier demon beast, the 7-colored deer, in Longming Valley. Notably, it was a male deer. It is widely acknowledged that the most valuable parts of the deer-shaped demon are its antlers, followed by its tendons and lastly, its blood. However, not all deer demons possess antlers. Only the immature male deer, which bear unossified velvet-covered antlers atop their heads, are referred to as having antlers. The 7-colored deer, a particularly rare species among deer demons, possesses antlers and blood that serve as exceptional materials for alchemy, while its tendons and bones can be utilized in crafting, rendering it a treasure trove in its entirety. Consequently, the news spread, drawing numerous cultivators to the Longming Valley. The purpose of sending a team was twofold: to provide the disciples with an opportunity for practical experience and to showcase the prowess of the Five Elements sect. As the foremost sect in the realm of cultivation, the Five Elements sect could not afford to remain overly discreet and occasionally needed to display its strength for deterrent effect. The leader of this expedition to Longming Valley was Zhao Jinhua, the eldest disciple of the sect's master, with Fang Chonglang serving as the deputy leader. The participants for this trial had already been determined by the sect master and the elders, totaling 20 individuals, the majority of whom were Golden Core disciples. Apart from Fang Chonglang, Lan Ziyu was also among them. Fang Chonglang's concern lay in the stark disparity in cultivation level between Ye Congxin and the other disciples participating in the trial. Moreover, due to Ye Congxin's frail health since childhood, her practical combat experience was rather limited. Bringing her along would undoubtedly require Fang Chonglang to allocate a significant portion of his focus to her care, thus hindering his ability to fulfill his role as deputy leader. After much contemplation, Fang Chonglang resolved to decline junior sister, As I take on the leadership role for this expedition to Longming Valley, I naturally must be responsible for the other disciples, so, eldest brother, I can take care of myself. Besides, second brother will be there. You need not worry about me. Ye Congxin interrupted him hastily before he could finish. However, Fang Chonglang remained indecisive. Since joining Duyue Peak, Ye Congxin had never ventured beyond the confines of the Five Elements sect, and with the journey to the valley being arduous, he found it hard to feel at ease. Ye Congxin continued to plead softly, eldest brother, I truly wish to go, but I have never been anywhere outside the Five Elements sect. Can you bear to see me confined here forever? As she spoke, her excitement grew and she ultimately found herself choking back tears. I genuinely want to experience the world beyond. I do not wish to spend my life confined to this small patch of land. Eldest brother, I implore you. Her tears eventually swayed Fang Chonglang. He relented, saying, as long as our master consents, I shall take you along. Thank you, eldest brother. I will report to master right away. I am certain master will agree. Ye Congxin's tears transformed into joy, and after a hasty bow, she turned to ascend to the summit of Duyue Peak, where Master Qingyan resided. Once she had distanced herself from Fang Chonglang, the smile in her eyes turned to a shadow. Although Fang Chonglang had ultimately acquiesced to her request, she felt no joy. Ever since Yu Zhao's injury 3 years ago, she had keenly sensed a change in Fang Chonglang, although he continued to treat her with the same gentleness as before. She felt that the intimate atmosphere between them had dissipated, replaced by a subtle yet palpable barrier. It was as if Fang Chonglang had erected an invisible wall within his heart, isolating her from him. This instilled in Ye Congxin an unprecedented sense of crisis. Fang Chonglang is currently the most fortunate among the 5 senior brothers, and he is also the one most easily approached. That if one wishes to absorb his fortune and enhance their cultivation, it is essential to engage with him directly. This upcoming trial presents an excellent opportunity to forge a closer relationship. The journey to Longming Valley is imperative for her. Ye Congxin hastily made her way to the cave of Qingyan Zhenren. Due to her rushed pace, she felt a slight constriction in her breathing and paused outside the door for a moment. At that instant, a voice emanated from within that struck her as both unfamiliar yet oddly familiar. Master, I request permission to accompany my fellow disciples to Longming Valley. I hope for your approval. It was Yu Zhao. That was indeed Yu Zhao's voice. She has emerged from her seclusion. Why does she also wish to go to Longming Valley? Is it mere coincidence? Or is it intentional? A flurry of speculation swirled in Ye Congxin's mind, disrupting her breath and overwhelming her with a sudden sense of suffocation. She instinctively clutched her chest, a whimper escaping her lips due to the discomfort. Chapter 22. A case of failure. For a fleeting moment, Ye Congxin felt as though she might perish from asphyxiation, and this critical juncture, her emotions unexpectedly steadied. She knew that Qingyan Zhenren would not disregard her plight. Indeed, in the next instant, a lightness enveloped her, and she found herself within the cave of Qingyan Zhenren. Following this, a warm current flowed ceaselessly into her body. The dizziness gradually subsided, and Ye Congxin weakly blinked her eyes, mustering a pale and pitiful smile as she silently called out. Master Qingyan Zhenren's face bore a hint of anger, yet his voice remained remarkably calm. Shaoqi, your constitution is already somewhat weaker than others. You must take greater care of your health, master. I heard the 6th senior sister's voice, which made me a bit anxious. I won't be so hasty next time. Ye Congxin replied obediently, lowering her head in contrition, revealing her delicate and fair neck. Qingyan Zhenren was begrudgingly satisfied, yet could not restrain himself from offering a few more admonitions. The exchanges between them made Yu Zhao, who had arrived earlier, appear as a mere afterthought. Yu Zhao stood quietly to the side, her gaze cast downward, rendering herself a mere ornament. Had this been her previous life, such a scene of teacher-student affection would have stirred jealousy within her. It was only after Yu Zhao decided to practice the sea moon technique under Qingyan Zhenren that her time spent with him began to increase. To be fair, Qingyan Zhenren was not particularly diligent as a teacher. Aside from the eldest senior brother, Fang Chonglang, he devoted little time to his other disciples. Being a naturally gifted individual with a keen intellect, he employed a rather straightforward and unrefined method in teaching Yu Zhao. He would indiscriminately provide her with all the techniques, incantations, and methods of energy manipulation, allowing her to cultivate on her own, permitting inquiries only when she faced difficulties. The sea moon technique was quite profound. Yu Zhao was required to both cultivate diligently and expend energy addressing various requests from her senior brothers, leaving her overwhelmed and hindering her progress. How could the unblemished Qingyan Zhenren tolerate having his only female disciple be an unstudious and empty-headed mediocrity? It was perhaps from that time onward that he began to gradually neglect and even develop a disdain for Yu Zhao. With Yu Zhao as a cautionary example, Qingyan Zhenren altered his approach upon accepting Ye Congxin as a disciple, engaging in gentle discourse and comprehensive instruction. The stark contrast left Yu Zhao questioning herself deeply. Why Yu Zhao? With a respectful gesture, she inquired, Master, little seven calls for you. Why do you choose to ignore her? As she spoke, an immense pressure erupted within the hall. Why Yu Zhao felt a weight upon her shoulders, and with a resounding thud, her knees struck the floor. Maintaining her composure, she turned to the unaffected Ye Congxin and coldly remarked, having been in seclusion for too long, I momentarily lost my senses and did not hear my junior sister calling for me. It is my fault, and I hope for your forgiveness, junior sister. Ye Congxin had been preoccupied with dealing with Master Qingyan, thus she had paid little attention to Yu Zhao. Upon hearing Yu Zhao's apology, she glanced over and was taken aback. The reason was simple. After 3 years apart, the transformation in Yu Zhao was astonishing. Ye Congxin distinctly remembered when Yu Zhao first entered seclusion. She was a youthful girl with a fiery spirit and an inexplicable disdain for the world. Yet now, while her features remained the same, she appeared as if she were an entirely different person, particularly with her deeply dark and distant eyes, evoking a sense of cold detachment. Although she was apologizing, it felt as if she were discussing matters wholly unrelated to her. Was this still Yu Zhao? Ye Congxin was momentarily stunned and stammered, It is not the fault of my senior sister. It is merely that my voice was too soft. Master Qingyan's punishment of having Yu Zhao kneel was merely a small reprimand, and he did not pursue the matter further. He cast a fleeting glance at Yu Zhao, nodding slightly. To have diligently cultivated to the mid-foundation stage within 3 years was commendable. Ye Congxin was initially startled, her heart sinking with trepidation. Why Yu Zhao's pace of cultivation had surpassed her expectations, returning to parity with her after having re-established her foundation, a testament to her remarkable talent. What troubled her further was the implication in Master Qingyan's words that he might acquiesce. A single mid-foundation disciple was already a burden. Should another join, even if Feng Chonglang and Lan Ziyu stood in opposition, the other disciples would undoubtedly harbor numerous grievances. Most importantly, with Yu Zhao present, how could she possibly draw closer to Feng Chonglang and Lan Ziyu? She had to prevent Yu Zhao from joining. With a swift thought, she knelt down as well. Little 7. Master. Ye Congxin exclaimed loudly, Master, little 7 and 6 senior sister share a spiritual bond and wish to journey to Longming Valley together. I implore you to grant your consent. A cold snicker echoed in Yu Zhao's heart. In her previous life, Ye Congxin had also been present during the expedition to Longming Valley. It was then that Zhao Jinhua, in a bid to protect the disciples' retreat, tragically lost her life, while Lan Ziyu, Feng Chonglang, and several other disciples suffered grave injuries. Only Ye Congxin emerged unscathed, ultimately benefiting from the calamity and advancing her cultivation. All the unexpected events of her previous life now appeared to Yu Zhao as traps laid by Ye Congxin with malice. If Ye Congxin sought to harm others, she would not hesitate. But Zhao Jinhua she would protect at all costs. Should Ye Congxin dare to employ any further schemes, she would ensure that Feng Chonglang and Lan Ziyu experienced the bitter taste of being sacrifices to beasts. Nonsense. Master Qingyan's expression grew stern. The journey to Longming Valley involves traversing numerous perilous terrains. Little 7, your master forbids you from going, Master. Ye Congxin's eyes brimmed with tears. Master, I am also a cultivator. I am your disciple. Master Qingyan. I do not wish to be labeled a useless waste by others. I desire for you to take pride in me, Master. If others do not believe in me, do you not believe in me either? Ye Congxin's heartfelt words were profoundly moving and imbued with deep emotion, leading Yu Zhao to believe that Qingyan Zhenren might struggle to resist. She then heard Qingyan Zhenren let out a long sigh. Enough. Enough. You may go. His voice carried the helplessness and indulgence of an elder. Thank you, Master. Ye Congxin exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears of excitement. Yet, her tears were not shed for Qingyan Zhenren's words, but rather for the joy of being able to draw closer to Feng Chonglang and Lan Ziyu. Only by seizing their fortunes could she sustain her life. She no longer wished to endure the torment of illness. Moreover, Feng Chonglang and Lan Ziyu were nothing but fools. If they could become the extraordinary talents of the cultivation world, why could she not take their place? She, Ye Congxin, aspired to become the most legendary female cultivator in the realm. She wished for the name Ye Congxin to resound throughout the world of cultivation. Chapter 23. Sister Zhou's might. Ye Congxin's ambitions were as clear as day to Yu Zhao, who had been granted a second chance at life, and her master Qingyan Zhenren regarded her with nothing but tender pity. Just as Qingyan Zhenren was about to offer further advice, he caught sight of Yu Zhao still kneeling on the ground and coldly declared, For this trial in Longming Valley, let your junior sister go. I shall not pursue the matter of your cultivation method. With his keen insight, Qingyan Zhenren could discern that the technique Yu Zhao was currently practicing was no longer his Haishang Mingyue Ju. To him, Yu Zhao's use of the method he had created was a disgrace to Haishang Mingyue Ju. It was, in fact, a good thing that she had voluntarily switched her technique. However, he resolved to keep his thoughts concealed, using this as leverage to refuse Yu Zhao's request. While Yu Zhao was well aware that in the matter of her and Ye Congxin, Qingyan Zhenren would undoubtedly choose Ye Congxin without hesitation. She merely wished to make an attempt. Having received her answer, she did not linger and decisively took her leave. After departing from Qingyan Zhenren's cave, she promptly descended the mountain, making her way to the main peak. After 3 years of seclusion, the 5 Elements Dao sect remained as it always had. Any rumors regarding Yu Zhao had been supplanted by other news over those 3 years. Consequently, her appearance this time did not attract much attention, allowing her to reach the main peak smoothly. Sister Zhao. Zhou Jinhua was preparing for the trials 3 days hence when she caught sight of Yu Zhao and her face lit up with surprise. Sister Yu. Upon seeing Zhou Jinhua again, Yu Zhao felt an indescribable sense of comfort. Just as she was about to approach, Zhou Jinhua strode over, seized her arm, and began to scrutinize her closely. To why Yu Zhao was deeply moved by the unmasked concern on Zhou Jinhua's face. Sister Zhou, those are merely rumors. Zhou Jinhua rolled her eyes. Of course, I know they are rumors. Otherwise, how could Quan Yi remain comfortably at the thought-reflection cliff? I would have long urged the master to expel him from the sect. After saying this, she took another serious look at Yu Zhao, her eyes brightening. Mid-stage foundation establishment. Not bad. Not be it at it seems that your return to foundational cultivation did not hinder your progress. I can finally rest easy. Perhaps it had been a long time since they last met. Zhou Jinhua chatted incessantly with Yu Zhao, alternating between scolding Duyue Peak and sharing her own recent experiences. However, in the midst of her chatter, she suddenly sensed something amiss, rubbed her chin, and regarded Yu Zhao with a look of suspicion. Sister Yu, why do I get the feeling that you seem a bit strange after your seclusion? Is it possible you've become foolish from isolation? Or has something gone awry with your cultivation method? Upon encountering such a conundrum for the first time, Zhou Jinhua furrowed her brow, feeling rather vexed at why Yu Zhao immediately discerned that Zhou was misled in her thoughts, leaving her somewhat amused yet exasperated. Having already demonstrated her mastery of the illusory tide technique before the esteemed Qingyan Zhenren, she felt no need for concealment and thus recounted the truth. Having experienced numerous tumultuous events in her past life, her mindset in this life had matured considerably, granting her insights into matters of love. Consequently, her practice of the illusory tide technique had become second nature. In the first year of her seclusion, she successfully achieved the first layer of the illusory tide technique, establishing her foundation with ease. Over the next 2 years, she not only advanced from the initial stage to the mid-stage of foundation establishment but also mastered a unique magical artifact. Were it not for the impending deadline, Yu Zhao would have wished to remain in seclusion for another 2 years to solidify her cultivation before concluding her retreat in the later stage of foundation establishment. Fortunately, 3 years proved to be ample time. The illusory tide technique? I have not heard of it. Which esteemed predecessor's technique is this? Although Zhou Jinhua did not possess a water spirit root, she was familiar with the renowned techniques within the cultivation realm. However, the illusory tide technique eluded her memory that it is a technique created by a predecessor known as Mingyue Sanren, who possesses a water spirit root. Regrettably, the version I possess is incomplete and lacks the full components. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jinhua's expression shifted to one of understanding. An incomplete technique would naturally lack widespread recognition. Then Zhou hesitated, uncertain why Yu Zhao would forsake the Sea Moon technique in favor of a lesser-known, fragmented method which seemed to jeopardize her future. Yet, Yu Zhao was no fool. She immediately redirected the conversation, stating, Senior Sister Zhou, I wish to partake in the training at Longming Valley in 3 days. Zhou Jinhua was indeed distracted. She appeared somewhat troubled, responding, Junior Sister Yu, it's not that I oppose this, but the decision lies with the sect master and the elders. If you wish to participate, you will need the approval of Qingyan Zhenren. I have already proposed it, but my master declined, Yu Zhao replied. Zhou Jinhua shook her head. Then I am unable to assist. Master has consented to allow the little junior sister to join the training at Longming Valley. Zhou Jinhua's expression shifted slightly. Why Yu Zhao continued, it was I who first broached the subject. I will find a way to resolve this. Zhou Jinhua gritted her teeth, fueled by a sense of injustice for Yu Zhao's treatment. Yu Zhao's words had once again awakened her awareness. Within Duyue Peak, Yu Zhao could not expect fair treatment as the sect master's eldest disciple and the senior sister to the other disciples. She bore the responsibility and obligation to seek justice for Yu Zhao. Both Yu Zhao and Ye Congxin were at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, yet Ye Congxin was favored and more well-liked within the sect. However, any rational and sensible individual would not choose Ye Congxin as a companion in the training, as her frail constitution would undoubtedly become a burden in ordinary training. This might be acceptable, but this particular endeavor would lead them to the distant Longming Valley, where they would inevitably encounter various unforeseen events along the way to Ye Congxin. Aside from lightening the atmosphere within the team, would provide little assistance and would require extra care and protection as the team leader. Zhao Jinhue began to feel a headache at the thought of such a scenario. Ye Congxin was affiliated with Qingyan Zhenren's stronghold, and she surmised that her master would find it difficult to refuse. Given this, adding Yu Zhao to the mix would not worsen the situation. Fang Chonglang, having recently endured a scathing reprimand from her, was now presented with an opportunity to demonstrate any progress he had made. Their inability to recognize true talent was becoming increasingly clear to Zhao Jinhue. It was Yu Zhao who embodied the pure-hearted, innocent child, while Ye Congxin. Best left unmentioned. Junior sister Yu, let us convene 3 days hence at the hour of Chan in front of the Sex Plaza. Yu Zhao blinked, taken aback. She had accomplished this without even resorting to her backup plan. Zhou's sister, truly formidable. Chapter 24. To save a life, to take a life. Upon returning to her cave dwelling and securely closing the door, Yu Zhao retrieved a blank sheet of paper and a pen, solemnly inscribing the 4 characters, Longming Valley. In her previous life, Yu Zhao was not privy to the trials of Longming Valley. During that time, her 4th senior brother, Cui Ju, was in seclusion, leaving Yu Zhao to tend to the herb garden. Furthermore, when Ye Congxin first expressed a desire to participate in the trials, Master Qingyan harbored concerns that Fang Chonglang and Lan Ziyu would be unable to protect her, let alone allow Yu Zhao to join them, thereby diverting their focus. Thus, Yu Zhao remained at the sect, acquiring information about Longming Valley solely from the disciples of the 5 Elements sect, including the news of Zhao Jinue's demise. Now Yu Zhao's task was to meticulously document the crucial information she had previously heard concerning Longming Valley, laying the groundwork for her future plans. She penned the first piece of information. The rumor of the 7-colored deer in Longming Valley is suspected to be false. Logically, the tale of the 7-colored deer spread and subsequently faded away over a span of 2 years. Yet during this interval, no one had mentioned the 7-colored deer again. It seemed as if the 7-colored deer was merely a lure to attract cultivators, vanishing once its purpose was fulfilled. Of course, it was not entirely implausible that someone had indeed encountered the 7-colored deer in Longming Valley but chose to remain silent about it. However, Yu Zhao deemed this latter possibility to be rather slim. The specifics would have to await her arrival at Longming Valley for further investigation. Pausing briefly, she wrote down the second entry. Longming Valley is home to a 4th-level demon beast, the Crimson Flame Lion. A 4th-level demon beast is comparable to an ancient cultivator at the nascent soul stage. This particular Crimson Flame Lion was the principal culprit behind the fatalities and numerous injuries sustained by the disciples of the 5 Elements sect. This was also the most perplexing aspect. While Longming Valley was indeed a gathering place for demon beasts, its proximity to a formidable sect had led to a significant purging of the beasts within. Consequently, the remaining creatures were predominantly of the 1st and 2nd levels, with only a few 3rd-level beasts. Whenever a 3rd-level demon beast sensed an impending breakthrough, it would depart, unwilling to linger in Longming Valley. This was a key reason many sects regarded Longming Valley as a trial ground. Yet, curiously, a 4th-level Crimson Flame Lion had appeared this time, coincidentally encountered by the disciples of the 5 Elements sect. Was it merely a coincidence? Yu Zhao was unconvinced. The only solace she found was that this 4th-level Crimson Flame Lion had recently given birth, its strength diminished to a fraction. Otherwise, the loss would not have been limited to Zhao Jinhue alone. The disciples of the 5 Elements sect would have faced total annihilation. The lioness and her recently born cubs were subsequently offered as sacrifices to honor Zhao Jinue's spirit. The third entry, Wu Xiaozhen. Yu Zhao emphasized the name Wu Xiaozhen with particular attention. Regardless of the falsehood surrounding the 7-colored deer or the 4th-level Crimson Flame Lion, she felt confident in her ability to address these matters. However, the implications represented by the name Wu Xiaozhen caused her gaze to turn in a previous life. It was at the grand competition of the cultivation realm 5 years later that Yu Zhao first heard the name of Wu Xiaozhen. The grand competition is divided into sect competitions and individual competitions. The sect competition entails each sect dispatching 2 teams of 5 individuals to engage in contests, while the individual competition, as the name suggests, allows participants to compete under their own names. Wu Xiaozhen emerged as the champion of that particular individual competition. Although each sect selects elite disciples to partake in the team events, this does not preclude other disciples from entering the individual competition. Thus, Wu Xiaozhen triumphed over numerous elite disciples, securing his position at the pinnacle, a testament to his formidable prowess. With this single battle, Wu Xiaozhen gained fame, and his story began to spread. Originally, Wu Xiaojun was the scion of a renowned cultivation family, gifted with exceptional talent, yet his disposition was notoriously unruly following the calamity that befell his family. He was the sole survivor, which propelled him to strive diligently, venturing into perilous territories and honing his skills through life and death trials. With the demise of his family and devoid of relatives, he was left with only one close friend. Indeed, Wu Xiaojun's closest companion was Ye Congxin. It is said that their initial encounter occurred in the Longming Valley, where Ye Congxin fortuitously saved the gravely injured Wu Xiaojun, thus forging their bond. Originally, the entanglements between the two had no bearing on Zhao. However, Wu Xiaojun's unwavering desire to repay his savior's kindness led him to share in Ye Congxin's joys and sorrows. Consequently, Zhao, who was at odds with Ye Congxin, naturally became a thorn in Wu Xiaojun's side. The Wu family was adept in the art of insect manipulation, and Wu Xiaojun not only mastered its true teachings but also expanded upon them, developing various techniques of this craft. In his quest for vengeance on behalf of Ye Congxin, Wu Xiaojun placed a curse upon Zhao. Contemplating this, despite the emotional suppression granted by the illusionary tide technique, Zhao found herself unable to quell the surging tide of hatred within her heart. Had Wu Xiaojun inflicted upon her a tormenting poison, she might have harbored less resentment. Yet, he chose to employ the Peach Blossom Curse instead. The Peach Blossom Curse, also known as the Lover's Curse, causes the bearer of the Child Curse to uncontrollably fall in love with the master of the Mother Curse, experiencing an all-consuming passion that renders them helplessly ensnared. Thus, she became the laughingstock of the entire cultivation realm, branded as a wanton by her fellow disciples. It was only after her fifth senior brother, Quan Yi, suffered severe injuries that she, in a desperate bid to save him, cut her wrist to draw blood, inadvertently expelling the child curse. Awakening from her stupor, she finally recognized the extent of her foolish actions. Her intention had merely been to confront Wu Xiaojun, yet he turned the tables on her, and her 5 senior brothers stood resolutely against her. Even with the child curse Wu Xiaojun had placed upon her, her claims were dismissed as mere fabrications, malicious slander. Since it was a humiliation, the only recourse was to exact payment with Wu Xiaojun's blood. This presented Zhao with the perfect opportunity to eliminate Wu Xiaojun. Though she harbored hatred for him, she was not foolish enough to underestimate his innate talent. Thus, she knew she must strike decisively, leaving him no chance to recover. Zhao scrutinized the 3 pieces of information repeatedly before inscribing the final line. Save lives, take lives. This encapsulated the essence of her mission. Clenching the paper in her palm, the delicate stream of water swiftly blurred the words, transforming them into vast inky pools. She closed her eyes and released her grip. Countless fragments fluttered like snowflakes, drifting gracefully through the air, leaving the room enveloped in silence. Chapter 25. The little junior sister is a treasure. Zhao is mere grass. 3 days later, Fang Chenglang, Lan Ziyu, and Ye Congxin arrived early at the Sex Square. By this time, several fellow disciples had already arrived before them, and upon spotting Fang Chenglang and his companions, their eyes brightened with interest. Fang Chenglang stood tall and poised, a gentle smile gracing his face, exuding an aura that felt like a refreshing spring breeze at any moment. Lan Ziyu, equally statuesque, possessed strikingly handsome features, with the upward tilt of her eyes revealing a hint of rebelliousness and unrestrained spirit. Ye Congxin walked gracefully between Fang Chenglang and Lan Ziyu, her exceptionally fair skin accentuating her soft, pink lips. A flowing white dress billowed gently around her, each step reminiscent of blooming lotuses. Both Fang Chenglang and Lan Ziyu were paragons among their peers, their every gesture naturally radiating a potent confidence and sense of authority, while Ye Congxin's presence subtly tempered their brilliance, creating an extraordinarily harmonious and pleasing scene. Greetings, Senior Brother Fang, Senior Brother Lan, Junior Sister Yi. It has been quite some time, Zhang Jun remarked. The 2 groups exchanged pleasantries and seamlessly gathered together to converse, the atmosphere vibrant and warm. Before long, the conversation inadvertently shifted to Zhao. Curious inquiries arose. I heard Junior Sister you concluded her seclusion 3 days ago. She must be in excellent health now. Fang Chenglong's expression momentarily froze, but he quickly masked it with a smile, replying, Thank you for your concern, Junior Brother Zhang. Junior Sister 6 is indeed quite well. Zhang Jun nodded in a daze, then with a hint of confusion asked, But why didn't Junior Sister you accompany you? Isn't she also participating in the Longming Valley trial? At this, the expressions of Fang Chenglang, Lan Ziyu, and Ye Congxin all shifted. Fang Chenglang pressed, Where did you hear this news? The gazes of Lan Ziyu and Ye Congxin also turned towards Zhang Jun, more astonished than the trio. Exclaimed, You weren't aware? It was the senior sister herself who petitioned the sect master for this. The master has already consented. Just 3 nights ago, on the very evening that junior sister Yu emerged from her seclusion, Zhang Jun, the second disciple of the Five Elements Sect's master, and a junior of Zhou Jingyue, delivered this news with high credibility. The three fell into a contemplative silence that in truth, apart from Ye Congxin, who had seen Yu Zhao in the cave of Qingyan Zhenren, neither Feng Chonglang nor Lan Ziyu had even laid eyes on her, let alone learned of her affairs. Feng Chonglang felt a pang of discomfort. It seemed that Xiao Lu had indeed grown distant from him, not even confiding in him about such a significant matter as participating in the trial. Lan Ziyu pondered that Yu Zhao, true to her old habits, had learned of junior sister's intention to go to Longming Valley and had immediately insisted on joining, even going so far as to petition at the main peak. What a disgrace for Duyue Peak. Ye Congxin struggled to maintain her composure, forcing herself to stifle any signs of distress. She had underestimated Yu Zhao. Realizing that the path with Qingyan Zhenren was futile, she sought out the sect master and ultimately achieved her wish. As thoughts of the potential upheavals that might arise during the journey crossed her mind, Ye Congxin's resentment towards Yu Zhao reached its zenith. Zhang Jun and the others quickly discerned the discord among the disciples of Duyue Peak. Being fellow sect members, they naturally refrained from exacerbating tensions in front of one another, leading to an awkward yet necessary shift in conversation. Feng Chonglang complied, steering the dialogue towards other topics, seemingly diffusing the tension. Yet the atmosphere never regained its previous harmony as time passed quietly amidst their discussions. Yu Zhao and Zhou Jingyue appeared in the Sex Plaza just as the hour of Chun approached. Senior sister has arrived with an exclamation. All eyes turned towards the entrance of the plaza. Two silhouettes emerged side by side before the gazes of the crowd, followed by a chorus of astonished exclamations. Is that Why Yu Zhao? Has Yu Shimi grown up or merely blossomed? She seems like an entirely different person. Did you all notice? As Yu Zhao walked beside senior sister Zhou, her presence was astonishingly not overshadowed by Zhou Jingyue. After 3 years of seclusion, her transformation is nothing short of remarkable. Everyone was taken aback by the current incarnation of Yu Zhao. Strictly speaking, Yu Zhao's renown within the Five Elements Dao sect is not inferior to that of Zhou Jingyue. One is infamous while the other is celebrated far and wide. What is witnessed today utterly overturns their preconceived notions. Yu Zhao has undergone a complete metamorphosis, evoking a sense of unapproachability. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Feng Chonglang stared blankly at the girl who was so different from his memories, an inexplicable dread rising within him. The person before him felt both unfamiliar and familiar, leading him to question whether his memories of Xiao Lu were merely figments of his imagination. Perhaps he had never been close to Xiao Lu at all. What brings you here? Is it your pleasure to oppose Xiao Shimi? Blue Ziyu remarked, unable to contain the resentment building within him upon seeing Yu Zhao. Without a second thought, he unleashed a torrent of scorn. Ye Congxin pressed her lips together, realizing it was time to escalate the conflict, just as Yu Zhao's cold voice interrupted. Second senior brother, you need not concern yourself with this journey. You and senior brother should focus on taking care of Xiao Shimi. Her safety is of greater importance than mine. Taken aback by Yu Zhao's unexpected words, Blue Ziyu paused momentarily before feigning disdain. Humph, at least you know your place. You. Zhou Jinyue's eyes nearly sparked with fury at this exchange. Did Blue Ziyu speak as a rational person? Xiao Shimi is treasure while Yu Shimi is mere grass? What nonsense! Yu Zhao placed a hand on Zhou Jinyue, shaking her head gently. Once Zhou had calmed down, she turned to greet Feng Chonglang and Ye Congxin. Senior brother Xiao Shimi. Zhou Jinyue surveyed the assembled group, confirming everyone was present before speaking with a clear voice. Fellow disciples, I, Zhou Jinyue, will lead this expedition to Longming Valley, with senior brother Feng Chonglang of Duyue Peak as my deputy leader. This journey is primarily for training, with the capture of the 7-colored deer as a secondary objective. To all times, and in all places, prioritize your own safety. As the leader, I will exert every effort to protect you all. Zhou Jinyue's voice, contrary to her delicate appearance, carried a unique resilience. Listening to her, Yu Zhao felt a wave of emotion swell in her eyes. Zhou Jinyue's actions spoke volumes, proving her words were not mere rhetoric. Until her last breath, she had delayed the advance of the Crimson Flame Lion to ensure her team's escape. From Zhou Jinyue, Yu Zhao drew an unprecedented sense of security. Lastly, let me reiterate, all actions during this mission will be directed by me. You are not to act independently, nor harm your fellow disciples. Any violations will be dealt with according to sect rules. Ye Congxin silently gritted her teeth, feeling as though Zhou Jinyue was targeting her. For when Zhou uttered her final words, her gaze was unmistakably fixed upon her. Zhou Jinyue and Yu Zhao are in cahoots. Chapter 26. The hunt continues in Longming Valley. A burly middle-aged man raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to the head of his slender companion, glaring viciously as he exclaimed, "Skinny monkey, do you dare to fool me?" The skinny monkey grimaced in pain, retracting his neck while forcing a sycophantic smile. "Brother Zhao, if you lend me 3 more ounces of courage, I wouldn't even dare to deceive you. In recent days, everyone we've encountered has come to Longming Valley seeking the 7-colored deer. But where are the 7-colored deer? I haven't even seen a single strand of their fur." Brother Zhao spat forcefully onto the ground, his face etched with irritation. Lately, Longming Valley has been bustling with activity, a chaotic mix of individuals, with experts aplenty having wandered here for over half a month. They had found no treasures but had instead run into numerous underhanded foes. Fortunately, both of them were foundational cultivators. With the skinny monkey's cunning and Brother Zhao's might, they managed to preserve their lives. Though they had accumulated plenty of injuries in the process, Brother Zhao understood that the skinny monkey would not dare to deceive him about such matters, yet he was seething with pent-up frustration that needed an outlet. Lest he explode from the pressure having slapped the skinny monkey, he felt some of the anger dissipate. He glanced around, searching for a spot to rest. That little woman today had been particularly vicious in her strikes, and as he spoke, he inadvertently tugged at a wound, causing him to involuntarily inhale sharply. The skinny monkey, naturally, dared not voice any objections, especially since he was utterly exhausted after contemplating. He pointed towards the east and suggested, "Brother Zhao, I remember a stream we passed a few days ago. Why don't we rest there? Who knows, we might encounter some beast coming to drink, and it could satisfy our cravings. All right, let's head there." After about half an hour of travel, the humidity in the air gradually intensified, and the soil beneath their feet became notably more damp. Both Brother Zhao and the skinny monkey exhibited glimmers of delight in their eyes. Quickening their pace, they traversed through a patch of low shrubs until a babbling stream came into view. Brother Zhao burst into hearty laughter, striding confidently to the water's edge and burying his head in the stream for a vigorous drink. Delightful! In contrast, the skinny monkey's drinking was far more refined. He cupped his hands to scoop water from the stream, sipping daintily and displaying a look of joy on his face. After quenching their thirst, they sought a place to sit, surveying their surroundings. They both set their sights on an oddly shaped stone not far from the stream. The stone was a rich brown color, measuring a full yard in width, yet only a foot in height, with both its upper and lower surfaces remarkably flat, resembling a natural stone slab. After days of relentless travel, Brother Zhao and the skinny monkey were utterly fatigued, and upon finding a suitable resting spot, they approached the stone slab in a few brisk strides and comfortably lay down. Brother Zhao exhaled deeply, the flesh on his face relaxing almost entirely. The skinny monkey also felt a sense of ease, stretching his limbs while keeping his senses alert, his hand resting on the storage pouch at his waist, ever ready for battle. Brother Zhao closed his eyes. "Skinny monkey, don't be so tense, relax a bit." "All right, Brother Zhao," the skinny monkey replied, though inwardly he scoffed. He was well aware that Brother Zhao's arm, propped beneath his head, was tightly gripping the hilt of his weapon. In such a place, caution was always prudent. "You are indeed quite youthful. How time flies," buzzed. He abruptly rolled over and sat up, brandishing the knife before him as he scrutinized his surroundings with vigilance. The reaction of the slender monkey was even swifter than that of the knife-wielding man. He leapt up directly, his feet landing on the stone slab, and somehow 2 black long rods appeared in his hands. "Knife man, did you hear anything just now?" the slender monkey asserted resolutely. "I did." The two exchanged a glance, and in the next moment, their bodies sprang into action, fleeing in opposite directions. Too late. A somewhat hoarse voice rang out before Knife Man and the slender monkey could react. A cacophony of buzzing enveloped them, followed by a deluge of brownish flying insects that surged forth, instantly engulfing the two. Moments later, 2 skeletons plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, shattering into pieces. At that moment, a youth clad in peculiar attire emerged from the thicket. He leaped gracefully to the side of the 2 corpses, retrieved the fallen storage bags, and casually stowed them in his backpack. Then, he produced a cloth bag from his waist and unfurled it as the swirling brown insects in the air seemed to respond to some unseen call. They formed a line and dove into the bag. Once the last insect had entered, the youth tightened the bag's opening, raising an eyebrow with a smirk that held an indescribable wickedness. The ancestral notes indicated that to expedite the evolution of the corpse-eating insects, one must devour a significant amount of cultivator's flesh and blood. It seems that after just 2 more occasions, my corpse-eating insects will evolve once again. The youth greedily inhaled the air tinged with the scent of blood and then turned to re-enter the dense forest of the valley. "The hunt continues, Sister Zhao. There lies a city of cultivators ahead. Let us rest there for the night." Fang Chenglang nodded gratefully in her direction and then looked down to softly reassure Ye Congxin. Little junior sister? Just a bit longer. We shall soon rest. Ye Congxin managed a weak smile, apologizing. I'm sorry, senior brother, for holding you all back. Fang Chenglang continued to offer comfort. Little junior sister, you have performed admirably. Lan Ziyu added. Indeed, little junior sister, your perseverance to this point is remarkable. After such a long journey, even I am nearing my limits. It is time we stop to rest for the night. Ye Congxin tugged at the corners of her mouth, glancing sideways at Zhao, who appeared composed, her breathing steady, showing no signs of fatigue whatsoever. For the first time in Zhao's presence, Ye Congxin felt an acute sense of embarrassment. Zhou Jinyue, in an effort to accommodate the few foundation-building disciples in the group, had already attempted to moderate their pace. Yet, despite this, Ye Congxin still felt overwhelmed. Though she and Zhao were both at the mid-foundation stage, her frail physique made her feel perpetually inferior to Zhao. She harbored an intense unwillingness. Such an embarrassing scenario would never be allowed to occur again. Ye Congxin's gaze discreetly swept over Fang Chenglang and Lan Ziyu, ultimately landing with precision on Lan Ziyu. Fang Chenglang's attitude towards her felt somewhat peculiar, prompting her to hesitate. However, Lan Ziyu seemed far more manageable. Ye Congxin lightly licked her lips. Moreover, Lan Ziyu's fortune was not to be underestimated. Chapter 27, System and Favorability. An hour later, the group of the 5 elements Dao sect arrived at Lantern City. It is often said that scholars disrupt the law with their literary prowess, while heroes transgress the prohibitions through martial might. However, the power wielded by cultivators transcends the realm of brute force. If left unchecked, it is bound to incite chaos. Thus, to gain entry into the city of cultivation, one must pay a toll of spirit stones, which are employed to maintain order within the city. This has long been an accepted convention within the realm of cultivation, and the disciples of the 5 elements sect readily nodded in agreement. The 2 young cultivators stationed at the entrance of Lantern City had noticed the arrival of Zhou Jinyue and his companions even before they approached, observing their elegant attire and dignified demeanor. The young cultivators surmised they must be disciples of a sect, and their hearts raced with anxiety as Zhou Jinyue stepped forward, eager to inquire. The 2 cultivators immediately bowed in respect, greeting him with the customary salutation. Esteemed senior. The entry fee for Lantern City is 1 low-grade spirit stone. After delivering their message, they dared not meet Zhou Jinyue's gaze, instead lowering their eyes in a show of reverence. Zhou Jinyue dutifully paid the requisite spirit stones according to their number, and the group entered the city without incident. Lantern City, renowned for its exquisite lanterns, is modest in size, with intricate lanterns adorning every street and alley. Zhao gazed at a delicate glass lantern hanging from an eave. Her thoughts momentarily swirled in disarray. She had visited Lantern City once before. It was only upon seeing the 5 splendid palace lanterns adorning Ye Congxin's cave dwelling that she realized they had indeed traveled to Lantern City. Regrettably, none of her 5 senior brothers had ever addressed her, not even bestowing upon her the most inexpensive of lanterns. Soon after, using the guise of training, Zhao ventured alone to Lantern City, spending an entire night admiring the lanterns. When night fell and the lanterns illuminated the darkness, the scene was undeniably enchanting. Yet, at that time, Zhao's heart was devoid of any appreciation. Now, returning to this familiar place and once again gazing upon the lanterns, she perceived the brilliance of the fiery trees and silver flowers, a breathtaking spectacle. Zhou Jinyue, evidently well acquainted with Lantern City, led the group effortlessly to an inn. Due to their large number, the inn's accommodations were insufficient, and ultimately, the innkeeper had to clear out a room from the backyard to accommodate them. Upon entering her room, Zhao immediately began to meditate, inhaling and exhaling deeply. In the past, she had squandered too much time on trivial matters. Now, with her foundation solid and no lingering worries, she could no longer afford to waste precious time. In another room, Ye Congxin closed the door and retrieved an array plate from her storage bag, placing it on the table before channeling her spiritual energy into it. Soon, a thin veil of light enveloped the entire room. Ye Congxin let out a sigh of relief and suddenly addressed the empty room. System. Check the favorability rating for Lan Ziyu. Ding. Lan Ziyu's current favorability rating is 80 points. 80 points, still a full 10 points shy of her goal of 90. Ye Congxin's expression twisted for a brief moment. It was all that infuriating Zhao's fault. 3 years prior, Lan Ziyu's favorability rating for her had already reached 80 points. However, after Zhao gifted him that wretched bamboo flute, his favorability plummeted to 50 points, nearly driving her to the brink of bloodshed. Speaking of the system, Ye Congxin could scarcely find the words to describe it. When she was 8 years old, she fell gravely ill, teetering on the precipice of death multiple times. Upon awakening, she inexplicably discovered the presence of something called the system within her consciousness. Initially, Ye Congxin suspected she had succumbed to a heart demon, living in constant fear, dismissing whatever the system uttered as mere demonic words. Ignoring it entirely. It wasn't until she fell ill again, and the system saved her using her father's destiny, that she recognized the system's extraordinary nature. It was revealed that as long as a person's favorability towards her reached a certified 90 points by the system, she could absorb that person's fortune to exchange for anything she desired, be it longevity, cultivation, beauty, or even spiritual roots. All were within her grasp. Indeed, upon a successful exchange, she immediately felt a noticeable improvement in her physical condition. Although it still paled in comparison to that of a normal person, it was nevertheless a significant enhancement from her previous state. The system's extraordinary capabilities left Ye Congxin both astonished and elated. She realized that her destined opportunity had arrived. By diligently garnering the favor of others, she could undergo a transformation and ascend to the pinnacle of the Great Way. From that moment on, Ye Congxin abandoned her previous reluctance to venture outside, actively seeking friendships and disguising herself as the most endearing version of herself. Initially, her plans unfolded smoothly, as the hearts of novice cultivators were simple and easily swayed. Over the years, Ye Congxin had intermittently exchanged her accumulated points with the system on more than 10 occasions. Sometimes it was for physical prowess, at other times for spiritual energy, and she had also exchanged for charm and beauty points. However, she later came to realize that merely enhancing favorability was insufficient to meet her true needs. What she genuinely required was fortune. Favorability was merely a prerequisite. Only fortune could be utilized for the ultimate exchange. The fortune of a cultivator was finite, particularly for those of mediocre talent who lacked the favor of the heavenly path, as their fortune points were pathetically scarce. Just like her father, a golden core cultivator, who could only provide her with enough fortune for 4 exchanges. Thus, in pursuit of a permanent solution, she began to seek out the targets with the highest fortune points within the 5 elements Dao sect. It was then that Due Peak caught her eye. From the esteemed Qingyan Zhenren to the likes of Fang Chonglang, Lan Ziyu, and others, none were devoid of extraordinary fortune. If she could elevate their favorability towards her to 90 points, she could soar to great heights, commanding respect from all. Consequently, Ye Congxin set her sights on Due Peak and launched a subtle yet impactful approach. Up to the present, the individual with the highest favorability towards her from Due Peak was Lan Ziyu, at 80 points. Following him were Fang Chonglang at 75 points, Su Ming at 72 points, Cui Ju at 70 points, and Quan Yi at 60 points, while Qingxin Zhenren had the lowest at merely 50 points. Gazing out at the night scenery, Ye Congxin murmured to herself, and soon an idea began to take shape in her mind. Knock, knock. Hearing the sound of knocking from outside, Lan Ziyu's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. He opened the door to find a young girl clad in a watercolored dress, her hair styled in a flying cloud bun, with a green satin ribbon tied around her waist, exuding an air of refreshing elegance. Second senior brother, shall we go admire the lanterns? Ye Congxin tilted her head, extending a warm invitation. Lan Ziyu nodded in agreement, and together they sought out Fang Chonglang to express their intention. Just as the 3 were about to leave the inn, Fang Chonglang suddenly halted and called out to the 2. I almost forgot to invite 6 junior sister. Please wait here, I shall be right back. Chapter 28. A dispute among brothers. Fang Chonglang stood outside a door, raising his hand before slowly lowering it, a rare look of conflict crossing his otherwise clean and handsome features. Thinking of Lan Ziyu and Ye Congxin waiting downstairs, he gathered his courage once more. Just as he was about to knock, the door unexpectedly swung open. Senior brother Yu Zhao stood merely a foot away from Fang Chonglang, separated only by a low threshold. Perhaps it was the glaring indifference and aloofness etched upon Yu Zhao's face that stirred within Fang Chonglang a sentiment known as the distance between them. Despite being so close, as if the threshold separating them was not merely a door, but an insurmountable chasm. A loss for words, he silently gazed at Yu Zhao. A sudden chill coursed through Fang Chonglang's heart as he cast aside his chaotic thoughts and smiled, saying, Xiao Lu, junior sister has suggested we go admire the lanterns. Both Ziyu and I have agreed. We are merely waiting for you to. Then you all should go. I have no interest in lanterns, Yu Zhao replied, preparing to shut the door. Xiao Lu, Fang Chonglang interjected, raising his hand to block the door, his tone urgent. It is a rare opportunity to go out. The lanterns in Lantern City are quite distinctive, and it would be a shame to miss them. Moreover, cultivation does not solely entail rigorous practice. One must also occasionally relax and transition, though not push yourself to the brink of exhaustion. Yu Zhao released her grip, raising an eyebrow. But did you not say otherwise before, senior brother? Fang Chonglang was taken aback. What had he said in the past? Cultivation is like rowing upstream, not to advance is to regress, rest fosters complacency, and indulgence is but an excuse for debauchery. Only those who lack ambition seek pleasure. I trust my memory serves me well, does it not, senior brother? Feng Chonglang felt as though struck by lightning. From an observer's perspective, he witnessed how he had once harshly reproached Yu Zhao, and how he had hypocritically enumerated her shortcomings, as if she were a villain of the highest order. Yet the truth was that Yu Zhao, having cultivated for an extended period, was merely fatigued and sought a moment's respite, only to be met with a tempest of accusations. In that instant, Feng Chonglang realized that Yu Zhao's estrangement had not transformed overnight. It had accumulated a multitude of grievances and helplessness, which ultimately erupted at a critical juncture. The prison was but the last straw that broke the camel's back. Xiao Lu. Feng Chonglang's eyes brimmed with tears. Yu Zhao disregarded the emotion evident on his face and resolutely slammed the door shut. Feng Chonglang lingered outside for a considerable time, utterly despondent before he turned to leave. Downstairs, as Lan Ziyu and Ye Congxin grew increasingly impatient, they finally caught sight of Feng Chonglang's figure approaching, yet he was alone. Suppressing her delight, Ye Congxin asked, "Senior brother, why are you the only one? Is sixth senior sister not in her room?" The previously cheerful expression on Lan Ziyu's face darkened abruptly. What did she mean by that? Did she intend to make us beg her repeatedly? She must be dreaming. Ye Congxin shook her head disapprovingly. Second senior brother, sixth senior sister surely does not think that way. Perhaps she is unwell or has been delayed by other matters. What could she possibly have? I suspect it is intentional. She simply wishes to stir trouble to assert her presence. Second senior brother, please refrain from speaking. Let us first hear what senior brother has to say. Lan Ziyu huffed in annoyance but reluctantly fell silent, though her anger was all too apparent in her eyes. Feng Chonglang felt a chill in his heart. Lan Ziyu's malice towards Yu Zhao sent shivers down his spine, despite there being no deep-seated enmity between them nor any fierce conflict. Why did Lan Ziyu treat Yu Zhao as if she were a mortal enemy, her words dripping with disdain? Yet he had previously been blind to this, as if it were a matter of course. With a piercing gaze, Feng Chonglang fixed his eyes upon Lan Ziyu. Lan Ziyu, Xiao Lu is your junior sister. Why do you harbor such malicious thoughts about her? Both Lan Ziyu and Ye Congxin were taken aback by Feng Chonglang's inexplicable inquiry. After a moment, Lan Ziyu regained her composure and let out a disdainful scoff. What do you mean by malicious thoughts? It is simply her true nature. Feng Chonglang replied, true nature. Xiao Lu was raised under my very guidance. How could I not be aware of her disposition? He fell silent for a moment before turning his gaze towards the flustered Ye Congxin junior sister. Do you share this sentiment? No, not at all. I believe there must be some misunderstanding. Sixth sister is not that kind of person. Ye Congxin vehemently shook her head. She had cultivated an image of gentleness and kindness, a character that would never speak ill of others behind their backs, even if they had indeed committed wrongful acts. Feng Chonglang nodded in silence, his attention shifting back to Lan Ziyu. Ye Congxin felt a quiet relief wash over her. However, Lan Ziyu stubbornly retorted, junior sister is kind-hearted and unwilling to criticize Yu Zhao. Feng Chonglang, determined to reason with her, endeavored to vindicate Yu Zhao. Yet, Lan Ziyu remained resolute in her belief that Yu Zhao was duplicitous, impervious to Feng Chonglang's arguments, which only ignited his ire. Consequently, the subsequent lantern viewing event grew tedious and dreary. Despite Ye Congxin's best efforts to lighten the mood, the outcome was far from satisfactory. Ultimately, the lantern viewing concluded hastily with both Feng Chonglang and Lan Ziyu each purchasing a lantern for Ye Congxin. The following day, after a night of rest, the disciples of the five elements sect set forth once more. With their considerable numbers and formidable cultivation, none dared to provoke them after days of travel. They finally arrived at Longzhou Mountain as evening approached. The Longming Valley is situated at the junction of Longzhou Mountain and Longwei Mountain. Crossing Longzhou Mountain would reveal the valley below. Zhou Jingyue, glancing at the sky, addressed her disciples, we shall rest at the foot of Longzhou Mountain tonight and proceed to Longming Valley tomorrow. Though Zhou Jingyue was unaware of the current circumstances within Longming Valley, the increasing number of cultivators they encountered along the way suggested that the valley was anything but tranquil. They were likely to face their first fierce battle the following day, thus making pre-battle rest crucial. Upon hearing her words, the disciples promptly sought out suitable spots to rest at. Yu Zhao casually found a patch of grass and sat cross-legged. Moments later, Zhou Jingyue approached and settled beside her. Junior sister Yu. Senior sister Zhou, it is highly probable that we will engage in battle with other cultivators tomorrow. Are you feeling anxious? Zhou Jinyue's eyes reflected concern. Yu Zhao initially shook her head but then nodded slightly. Zhou Jinyue chuckled at her ambiguous response. You have me perplexed. Are you anxious or not? After pondering for a moment, Yu Zhao conceded, I suppose I am anxious. However, her anxiety stemmed from a source entirely different from what Zhou Jinyue imagined. In her previous life, Yu Zhao had been a Yuan-ing-level cultivator, having participated in countless battles, and thus would not be unnerved by a mere trial. What truly weighed on her mind was the imminent chance to reunite with Wu Xiaojun in Longming Valley, albeit in a wounded state. The opportunity for vengeance lies tantalizingly close. Had Yu Zhao not cultivated the illusory tide technique to restrain her emotional fluctuations, she would likely be boiling with fervor at this moment. Zhou Jinyue, oblivious to Yu Zhao's unusual demeanor, suddenly let out a low sigh. Why Yu Zhao couldn't help but glance at her. Zhou Jinyue gazed up at the sky, her expression desolate, embodying a visage of deep concern. Yu Zhao inquired, Sister Zhou, are you troubled? Zhou Jinyue shook her head, remaining silent. For reasons unknown, the nearer they drew to Longming Valley, the more unsettled she felt, as if some ill fate was imminent. Yet, as the leader of the group, she could not allow her instincts to sow seeds of negativity among her companions. Such a breach of protocol was a cardinal sin for a team leader. Nevertheless, her heart remained in turmoil. Before her fellow disciples, she endeavored to maintain a facade of composure, but now, having relaxed, her true emotions began to surface uncontrollably upon her countenance. Why Yu Zhao, deep in thought, stroked her chin, her eyes flashing with realization. Aha! While Zhou Jinyue was preoccupied with worries about the trials ahead, she suddenly felt something smooth and glistening thrust into her hand. Looking down, she was astonished to find it was a glossy black turtle shell. Palm-sized and exuding an innate sense of simplicity, instinctively, she picked it up and shook it, causing a clear, crisp clattering sound to resonate from within. Divination technique? Zhou Jinyue gazed questioningly at Yu Zhao, unable to recall any adept diviners among the disciples from Duyue Peak. The 5 Elements Dao sect encompasses myriad disciplines, and it was not uncommon for disciples to practice divination. However, most regarded it as an auxiliary skill, with few dedicating themselves solely to its mastery. Thus, Zhou Jinyue felt no surprise, merely curiosity about where Yu Zhao had acquired her divination skills. Sister Zhou, silently contemplate the question you wish to ask, then shake the shell. After stopping, continue to shake it for a total of 6 times, Yu Zhao instructed. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jinyue promptly closed her eyes, gently shaking the turtle shell. The contents within collided with the shell, producing a melodious tinkling sound. Zhang Jun and several other familiar disciples, seated nearby and engaged in idle chatter, were drawn over by the intriguing noise. Why Yu Zhao gestured for silence. Zhang Jun nodded in acknowledgement. Before long, the clattering ceased abruptly. Zhou Jinyue opened her eyes and returned the turtle shell to Yu Zhao, asking, what should we do next? Yu Zhao smiled enigmatically, placing her palm lightly upon the shell, a profound and obscure message flooding into her consciousness. She became momentarily entranced. Zhou Jinyue eagerly asked, did you obtain any results? Yu Zhao replied with certainty rather than inquiry. Sister, your question pertains to the upcoming journey. Zhou Jinyue's confidence surged, her eyes sparkling as she declared, indeed. Sister can rest assured, although we may encounter some obstacles along the way. Overall, it shall be a journey of surprises without peril, and in the end, all will emerge unscathed. As her words fell, Zhou Jinyue was about to inquire further when a sudden cacophony of cracking sounds erupted. Following the source of the noise, she looked down to see that the underside of the turtle shell in Yu Zhao's hand appeared as if it had been scorched over an open flame. With several charred cracks running through it, its color dimmed. A realization struck her. She understood that Yu Zhao's use of the shell for divination was subject to limitations. This also indicated that Yu Zhao's divination was not mere folly. Sister Yu, I find myself rather apprehensive. What merits your invocation of a magical artifact for my divination? Zhou Jinyue felt both touched and guilty. The art of divination has always been shrouded in mystery and intricately tied to the heavenly principles of cause and effect. Practitioners of this craft often bear the weight of numerous flaws and shortcomings, seldom meeting a peaceful end. Consequently, the number of formidable beings adept in the way of divination within the realm of cultivation is exceedingly rare, and they seldom engage in divination for others. One can only imagine the immense value of the artifact in Yu Zhao's possession that enables such foresight. Now, having squandered this opportunity, Zhou Jinyue could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for Yu Zhao. Yet, Yu Zhao remained unfazed. This artifact capable of divination is known as the Zhantianjia, crafted by a renowned diviner from ancient times, known as the Divination Master. Within it resides a thread of the Master's profound insight, allowing a cultivator to perform 3 divinations without the necessity of cultivating this path. After these 3 uses, the insight dissipates, and the Zhantianjia is rendered void. In a previous life, the Zhantianjia did not emerge until 50 years later. Su Ming, during a mission, unexpectedly discovered that the tortoise shell he had stored within his spatial pouch was, in fact, an artifact capable of divining fortune, thus allowing the Zhan Tianjia to re-emerge. Prior to its activation, it appeared merely as an exquisitely crafted tortoise shell, devoid of any spiritual energy. Even someone as formidable as Qing Yan Zhenren could not unveil its secrets. This also explains why Yu Zhao was able to effortlessly exchange 12 treasures with Su Ming. These treasures had gathered dust for various reasons, lacking corresponding methods of activation, making it difficult to discern their true forms. Su Ming's extraordinary fortune enabled him to collect them before their true nature was revealed. Subsequently, the Zhan Tianjia stirred considerable turmoil within the realm of cultivation, with countless practitioners vying to claim it as their own. Ultimately, it was only through the intervention of Qing Yan Zhenren that the unrest was quelled. Yet, what is regarded as a supreme treasure by the masses is merely a handy tool for Yu Zhao. From the day she emerged from her secluded training, she had intended to use the Zhan Tianjia's divination results to persuade Zhou Jinhua to accompany her on her journey of experience. Remarkably, without expending any effort, Zhou Jinhua readily acquiesced, and the Zhan Tianjia was not even called upon. This time, however, due to Zhou Jinhua's unsettled mind, and recalling the tribulations faced by the 5 elements Dao sect in her previous life, Yu Zhao decided to employ the Zhan Tianjia to ensure the success of their endeavor. The outcome was indeed gratifying. Her earlier words were not mere fabrications, they were messages conveyed to her by the Zhan Tianjia. Articulated in her own words, "Sister Zhou, in my eyes, your life holds greater significance than any artifact. Therefore, do not lament that opportunity that if life is lost, possessing the artifact would only benefit others." Zhou Jinhua, moved to tears, grasped Yu Zhao's hand, wishing fervently to forge an unbreakable bond with her. Zhang Jun sat nearby, his face a canvas of confusion. Just moments ago, Sister Yu seemed to mention only herself and the senior sister, while he, a grown man, was entirely overlooked, with no mention of the others. Did this suggest that, in Sister Yu's heart, he and the other disciples were of lesser importance than the senior sister? He could begrudgingly accept that. But what of Brother Fong and Brother Lan? Did Sister Yu not want them either? Chapter 30. The mutated tiger-tooth grass. Yu Zhao and Zhou Jinhua stood shoulder to shoulder, their heads close together, engaged in lively conversation exuding an air of intimacy and harmony. Fong Chenglang silently observed this scene, a sharp pang of pain piercing his heart. Xiao Lu, do not want him anymore. Lan Ziyu was originally engaged in conversation with Ye Congxin when he caught a glimpse of a peculiar expression on Fong Chenglang's face. Instinctively, he followed Fong Chenglang's gaze, and his eyes darkened abruptly. Lan Ziyu felt both embarrassed and furious. It was Quan Yi who had injured Yu Zhao, and it was Su Ming who had failed to repay a loan. The bamboo flute gifted to him by Yu Zhao had originally been given to another. He had never done anything to harm Yu Zhao, so what right did she have to treat him with disdain? It was clear that Yu Zhao was in the wrong. After Ye Congxin finished speaking, she waited for a response from Lan Ziyu, but when none came, she looked at him in confusion, only to see him and Fong Chenglang fixedly staring at Yu Zhao, which immediately stirred her displeasure. Supporting her chin with her hands, she remarked enviously, "The bond between Senior Sister Lu and Senior Sister Zhou is truly admirable. Compared to me, they seem more like true sisters from the same sect." Some individuals, with their lofty aspirations, have grown accustomed to elevating themselves while looking down on their peers, only eager to curry favor with the disciples of the sect leader, Lan Ziyu retorted coldly. Fong Chenglang shot him a glance, then shook his head in disappointment. Lan Ziyu's words were sharp and unfounded. Within the 5 elements Dao sect, the only lineage that could stand alongside the main peak was their own Duoyue peak. Yu Zhao had no need to ingratiate herself with anyone. Her amiable rapport with Zhou Jinhua could only imply one thing: mutual understanding. Ye Congxin, having not heard Fong Chenglang's rebuttal, mistakenly believed that Lan Ziyu's words echoed his own thoughts, and her eyes involuntarily curved into crescent shapes. She had thought that Yu Zhao would have gained wisdom after her stint in the Black Prison, but it seemed she had overestimated her. The tactic of feigning indifference, when overused, would only yield counterproductive results. The growing intimacy between her and Zhou Jinhua would only serve to push Fong Chenglang and Lan Ziyu further away. In light of this, Yu Zhao's presence was not entirely detrimental. Her pretense of indifference would only accentuate her own thoughtfulness and understanding. She was not far from winning Lan Ziyu over. After a night of rest, the group, each harboring their own thoughts, had restored their energy to its peak. Before their departure, Zhou Jinhua once more emphasized the importance of discipline and teamwork, leading the way forward. The objective for the day was Longming Valley. Longming Valley, situated at the confluence of 2 mountains, derived its name from the unique, resonating cries that echoed through the valley when the wind blew. The valley was abundant in spiritual energy, with flourishing vegetation, presenting a scene of vibrant vitality. Ye Zhao, Zhou Jinyue, and Zhang Jun formed a triangular formation as they explored a thicket. Upon entering the valley, Zhou Jinyue did not insist on moving as a single unit but instead divided the group into smaller teams, maintaining a distance that would not hinder their movements while allowing for prompt support if needed. Be cautious. Avoid being bitten by the snakes, insects, and vermin lurking in the thicket, Zhou Jinyue warned from the tip of the triangle, guiding the way while reminding Ye Zhao and Zhang Jun generally. The venom of the creatures hiding in the forest was not particularly potent, but a bite would undoubtedly be unpleasant. Ye Zhao and Zhang Jun nodded silently, making no sound. Soon, the trio traversed the thicket and arrived at an open grassy area. Ye Zhao's gaze immediately fell upon a distinctive plant at the center of the meadow. Based on her years of tending to the medicinal garden, she surmised that it was a second-tier spiritual herb. Carefully, she tugged at Zhou Jinyue's sleeve and pointed toward the herb's location. Senior Sister Zhou, there is a spiritual herb ahead. Zhou Jinyue's eyes brightened. Since entering Longming Valley, they had not found anything, making this their first discovery. Let us go take a look. 3 individuals hastily advanced to the location indicated by Ye Zhao. After a prolonged gaze at the grass, Zhou Jinyue and Zhang Jun exchanged glances, ultimately turning their eyes towards Ye Zhao in unison. Zhou Jinyue inquired, Junior Sister Yu, where is the spiritual herb you mentioned? Zhou Jinyue was not doubting Ye Zhao. Rather, she and her junior brother simply could not discern the difference between spiritual herbs and spiritual grasses, as they appeared remarkably similar. Ye Zhao found herself both amused and exasperated. She bent slightly and plucked a small sprig from a patch of spiritual grass, presenting it to Zhou Jinyue. Senior Sister Zhou, this is the one. Zhou Jinyue accepted the spiritual herb and examined it closely, comparing it to the spiritual grasses underfoot, still utterly perplexed. With patience, Ye Zhao explained to the two. This spiritual grass is known as tiger tooth grass. Observe how the edges of its leaves are as sharp as a tiger's teeth. It is a common variety in the world of cultivation and lacks medicinal value. However, there exists a chance of mutation, and the mutated tiger toothgrass possesses significantly enhanced medicinal properties. When combined with ginseng wood, golden autumn seed, and stardust, it becomes the primary ingredient for the third-grade spiritual pill. The body-breaking pill to facilitate their understanding further, Ye Zhao casually picked another ordinary tiger toothgrass, noting that the mutated variety had slightly thicker leaves with sharper serrations and a yellowish hue. Thanks to Ye Zhao's patient guidance, Zhou Jinyue and Zhang Jun finally discerned the subtle distinctions between the two. Zhou Jinyue marveled, Junior Sister Yu, I never realized your knowledge of spiritual herbs was so profound. The differences between ordinary and mutated tiger toothgrass were minuscule. Otherwise, the cultivators who ventured to Longming Valley would not have nearly trampled the grass without discovering a second-grade spiritual herb hidden among it. The group from Duyue Peak truly seemed blind, mistaking pearls for mere fish eyes. Ye Zhao chuckled softly as Zhou Jinyue stored the mutated tiger toothgrass in her storage bag and prepared to lead the group onward. Her expression suddenly shifted to one of vigilance. Stay alert. Someone is approaching, she whispered. Barely had her words left her lips when a cacophony of hurried footsteps emerged from the thicket ahead. Moments later, 7 or 8 young to middle-aged men burst forth from the underbrush. The two parties exchanged glances, surreptitiously assessing each other's strength. The men felt emboldened by their numerical superiority, believing victory was assured against the 3 young individuals. However, Zhou Jinyue and Zhang Jun quickly saw through the abilities of their opponents, realizing none posed a threat, and thus felt confident in their own advantage. Consequently, both sides wore expressions of brazen defiance. Hey brat, what are you staring at? Finally, one burly man, unable to contain himself, stepped forward, glaring menacingly at Zhang Jun. Are you tired of living? Seeking death, are you? Come, let me grant you that wish. The man rolled up his sleeves and strode toward the trio, a cunning glint in his eyes. This was their usual tactic, sending one to provoke the other side. If the adversary endured in silence, they would swarm in to overpower them. That if the opponent retaliated, they would adjust their strategy based on the force of the counterattack, deciding whether to feign weakness or continue their assault. The man took large strides, quickly reaching the 3, then swung his arm with great force. Preparing to deliver a powerful slap, his palms were broad and thick, creating a gust of wind with each swing. Should that slap land squarely on a face, it would undoubtedly knock out at least 3 teeth. Chapter 31. The unfortunate 7. Crack. The crisp sound of the slap echoed across the grassland, plunging the surroundings into an eerie silence. Zhang Jun shook his slightly numbed hand, clicking his tongue in disdain. Such audacity! It was not until the fiery sting of pain registered on his cheek that the man realized he had failed to strike another, and instead had been struck himself. Anger, shame, and resentment flickered in his eyes, ultimately coalescing into a profound fear that in the realm of cultivation, those lacking intelligence do not thrive for long. Zhang Jun's slap arrived with swiftness, the disparity in their cultivation levels starkly apparent to the naked eye. Had Zhang Jun been any more ruthless, the man would have lost his head, perishing utterly. Yet, it was at such moments that the cleanup crew was expected to appear. Kwaizi quickly apologized to the three seniors. Among the man's companions, a more effeminate-looking individual stepped forward, reprimanding him harshly. The one called Kwaizi immediately clutched his swollen cheek, murmuring submissively, "I apologize. I should not have looked down on others and disturbed the seniors. I deserve this." Zhang Jun was left speechless. The other's admission of fault was commendable. He need not be excessively unforgiving and pursue the matter further, as it would be unbecoming, however, to let them off so easily. Left a bitter taste in his mouth. With a wave of his hand he dismissed them. "Scram and do not let me see you again." "Yes, yes." While Zhang Jun was negotiating, Zhou Jingyue and Yu Zhao observed quietly, refraining from intervening. Once the others had departed, Zhou Jingyue patted Zhang Jun on the shoulder, commending, "Well done. Disciples of the Five Elements sect never bully the weak nor shy away from confrontations." The adversaries bowed their heads, and the matter was settled. Should they persist in their harassment, Zhou Jingyue would not show mercy. Zhang Jun chuckled. Zhou Jingyue then turned to Yu Zhao, advising, "Junior sister Yu, if you encounter such a situation, do not retreat. These people thrive on bullying the weak. If you do not swiftly subdue them, they will cling to you like a stubborn plaster, becoming a nuisance." Zhou Jingyue had experienced similar trials and was well aware of the truth that good-natured individuals are often taken advantage of, and gentle horses are often ridden. As Yu Zhao embarked on her first journey of experience, lacking in wisdom, she felt compelled to heed the advice. "I understand, senior sister Zhou." How could Yu Zhao be unaware of Zhou Jinyue's good intentions? In her view, Zhou Jinyue and Zhang Jun had been rather lenient. The group they had just encountered bore a heavy aura of bloodshed, likely engaged in nefarious deeds, each with countless vengeful souls weighing upon them. Such scoundrels who recklessly take the lives of others deserve to be sent to hell. Unbeknownst to Zhou Jinyue, her seemingly obedient and charming junior sister was preoccupied with thoughts of how to bury these individuals as fertilizer beneath the grass. Standing still, she utilized the unique communication method of the Five Elements sect to check in with the scattered disciples, confirming their safety, before leading Yu Zhao and Zhang Jun onward in their quest to track the seven-colored deer. Meanwhile, the seven individuals who had clashed with Zhou Jinyue and her companions were discussing their encounter. Kwaizi spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, seething. "Those three are definitely disciples from a major sect out for training. They may appear young, yet their prowess is profound this time. I've truly drawn the short straw." Others chimed in, their words tinged with a hint of bitterness. In the realm of cultivation, these individuals were regarded as the lowest of the low. Lacking any sect or family to rely upon, forced to band together for warmth, struggling to find their footing, the effeminate man snorted disdainfully. News of the seven-colored deer had spread like wildfire within the cultivation world, even drawing the interest of major sects eager to partake in its bounty, leaving us with no avenue for survival. The crowd collectively displayed their indignation upon hearing his words. The man's gaze swept across the faces of those present, noting that many disciples from various sects had likely come to the Longming Valley, and if they could encounter any stragglers, he gestured with a slicing motion across his throat. The others nodded without hesitation. Their eyes ignited with fervor. The man grinned ominously. The seven rallied their spirits, determined to avoid another encounter with those three young disciples, and chose a different path to traverse. However, it was not long before they unexpectedly collided with three young cultivators once more. The familiar sight rendered the seven instantly mute. Second senior brother Ye Congxin glanced at the fearsome trio before her, retreating anxiously behind Lan Ziyu, her fingers gripping tightly at his garment. "Fear not, junior sister." Lan Ziyu softly reassured her, unleashing the full weight of his golden core presence. The seven opponents felt a tremor in their chests, nearly collapsing to the ground. A golden core cultivator. Such youth, undeniably a disciple of a major sect. Why do we keep running into them? Three esteemed seniors, we harbor no ill intentions. We shall take our leave, we shall take our leave. The seven hunched their backs, retreating hastily, wishing to bury their heads in their own trousers. Observing that Feng Chonglang and his companions showed no signs of obstruction, they retreated even more rapidly. One individual, too tense, stumbled and fell, quickly scrambling back to continue their retreat. Within mere moments, they vanished from Ye Congxin's sight. Ye Congxin's eyes shimmered, her heart racing slightly faster. The sight of their disarray and panic greatly satisfied her vanity. She couldn't help but fantasize about how splendid her position would be if she possessed Lan Ziyu's innate talent. After all, it is far more gratifying to wield power oneself than to rely on the might of another. Favorability. I need Lan Ziyu's favorability to draw upon fortune. Second senior brother, you are truly remarkable. She gazed at Lan Ziyu in admiration. As if stars sparkled in her eyes, Lan Ziyu felt a mix of bashfulness and pride. A mere handful of inconsequential rogue cultivators were hardly worthy of mention. Ye Congxin, disagreeing, lavished praise upon him, while Lan Ziyu squinted slightly, relishing the attention. Feng Chonglang observed the two engaging in lively conversation, a deep sense of fatigue and helplessness surging within him. Although Lan Ziyu had ventured out multiple times to fulfill sect duties, gaining considerable experience, his vigilance seemed to vanish when in Ye Congxin's company. They had come to Longming Valley in search of the seven-colored deer. Yet at their current state, even before spotting the deer, their own voices had already scared it away. Moreover, the valley housed numerous unknown beasts and unscrupulous cultivators. A moment's negligence could lead to dire consequences. As the deputy leader and their senior brother, Feng Chonglang would inevitably bear the brunt of the responsibility. He reminded them, there are many people here, and the eyes are numerous. Please lower your voices. Ye Congxin immediately covered her mouth and whispered, understood, senior brother. However, Lan Ziyu dismissed the concern, saying, senior brother, with our cultivation levels we could easily walk through Longming Valley without a care. You are being overly cautious. Feng Chonglang looked at him incredulously, seemingly unable to believe these words had come from his lips. Chapter 32. Mysterious disappearance. Feng Chonglang was both amused and infuriated by Lan Ziyu's shameless demeanor. As it appeared the two were about to quarrel, Ye Congxin tugged gently at Lan Ziyu's sleeve and softly assured Feng Chonglang, senior brother, we will remember. Lan Ziyu scoffed and turned his head away, refraining from further contradiction. Observing this, Feng Chonglang had no choice but to suppress his dissatisfaction. Although the two brothers seemed to reconcile, the seeds of discord had quietly been sown. What a stroke of misfortune! The group of seven stumbled and scrambled for dozens of miles before finally stopping, panting heavily. Each face was etched with a mixture of relief from having survived and resentment for their plight. Those disciples of the sect had thrived, buoyed by the favor of heaven, smoothly ascending to become golden elixir practitioners. That if only they possessed such talent, they might have already reached the state of nascent soul, and would not have to endure such indignities. Kuei, who had first received a slap and then run for miles on end, now felt exhausted and famished. His earlier ire diminished significantly. That he unwittingly proposed, Longming Valley is far too perilous. We should not linger here to make ourselves targets. While it is true that fortune favors the bold, one must also possess self-awareness. Now that even the sect disciples had joined in, the chances of them fishing in troubled waters had significantly diminished. If things went awry, they might very well lose their lives here. Why take such a risk? The others were swayed by his words. Together, the seven of them could put on a brave front against some rogue cultivators, but against formidable opponents, they were utterly defenseless. The recent events were testament to that reality. Yet, with the leader yet to voice an opinion, they dared not reveal their thoughts, and thus, all eyes turned toward the effeminate man, awaiting his decision. As their strategist, the effeminate man was far more far-sighted than the rest. He had begun to suspect that the rumors of the seven-colored deer were likely a ruse, and returning empty-handed would be disheartening. The situation was clearly unfavorable for them. If they persisted, it was likely that they would bury their futures within this valley. He decisively declared, let us leave Longming Valley at once. We shall not engage with them any longer. Upon hearing this, the others felt a surge of joy and eagerly nodded in agreement. Just as the group prepared to make their way to the exit of Longming Valley, a low, husky male voice echoed ominously, I am sorry, gentlemen, but you shall not be leaving today. The seven were startled, each drawing their weapons and warily scanning the direction of the voice. A tall, slender figure gradually emerged into view. The man appeared relatively young, clad in a peculiar attire they had never encountered before, with a silver necklace adorning his neck and lips as red as blood. The seven cautiously surveyed their surroundings, confirming that the man had no companions, and they could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The effeminate man exchanged a glance, and as per usual, it was Kuei who stepped forward to provoke. Hello, young man, you speak with such bravado. Do you think we, the seven tigers of Yingshan, are to be trifled with? Depart at once, or I shall take your life. Provocation requires finesse. When faced with someone like Zhang Jun, who appears refined and easily approachable, one may adopt a more audacious demeanor. However, when confronted with the likes of the enigmatic figure before us, the most prudent course is to resort to intimidation to drive them away. A mere rabble. Wu Xiaozhen sneered coldly, his voice dripping with disdain and malice. The seven adversaries across from him were incensed by his nonchalance, exchanging furtive glances before unleashing a kaleidoscope of spiritual energy. Sword chi, blade light, and wind blades. Numerous attacks surged forth towards Wu Shaozhen. He did not flinch, standing resolutely in place. The effeminate man's eyes flickered with doubt, only to be swiftly replaced by horror as he exclaimed, "Run!" A barrage of colorful assaults struck Wu Shaozhen, yet his form burst apart like scattered sand, devoid of any gory splatter. Immediately, a swarm of flying insects, their wings beating furiously, surged towards the seven. Each insect was the size of a thumb, their bodies a sinister dark red, their sharp mandibles exuding a chilling aura. The seven were paralyzed with fear, fleeing like startled birds, yet, no matter how swift their escape, they could not outrun the swarm. Soon the first among them was overtaken by the insects. Quasi, the weakest of the group, found himself ensnared by the relentless swarm, with no avenue for escape. Overcome by terror, he fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head with increasing fervor. Senior, that I am willing to serve you as a beast. Please spare my life. Spare my life. I do not wish to die. I do not want to perish. You, a worthless wretch, should consider it an honor to be fodder for my insects." The low, gravelly voice resounded once more, sealing Quasi's fate. He barely had time to utter a single cry before the ravenous insects consumed him entirely, leaving only a stark white skeleton behind. "Heh, none of you shall escape." The effeminate man felt as though a fire raged within his chest, each breath searing his throat. Fear gripped his expression. Despite the depletion of his spiritual energy and the leaden weight of his body, he dared not cease his flight. When Quasi met his end, he had not ventured far, witnessing the gruesome fate of his companion at the hands of the repugnant insects. Utterly helpless, the effeminate man, desperate to evade becoming insect fodder himself, fled with reckless abandon. Yet soon, the shadow of death loomed once more above him. He heard the synchronized hum of wings behind him. The man was upon him. Despair surged within the effeminate man, like weeds choking his heart, as he clenched his teeth, his visage contorted into a terrifying grimace. If struggle led only to death, then he would die with dignity. Just as he prepared to unleash a final desperate strike, a vine ensnared his right foot, sending him careening uncontrollably to the right. To his side loomed a massive boulder, shrouded in tendrils. Colliding with it would leave him no chance to resist. "Heaven seeks my demise," the effeminate man lamented silently, his eyes reflecting a void of despair. Wu Shaozhen's face revealed a bloodthirsty delight. Just when both individuals believed the effeminate man was doomed to perish, he suddenly vanished. Wu Shaozhen was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. He had witnessed clearly that the effeminate man had disappeared without warning just as he was about to collide with the massive boulder. There was something amiss with that stone. A secret realm? A formation? Wu Shaozhen curled his lips into a smirk, for he had not anticipated that the simple act of setting a trap in a random location would lead to such an intriguing encounter. He turned left and right, ensuring there were no anomalies in the vicinity before taking a deep breath and slowly pressing his palm against the boulder. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring up a carpet of fallen leaves. Chapter 33. Illusion Roar. The dry leaves rustled violently as the wind stirred by the roar surged forth. A hideous, scaly beast, covered in dark scales, charged out from the thicket with a ferocious roar. Its eyes glinted with malice, and its gaping maw dripped with foul, putrid liquid, trailing a long grimy streak on the ground. Standing in the path of the beast was a slender young woman, frozen in place, seemingly petrified by the sudden turn of events. Zhang Jun, hidden nearby, felt his scalp tingle in shock, drawing his sword to rush forward, only to be firmly restrained by Zhou Jingyue. "Senior sister, Yushimi is in danger," Zhang Jun exclaimed, his heart racing with urgency. The sect had arranged for disciples to venture into Longming Valley precisely to provide them with practical experience as seasoned seniors. Zhou Jingyue and Zhang Jun understood the significance of real combat for cultivators, hence the decision to allow Yu Zhao to confront the beast alone while they provided support from the sidelines. The beast's rugged hide and thick flesh meant that even the slightest scratch or bite could inflict severe harm upon a cultivator, and Zhang Jun could not bear to watch Yushimi suffer, desperate to save her. Zhou Jingyue whispered, "Yushimi has a plan. Do not complicate matters." In moments of shock and relaxation, reactions differ. Why? Yu Zhao's eyes shone with determination, her demeanor calm and composed, betraying no hint of panic. Clearly, she was exceedingly confident in her abilities. Upon observing closely, Zhang Jun noticed the difference, letting out a long breath while wiping the cold sweat from his brow. During their exchange, the ferocious beast closed the distance to Yu Zhao, now less than a yard away. The beast let out an exultant roar, its limbs coiling with power before launching its massive form into the air, obscuring the sky. Zhang Jun could not help but gasp in astonishment. He turned to his senior sister, exclaiming helplessly, "Senior sister, you're hurting me." To his words, Zhou Jingyue quickly released her grip on Zhang Jun's arm. apologizing even as her gaze remained fixated ahead. Zhang Jun did not dwell on it, his attention firmly locked on the beast, sword at the ready. Yet what transpired next left both of them dumbfounded. Utterly awestruck, instead of pouncing on Yu Zhao, the beast leaped over her head and engaged in a fierce struggle with several towering trees. The cacophony of crashing wood and beastly roars intertwined, splintered bark and beast scales flying through the air, clouds of dust billowing in the chaos. Amidst the turmoil, Yu Zhao stood apart, her features as serene and cold as snow. Before long, the beast collapsed with a thunderous crash, its body marred by gaping wounds, flesh and blood mingling in a gruesome display, the corners of its thick mouth twisted into a sinister curve. Did it truly bring about its own demise? Despite the surreal scenario unfolding right before his eyes, Zhang Jun found it hard to believe. Could it be that this demon beast had succumbed to hysteria? How else could it have suddenly gone mad without provocation? In stark contrast to their arduous battle required to vanquish the beast, Yu Zhao's method could be deemed as a bloodless victory. With a smile, Yu Zhao deftly revealed a golden lotus-shaped incense burner hidden in the palm of her hand. Guided by illusion and aided by medicinal properties, the illusionary art she practiced within the illusory tie technique thrived on the essence of illusion itself. The reclusive Mingyue Sanren had attained enlightenment through a heart devoid of sentiment, steadfast in her convictions, observing the deficiencies in the hearts of others, and luring them into illusions. Upon mastering the illusory tie technique, a mere gaze would ensnare her adversaries into a realm of fantasy without their conscious awareness. Presently, Yu Zhao had only reached the second tier of this technique, necessitating special mediums to conjure illusions. These mediums could range from water-based artifacts to formations or even potions. With proper application, a single flower or leaf could serve as a conduit for illusion. Having tended to the medicinal garden on Diyue Peak for many years, Yu Zhao possessed a profound understanding of medicinal properties. Before setting out, she meticulously crafted a calming fragrance, placing it in the lotus incense burner. As the fragrant tendrils wafted through the air, the illusionary arts were silently set into motion, not to mention the simple-minded demon beast. Even the most astute cultivators would find it challenging to discern the ruse. Zhou Jinyue's eyes sparkled with realization. Was it indeed an illusion? How could I have overlooked this? After 3 days apart, one must regard the other with fresh eyes. Zhou Jinyue had once scoffed at her abilities, yet now esteemed them as exemplary. The passage of 3 years had not only transformed Yu Zhao's appearance but also her disposition and prowess. She increasingly felt that the inhabitants of Diyue Peak were blind and oblivious, allowing a pearl destined to shine brightly to remain shrouded in dust for far too long. Junior sister Yu, I have never experienced an illusion before. Might you allow me to indulge in one? Zhang Jun rubbed his hands together with a rather unsavory grin, while Yu Zhao glanced at him and replied, certainly. With that, she snapped her fingers with remarkable precision. Zhang Jun awaited the emergence of the illusion with eager anticipation. 1 breath, 2 breaths. After a considerable interval, his smile faded. Junior sister Yu, I feel nothing at all. Brother Zhang, please be patient. Very well. Zhang Jun continued to wait, yet still sensed nothing. He furrowed his brow, unable to suppress a quiet complaint. Why is it taking so long? However, this time, Yu Zhao offered no explanation, merely observing him with a tranquil demeanor. Zhang Jun, feeling somewhat irritated under her gaze, raised his voice in exasperation. Zhou Jinyue stared in disbelief at his disciple's nonsensical ramblings to thin air. Utterly astonished, Zhang Jun was in the initial stage of the golden core, while Yu Zhao was merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. The disparity between them was not merely a minor realm but a significant one. Did this imply that Yu Zhao could contend with a golden core cultivator? It seemed Yu Zhao had perceived Zhou Jinyue's inner thoughts, and she softly stated, it is not so simple. Brother Zhang's lack of awareness stems from his trust in both you and me, compounded by my lack of malevolence towards him. A stranger of the golden core stage would detect the anomaly within 3 breaths. The more steadfast a cultivator's heart, the less susceptible they are to the influence of illusions, necessitating mediums to divert their attention, thus allowing for an opportune entry. Yu Zhao and Zhou Jinyue engaged in a discussion about illusions. Faint footsteps echoed from the depths of the forest. Zhang Jun's pupils quivered, and his demeanor regained clarity. Looking again, there was no trace of Yu Zhao in sight. Meeting the teasing gaze of his senior sister, he could not help but smile wryly. This ability to ensnare individuals unknowingly within fabricated scenarios was indeed terrifying and nearly impossible to guard against. Even instinctively, a faint sense of vigilance towards Yu Zhao arose within him. May I inquire whether the 3 of you are fellow disciples of the 5 Elements Tao sect? Chapter 34. The emergence of great demons. Upon hearing the inquiry, Zhou Jinyue, Zhang Jun, and Yu Zhao exchanged discreet glances, their hearts racing with alarm. They bore no insignia associated with the 5 Elements Tao sect. and the 5 individuals approaching were unfamiliar faces. How could they so readily discern their identities? Zhao Jingyue responded cautiously. Before inquiring about the situation, might you first disclose your names? My apologies, my apologies. During the exchange, the 5-person ensemble, 3 men and 2 women, came into view. They appeared to be of a similar age to Zhao Jingyue and his companions, standing tall and possessing striking features, exuding an indescribable aura even while simply standing still. Yu Zhao keenly sensed a subtle fragrance of medicinal herbs wafting through the air, causing her heart to stir. In the next moment, the other party proactively confirmed her suspicions. Esteemed fellow disciples, we are disciples of the Qingmu sect. We happen to encounter other disciples of the 5 Elements Tao sect in the mountains, and thus we made a presumptuous guess. We hope for your understanding. The speaker was the woman in a green dress standing at the center of the group. Her gaze was clear, and her tone sincere as she presented a disciple's insignia from the Qingmu sect to Zhao Jingyue for inspection, adopting a notably humble posture. Both the 5 Elements Tao sect and the Qingmu sect are among the preeminent sects in the realm of cultivation. While their relationship may not be described as intimately close, it is publicly harmonious. Particularly, the Qingmu sect excels in alchemy, and most of the formidable alchemists in the cultivation world hail from there, making it unwise for disciples of the 5 Elements Tao sect to offend those from the Qingmu sect. Thus, upon revealing their identities, Zhao Jinyue's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Esteemed friends of the Qingmu sect, I apologize for my rudeness. I am Zhao Jinyue of the 5 Elements Tao sect, and these 2 are my junior brother Zhang Jun and junior sister Yu Zhao. So you are Zhao Jinyue? Senior sister, exclaimed the woman in green, her face alight with delight. That a person's name is akin to the shadow of a tree. The 5 Elements Tao sect is recognized as the foremost sect in the cultivation world, and its disciples naturally attract much attention. As the chief disciple of the sect, Zhao Jinyue's character and abilities are exemplary, making him widely known among both those familiar with him and those acquainted with the 5 Elements Tao sect. Zhao Jinyue modestly exchanged a few pleasantries, and the 2 groups finally introduced themselves. The woman in green was named Mu Yi, a disciple of the alchemy hall of the Qingmu sect, with cultivation at the late stage of foundation establishment. In discussing her identity as a disciple of the alchemy hall, she proceeded to elaborate on the circumstances within the Qingmu sect. The Qingmu sect has established 3 distinct halls according to the innate talents of its disciples: the alchemy hall, the herbal hall, and the martial hall. Disciples of the alchemy hall possess exceptional alchemical talents and are the fewest in number among the 3 halls, holding the highest status. Next are the disciples of the herbal hall, who possess a strong affinity for spiritual herbs, being endowed with spiritual roots, responsible for planting, tending, and harvesting spiritual herbs. Meanwhile, disciples of the martial hall lack both alchemical talent and affinity for spiritual plants, needing to complete sect tasks to exchange for elixirs, spiritual stones, and other resources. However, despite the fact that the disciples of the martial hall are not afforded the same privileges as those of the alchemy hall and the medicine hall, their status is fervently sought after by numerous cultivators, making them the most populous among the disciples of the Qingmu sect. This is largely due to the fact that Qingmu sect does not impose restrictions on the exchange of resources for martial hall disciples. Even the elusive 4th-grade spirit pills, nearly forgotten in the realm of cultivation, can be acquired if one accumulates the requisite exchange value. With no upper limit imposed, this alone is enough to drive many cultivators into a frenzy. Among the 5-member team from Qingmu sect, aside from Mu Yi, who is also a disciple of the alchemy hall, the remaining 4 are martial hall disciples tasked with protecting him. The woman's name is Dai Xia, while the other 3 are Chan Qing'an, Tian Han, and Guo Ming'en, all at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. Mu Yi inquired, senior sister Zhao, having arrived at Longming Valley 2 days before us, have you found any trace of the 7-colored deer? Zhao Jinyue did not conceal anything, shaking her head with a sigh. There has been no news whatsoever. I even suspect that the existence of the 7-colored deer may be a deliberate fabrication. Mu Yi let out a sigh in agreement, harboring similar suspicions. It is safe to say that few cultivators are foolish. The sudden emergence of news regarding the 7-colored deer, coupled with the lack of follow-up, clearly indicates deceit. Mu Yi was simply unwilling to accept this outcome. She had come specifically for the 7-colored deer, having sacrificed treasured pills accumulated over many years and hired 4 martial hall disciples at a high price for her protection. Her gloomy mood lasted but a moment before she quickly rallied her spirits. Although she had not found the 7-colored deer, at least she had made the acquaintance of Zhao Jinyue and the others, which provided some solace. Suddenly, a large flock of birds took flight from the forest. Startled, the sounds of beastly roars echoed from all directions. The sky seemed shrouded in a veil of black mist. Exuding an ominous aura, Yu Zhao's pupils constricted as she called out, "Be cautious, a great demon is lurking." In the realm of cultivation, only demons of the nascent soul stage and above are deemed great demons. The appearance of a great demon causes the heavens and earth to tremble and often triggers a minor beast tied. A great demon. The crowd paled at the mention. Nascent soul cultivators possess the power to establish their own sects and dominate regions within the cultivation world, while a nascent soul great demon is even more formidable, boasting thick defenses and tenacious vitality. Zhou Jinhua did not anticipate that a routine expedition would encounter a great demon. Her expression turned grave. Her heart racing rapidly. "Senior Sister Zhou, we should leave this place at once." Among those present, Zhou Jinhua held the highest cultivation and had a special status, prompting Mu Yi to instinctively regard her as their anchor. "Absolutely not." Zhou Jinhua resolutely replied, "My junior brothers and sisters are still in danger. I will never abandon them. Zhongjun Yu Zhao, contact the other junior brothers and sisters and find the nearest safe location for everyone to regroup. Mu Shimi, if you can leave now, do so quickly. If you cannot, then I, Zhou Jinhua, will sacrifice myself to ensure your safety. In times of great peril, one must remain calm." Although Zhou Jinhua usually appeared approachable and easy to get along with, in moments of crisis, her authority and sense of responsibility were unmistakably revealed. Mu Yi glanced at the four fellow disciples, seeking their opinions, only to find their faces filled with trepidation, comparing this with Zhongjun and Yu Zhao from the Five Elements Taoist sect, who were already contacting their fellow disciples through special channels as per Zhou Jinhua's arrangements. The difference was starkly evident. Mu Yu gritted her teeth and declared, "Sister Zhou, I stand with you." Her trust in Zhou Jinhua was not blind. Rather, it was that the disciples of Qingmu's sect instilled in her a greater sense of unease. If she had to entrust her life to someone, she would prefer to choose Zhou Jinhua, whom she had only met once. This exemplifies the unique charisma of the esteemed senior sister Zhou Jinhua, which captivates all disciples of the Five Elements sect. In light of the urgency of the situation, Zhou Jinhua could not spare a moment to reassure the members of Qingmu's sect. Once Yu Zhao and Zhongjun identified a suitable location, she promptly led her group onwards without pause. Zhou Jinhua vowed with unwavering resolve to protect the safety of all disciples as they made their escape from the Longming Valley, regardless of the cost. Chapter 35. Urgent assembly. By the time Zhou Jinhua and her companions arrived at the assembly point, the disciples of the Five Elements sect were already gathered there. Upon catching sight of Zhou Jinhua, a look of profound relief washed over their faces. Sister Zhou. One individual could not restrain himself from stepping forward to speak, but Zhou Jinhua silenced him with a piercing gaze, swiftly turning to account for their numbers. 8 were still missing. Contact Feng Chenglang and Zhu Ming to ascertain their whereabouts. Barely had Zhou Jinhua's words faded when Feng Chenglang, Lan Ziyu, and Ye Congxin hastily arrived. Soon after, the remaining 5 of Zhu Ming also assembled. The heavy weight that had pressed upon Zhou Jinhua's heart was finally alleviated by half. No one was lost. And now their task was to ensure a safe exit. The training had been abruptly terminated. All were to heed her commands and evacuate swiftly. "Feng Chenglang, you lead the way. I shall provide support from the rear." The foundational disciples must remain in the center of the formation, ensuring that not a single person falls behind during our journey. Given the circumstances, Zhou Jinhua need not elaborate further. She decisively laid out the evacuation plan with an unyielding tone. "Understood." The disciples of the Five Elements sect responded in unison, the group of over 20 moving methodically toward the valley's exit. Along the way, the remnants of beastly corpses lay scattered, not slain by the hands of cultivators, but trampled to death by their fleeing kin. Unable to escape swiftly enough after enduring repeated trampling, the vivid red flesh melded with the earth, saturating the air with a pungent scent of blood. The once tranquil and harmonious valley had, in an instant, transformed into a hellish nightmare. Many disciples, witnessing such a gruesome and terrifying scene for the first time, turned pale, their stomachs churning violently. "Do not look. Keep moving." Zhou Jinhua, her expression impassive, trailed at the rear of the group, her voice coldly urging them onward. If not for her pale lips, one might hardly perceive her discomfort at that moment. The disciples rallied themselves, striving to ignore the horrific surroundings and focus entirely on their escape. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the valley, a tremendous pressure crashing forth like a tidal wave. Zhou Jinhua reacted swiftly. "Defend!" The disciples barely had time to conjure their protective shields of spiritual energy before they were swept away by the surging force. Yu Zhao was among them, tumbling forward in a dizzying roll for over 10 revolutions, finally stabilizing her form after colliding with 3 trees. She turned to look back. A colossal creature was rapidly bearing down upon them. The figure before them was adorned with a magnificent coat of fiery red fur, racing through the air like a conflagration, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space. Its limbs were robust and powerful, and the long tail trailing behind it resembled a whip forged from precious ore, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Even from a distance, one could sense the indescribable aura of oppression emanating from this formidable beast. A level 4 demon beast known as the Crimson Flame Lion. Yu Zhao gazed at the rampaging creature, softly uttering its name. This was the very fiend responsible for the tragic demise of senior sister Zhao. Yet, within Yu Zhao's eyes, there was no hint of fear. Only a vibrant spirit of battle and a chilling intent to kill. Fang Chenglang Zhongjun, you must lead the others to safety. I will find a way to buy us some time. Zhou Jinyue's words sent yet another wave of shock through the disciples of the Five Elements sect, who had just regained their composure. Senior sister. Have you lost your mind? That is a level 4 demon. Zhang Jun roared. Zhou Jinyue remained unfazed. She recognized that she stood no chance against the demon, but as long as she could secure even a glimmer of hope for her fellow disciples, she would gladly embrace her fate. Senior sister Zhou, I will stay. Yu Zhao suddenly stepped forward. Nonsense. Zhou Jinyue's brows furrowed as she shouted at Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun, you must lead everyone to retreat. This is an order. No, I shall not retreat. Zhang Jun summoned his life-bound flying sword. His youthful face etched with determination. I will not leave either. Another disciple declared. Wiping his face defiantly, disciples of the Five Elements sect, we live and die together. As cultivators, we shall not shy away from battle. One by one, the disciples of the Five Elements sect expressed their resolve, refusing to abandon the fight. The 5 disciples of the Qingmu sect were left astounded at Mu Yi had previously believed that the disparity between the Qingmu sect and the Five Elements sect lay solely in the number of top-tier cultivators within each sect. However, in this moment, she truly realized that the disciples of the Five Elements sect were also a crucial factor in their dominance within the cultivation world. They possessed an extraordinary sense of unity and an indomitable spirit. Before them, life and death seemed trivial. Their unwavering belief stood as a testament to eternity. Deep within her heart, she couldn't help but feel a yearning admiration for the Five Elements sect. Mu Shimi. Then Tian Han of the Qingmu sect revealed a hint of hesitation. He admired the courage of the Five Elements sect disciples, yet that did not mean he was willing to march to his own demise alongside them. Why walk a path to death when survival was within reach? His thoughts were not hard to decipher. Mu Yi shot him a sharp glare and coldly stated, if you wish to leave, then do so at your own discretion. I will not abandon this place. After all, Mu Yi was one of the most gifted alchemists among the younger generation of the Qingmu sect. She possessed her own pride and tenacity. How could she allow the disciples of the Five Elements sect to fight valiantly while the disciples of the Qingmu sect slipped away? What reputation would she have left? The expressions of Tian Han and his companions shifted between shades of green and white, caught in a dilemma where neither option seemed feasible. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Five Elements sect had reached a consensus. Zhou Jinyue and the others were resolute, unable to sway one another. The distance between them and the demon had dwindled to a point of insignificance. At this juncture, fleeing was futile. It was far better to unite their strengths and face the threat together. Fang Chenglang, Lan Ziyu, Zhangjun, Zhou Jinyue called out several names in quick succession. After a moment, you will join me in launching a frontal assault to draw attention, while the remaining junior disciples will strike from other directions. Should you encounter danger, do not hesitate to call for help. Do not act recklessly, understood? Understood. Zhou Jinyue then turned to Yu Zhao and Ye Congxin, stating solemnly, your cultivation levels are insufficient to inflict harm upon the great demon, so I have but one request of you. Keep your distance from the battlefield and prioritize your safety. Can you manage this? Ye Congxin nodded emphatically, saying, I will not cause trouble for everyone. A quiet sigh of relief escaped her. With Zhou Jinyue, Fang Chenglang, and others leading the charge, she felt assured of surviving until the end. Zhou Jinyue glanced back at Yu Zhao. Why Yu Zhao remained silent. Chapter 36. The Five Elements sect can exist without Zhou Jinyue. Junior sister Yu. Zhou Jinyue's words were cut short, her expression shifting abruptly as she cast a deep glance at Yu Zhao, then turned resolutely toward the direction of the Crimson Flame Lion, leaving behind a determined silhouette. Fang Qinglong's voice remained as gentle as ever, followed by Lan Ziyu, Zhang Jun, and Zhu Mingde. While Yu Zhao watched her familiar companions forsake life and death, rushing toward a gamble of life itself, her heart a tumult of emotions. And that moment, Yu Zhao suddenly grasped the significance of senior sister Zhou's sacrifice. A wave of shame washed over her. Whether in her past life or this one, her perspective had always been confined to trivial affections. She had placed undue weight on her sect while undervaluing herself, given the chance to live anew. Her thoughts had not been of achieving enlightenment or cultivating to fruition, but rather of making those who had wronged her regret their actions. Her sentiments were narrow and selfish. Boom! It was as if a thunderclap had erupted in her mind. The confusion in Yu Zhao's eyes dissipated entirely, replaced by clarity and resolve simultaneously. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth surged forth as if summoned, coalescing around her to form a small vortex of spiritual essence. The torrent of energy penetrated every pore of her body, flooding into her limbs and bones. Present at the scene, aside from Yu Zhao, were the 5 members of the Qingmu sect and Ye Congxin. The commotion from Yu Zhao's enlightenment was too pronounced for anyone to overlook. The 5 from Mu Yi were nearly left agape. At such a critical moment, members of the 5 Elements sect could still attain insight and break through in place. What a monstrous talent! Ye Congxin's eyes burned with jealousy. It was then that she suddenly recalled that, long ago, Yu Zhao had also been regarded as a prodigious talent by the 5 Elements sect, a young girl of extraordinary aptitude. Had Yu Zhao not been so preoccupied with emotions and squandered time on trivial matters, she would not have languished for so many years. A flicker of astonished anger crossed Ye Congxin's gaze. The experience of enlightenment was wondrous. Yu Zhao lost control over her body yet could perceive everything around her with clarity. She noticed the subtle expressions on Ye Congxin's face, observed her fellow disciples attacking the crimson flame lion, and beheld the carnage strewn across Longming Valley. She even glimpsed, from 1,000 miles away, the 5 Elements sect atop the verdant mountains. Who dares to spy upon the 5 Elements sect? She inhaled deeply. The voice she had just heard sounding eerily familiar, as if it belonged to the sect master. Thus, what she witnessed was not an illusion. Amidst her feelings of desolation, Yu Zhao could only feel a profound sense of gratitude. Had it not been for the timely interruption from the sect leader, her moment of enlightenment could have endangered Sister Zhao and the others. With spiritual energy coursing through her, she transformed into a shooting star, surging forth with the force of thunder. In the blink of an eye, her figure had vanished into the depths of the forest. Yu Yi was taken aback. Yu Zhao's chosen direction was unmistakably toward the location of the formidable demon. Anxiously, she began to stomp her feet in frustration. With Yu Zhao's current cultivation level, approaching would be tantamount to delivering herself to the jaws of death. Such recklessness was intolerable. Gritting her teeth with determination, Mu Yi resolved to follow suit. Regardless of the consequences, she was willing to risk everything. The 4 members of the Qingmu sect were paralyzed with fear. Noticing that Mu Ye's speed showed no signs of abating, they exchanged glances, hesitating in their steps. Ye Congxin observed their reaction, a flicker of derision crossing her eyes. How could a distinguished golden core cultivator display such cowardice? Such individuals would undoubtedly lack the favor of the heavens. Faced with those devoid of any utility, Ye Congxin felt no inclination to squander time on them. With her chin held high, she departed, seeking a concealed location to lay low, awaiting the final outcome. Once a verdant and vibrant valley, the Longming Valley had now been reduced to a barren wasteland. With thick smoke billowing from the crevices, the flames danced like stars, scattered densely across the landscape, the searing heat rendering the very air distorted. Zhao Jinyue stood upon the parched earth, a dark golden longbow clutched in her left hand, while her right hand, marred with crimson streaks, hung limply by her side. Trembling uncontrollably, her flowing robe was disheveled and clung to her form, bearing traces of burns. Presenting a rather disheveled appearance, she surveyed her surroundings, noting that the plight of her companions was even more dire. Feng Chonglang, typically immaculate in his azure robe, was now splattered with blood and grime. Lan Ziyu had narrowly evaded a fiery onslaught, yet her face bore the marks of burns, blood cascading from her wounds. Several junior disciples had already succumbed to unconsciousness, their combat capabilities extinguished. Zhao Jinyue's heart weighed heavy with an unprecedented burden. They could scarcely hold their ground any longer. With their spiritual energy depleted, they were hardly able to mount a counterattack, let alone defend against the next wave of onslaught. The intelligence of a level 4 demon was not to be underestimated. Sensing that the group of cultivators had reached their limits, it opted to halt its attack. Its cruel and merciless gaze swept over them, as if selecting its favored prey. Under the watchful eye of the crimson flame lion, all were rendered immobile, instinctively holding their breath. The shadow of death looming over each individual. Under the immense pressure, some could not suppress their soft whimpers. Yet, this barely audible sound immediately caught the attention of the crimson flame lion. Its gaze fixated on the disciple who had made the sound, baring its sharp teeth, its eyes gleaming with a cruel excitement. This is dire. Zhao Jinyue's pupils constricted, the doubts and fears buried deep within her heart transforming into boundless courage. Feng Chonglang, Lan Ziyu, you lead everyone to safety. I shall handle the rest. Zhao Jinyue's voice soared on the howling winds, reaching the ears of every disciple of the Five Elements sect present. "Oh, senior sister. I will not leave." Zhang Jun's face was streaked with tears. Everyone understood what it meant for Zhou Jinhua to stay behind. She was prepared to sacrifice herself to carve a path of survival for the others. "I am the captain. This is an order." As the chill of the evening deepened, Zhou Jinhua spoke with a resolute tone. "The Five Elements sect can exist without Zhou Jinhua, but it cannot do so without you all. Even if you do not consider your own well-being, you must think of the sect. Now, immediately, depart." The weight of a single life versus 20. Zhou Jinhua did not need to ponder. The answer was crystal clear. "Go. We must. Leave." The speaker was Fang Changlang, with Zhou Jinhua present. His role as the deputy leader of the team felt almost negligible, yet he bore the responsibility without hesitation. Chapter 37. Another loss of little 6. Fang Changlang approached a disciple kneeling on one knee. Placing a hand on his shoulder to assist him in retreating, the other disciples followed suit. Mimicking his actions, Zhang Jun's eyes brimmed with tears as he gazed intently at Zhou Jinhua's departing figure. This was likely the final farewell between him and his senior sister. He clenched his fists, silently vowing, "Senior sister, I too will dedicate my life to protecting the sect and my fellow disciples." A look of contentment graced her face. If they could depart safely, she would have no regrets in death. No, that was not entirely accurate. Deep down she harbored one lingering regret: why Yu Shimi's divination truly lacks precision. "I shall never trust it again." Roar. As the disciples of the Five Elements sect retreated, the crimson flame lion showed no signs of response. Rather, it leisurely raised its right paw and began to groom its fur, clearly dismissing the diminutive human figures before it. Only when the last disciple neared the edge of the area did it suddenly open its maw and unleash a torrent of crimson flames. Simultaneously, its powerful limbs propelled it forward like a bolt of lightning towards the fleeing disciples. "You will face me." Zhou Jinhua snorted coldly, then retrieved a handful of spiritual pills and consumed them. In an instant, a surge of potent spiritual energy coursed through her meridians, nearly overwhelming her body. She stifled her discomfort, raising her left hand to wield her longbow while drawing the bowstring swiftly with her right. A stream of dark golden arrows, each trailing a long feather, rained down upon the crimson flame lion like a tempest. The lion did not flinch. The arrow struck its body, producing a cacophony of metallic clinks. Its speed remained unaffected, and within mere breaths, the distance between it and Zhou Jinhua shrank to less than 10 meters. At this close range, Zhou Jinhua could distinctly see the lion's flowing whiskers and its chilling gaze, the oppressive aura of a fourth-tier demon descending upon her. Her hands trembled momentarily before regaining steadiness. Her death must serve the utmost purpose at the final moment, to hold the crimson flame lion at bay and afford her comrades a fleeting chance of survival. Thus, retreat was not an option. Closer. Ever closer. Meanwhile, Fang Changlang and his companions soared through the forest on their flying swords. Their passage was anything but smooth, swaying erratically, rising and falling, yet none dared to halt for adjustments. Their eyes blazed with the fire of vengeance, their internal spiritual energy nearly at its zenith. The sword energy whistled past. "Senior brother." Just then, a timid voice emerged from the right thicket. "Continue forward. Do not stop." Fang Changlang addressed the group and altered their direction, flying towards the edge of the forest. "Little junior sister, is that you?" Ye Congxin's delighted face peeked through the foliage. "It is I, senior brother." As her words fell, Fang Changlang directly summoned her onto his flying sword with his spiritual energy. He steadied himself, and the sword transformed into a stream of light, pursuing once more. Fang Changlang's brow furrowed tightly, his face devoid of color, his lips pale as parchment. That he was already gravely injured, and now, bearing the weight of 2 junior disciples as they fled for their lives, he felt an overwhelming strain. Yet, the mere thought that their chance of survival was being fought for by Zhou Jinhua infused him with renewed vigor. As long as he remained focused, he was certain he could lead the group out of Longming Valley. Just then, the voice of Lan Ziyu echoed from not far away. "Junior sister, why isn't Yu Zhao with you?" This question struck Fang Changlang like a heavy blow, leaving him dizzy and seeing stars. He had only just taken in the junior sister. What of Xiao Lu? Had he lost her again? Fang Changlang's mind faltered, causing the sword to veer off course. At the back of the group, Ye Congxin witnessed their trajectory veering dangerously off course, about to collide with the mountain wall, and she could not help but scream. Her shriek jolted Fang Changlang back to reality, and at the moment their sword was about to crash into the wall, he summoned every ounce of his spiritual energy to halt the sword's advance, though he himself plummeted from the sky due to exhaustion. "Senior brother." Fang Shixiang, the other disciples of Wuxing Daozong, preoccupied with their frantic escape, paused in alarm. They could no longer bear the weight of losing their companions. Lan Ziyu quickly leapt from her flying apparatus and rushed to Feng Chunglang's side, anxiously grasping his hand. Senior brother, are you all right? Feng Chunglang gripped her hand tightly, his voice a wretched whisper. Ziyu Xiao Lu. She didn't keep up. I've lost her again. What? Lan Ziyu's eyes widened in horror. Where is Yu Zhao? We must go to retrieve her. Feng Chonglang, with reddened eyes, spoke each word deliberately. Lan Ziyu, as though hearing the most absurd joke, bellowed in anguish. Feng Chonglang. That is Yu Zhao, our junior sister. How can you abandon her? Lan Ziyu collapsed onto the ground, her despondent demeanor evoking a sense of sorrow in all who beheld her. Senior brother, second brother, you cannot save sixth sister, for she has gone to find Zhao. Ye Congxin could no longer contain herself. She yearned to hurl the sharpest and most venomous words at Feng Chonglang and Lan Ziyu. For this was a moment of escape, yet instead of devising a way to hasten their flight, they were embroiled in a futile argument, wasting precious time. Zhou Jinyue could not hold back the enemy alone for much longer. If they did not leave soon, they would be trapped. Junior sister, you mean Yu Zhao? She. Not only Feng Chonglang and Lan Ziyu, but the others were equally taken aback by Ye Congxin's revelation. If they could not handle a fourth-level demon, how could Yu Zhao, a foundation-level cultivator, willingly rush into danger? It seemed she truly had no regard for her life. Seeing that they still showed no inclination to depart, Ye Congxin stoked the flames further. Sixth sister insisted on helping. I could not stop her no matter how hard I tried. She even scolded me, calling me a coward who only cared for my own life. I simply did not wish to burden everyone. At her words, the expressions of the crowd darkened. The scorn Yu Zhao had directed at Ye Congxin was not unlike a condemnation aimed at them all. Their hearts were already heavy with distress. And upon hearing such veiled accusations, they felt both embarrassed and enraged. They wished to remain and offer assistance, yet the disparity between the enemy and themselves was insurmountable, leaving them no choice but to retreat. Feng Chonglang took a deep breath and unsteadily rose to his feet. Since it was Yu Zhao's own decision, we have no right to interfere. We must continue our journey and depart from this place before nightfall. Yes. The group responded weakly, reassuming their positions upon their flying swords. Just as they prepared to leave, an enormous roar erupted from behind, shaking the ground and sending invisible shockwaves that swept up countless particles of dust. The crowd turned in horror to see what had transpired. Tears streamed down their faces. Senior sister Zhou had fallen. Chapter 38. Why cry? I'm not dead yet. Feng Chonglang and the others flew forward in a daze, each of them looking haggard, like mere walking corpses despite their unwillingness to accept the truth. The sound they had just heard was unmistakably caused by senior sister Zhou. A self-detonation. It was the most dreaded fate for a cultivator. Self-detonation signified not only the destruction of the body but also the obliteration of the soul, leading to eternal oblivion. It was unclear who first succumbed to tears, but soon the sobs melded into a chorus of grief. Zhang Jun wept the most sorrowfully, filled with self-loathing for being unable to save his senior sister or anyone else. He could not bear to face his master. Clenching his fists tightly, tears cascaded down his cheeks, the weight of guilt threatening to engulf him. In a moment of haze, he seemed to hear his senior sister's voice. Second junior brother. Unable to contain his anguish any longer, Zhang Jun broke down in a fit of wailing, calling out for his senior sister. Those who heard him were touched, and many disciples joined in the lamentation. Ye Congxin, taking advantage of the moment to wipe her tears, quietly curled her lips in disdain. Hypocrisy. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. Why are you crying? I'm not dead yet. Zhang Jun was nearly knocked off his feet by an unexpected slap, staggering as he turned in disbelief. Zhou Jinyue stood before him, hands on her hips, glaring fiercely. Behind her were Yu Zhao and Mu Yi from the Qingmu sect, who waved cheerfully at him. Hey sister. Is it really you? The surprise was overwhelming, leaving Zhang Jun momentarily stunned. The other disciples of the Five Elements sect, drawn by the commotion, turned to see Zhou Jinyue and the others standing unscathed, their expressions one of astonishment. Senior sister. Like a fledgling bird, Zhang Jun lunged towards Zhou Jinyue. She, riding her sword with Yu Zhao and Mu Yi, had no place to evade his embrace and was caught off guard. Turning her face away in annoyance, she soon felt warm liquid trickling down her neck. Her tense expression softened, and she gently patted Zhang Jun's back. You've worked hard. Overwhelmed with emotion, Zhang Jun could scarcely articulate a response, merely shaking his head vigorously, tears and snot smearing against Zhou Jinyue's face. After enduring for as long as she could, Zhou Jinyue finally had enough and kicked Zhang Jun away. That's enough. Don't take advantage of my kindness. In the next moment, Zhou Jinyue regretted her words. As she found herself surrounded by a throng of disciples from the Five Elements sect, tears glistening in their eyes, They rushed towards her, calling out for Sister Zhao. Yu Zhao and Mu were also pushed out of the crowd. They exchanged a glance and simultaneously broke into smiles, having forged a bond through the trials of life and death. Recalling the harrowing moment of their recent rescue, Yu Zhao felt a lingering unease. Had they arrived a moment later, Zhou Jinyue would have been prepared to perish alongside the Crimson Flame Lion. She had nearly lost such a remarkable sister again. A faint smile graced Yu Zhao's lips as she felt both fortunate and joyful for having saved Zhou Jinyue. At that moment, 3 individuals she wished to avoid appeared before her. Fang Qinglong's disheveled appearance could not conceal the worry etched on his face as he asked with concern, "Xiao Lu, are you all right?" Although Lan Ziyu remained silent, her eyes roamed over Yu Zhao from head to toe, as if wishing to scrutinize every single strand of her hair. Ye Congxin clasped her hands tightly to her chest, a tear glistening at the corner of her eye, exuding a heart-wrenching charm. "Sister Lu, it is such a relief to see you unharmed." Mu gazed at Yu Zhao with envy, secretly admiring the deep bonds of camaraderie and affection among the disciples of the Five Elements sect. After experiencing a moment of enlightenment, Yu Zhao found herself liberated from the confounding matters that had once troubled her. She could discern that Fang Chonglang and Lan Ziyu's concern was genuine and heartfelt, not mere pretense. Yet, their sentiments had arrived too late. She no longer required the love of others to fill the void within her heart. She had come to understand her desires and was resolutely prepared to pursue them. In her past life, she had been consumed by obsessions, ultimately reaping the bitter fruits of her choices. And this life, they would merely be strangers. "I am fine," Yu Zhao replied with a gentle smile. Fang Chonglang initially exhaled in relief, but when his gaze fell upon the smile on Yu Zhao's face and the emptiness in her eyes, his expression faltered abruptly. A polite smile is merely a facade, masking an unmoved gaze and unfulfilled intentions. It's quite simple, senior brother teaches you. Just smile like this. Previously, when Xiao Lu had coldly ignored them, he had comforted himself with the notion that she was merely throwing a childish tantrum that could be soothed. But now, as she smiled at them, his heart raced with unease. Had she included him in her list of disliked individuals? Did she harbor no intention of forgiving him? "Xiao Lu, do not smile like that. Do not smile like that." Fang Chonglang gazed into Yu Zhao's eyes, his own glistening with tears, his expression a mixture of sorrow and despair. Why Yu Zhao had not anticipated Fang Chonglang's acute perception. She had intended to feign a smile to placate him, but since her pretense had been unveiled, she chose to abandon her disguise. Fang Chonglang saw in Yu Zhao's eyes a reflection of his own sorrowful and shameful self. In that moment, he became acutely aware that Xiao Lu no longer needed him. He reached out a trembling hand, wishing to grasp Yu Zhao before him, but it felt as if a veil of fog had descended, and his consciousness began to fade. Then he lost awareness, his body unwittingly collapsing backward. "Master brother!" Lan Ziyu and Ye Congxin were taken aback, quickly rushing to support Fang Chonglang. Lan Ziyu assessed his condition and reassured them. "Fortunately, it seems that Master Brother is merely exhausted. A bit of rest should suffice." She conveyed her findings to Ye Congxin, and Ye Congxin was immediately overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face. "How wonderful!" Lan Ziyu turned to share the news with Yu Zhao, only to find her standing still, looking down at them with an expression of tranquil indifference. Lan Ziyu was incredulous. The senior brother had fainted. Yet Yu Zhao displayed no reaction, not even a hint of panic. Did she truly care nothing for her senior brother? Was this really Yu Zhao? A chill coursed through Lan Ziyu, penetrating to the very marrow of her bones, leaving her trembling and reluctant to ponder further. Chapter 39. I have a proposal. What? It was junior sister Yu who saved senior sister. How could this be possible? Indeed, Yu Zhao is merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. When did she break through? Impossible, absolutely impossible. As the excitement waned, the disciples of the Five Elements Dao sect surrounded Zhou Jinyue, insisting she recount how she had defeated the level 4 Crimson Flame Lion. However, upon hearing her account, each one of them stood agape in disbelief, for according to Zhou Jinyue, she had done nothing. In the dire moment, Yu Zhao and Mu Yi had suddenly appeared. Mu Yi had drawn the attention away, allowing Yu Zhao to seize the opportunity to unleash a magical artifact, decisively vanquishing the Crimson Flame Lion and turning the tide. The crowd was left in stunned silence. Their impression of Yu Zhao had lingered on her jealousy towards Yi's sister, leading them to suspect her motives. They had not anticipated that, over the course of 3 years, Yu Zhao had transformed into someone entirely unrecognizable to them. Zhou Jinyue lifted her chin defiantly. "Humph, you all consider yourselves cultivators yet fail to grasp the truth that even a brief separation can lead to a new perspective. Even if you doubt my words, Mu Yi from Qingmu sect is present. You may inquire with her." The crowd turned in unison to Mu Yi, who, with a blush adorning her cheeks, nodded emphatically. Junior sister, you saved senior sister. I bow to you. Although Zhang Jun had managed to stifle his tears, his emotions remained fervent. He took 3 steps forward, then 2, approaching Yu Zhao, ready to kneel and pay his respects, startling both Yu Zhao and Zhou Jinhua. They quickly intervened to stop Zhang Jieyuan. Why? Yu Zhao sighed. Senior brother Zhang, senior sister Zhou is not solely your senior sister. This was simply my duty. I do not care. I shall remember your kindness and repay it in the future. Zhang Jun declared resolutely. Me too. A burly senior brother stepped forward. Junior sister, I previously believed the slanders and wronged you. I apologize sincerely. He bowed deeply. Junior sister, I too wish to express my regrets. You are remarkable. We were in the wrong. Others from the 5 Elements Dao sect chimed in, each voicing their contrition. Following this battle, they had come to a profound understanding of Yu Zhao's character and felt ashamed of their past actions. Yu Zhao had not anticipated such an outcome. Her intention had been to rescue senior sister Zhou, with no concern for the opinions of others. Yet, witnessing her fellow disciples who usually regarded her with disdain, bowing their heads in apology was a rather gratifying experience. And that moment, a pair of resentful eyes pierced through the crowd. Why? Yu Zhao's heart tightened as she turned to see Ye Congxin glaring at her with fierce hostility from the edge of the crowd. Upon seeing her, Ye Congxin immediately lowered her head, her lips nearly forming a straight line. Why? Yu Zhao let out a cold laugh. Has she lost her composure so swiftly? Ye Congxin. Since her rebirth, Yu Zhao had not engaged in any acts against Ye Congxin. Yet the latter's hatred for her had instead penetrated to the very marrow of her being. Why? Yu Zhao was keen to discern how, in this lifetime where she remained vigilant and no longer lost, Ye Congxin would seek to ensnare her. What exactly was the malevolent entity within Ye Congxin? Junior sister Zhou Jinhua suddenly patted Yu Zhao's shoulder, expressing her gratitude. This time it's truly thanks to you. Who could have anticipated that there would be a 4th-level demon lurking within Longming Valley? Being involved, Zhou Jinhua was acutely aware of how perilous the situation had been. She had nearly resorted to self-detonation by igniting her divine soul. Senior sister Zhou, do you not find it peculiar? Lingxiao Mountain Manor has conducted multiple purges of Longming Valley. Logically, a 4th-level demon should not be present. Moreover, the information we received earlier indicated the existence of the 7-colored deer. Yet no one has encountered such a creature thus far. Zhou Jinua's expression gradually turned grave, her eyes flashing with a chilling murderous intent. Are you suggesting that someone deliberately lured us here to set a trap for our elimination? Quite possibly. Yu Zhao nodded. The disciples who had overheard Yu Zhao and Zhou Jinua's conversation erupted in outrage. Who dares to conspire against the 5 Elements Dao sect? They must be tired of living. So there are indeed underhanded dealings at play. No wonder we have been so unfortunate. Find that scoundrel. Let us strike him down. They fled in desperation, pent-up frustrations boiling over at last, eager to drag the treacherous villain into the light, subject him to a thorough beating, and render him utterly powerless. Zhou Jinhua wore a somber expression, remaining silent as a disciple of the sect master. Her thoughts naturally ran deeper than those of others. Was this a conspiracy aimed at the 5 Elements Dao sect? And were there other sects lurking in the shadows? What was their ultimate aim? Senior sister Zhou, I have a proposal. Yu Zhao ventured. You may speak. When Yu Zhao put forth her suggestion, she held little confidence. She had yet to locate the injured Wu Xiaozhen. If she missed this opportunity, she knew not when she would have another chance to eliminate him. If she proposed to remain behind alone, senior sister Zhou and the others would undoubtedly oppose her. Thus, she was left to gamble on this chance. The group exchanged glances, and after a moment Zhang Jun gritted his teeth. Senior sister, I believe junior sister Yu's analysis is quite sound. Since someone dares to strike at us from behind, if we let them off so easily, what face would the 5 Elements Dao sect have? Indeed. We cannot allow that treacherous scoundrel to escape unscathed. Agreed. If we do not vent this anger, I will surely be plagued by inner demons. What manner of individuals were disciples of the 5 Elements Dao sect? They were extraordinary talents, rare among 1,000. Ever since joining the 5 Elements Dao sect, they had been the envy and admiration of other cultivators, having suffered such a significant loss while suppressing their rage and pretending as if nothing had transpired was simply beyond their capacity. Yes, the disciples of the 5 Elements Dao sect, invigorated as if fueled by a potent elixir, responded loudly, their grievances evaporating from their faces outside. Ye Congxin felt an urge to vomit blood. Fools. A bunch of fools. Ah, she was infuriated. Chapter 40. The Sex Assembly. You sure you may I call you Yu Zhao? Yu Zhao sat quietly, taking a moment to rest. Yi approached, fidgeting for a while before finally uttering a complete sentence. Yu Zhao nodded, holding a favorable impression of Mu Yi. Although Mu Yi was not related to them, she was the only one among the 5 from Qingmu sect who was willing to step forward to help during a time of danger. For this reason alone, Yu Zhao found it impossible to treat her with disdain. Mu Yi chuckled and sat beside Yu Zhao, straightforwardly stating, "I can't find our people, so I would like to join you. If that's all right." Mu Yi had clearly assessed her teammates. She preferred to accompany the members of Wu Xingdao sect rather than remain with that cowardly group. Dawai Yu Zhao gestured towards Zhou Jinyu. "Then you should ask our captain." Mu Yi lightly nudged her with her arm. "You and your captain share such a close bond. If you agree, she certainly won't refuse." Mu Yi had already discerned the dynamics within their group. Among the Wu Xingdao sect team, Zhou Jinyu was the cornerstone while Yu Zhao occupied a peripheral role. Despite this apparent disparity, the two were the best of friends. Otherwise, Yu Zhao would not have risked her life to rescue Zhou Jinyu. Thus, persuading Yu Zhao was tantamount to persuading Zhou Jinyu. After contemplating, Yu Zhao concluded that having an alchemist in their ranks would indeed enhance their safety. "I will speak to senior sister Zhou." Mu Yi nodded eagerly. Go on, I await your good news." While Yu Zhao approached Zhou Jinyu to relay Mu Ye's thoughts. And as expected, Zhou Jinyu did not oppose the idea, allowing Mu Yi to join their ranks seamlessly. Half an hour later, Zhou Jinyu walked over to Lan Ziyu, frowning as she glanced at the still unconscious Fang Chenglang. Junior brother Fang showing no signs of waking? Lan Ziyu shook her head with a bitter expression. Zhou Jinyu sighed. "We cannot leave junior brother Fang unattended. And you must also care for junior sister. I will have Zhang Jun and the others come to assist you. We shall not abandon any teammate." "Thank you, senior sister Zhou." The wounds on Lan Ziyu's face were beginning to show signs of scabbing, yet they still appeared quite gruesome. At this moment, she wore a dejected expression, her eyes clouded with an indelible gloom, starkly contrasting her usual vibrant demeanor. Zhou Jinyu shook her head and called Zhang Jun and others to take turns caring for Fang Chenglang as the team set off once more. Wu Xingdao sect. The Assembly Hall. "The purpose of gathering you all today is to inform you that an unidentified individual attempted to probe our sect with their soul. Although I managed to repel them later, I believe it is prudent to notify you all so that you may remain vigilant." The sect leader took the prominent seat and recounted the recent incident in detail. The elders of Wu Xingdao sect and the peak leaders in attendance were astonished to hear that someone dared to probe their sect with their soul. Who possessed such audacity, daring to wreak havoc within Wu Xingdao sect? This was akin to courting death. In my view, this is clearly a provocation. They are showing contempt for us, Wu Xingdao sect. I have a different perspective. If the intruder harbored malicious intent, they would not have been easily detected by us. There must be more to this matter. As the crowd expressed their opinions, the assembly hall quickly became lively. The sovereign listened in silence to their discussions, not uttering a word until the assembly hall fell silent once more. He narrowed his eyes and turned his gaze towards the ever-reticent Qingyan Zhenren. "Jane, what is your perspective?" The others also looked at Qingyan Zhenren. He replied nonchalantly, "Insignificant individuals, hardly worth mentioning." The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Qingyan Zhenren remained as self-assured as ever. The sovereign quickly furrowed his brow, about to speak when suddenly, a violent twitch seized his left eyelid. That he stared in astonishment, his eyes wide, as he pressed his hand against his left eyelid, rising abruptly in a moment of disarray. The other elders, who had previously harbored reservations about Qingyan Zhenren, immediately redirected their attention towards him. Someone inquired with concern, "Sovereign, have you made a significant discovery?" The sovereign shook his head. It was not that he was unwilling to speak, but rather that he could not produce a sound. Just moments ago, a profound sense of dread had coursed through his entire being. His hair stood on end, his expression taut, and he found himself unable to control his vocal cords. A heaviness settled in the sovereign's heart, and his thoughts raced. At this moment, the sect's grand formation was activated, with all the elders gathered in one place. Thus the source of the crisis could not lie within the sect itself. It must be. The sovereign's pupils constricted. He realized. It was the disciples who were out on their training expedition, the team led by his eldest disciple, Zhou Jinyu. Cold sweat broke out on the sovereign's forehead. This team encompassed some of the most capable and outstanding individuals among the younger generation of the Five Elements sect. This is dire. They are in danger. With this thought, the sovereign could no longer afford to ponder the inexplicable appearance and subsequent disappearance of the spirit. He rushed outside in a flurry, leaving no words behind. "Sovereign! Hey! Where has the sovereign gone? Is there a clue?" His departure left a group of individuals in the assembly hall bewildered. Just as they were at a loss, the sovereign burst through the door like a whirlwind, accompanied by a fit of raucous laughter. "Ha ha ha, all is well, merely a false alarm. Sovereign, your comings and goings are perplexing. What is the matter?" Indeed, if you are under great stress, you should have informed us. We would gladly share the burden with you. Look at how weary you appear. Sovereign, while managing the sect, do remember to balance work and rest. Do not overexert yourself. The sovereign, feeling elated, did not refute their concerns, merely nodding in agreement, leaving the crowd even more puzzled. He took in the expressions of those around him but did not intend to offer an explanation, primarily because he was unsure how to articulate it. Should he confess that just as he prepared to leave the sect, that sense of dread dissipated, replaced by a feeling of joy and excitement? The crisis had been averted, and good fortune was on the horizon. Naturally, he was delighted. How exhilarating! With the sovereign back to his usual self, the group resumed their discussion regarding the spirit. After a lengthy deliberation, they ultimately decided to adopt a stance of cautious observation. If the other party bore no ill intent and ceased their actions promptly following a warning, the outcome would be one of mutual satisfaction. However, should the other party remain unrepentant, the Five Elements sect would no longer afford them any opportunities, for they had not only the safety of the sect to safeguard but also the dignity of a top-tier sect to uphold. As soon as the sovereign declared the conclusion of the meeting, the figure of Congxin vanished from the assembly hall, leaving the crowd's lips twitching once more. Ha! You truly are something. Chapter 41. The Invitation from the Congxin sect. This is simply ugh. On the charred earth, a mixture of indeterminate crimson and yellow liquid lay pooled together, the air thick with an unpleasant stench. Zhang Jun endured as much as he could, but ultimately succumbed, bending over to retch violently. The others, upon witnessing this scene, felt their stomachs churn in sympathy, and upon hearing Zhang Jun's heaving, they too were overtaken by nausea. Yu Zhao, Mu Yi, and Zhou Jinyue turned their heads in disgust, distancing themselves from the source of the odor. Senior sister. After what felt like an eternity of vomiting, Zhang Jun finally lifted his head. Looking pitifully at Zhou Jinyue, his eyes reflecting the overwhelming visual assault, he felt utterly wretched. The others appeared equally frail, prompting Zhou Jinyue to shake her head in exasperation. Why, you junior sister? How did you manage to leave a fourth-level demon without even a complete corpse? Upon hearing Zhang Jun's inquiry, Yu Zhao smiled lightly. I naturally do not possess such formidable prowess, but I happen to have a water-attributed Yuan Bao. The crowd suddenly understood. The Yuan Bao is a magical artifact crafted by nascent soul cultivators, containing the essence of a single strike from one such practitioner, and can serve as a means of self-preservation in critical moments. However, the process of crafting a Yuan Bao is exceedingly intricate and demanding, and even nascent soul cultivators seldom have the patience to undertake it, rendering such artifacts quite rare in contemporary discourse. They were astonished to discover that Yu Zhao possessed such a rare Yuan Bao, particularly one that countered the fiery characteristics of the Qian lion. It was indeed a fitting end for the beast. I initially believed you junior sister was undervalued at Duyue Peak, but it seems I was mistaken. Congxin must truly hold you junior sister in high regard to bestow upon her a Yuan Bao for protection. One person's words echoed the sentiments of the crowd in their minds. You junior sister had always been the pitiable figure overlooked by their master and neglected by her seniors. It turned out that all their assumptions were misguided. Where had such damaging rumors originated? Ye Congxin's jealousy flared, her eyes nearly ablaze with envy. How could master show such favoritism? Bestowing a Yuan Bao upon Yu Zhao was akin to giving her a heap of frivolous trinkets. It was laughable that she had believed master held any genuine affection for her, only to realize that her standing in his heart paled in comparison to that of Yu Zhao. With this revelation, she resolved to cast aside her indecision. The fortunes of Congxin would be hers to seize. Among those present, perhaps only Lan Ziyu harbored doubts regarding the origins of the Yuan Bao. He knew all too well that their master, Congxin, was not a gentle or meticulous individual, nor one likely to invest time in crafting a Yuan Bao for the sake of his disciples' safety. Yet, he remained silent, casting a penetrating glance at Yu Zhao. Why Yu Zhao allowed the crowd to speculate without offering an explanation. They would never suspect that her Yuan Bao had not originated from Congxin, but rather from her third senior brother, Su Ming. This was the very assurance that fueled Yu Zhao's belief in her ability to rescue Zhou Jinyue. Rest here if you feel unwell, and those who can still move, join me in cleaning the battlefield. Zhou Jinyue's words elicited a chorus of lamentations. Senior sister, given the state of this Qian lion, is it really necessary to clean the battlefield? Indeed, its body is shattered beyond recognition. It should hold little value now. Sister Zhou, let us depart. If we linger any longer, I fear I may regurgitate even last night's meal. Among the disciples of the Five Elements Dao sect, few are financially constrained. They would rather forego the endeavor than scavenge for valuable beast materials amidst the piles of corpses. Zhou Jinyue raised her brows, declaring that her purpose in bringing you all here was to hone your skills. If you cannot endure even this minor trial, How will you establish yourselves in the realm of cultivation in the future? With that, she pointed to the already grouped Yu Zhao and Mai, noting that both of her junior sisters exhibited more courage than you. Are you truly willing to retreat? Zhou Jinyue's demeanor was resolute, leaving the others with no choice but to wear forlorn expressions as they commenced their task. Initially, they felt somewhat nauseated, but as they acclimated, they became immune to the surrounding stench, growing increasingly exhilarated upon discovering a complete beast bone. Mai squatted down, carefully extracting the liquid from the veins within a pool of dark red flesh. Drops of dark golden liquid flowed into the jade vial she held in her hand, and soon the color of that mass of flesh began to blanch. Allow me to express my gratitude in advance. No need for thanks. Come, let us gather some lion tails. What appeared to outsiders as a chaotic environment was, in truth, a paradise for alchemists. Mai reveled in it like a small mouse that had fallen into a rice bin, utterly enchanted. An hour later, the group reconvened. Many faces were ashen, yet their eyes sparkled with vigor. Zhou Jinyue nodded in satisfaction. Their ability to overcome psychological barriers was a significant step forward. This journey to Longming Valley had not been in vain, albeit fraught with peril. Wait, peril? Was it truly dangerous? Zhou Jinyue suddenly recalled Yu Zhao's divination results, which mirrored the outcomes of their current endeavor. How remarkably accurate! The slight unease within Zhou Jinyue dissipated entirely. No, the group replied in unison. Very well, let us set forth. Zhou Jinyue surged ahead like an arrow poised to take flight. Mai watched her figure vanish into the distance, a look of envy on her face. Sister Zhou is truly exceptional, always leading the charge, instilling a profound sense of security in those who accompany her. Yu Zhao wholeheartedly agreed. Zhou Jinyue was the most charismatic individual she had ever known. Being friends with her meant never having to worry about a sudden betrayal. Mai cast another glance at Yu Zhao, saying, "You are not lacking either. You may not even realize how much more composed you are than they are. The most fortunate aspect of this outing for me is having met you and Sister Zhou. In the future, you and Sister Zhou must visit our Qingmu sect. We have an abundance of elixirs." Yu Zhao's heart stirred at that. It was said that beneath the Qingmu sect lay a premium fire vein, which the sect's forebears had divided into 108 tributaries through the use of formations, constructing an alchemy chamber above each tributary. Disciples of the Pill Gate would seek out these chambers to refine elixirs before mastering the control of flames. Yu Zhao had been pondering whether to invite a master craftsman to forge the artifact for her Wansixi after collecting the necessary materials, or to attempt the craft herself. She longed to create the artifact with her own hands, yet as a cultivator of the water spirit root, she was incapable of manipulating fire. The alchemy chambers of the Qingmu sect could provide her with the necessary fire source. Thus, Yu Zhaoshuang readily accepted Mu Ye's invitation, committing to memory the matter of traveling to Qingmu Gate. Chapter 42. Witnessing death without offering aid. Huff, Wu Xiaozhen lay weakly on the ground, feeling as if every bone in his body had been mercilessly crushed, inflicting unbearable agony. Were it not for the faintest whisper of his own breath, he might have believed he had already departed for the underworld. He tugged at the corners of his mouth, reflecting that one reaps what one sows. Not long ago, he had inadvertently trespassed into a secret realm, where he stumbled upon several cubs of the crimson flame lion. Though merely cubs, the essence contained within their flesh surpassed that of many foundational cultivators. In a moment of impulsiveness, he had used his goo worms to consume 3 of the cubs, thereby incurring a monumental calamity. Unbeknownst to him, within that secret realm lurked a 4th-tier crimson flame lion beast, which immediately detected the demise of its offspring and set out to hunt him down. Wu Xiaozhen fled from the secret realm to Longming Valley, yet he could not shake off the crimson flame lion, which toyed with him as if he were but a plaything. Ultimately, he barely managed to deceive the beast by transforming a majority of his goo worms into replicas of himself. He had narrowly escaped with his life, but he bore multiple injuries, and the goo worms he had painstakingly nurtured were now in scant supply. More critically, he found himself incapacitated. Should danger arise, he possessed little means to defend himself, rendered helpless to the whims of fate. Despairing, Wu Xiaozhen closed his eyes, replaying the scenes of his past within his mind. One by one, his family members fell amidst a sea of corpses and blood, yet none spoke of his whereabouts. He was Wu Xiaozhen, the sole heir of the Wu family, and the bloodline of the Wu clan must not be severed. Help! Save me! Someone, please save me! I do not wish to die, he murmured, his lips trembling as he uttered low whispers. His rational mind informed him that no one could hear his cries for help, yet he persisted. Second senior brother, it seems there is someone over there. In a daze, the melodious voice of a young girl pierced through the gloom, illuminating Wu Xiaozhen's world. An unknown surge of strength welled up within him, and he abruptly opened his eyes. A figure clad in pale yellow unexpectedly entered his line of sight. He was momentarily stunned, his eyes brimming with ecstatic joy that he had been saved. Yet, in the next instant, his consciousness plunged into darkness. On the other side, Yu Zhao heard a commotion not far away, her eyes narrowing slightly. Could it be you? Wu Xiaozhen? Second senior brother, Sister Zhao, he looks so pitiful. Let us save him, Ye Congxin said, her gaze filled with compassion as she looked at the injured figure lying on the ground, devoid of unblemished flesh. Lan Ziyu and Zhou Jingyue exchanged glances, remaining silent. They had followed the tracks of the Crimson Flame Lion to this location, their senses keenly attuned to the surrounding environment, yet they had entirely overlooked this person's presence. It was only when Ye Congxin claimed to have heard cries for help that they had come to investigate. This individual was gravely injured and lay in the path of the Crimson Flame Lion. It was conceivable that his presence was intricately linked to the beast's appearance. Thus, the question remained, to save or not to save. Zhou Jingyue and the others were momentarily at an impasse. Observing their hesitation and noting the dwindling breath of the figure on the ground, Ye Congxin felt an urgent anxiety welling within her. This person was specifically indicated by the system as a significant bearer of fortune, possessing an aura of luck that rivaled that of her senior brothers. By rescuing him, she could exchange for even more coveted items. Second brother, this is a matter of a human life. Our Five Elements Dao sect is a renowned establishment of righteousness. Must we truly stand by and watch as someone perishes? Ye Congxin once again implored in a hushed tone. This Lan Ziyu hesitated that if this individual was indeed an innocent bystander, their inaction would contradict the teachings of their sect. He instinctively glanced at Zhou Jingyue, silently seeking her opinion. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Jingyue resolved to first preserve the man's life, intending to inquire further once he regained consciousness. Just as she was about to speak, Yu Zhao approached from the back of the group. Senior Sister Zhou, this man cannot be saved. The crowd stared at Yu Zhao in astonishment. A surge of resentment nearly overwhelmed Ye Congxin. Why was it her again? Did she have to oppose her at every turn? Zhou Jingyue responded, Junior Sister Yu, what leads you to say such a thing? Zhou Jingyue did not doubt Yu Zhao. Ever since Yu Zhao had risked her life to save her, she had wholly accepted her as one of their own. Yet, she was curious whether Yu Zhao had perceived something amiss. Why Yu Zhao pointed to several inconspicuous stains on the ground. Senior Sister, look closely. These are the remains of goo insects. This individual is likely a goo master. I have heard that when goo insects die, their corpses turn black if they are nourished with spiritual herbs. Conversely, if the corpses are red, it indicates that the goo master has fed them with flesh and blood. To her words, everyone immediately turned their attention to the crimson stains on the ground, faintly recognizing the forms of the goo insects. Why Yu Zhao continued, the presence of these red insect remains implies they were fed with flesh and blood. Generally, goo masters who cultivate by such means are not of virtuous character. Saving him may only result in further calamity. Thus, we cannot extend our aid. Why Yu Zhao's rationale was compelling, and the sympathy in many eyes swiftly transformed into disdain. Disciples of the Five Elements Dao sect practiced orthodox spells and naturally looked down upon those who delved into heretical paths. Such wicked cultivators, if they were to perish, would not be mourned. No, it is not so. Why Ye Congxin's eyes brimmed with tears as she sought to defend the unconscious man. However, neither Lan Ziyu nor the other disciples paid her any heed. Lan Ziyu gently ruffled her hair, earnestly advising, little junior sister, he is a villain. You need not feel guilty or indebted. This is his own doing. Why Ye Congxin felt a deep frustration she could not articulate. She had always been obedient and understanding, making it impossible for her to disregard the words of her seniors. Yet, the thought of foregoing the chance to garner goodwill and abandon a fortuitous opportunity left her unwilling. She gazed at the unconscious figure on the ground, a spark igniting within her mind, leading her to form a plan. She remained oblivious to Yu Zhao's unwavering gaze upon her. The moment her resolve solidified, Yu Zhao smiled faintly from a short distance away. She recognized at first glance that the nearly lifeless figure before her was none other than Wu Xiaozhen. The initial encounter between Ye Congxin and Wu Xiaozhen had likely occurred right in this very place. This rendered the situation rather intriguing. Although Ye Congxin consistently presented herself as innocent and benevolent, Yu Zhao understood that at her core, Ye Congxin was someone who would only rise early if there were benefits to be gained. The friends she would openly acknowledge were invariably outstanding young talents. At this moment, Wu Xiaozhen was still an obscure figure in the realm of cultivation, having no connection whatsoever with Ye Congxin. Yet Ye Congxin appears to have firmly believed that Wu Xiaozhen would undoubtedly achieve great success in the future. She fervently endeavored to persuade everyone to save Wu Xiaozhen, and even in the face of rejection, she did not relent, but continued to clandestinely scheme, vowing to not rest until her objectives were attained, reflecting on the once great prodigies who had gradually fallen from grace due to various misfortunes in her previous life. Zhao could surmise how Ye Congxin selected her prey and siphoned off their fortunes. It is likely that the courtiers under Ye Congxin's skirts would never fathom that the celestial moon they so ardently revered was, in fact, a blade that could claim their lives. Chapter 43. Despairing dreams. Zhao, your thoughts are malignant. You incessantly trouble my junior sister. You are unworthy of being my junior sister, let alone a member of Du Peak. In a state between dreams and wakefulness, Feng Chonglang heard a voice whispering in his ear. The voice was not loud, yet it was laced with boundless fury. He stood in bewilderment for quite some time before he realized that it seemed to emanate from himself. As he pondered, the voice grew increasingly clear. Why Zhao, I deeply regret it. From now on, you are forbidden to call me senior brother, or else do not blame me for my ruthless sword. Feng Chonglang could scarcely believe it. No. This is not something he would say. How could he possibly utter such harsh words to Xiao Lu? The one thing he never regretted was becoming Xiao Lu's senior brother. Even though an insurmountable chasm now lay between them, she would forever remain his junior sister. This truth would never waver. Silence. My junior sister's heart is pure and kind. How dare you slander her with malice? This sword is your senior brother's final lesson for you. No. No. What do you intend to do? Stop. Please stop. Feng Chonglang desperately sought to halt the unfolding events. Yet his consciousness seemed ensnared within a confined space. He could neither find an exit nor glimpse any light. Like a headless fly, he flailed within the confines of this space, unable to discover a way out or break the unyielding shackles. Just as he was consumed with anxiety, he heard the sound of a blade piercing flesh and the anguished whimpers of Zhao. In that moment, it was indeed a time for respite. Lan Ziyu leaned against a tree, having placed Feng Chonglang on the grass to his right for easier care. After taking a sip of water, he was about to close his eyes for a brief rest when his peripheral vision caught sight of Feng Chonglang, who was drenched in cold sweat, his brow furrowed tightly in a distressing expression. Senior brother. Senior brother. Lan Ziyu was startled. He attempted to rouse Feng Chonglang while sending someone to seek help from senior sister Zhao. Zhou Jingyue and Zhang Jun soon approached. Feng Chonglang, already injured, had lost all color from his face. It was apparent that he was troubled by some nightmare. As he bit down hard on his lower lip, crimson blood seeping forth, staining his pale lips with an eerie scarlet hue. What is wrong with him? Zhou Jingyue inquired, frowning. Lan Ziyu shook his head. I do not know. He suddenly became this way. Zhang Jun stroked his chin and suggested, senior brother Feng must be suffering from a nightmare. Though cultivators possess resolute minds and are seldom troubled by dreams, they are not entirely immune. Moreover, given their recent string of misfortunes and Feng Chonglang's injuries, it is quite plausible for him to be disturbed by nightmares. Zhou Jingyue concurred with Zhang Jun's hypothesis and proposed, let us awaken our junior brother first. Very well. Lan Ziyu this time not only spoke but also took action. However, Feng Chonglang remained unresponsive, ensnared in a realm of secrets. Lan Ziyu, at a loss, felt her lips tremble in anxiety. Step aside. Zhou Jingyue could no longer bear to watch. She pushed Lan Ziyu aside and, gathering her strength, delivered a resounding slap to Feng Chonglang's face. The sound echoed sharply, and Zhou Jingyue shook her hand, thinking it a pity that Yu Shimi was not present to witness this cathartic moment. Lan Ziyu and Zhang Jun stood frozen, astonished by the formidable Zhou Shijiati. That moment, Feng Chonglang let out a groan. Slowly opening his eyes, Lan Ziyu was overjoyed, rushing forward to inquire with concern, senior brother, how do you feel now? You truly frightened me just now, Ziyu. Feng Chonglang struggled to emerge from his despair, staring blankly at Lan Ziyu for a while before slowly speaking. It was senior brother, you just had a nightmare, did you know? Was it merely a dream? Feng Chonglang appeared lost, grappling with disbelief. Was it truly just a nightmare? The voices within his dream had felt too real, too familiar, as though he had lived them himself. Suddenly he widened his eyes, struggling to sit up. Where is Xiao Lu? Where is Xiao Lu? I want to see Xiao Lu. Lan Ziyu hurriedly moved to support him. Senior brother, please do not be agitated, I want to see Xiao Lu. Let me see Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu. Feng Chonglang, as if possessed, could not hear Lan Ziyu's voice, only howling in desperation. Other disciples, drawn by the commotion, looked on in disbelief. Feng Chonglang, known as the gentleman sword of the Five Elements sect, was celebrated for his upright character and gentle demeanor. They had never witnessed him in such a frenzied state. Zhao. Lan Ziyu spoke hesitantly. She had already used her spiritual sense to ascertain that Zhao was not nearby, leaving her in a quandary about her whereabouts. Second junior brother, Zhao is our junior sister. You should refer to her as sixth junior sister. Not by her name. Fang Chonglang responded with discontent. Zhou Jinue, observing this scene, found it suddenly amusing. When Yushimi had cherished them, they had cast her aside like refuse. Now when she had become thoroughly disillusioned with them, they had come to a belated realization. Unbeknownst to them, spilled water cannot be gathered, and shattered mirrors cannot be mended. With Fang Chonglang awake, Zhou Jinue saw no reason to linger and decisively turned to leave. Zhang Jun, as Zhou Shiji's most loyal follower, immediately followed suit. Fang Chonglang eventually calmed down, ceasing his outbursts, and lay back with his eyes closed. Lan Ziyu let out a significant sigh of relief. He was not one to be particularly attentive or skilled in caring for others, and without junior sister present, he found it exceedingly challenging. Stealing a glance at senior brother's expression, he wondered what could have caused such a loss of composure. Was it related to Yu Zhao? Where had junior sister gone? Fang Chonglang asked in a hoarse voice, "Where is junior sister?" Lan Ziyu replied, "Junior sister said she wanted to take a stroll nearby. She has been feeling somewhat unwell." Ye Congxin's ailment was congenital, sensitive to the cold of winter and the heat of summer, and she could not be fatigued. Even slight emotional fluctuations could lead to breathing difficulties. Thus Ye Congxin proposed to take a leisurely stroll, and after a moment of contemplation, Lan Ziyu acquiesced. The beasts of Longming Valley, capable of fleeing, had been terrified away by the crimson flame lion. It would likely take at least 4 or 5 years for the valley to regain its former vibrancy. Moreover, with the disciples of the Five Elements Path sect present in this area, and knowing that Ye Congxin would not venture far, Lan Ziyu felt no concern for her safety. Upon receiving the answer, Fang Chonglang merely uttered a faint acknowledgement and ceased further inquiries. The two brothers fell into a silence, each lost in their own thoughts, unaware of what the other was contemplating. Chapter 44. Vengeance achieved in the serene valley. Devoid of the cover of chirping birds and rustling beasts, even the slightest sound was magnified infinitely. Ye Congxin cautiously traversed the woods, tightly clutching a talisman in her hand. Before long, she spotted a figure on the ground ahead. A flicker of elation flashing in her eyes. Thankfully, the person was still there. With an agility uncharacteristic of her usual demeanor, she darted to the side of the individual, despite the thick crust of blood covering the person's face. Their distinguished features could still be discerned. Ye Congxin's lips curled into a swift smile as she retrieved a spiritual pill from her storage space. The pill was a lustrous white, resembling finely textured jade. Exuding a rich herbal fragrance, reluctantly, she cast one last glance at the pill, gritted her teeth, and quickly placed it into the person's mouth, her eyes unwaveringly fixed upon him. This 4th-grade spiritual pill was primarily intended to nourish the body. It had been gifted to her by the revered Qingyan Zhenren upon her apprenticeship, and she had kept it at hand for emergencies. "I have invested considerable effort to save you. You must not let me down," Ye Congxin thought anxiously, her fists clenched tightly. Before long, the effects of the 4th-grade spiritual pill began to manifest, as the external injuries on the man's body healed at a visible rate, and his faint breath began to stabilize, yet he showed no signs of awakening. After waiting for a while longer, Ye Congxin found it increasingly difficult to remain patient. She pondered for a moment before casting a moonlight stone hairpin to the ground. The moonlight stone, a gem that naturally emitted a luminous aura, shone ever brighter in the darkest of places. Her entire focus was drawn to the so-called bearer of fate, oblivious to the pair of eyes watching her from a short distance away. Yu Zhao waited until Ye Congxin had moved far before slowly emerging from the shadows of a rock. She approached Wu Shaozhen step by step, her pace deliberate and steady. Wu Shaozhen, having faced numerous trials in his youth, gained renown through a pivotal battle in the great competition, subsequently becoming a representative figure of the younger generation in the cultivation world, undefeated to date. While many in the cultivation realm might admire Wu Shaozhen, Yu Zhao had never included herself among them. She had never contemplated any interaction with him, yet he had managed to employ such insidious tactics to transform Yu Zhao into a woman consumed by love. Devoid of shame. Yu Zhao's hatred for Wu Shaozhen even surpassed that for Ye Congxin. She would never forget how she had once groveled before Wu Shaozhen, treated like a mere plaything, too fearful to voice any grievances. This marked her darkest past, a humiliation bestowed upon her by Wu Shaozhen from her elevated position. Yu Zhao gazed down at Wu Shaozhen. How remarkable it was. In her previous life, she had appeared weak and pitiable before him, like a humble weed, silently enduring the trials of the storm. This moment, she and Wu Shaozhen found their fates irrevocably intertwined. Wu Shaozhen lay beneath her feet, utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. With a mere flick of her hand, she could easily extinguish his life. Wu Shaozhen, the grievances of our 2 lifetimes come to an end, she declared with a swift motion. The glinting blade pierced his heart, blood gushing forth, splattering even upon Yu Zhao's face. A smile graced her lips as she unhesitatingly plunged the knife once more into his dantian. Wu Shaozhen lay as still as a corpse, his breath rapidly waning until it became nearly imperceptible. Yu Zhao did not cease her onslaught. She drove the blade into his neck and then into his temples, ensuring that Wu Shaozhen was irrevocably deceased before slowly withdrawing the knife. The long-awaited vengeance was fulfilled, and an unprecedented sense of relief washed over Yu Zhao. She even entertained the illusion that, given a brief period of seclusion, she could swiftly ascend to the golden core stage. Yu Zhao departed, leaving Wu Shaozhen's lifeless body to repose in silence. As the moon waxed and waned, time flowed on. The pungent scent of blood lured forth the subterranean insects and beasts, which soon enveloped Wu Shaozhen's corpse, gradually consuming it. His flesh was stripped away, leaving only a ghastly white skeleton. One insect beast, engrossed in its feast, suddenly found its forelimb clamped in the jaws of a companion. It barely had time to emit a shriek before its limb was savagely severed and swallowed whole. The beast stared in shock at its comrade, meeting a pair of blood-red eyes. Zhou Jingyue greeted Yu Zhao with a cheerful wave. As Yu Zhao approached, she caught a whiff of the metallic tang of blood. Without uttering a word, she recounted the events that had transpired. Junior brother Fong wishes to see you. However, I sense his mental state is rather unstable. You might want to consider whether to meet him, she suggested. Yu Zhao shook her head. In her previous life, she had endured considerable grievances at Duyue Peak, some of which she had brought upon herself, while others were forcibly imposed by Fong Chonglang and his ilk. She felt indebted to them. Yet now the scales of karma had balanced, she was unwilling to maintain any further relations with them, desiring instead to draw a definitive line. Zhou Jingyue smiled contentedly, though a twinge of regret flickered within her. Had she known the true nature of that group at Duyue Peak, she ought to have detained them when Fong Chonglang had brought Yu Shimi to the main peak. A docile and gentle Shimi was far preferable to a dull and bumbling junior brother. Innocently maligned, Zhang Jun sneezed repeatedly, rubbing his nose and asserting, "It must be that the sect master is thinking of him." After a night of recuperation, the disciples of the five elements Dao sect set out once more. Fong Chonglang, having rested, appeared revitalized and no longer required assistance. Yet his complexion remained grim, frequently casting glances at Yu Zhao, who stood beside Zhou Jingyue, his expression shifting unpredictably, as if lost in thought. Under normal circumstances, Ye Congxin would have discerned Fong Chonglang's unusual demeanor. However, her mind was preoccupied with the person they had saved. Leaving her distracted, Lan Ziyu, caught between the two, wished to engage them in conversation, but one remained silent while the other seemed dazed. He could only stifle his words, feeling a knot of frustration in his chest. "Senior sister, look! The tracks of the crimson flame lion end right here," Zhang Jun exclaimed with excitement. After pursuing tirelessly for a day and a night, they had finally discovered the location of the crimson flame lioness' initial appearance. Zhou Jingyue, Yu Zhao, and Mu Yi swiftly encircled the area. Indeed, after a thorough examination, they confirmed that the footprints before them were the last traces left by the crimson flame lion. Zhang Jun furrowed his brow, pondering aloud. It is peculiar. The crimson flame lion is a massive creature that cannot fly. How could it have suddenly appeared here? Chapter 45. Discovery of the Secret Realm. Yu Zhao and Zhou Jingyue exchanged a glance, each reflecting the spark of excitement in the other's eyes. The crimson flame lion could not have descended from the heavens, thus there must exist a medium through which it manifested here. This medium could potentially be a teleportation array or perhaps an undiscovered secret realm. Naturally, Zhou Jingyue and Yu Zhao hoped for the latter. "Let us disperse and search for any unusual locations or fluctuations of spiritual energy nearby," Zhou Jingyue suggested. The disciples of the five elements Dao sect immediately fanned out to explore. Yu Zhao selected a direction as well, her head lowered as she meticulously scrutinized her surroundings, eager to unearth any hidden secrets. After traversing over 100 steps, she halted before a colossal stone. This stone appeared unremarkable, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations or signs of life, indistinguishable from any random rock in the Dragon's Roar Valley. Yet, Yu Zhao felt an inexplicable intuition that this boulder harbored a secret. Channeling her spiritual energy into her palm, she pressed her hand against the stone. A peculiar wave of energy enveloped Yu Zhao, and a sudden sensation of weightlessness struck her when she opened her eyes again. She found herself in a completely unfamiliar place. The sky was shrouded in a gray haze, and the landscape was dominated by vast expanses of withered, yellowed vegetation, a palpable aura of desolation permeating the air. At the horizon, shrouded in thick fog, a stone bridge was faintly discernible. Attempting to absorb the spiritual energy around her, Yu Zhao was disappointed to find it alarmingly sparse. This realm appeared to be on the brink of collapse. It seemed the master of this secret realm had long since passed, leaving the spiritual energy insufficient to sustain its operation before long. This realm would be consumed by the void upon closer inspection. Yu Zhao noticed a charred corpse and several enormous footprints. Indeed, the crimson flame lion had emerged from this very place. A peculiar spatial disturbance rippled through the air, and Zhou Jingyue and the others materialized around Yu Zhao in succession. Seeing Yu Zhao unscathed before him, Zhou Jingyue sighed in relief and approached to inquire about her condition, while the others gazed around, expressing their sentiments. This secret realm appears so desolate, and the spiritual energy is exceedingly thin. Far inferior to that of our 5 elements Dao Sex realm. We thought we had discovered a treasure trove, only to find it a wasteland. What a disappointment! Did the crimson flame lion truly originate from here? Are there other beasts lurking in this desolation? As soon as the words left his lips, a profound silence enveloped the group. Encountering another 4th-tier crimson flame lion would undoubtedly spell the end of their expedition. Let us gather together and refrain from scattering. We should advance further, Zhou Jingyue urged, demonstrating his remarkable leadership skills as he quickly calmed the group's unease. Together, they ventured deeper into the secret realm. As they traversed the path, not a single beast crossed their way, their footsteps crunching softly upon the dried, yellowed grass. Yu Zhao's consciousness extended over the entirety of the area she could probe. Ever vigilant for any sudden occurrences, though the secret realm did not appear extensive, they meandered for a full 3 hours before finally reaching its conclusion. At the end of the path, a gentle stream meanders beneath a stone bridge that connects the 2 banks. A dense fog envelopes the surroundings, obscuring all visibility, rendering them unable to discern where the stone bridge leads. Zhou Shiji. All eyes were fixed eagerly upon Zhou Jingyue, awaiting her decision. Let 3 of us cross first to assess the situation. If it proves safe, the others may follow, Zhou Jingyue commanded with resolute authority. No one raised any objections. The scouts would face the greatest peril, thus it was imperative to select the most capable individuals. Zhou Jingyue naturally assumed this role, with Zhang Jun and Lan Ziyu as her companions. Had it not been for Fang Qinglong's injury, he would undoubtedly have occupied one of the 3 positions. Yu Zhao yearned to accompany them, but upon reflecting on her own abilities, she resolved not to become a hindrance. Fortunately, Zhou Jingyue and her 2 companions encountered no danger. Upon reaching the opposite bank, they promptly signaled to the remaining disciples. Yu Zhao and the others immediately sprang into action, crossing the bridge together. As they traversed the thick fog, the scenery gradually became clearer. The nearest location revealed a garden, though the flora within appeared equally withered. Further inward stood a 3-storied wooden pavilion adorned with ornate railings, exuding a tranquil elegance. Based on the ambience of the secret realm and the pavilion's embellishments, Yu Zhao began to piece together an image of its owner, undoubtedly a person of refined taste who cherished flowers and plants. The wooden doors of the pavilion stood wide open, and there were no guardians in sight, suggesting an air of safety. Yet, none dared to let their guard down. As before, it was Zhou Jingyue and her companions who entered the pavilion first. They proceeded smoothly, encountering no obstacles, and the faintly visible defensive formations on the ground seemed to be mere decorations. Observing this, Yu Zhao and her group followed closely behind. The pavilion had evidently been deserted for an extended period, as a light layer of dust coated every surface. Although the disciples of the 5 elements sect were filled with curiosity, they refrained from wandering aimlessly, dutifully trailing behind Zhou Jingyue and her companions. Before long, they had thoroughly explored all 3 stories of the pavilion. One among them could not suppress a sigh, remarking, "The owner of this secret realm is rather impoverished. Aside from some basic necessities, nothing else remains." The others nodded in agreement. They had anticipated discovering some fortuitous opportunities within the secret realm, yet found nothing, resulting in a complete waste of a day. Yu Zhao's eyes flickered with realization. Something felt amiss, as if they had overlooked a crucial detail. Just as Zhou Jingyue was preparing to lead everyone away, Yu Zhao suddenly exclaimed, "The Qi Yan lion. Where is it? Where is the Qi Yan lion? Is it lurking about? Yushimi, please do not frighten us." The disciples of the 5 element sect huddled together, trembling involuntarily. Zhou Jingyue comprehended Yu Zhao's intent. She clapped her hands in realization. Indeed, how could we have forgotten about the Qi Yan lion? Since it resides within the secret realm, it must have a lair. We have yet to glimpse its dwelling since our entry. There may yet be unexpected treasures to uncover. The group felt a surge of renewed energy. Their intention was not to seek out monumental fortune, but returning empty-handed would undoubtedly be disappointing. Even the slightest discovery would make their journey worthwhile. They rallied their spirits and actively began searching for the Qi Yan lion's abode. This time, it was Yu Zhao who first discerned a clue. At the rear of the pavilion, a thicket of weeds conveniently concealed an entrance. Yu Zhao removed the weeds from the surface and tossed a burning incense stick into the cave entrance. The smoke billowed within, and soon after, a small crimson flame lion dashed out from the depths of the cave. In its panic, it collided headlong into Yu Zhao's leg, dazed and collapsing onto the ground. This little crimson flame lion was no longer than Yu Zhao's arm, its face adorned with fine, soft, light red fur. Yu Zhao grasped it by the nape of its neck and lifted it, locking eyes with its pair of round, glistening orbs. After a moment, Yu Zhao nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it was the same creature that I in her past life. She had only glimpsed its head, leaving a profound impression on her, prompting her to consider that there might be another small crimson flame lion lurking within this secret realm. Chapter 46. The Locked Wooden Box. Ah, how delightful! A crimson flame lion. Such an adorable little cub. Come here, let your elder brother give you a gentle rub. It is astonishing how such a ferocious creature could give birth to such a charming offspring. Defying all expectations, this cub appeared to have been born not long ago, its blue membrane still intact, its combat prowess virtually non-existent. The disciples of the 5 elements Dao sect surrounded it, their hands roaming. The cub, both startled and frightened, could only emit helpless whimpers. Why Yu Zhao's curiosity regarding the cub was not as intense as theirs. She was more intrigued by the possibility of other treasures hidden within the cave. Thus she, along with Zhou Jingyue, Zhang Jun and Mu Yi, ventured deeper into the cavern. After only a few steps, a pungent stench assailed their senses. The 4 were caught off guard, nearly brought to tears by the overwhelming odor. Hastily, they shielded their senses and donned multiple defensive barriers before pressing onward. Click! Zhou Jingyue glanced down and observed a severed bone. To be cautious, she advised, her expression growing increasingly vigilant. The deeper they ventured, the more bones littered the cave floor. Some bore shallow tooth marks, while others were more robust than Yu Zhao herself. Moreover, they appeared quite fresh, not resembling remnants of long-decayed corpses. Why Yu Zhao trailed at the back of the group, her brow furrowing tighter with each passing moment. Aside from the crimson flame lion, she had detected no signs of other beasts inhabiting this secret realm. Where then did these bones originate? There's no way forward, Zhou Jingyue declared. After uttering this, she suddenly froze in place, her figure motionless. What's wrong? Zhang Jun inquired, peering from behind her, his eyes widening in shock. Goodness! So much blood! Yu Zhao hurried a few steps forward and looked up. The cave walls were splattered with dried blood, interspersed with claw marks of varying depths. Clinging to a protruding rock were several tufts of bloodied fur. A realization dawned upon Yu Zhao. I understand now. Zhou Jingyue and the others turned to her in unison, with Mu Yi curiously asking, Yu Zhao, what have you figured out? 2 of them, Zhang Jun scratched his head, his eyes radiating a naive clarity. Why 2? Mu Yi gasped, covering his mouth in astonishment. I think I also comprehend. Yu Zhao means that there should have originally been 1 male and 1 female crimson flame lion in this secret realm. Eventually, the female became pregnant, but this realm was on the brink of collapse and could not provide her with sufficient energy. Thus she devoured her mate, the male crimson flame lion, and these bones are his remains. Precisely, Yu Zhao affirmed. Had there not been 2 flame lions present, the circumstances surrounding how one became pregnant and subsequently gave birth would remain utterly inexplicable. Zhang Jun appeared as though he had just heard a chilling tale, his lips trembling. The notion of the flame lion was indeed terrifying, especially considering it had devoured the father of its own offspring, an act devoid of humanity. Zhou Jingyue rolled her eyes, remarking that they were not human to begin with, and in the realm of cultivation, the law of the jungle prevailed. The weak were consumed by the strong. If it did not eliminate the other flame lion, not only would it be unable to protect its young, but it too might meet a grim fate. Yet, Zhang Jun still found this difficult to accept. Zhou Jingyue, however, was unwilling to engage in further explanation. While the actions of the flame lion might seem cruel from the perspective of cultivators, they were merely sacrifices deemed necessary for survival according to their innate instincts. As Zhou Jingyue conversed with Zhang Jun, Yu Zhao and Mu Yi had already commenced their search along the stone wall. This time, luck favored Mu Yi, who discovered a large, locked wooden chest beneath a pile of bones. Apart from this find, they had no other gains. She is out. Senior sister Zhao is out. When the 4 emerged from the cave, disciples of the 5 elements Dao sect greeted them joyously. Ye Congxin immediately spotted Yu Zhao at the center of the crowd, cradling a flame lion cub and smiling radiantly, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. She gently exclaimed, Senior sister Zhou, senior brother Zhang, you've finally emerged. Everyone has been quite worried about you. Zhang Jun regarded her with puzzlement. We haven't been in there for long, what's there to worry about? Ye Congxin was momentarily taken aback. She had merely wished to display her gentle kindness, yet she encountered a dense blockhead lacking in sensitivity. Zhao Jinyue cast a fleeting glance at Ye Congxin, curling her lips slightly before dragging the chest before the group. This is the chest we discovered within the cave. There is nothing else. Had anyone else made such a declaration, the disciples of the five elements Dao sect might have harbored doubts. Questioning the possibility of theft, however, words from Zhao Jinyue commanded unwavering trust from all present. Senior Sister Zhao, shall we open the chest and see what's inside? Indeed, we must ascertain what treasures lie within. We cannot have ventured for naught. The craftsmanship of the chest appeared commendable, suggesting that its contents would not be lackluster. Zhao Jinyue surveyed the crowd. Shall I proceed to open it? Yes, yes. Open it. Go ahead. Very well. Zhao Jinyue replied, drawing upon her inner energy, a substantial reservoir of spiritual power coalescing at her fingertips to form a luminous blade. Ha! With a sharp exclamation, she slashed downward with her hand. The lock of the wooden chest shattered with a resounding crack, falling to the ground in splinters. It was evident to all that the chest had aged considerably. Even the lock had succumbed to decay. Would its contents have survived the passage of time? A flicker of disappointment swept through the crowd. Zhao Jinyue too suspected that the items within might be damaged, yet the chest had been opened, and they must ascertain the state of its contents to confirm their fate. She stepped forward and lifted the lid. In an instant, a dazzling array of colorful metallic glimmers erupted forth. Accompanied by a palpable aura of wealth, the crowd gasped in astonishment, soon breaking into expressions of unrestrained joy. We've struck it rich. They all instinctively surged forward. Before her stood a chest, half a person's height, containing over a dozen specimens of various ores. The smallest was roughly the size of a fist, while the largest was akin to a millstone, starry sky stone, blood sun iron, silver thread crystal, gung essence. Yu Zhao silently recited the names of the ores in her mind, a smile of delight inevitably curling at the corners of her mouth. While these ores were not exceedingly rare within the realm of cultivation, their worth was nonetheless significant, particularly given their excellent preservation and substantial size. More importantly, Yu Zhao spotted two types of ores that she urgently needed. With these two ores, the materials required for her crafting endeavors would soon be complete. In Chapter 47, The Wheel of Fortune Turns, Yu Zhao counted all the ores within the wooden chest. There were a total of 13 pieces, none of which were duplicates. Casting a glance at her fellow disciples, who were still immersed in excitement, she spoke plainly. Esteemed seniors, I require the starry sky stone and gung essence to forge a personal magical artifact. May I exchange other items for these two ores? Although these ores were ostensibly discovered by Mu Yi, they were all teammates, and it was unreasonable for Yu Zhao to claim them all for herself. In truth, Yu Zhao wished to purchase the ores with spirit stones, but her reserves had dwindled significantly during her seclusion for cultivation. Thus, she was left with no choice but to barter with items from her storage pouch. Everyone fell silent for a moment upon hearing Yu Zhao's words. The initial reaction of most was disbelief that Yu Zhao would need to procure her own ores for crafting her personal artifact. Was the esteemed Master Qing Yan not providing for his disciples? After a brief pause, a senior sister surnamed Ma spoke up. Everyone, I have a suggestion. During this expedition to Longming Valley, Yushimi has contributed significantly and was the first to propose the possibility of the secret realm. Her merit is unparalleled. Therefore, I propose we gift the starry sky stone and gung essence to Yushimi, and we shall divide the remainder among ourselves. Sister Ma's words were delivered with tact. Yu Zhao's greatest contribution was undoubtedly saving Zhao Jinyue. Just based on this alone, they were all more than willing to part with the ores for her benefit. Zhang Jun raised his arm in agreement. I concur. This is rightfully Yushimi's. Zhao Jinyue looked on with a radiant smile. This was precisely why she was determined to protect her fellow disciples. They were a truly endearing group. Mu Yi gazed at them with envy, genuinely appreciating the camaraderie among the disciples of the Five Elements sect, even feeling a twinge of regret for not having chosen this path initially. Sixth sister, I'm so sorry, but I also desperately need the starry sky stone. Suddenly, Ye Congxin, wiping her tears, whimpered an apology to Yu Zhao as her tears cascaded down like large pearls. Her nose turned a rosy hue, both pitiable and adorable. This was a carefully crafted angle for her tears. In the past, whenever she cried in such a manner, others would go out of their way to console her, and her every request would be met unconditionally. This time, she was confident the outcome would be no different. To her surprise, her fellow disciples, who had always cared for her, did not respond immediately to her plea. Instead, they fell into silence. Even her doting second brother, Lan Ziyu, remained quiet. Fang Chenglong's gaze darkened in an instant. The atmosphere grew stifling, and Ye Congxin's certainty gradually morphed into unease. Why Yushimi? It is like this. The individual who shattered the awkwardness was Zhao Jinhua, who calmly articulated, firstly, everything has its order. It was Sister Yu who initially requested the starry stone. Secondly, during this trial Sister Yu contributed significantly more, thus from any standpoint this starry stone rightfully belongs to her. The others refrained from speaking up initially, wishing to avoid any discord with Ye Congxin. Now that senior Sister Zhao has addressed the matter openly, they too have joined in the persuasion. Indeed, Sister Yu has had a challenging journey. This starry stone is more fitting for her. Why, Sister Yu is your senior. You should not quarrel with her over a mere starry stone. As Yu Zhao listened to the cacophony of voices advocating on her behalf, she felt rather peculiar. There was a time when she was the one being coerced. Even when she was in the right, she ought to yield, for she was the senior, albeit a rather petty one. What harm is there in a senior making way for a junior? This very sentiment had been a shackle, binding Yu Zhao for decades. Now the tides had turned, and Ye Congxin could also experience the taste of what she once did. I did not wish to contend with senior Sister Lu. It was merely my impatience. It is entirely my fault. I apologize. I no longer want it. I shall give it to senior Sister Lu. After binding to the system, Ye Congxin became acutely aware of the emotional shifts around her. She was horrified to discover that the goodwill of those around her seemed to have waned. She dared not contest with Yu Zhao any longer and promptly admitted her error. Ye Congxin. The starry stone held value, yet it was not indispensable. Her initial intent had been to vent her frustrations at Yu Zhao. Now, having failed in her endeavor, she dared not continue the ruckus. With tears brimming in her eyes and an attitude of utmost sincerity, the others recognized her realization of her mistake and began to console her. Thus, the farce concluded with remarkable swiftness. Why Yu Zhao felt a profound disappointment. After departing from Longming Valley, Mu bid farewell to the members of the Five Elements sect. She requested nothing for herself, instead gifting Yu Zhao and Zhao Jinhua each a token of the Greenwood Gate, inviting them to visit. Both Yu Zhao and Zhao Jinhua accepted with smiles. Following this, they embarked on several days of travel. Upon the sighting of the Five Elements sect's mountain gate, an overwhelming urge to weep surged within them. A single statement ignited fervor throughout the entire sect. The sect master soon received the news, stroking his beard and laughing heartily. Su Ming also received word, learning that the senior brothers and sisters were approaching the mountain gate. He carelessly tossed the newly acquired magical artifact into his cave dwelling and swiftly dashed down from Duyue Peak. When Zhao Jinhua, Yu Zhao, and the others arrived at the mountain gate, they were greeted by a jubilant assembly of fellow disciples. Both senior and junior. Zhang Jun swallowed hard, taken aback by the sheer number of people. Isn't this all due to senior sister Zhao and brother Feng's influence? What is there about us that merits such attention? Zhang Jun clutched his chest. Though his words were truthful, they struck a painful chord. Senior sister, in the days of your absence, even my meals lost their flavor. I deeply missed the times when you guided me in sword practice. I long to learn from you once more. The disciples of the Five Elements sect beamed with joy upon seeing Zhao Jinhua, their faces alight with exuberance, which stirred a sense of bitterness in Zhang Jun's heart. Before long, Zhao Jinhua found herself enveloped by the crowd, moving forward amidst the throng. Among those who share the same treatment as her are Feng Changlang and Ye Congxin, while Yu Zhao has long been marginalized to the outer fringes of the crowd. Passers-by cast disdainful glances in her direction, but Yu Zhao remains unfazed. With a faint smile, she waves at them, and only after they have departed together does she leisurely make her way to the Shouzong Tower. Chapter 48. The gift from Elder Gu. The Shouzong Tower is nestled in a tranquil and secluded area of the Five Elements Dao sect, where the bustle at the mountain gate does not disturb the serene atmosphere. Elder Gu, still engrossed in an ancient tome, sits at the entrance of the Shouzong Tower, utterly captivated. Upon hearing his name, he casually glances up, the corners of his eyes crinkling with delicate folds. Ah, it is you, little you. Has your trial come to an end? Indeed, she replies. Elder Gu strokes his beard, his heart swelling with pride. Like a benevolent elder, he inquires, did you gain anything from your experience? Yu Zhao nods. Having acquired some experience and discovered two types of or for crafting her innate magical artifact. Elder Gu's eyes sparkle with interest. Which two? Starry Sky Stone and Gung Essence. Yu Zhao answers honestly, having no reason to conceal the knowledge bestowed upon her by Elder Gu regarding the Huanqi technique. Elder Gu chuckles heartily. Very good, very good. I initially intended to surprise you, but it seems you have surprised this old man instead. Yu Zhao is puzzled. Elder Gu flicks his fingers, and a silver light flickers through the air. Instinctively, Yu Zhao catches the incoming silver light and opens her palm to reveal a storage bracelet. Confused, she looks towards Elder Gu, who encourages her, use your spiritual sense to examine it. Following his advice, Yu Zhao probes with her spiritual sense and realizes it is a storage bracelet with an impressively vast space, 10 times larger than the storage pouch she currently uses. However, this expansive storage space is nearly empty, with only a small portion occupied by items. A sudden conjecture arises in Yu Zhao's mind. Upon closer inspection, she discovers that the items are all materials required for crafting her innate magical artifact, including a piece of starry sky stone. With just 3 more crafting materials, her innate magical artifact would be complete. Withdrawing her spiritual sense, Yu Zhao solemnly returns the storage bracelet to Elder Gu. Grateful for his assistance in finding suitable techniques, she feels it would be ungracious to accept his gift, especially since doubts linger in her heart. Elder Gu, hands clasped within his sleeves, casts a sidelong glance at Yu Zhao, teasingly remarking, "What, are you afraid that this old man harbors ill intentions, making you hesitant to accept?" Yu Zhao, caught off guard, offers an awkward smile. "I am simply apprehensive." Elder Gu snorts, "You little girl, truly unaware of your fortune. Do you think I would regard anyone in this 5 elements Dao sect with such esteem? To speak frankly, among all the disciples in the entire sect, only you and the sect master's eldest disciple, that girl surnamed Zhao, are noteworthy. As for the others, it is better not to mention them." Upon hearing Elder Gu compare her to senior sister Zhao, a sense of pride involuntarily curls the corners of Yu Zhao's lips. What are you so pleased about, however? Her delight lasts but 3 seconds before she finds herself at the mercy of Elder Gu's scolding glare. Unable to lift her head for years, you wandered aimlessly, yet in these past 2 years, you have finally begun to awaken, realizing the necessity of carving out a path for yourself. Otherwise, the old man would hardly spare you a glance. Regardless of your weeping, wailing, or desperate pleas, it was all in vain. Yu Zhao stood meekly, hesitant to respond. She was acutely aware of the egregious errors of her past, a black mark upon her life that she could never erase. The ancient elder spoke with fervor, and now Yu Zhao felt her head nearly buried in the ground, wearing an expression of profound realization and regret that was almost palpable. "Why, Yu Zhao?" he intoned, his voice low and imbued with an indescribable authority. Why? Yu Zhao's expression stiffened. "Disciple is here." The illusory tide technique has been safeguarded in the archive tower for over a millennium. However, few have managed to cultivate it to even the first tier. Yet after practicing the exceedingly challenging Moonlit Sea technique, you have remarkably managed to cultivate the illusory tide technique in such a short span, which is a testament to your extraordinary talent. The ancient elder's gaze grew distant, as if he were looking beyond Yu Zhao, perceiving another being. "You have already lagged behind your peers from the very start. Now, sincerely repentant, I wish to lend you my support. I too am curious to see how far you can ascend." The elder's words conveyed a multitude of meanings. Why? Yu Zhao silently absorbed this for a moment before raising her head. "Ancient elder, what is it that you require of me?" The elder regarded her intently. "Cast aside distractions, devote yourself to cultivation, and achieve the Tao." "Understood." Yu Zhao met the ancient elder's fervent gaze, solemnly affirming her commitment. His aspirations were, indeed, her OWN. In this lifetime, she would not betray herself. "Take these items. The old man can offer you no more than this." The elder's vitality seemed to wane after their conversation, and with a weary gesture, he resumed his perusal of the ancient texts on the table. Why? Yu Zhao tightly clutched her storage bracelet, stepped back, and bowed deeply. "Thank you, ancient elder. Your teachings will be forever etched in my heart." The sun shone brightly at that moment. As Yu Zhao exited the archive tower, the sunlight eagerly cascaded upon her. The ancient elder sat at the entrance, his figure shrouded in shadow, obscured by the heavy door. Observing Yu Zhao merge with the brilliant sunlight, indistinguishable from one another, he murmured softly, "Go forth, take bold strides. Your era lies ahead." Why? Yu Zhao's initial intention in visiting the archive tower was merely to pay her respects to the ancient elder. But she did not anticipate such unexpected gains. Feeling the chill against her wrist, a tumult of emotion surged within her, leaving a bittersweet taste. Why? Yu Zhao, you are in trouble. After finally stepping out, you've caused a debacle. You should start thinking about how to placate the master. Yu Ming's face bore an unmistakable smirk of schadenfreude. Why? Yu Zhao cast him a fleeting glance, brushing past him with determination. "Why, Yu Zhao? Where do you think you're going? I didn't give you permission to leave." Caught off guard, Yu Zhao found herself seized by him. Yu Ming snorted derisively. "Yu Zhao, do you think running away will solve anything? Let me tell you. The master is quite furious if you dare to retort as you did last time. Being thrown into the dark prison would be a light punishment." Upon finishing his words, Su Ming observed Yu Zhao trembling, her expression revealing a pitiable and ingratiating demeanor. "Third senior brother, you must have a way to assist me, don't you? I implore you." Yu Zhao's voice was soft and sweet, sending a shiver through half of Su Ming's body. My goodness, it turns out that when Yu Zhao acts spoiled, she can be quite adorable. Chapter 49. Seeking external aid. Su Ming could scarcely recall the last time Yu Zhao had acted endearingly towards him. It seemed that at some point, her temperament had grown increasingly eccentric and less charming. Each time they exchanged a few words, she would become irate, leaving Su Ming feeling disheartened. Once a pampered young master himself, he found that after several encounters, he would only seek out Yu Zhao in times of need for spirit stones, otherwise preferring to avoid her altogether. His curiosity in watching the spectacle had dulled. Yet his heart softened somewhat, now that she sought his help. Humph, it was only because of my magnanimity that I chose not to hold her previous extortion against her. When we meet the master later, regardless of what he says, do not contradict him, allow him to take charge. Once the master has calmed down, he will not make things difficult for you, understand? Su Ming believed that this display of forgiveness would surely elicit tears of gratitude from Yu Zhao. However, to his astonishment, she reacted with complete silence, staring vacantly at him, her eyes devoid of focus. Hey! Yu Zhao! Speak to me! Su Ming urged. Yet, Yu Zhao remained motionless, frowning. Su Ming instinctively tightened his grip on her wrist. Crack! Su Ming gasped in horror as he looked down to see her wrist shattering in his grasp, splintering beyond repair. Su Ming let out a horrified scream, falling to the ground with a thud. His bottom met the earth in an intimate embrace that it didn't hurt, but the impact was profound, akin to a slap that jolted him awake trembling. He lifted his gaze only to find that Yu Zhao had vanished. Looking down again, he realized he had been played. Su Ming's face shifted from green to pale, and no wonder Yu Zhao had spoken words she had never uttered before. This was all a figment of his own imagination. He was relieved that they were on the grounds of Duyue Peak, where his foolish antics had gone unnoticed by others. The humiliation and anger of being toyed with burned through his reason like a raging fire. Yu Zhao! You dare to deceive me! You are doomed! She likely had already surmised Su Ming's motives for coming. The matter that could provoke the ire of Master Qingyan, which was also related to her, could only be about Ye Congxin, having failed to best her in the secret realm, sought to use Master Qingyan's hand to deal with her. Yu Zhao shook her head, that a dignified transformation realm cultivator being manipulated by a mere foundation establishment disciple of no more than 20 years. Who would believe such a tale? Yu Zhao was momentarily taken aback that in this light, Master Qingyan and his companions appeared even more pitiable at least before her demise. She would know the reason for her death and the true nature of Ye Congxin. While Master Qingyan and the others remained blissfully ignorant, mere accomplices and offerings to Ye Congxin. What Ye Congxin desired was never their affection but rather their fortune. She was like a daughter plant, seemingly delicate yet firmly clinging to them, attempting to drain their very essence. Ha ha ha! Yu Zhao laughed heartily, tears almost spilling from her eyes. She was exceedingly curious about the expressions of those people when Ye Congxin's true nature would be revealed after her demise. Yu Zhao chuckled for a considerable time, wiping away the glistening droplets at the corners of her eyes, contemplating her next course of action. Soon, she would inevitably face a tempest of accusations from Master Qingyan, interspersed with the provocations of Ye Congxin and Su Ming. Escaping unscathed would prove to be quite challenging. Yu Zhao stroked her chin and ultimately resolved to seek external assistance. Master, Yu Zhao is truly outrageous. She disregards your words entirely, knowing it was you who sought her, yet she turns her back and walks away, showing you no respect whatsoever. Su Ming stood in the grand hall, embellishing the tale, eager to portray Yu Zhao as a haughty and unruly miscreant, utterly dismissive of her superiors. Ye Congxin's eyes were red-rimmed, expressing her grievances. Master, please do not blame senior sister Lu. She must be angry with me, which is why she behaves this way. It is all my fault. Su Ming, with righteous indignation, retorted. Little junior sister, what does this have to do with you? Yu Zhao is your senior. If she were more considerate, she should have willingly ceded the starry sky stone to you, rather than creating a scene outside. No, that is not the case. It is my arrogance. Master, third senior brother, please do not harbor anger towards senior sister Lu because of me. Otherwise she will certainly misunderstand my intentions again. Ye Congxin pressed her lips together, her doe-like eyes reflecting fear and anxiety. She dares! Su Ming exclaimed vehemently, a look of distaste on his face. If she dares to do anything to you, then I shall not show her any mercy. Third senior brother. Ye Congxin felt a surge of emotion, her eyes brimming with tears, while inwardly she rolled her eyes in disdain. Enough! Master Qingyan raised his hand, and the two fell silent instantly. He turned his gaze towards Su Ming. Is it true that Yu Zhao genuinely refuses to meet me? Su Ming nodded emphatically. Master, every word I say is true. I intercepted Yu Zhao at the foot of the mountain, but she not only ignored me but also toyed with me. Su Ming had indeed been genuinely played by Yu Zhao's illusion, and his grievance was heartfelt. Master Qingyan believed him to a considerable extent. His brow furrowed slightly. Yu Zhao was proving to be a source of concern. The tranquility of Duyue Peak had been disrupted by her actions. Disrespect towards her seniors, neglect of her juniors, and her peculiar and erratic behavior. How had he ever taken her under his wing? Master Qingyan regretted his decision, a faint chill settling upon his otherwise ethereal countenance. He began to contemplate that Yu Zhao was no longer suited to remain at Duyue Peak. Master Qingyan fell into a contemplative silence, while Ye Congxin and Su Ming dared not utter a word. Yet both felt quite pleased. Master was angry. Even if Yu Zhao were to escape unscathed this time, she would surely face severe consequences. Master Qingyan flicked his sleeve, and a colorless paper crane formed from water took flight, fluttering gracefully before him. The water crane nodded, and in an instant, it soared out of the grand hall. Thus Yu Ming and Ye Congxin gazed at their master with awe, secretly filled with anticipation to their surprise. Half an hour passed before the paper crane wobbled back into the hall, and just as it approached Master Qingyan, it burst with a soft pop, dispersing into a mist of water vapor. Su Ming and Ye Congxin exchanged bewildered glances. Master Qingyan looked toward the entrance of the hall with an expression of unexpected intrigue as a cheerful laugh resonated from outside. Ha ha ha. Qingyan Zhenren, I have come uninvited, and I hope for your forgiveness. Chapter 50. Sect Master Jiyuan. The sect master of the Five Elements Dao sect, known by the Dao name Jiyuan, possesses a towering stature and a resolute countenance. His gait resembles that of a dragon or tiger, exuding an indescribable air of nonchalance and grandeur. At first glance, his appearance does not resemble that of a sect leader, but rather that of a swordsman or knight from a tale. Upon encountering the sect master, Ye Congxin and Su Ming immediately bowed in reverence, their hearts filled with astonishment. It is rare for sect master Jian to visit Duyue Peak. What could have prompted such an unexpected appearance? However, as the two completed their salutation, they noticed Yu Zhao trailing closely behind sect master Jian, causing them to clench their teeth in unison. Deceitful. She has gone to summon reinforcements. Upon entering the grand hall, sect master Jian made himself at home, unceremoniously taking a seat in an empty chair. At that moment, Yu Zhao stepped forward to pay her respects to her master. Yet, Qingyan Zhenren seemed oblivious, turning instead to inquire about Jian's intentions. I took pity on her and volunteered to act as a mediator. Yu Zhao, still youthful and innocent, beseeched Qingyan Zhenren for another chance. Shameless. Su Ming glared at Yu Zhao, her face flushed with indignation. All that guilt and sorrow, the weeping that shook the heavens, is nothing but a faude. Where is the slightest hint of remorse on her face? Clearly, it is an act devised to evade punishment. Su Ming firmly believed that sect master Jiyuan had been deceived by Yu Zhao's pretentious facade. Yet Qingyan Zhenren appeared to possess a deeper understanding of Jiyuan's true motives. Jiyuan's visit must have been for more than one reason. Yu Zhao, do you have something to say? I acknowledge my mistake, replied the disciple. What error have you committed? Yu Zhao raised her head, her gaze unwavering, meeting Qingyan Zhenren's eyes. That if my master says I am at fault, then I accept that I am. The assembly gasped at Yu Zhao's audacious declaration. Her words bore no semblance of an apology. Instead, they felt like a provocation. Even sect master Jiyuan, who had been summoned by Yu Zhao, could not help but marvel at her audacity to confront Qingyan Zhenren directly. Qingyan Zhenren, filled with rage, could only laugh bitterly. Why Yu Zhao, indeed, possesses an innate rebellious spirit beyond redemption. You claim ignorance of your faults, yet you vied for the starry stone with Shao Qi, mocked your senior brother who conveyed messages, and defied your master's orders. Each deed a testament to your misdeeds. Yet you wish to cast blame upon others? The oppressive aura of a transformation stage cultivator suddenly surged forth, causing Yu Zhao to feel as though her breath had been momentarily stifled, as if a heavy burden had been placed upon her shoulders. Ugh, she stifled a groan, her knees bending slightly, on the verge of kneeling. She had done nothing wrong. She would not kneel. Gritting her teeth, Yu Zhao defiantly gazed up at Qingyan Zhenren, her spiritual energy circulating rapidly within her meridians. Under the immense pressure, she gradually straightened her form, the sound of her bones cracking echoing throughout the grand hall. Jiyuan observed with a glimmer of appreciation as Yu Ming was momentarily taken aback, a hint of confusion crossing her features. At this moment, Yu Zhao seemed utterly unfamiliar to her, leaving her at a loss for words. Qingyan Zhenren, seeing Yu Zhao's obstinacy, unhesitatingly intensified the pressure as it appeared that Yu Zhao's body would soon buckle under the strain. Sect Master Jiyuan could no longer remain passive. He raised his hand and released a flick, countering the relentless wave of pressure. His visit was in response to his eldest disciple's request to support Yu Zhao. And he certainly would not stand idly by as she was bullied. Qingyan Zhenren, let us speak civilly. Do not unleash such fury, for it is detrimental to your health. The esteemed Lord Jiyuan chuckled heartily. Master Qingyan also discerned that Lord Jiyuan was aligned with Yu Zhao. Family disgrace should not be aired publicly, yet Yu Zhao chose to do the very opposite. Master Qingyan's displeasure towards Yu Zhao reached its zenith. Reluctant to engage in discourse, but mindful of maintaining the dignity of the sect leader in front of several disciples, he remained silent, refraining from retorting. Seizing the moment, Yu Zhao unleashed the words he had long harbored within. Master, all affections are reciprocal, as the saying goes. A benevolent father begets filial sons. Brothers should be amicable and respectful. Without a benevolent father, there can be no filial piety. Without brotherly love, there can be no respect among siblings. If only one party concedes and seeks to appease, while the other remains passive, then there exists no equality between them, and how can their relationship be sustained? You claim that I do not respect my senior brother. But are you aware of what he has done to me? Take third senior brother for instance. Since my initiation, he has borrowed over 700 medium-grade spirit stones from me, and has even embezzled my provisions in my name. When I demanded their return, he not only refused but also threatened me with violence. Pray tell, why should I hold him in esteem? What grounds do I have to respect him? Su Ming, stripped of his facade before the master, the sect leader and his beloved junior sister, was engulfed in a tempest of shock and fury, his countenance a disturbing blend of green and purple. Why Yu Zhao? He wished to dismiss Yu Zhao's words as mere nonsense. However, these were all veritable facts, with Zhou Jinhua as a witness, leaving him utterly defenseless. Lord Jiyuan's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly astonished to hear such explosive revelations. Indeed, this visit had proven far from futile. Master Qingyan was equally taken aback upon hearing this news. Immersed in his cultivation, he had never concerned himself with the interpersonal dynamics among his disciples. In his view, his disciples were all prodigious talents, guided by Feng Chonglang, thus requiring no further investment of his energy. He had never anticipated that Su Ming would resort to embezzling spirit stones from his junior sister under the guise of being a senior brother. Even if he remained indifferent to mundane affairs, he was aware that the monthly provision for his direct disciples was 10 medium-grade spirit stones. 700 spirit stones constituted nearly all of Yu Zhao's savings since her initiation. The gaze of Master Qingyan towards Su Ming was now filled solely with disappointment. Although Ye Congxin was unaware of the intricacies of the situation, she had long anticipated that Su Ming would procure spirit stones from Yu Zhao. Otherwise, with his meager provisions, he could hardly sustain his extravagant expenditures. What she had not foreseen was that Yu Zhao would choose this moment to unveil the matter. Would Yu Zhao proceed to speak ill of her next? It must be said, Ye Congxin indeed understood Yu Zhao well. That as for Ye Congxin, why Yu Zhao sneered. Having resolved to sever all facades, she no longer even referred to her as junior sister. Since my initiation, I have never wronged her in any way, yet I have been incessantly warned, cautioned, and speculated upon by the master and several senior brothers, that bout was initiated by Ye Congxin herself. She was simply outmatched and lost the contest. Yet I was the one subjected to punishment, not only receiving a palm strike from the master but also being sentenced to the dark prison for reflection. Lord Jiyuan's brow furrowed increasingly. His temperament was one of grand gestures, contrasting sharply with Master Qingyan's, resulting in less frequent interactions between the two. Occasionally, he would hear whispers about Yu Zhao, most of which were unfavorable rumors, but he paid them little mind, for he was tasked with overseeing a vast sect. At this moment, upon hearing Yu Zhao's suppressed confessions, he felt a pang of guilt. If he had been able to discern the signs earlier, might he have spared Yu Zhao further grievances? Chapter 51. Voluntarily descending the mountain. If I am not mistaken, Master must be seeking to vent his frustrations on Ye Congxin regarding the matter of the starry stone. But does Master not wonder why Ye Congxin enjoys a better reputation than I? Yet the fellow disciples chose to bestow the starry stone upon me instead of her. A mocking smile curled at the corners of Yu Zhao's lips. Ye Congxin's heart raced. She feared that Yu Zhao might reveal something embarrassing, and hurriedly replied, "Sixth senior sister. I know I have been a hindrance, dragging everyone down. The starry stone rightfully belongs to you. I have no objections, truly. You are aware that you have been a hindrance, for your extended journey has added 2 days to our time, and throughout you contributed nothing. How can you shamelessly contest the starry stone with me? Simply because you are a waste of space. Ye Congxin, can you not possess a modicum of dignity?" As Yu Zhao uttered her final words, she felt an invigorating sense of relief. In the past, she had been overly restrained, hiding all her emotions within, stifled to the point of suffocation. Now, practicing the illusory tide technique, which emphasizes acting freely and without desire, she resolved to retaliate against anyone who provoked her. Ye Congxin's face flushed crimson with indignation, yet she clung to her image of kindness and softness, refraining from uttering a word of rebuttal, gazing at Yu Zhao with tear-filled eyes and shaking her head repeatedly. Under normal circumstances, Su Ming would have leapt to Ye Congxin's defense. Yet, having just been struck by Yu Zhao's words, he dared not lift his head, let alone speak up for Ye Congxin. Moreover, despite the harshness of Yu Zhao's words, they sparked a moment of reflection within him. Had they truly acted so excessively as to warrant such an outcome? Master Qing Yan, from the moment Yu Zhao began her account, resembled an unyielding Buddha. Seated upon a cloud platform, unmoved by her sorrow or anger, he sat high above, gazing down upon the world, untouched by the dust of earthly concerns. Yu Zhao regarded him and suddenly smiled. Master, you are the most formidable cultivator I have ever encountered. Master Jiuan, why did the scolding abruptly cease? He was thoroughly engrossed in the discourse as Yu Ming and Ye Congxin felt a sense of injustice. Why should they bear the brunt of the reprimand while Master remained unscathed? Master Qing Yan's expression remained cold and detached. He suspected that there was more to follow. You are also the most heartless and hypocritical cultivator I have ever known. Yu Zhao's feelings towards Master Qing Yan were rather complex. When he rescued her from a pile of refugees, she regarded him as a celestial being. At that time, Yu Zhao viewed Master Qing Yan as her salvation, willing to forsake her life. Yet even the deepest gratitude can be eroded by the gradual accumulation of disappointment. Master Qing Yan's sword became the final straw that broke the camel's back. From that moment on, Yu Zhao felt utterly liberated. Enough! Before Yu Zhao's words could fully resonate, an immense pressure swept through the entire hall. Su Ming and Ye Congxin were caught unawares and were sent flying, losing consciousness in an instant. Yu Zhao, however, barely managed to remain upright under the protection of Master Jiyuan. Yet Master Jiyuan was not unscathed either. The chair beneath him had been reduced to dust, and he was now half-squatting, struggling against the overwhelming force exerted by Master Qing Yan. His cultivation was at the early stage of transformation, rendering him no match for the late-stage Master Qing Yan, thus making the situation exceedingly arduous to endure. Yuan inwardly lamented, for Yu Zhao dared to scold even the esteemed Qing Yan Zhenran. It seemed she was intent on provoking a calamity. Master, you often say that elders should be forgiving towards their juniors. Why can you not tolerate my one moment of indiscretion? Yu Zhao, drenched in perspiration, trembled uncontrollably, yet she still forced a smile, striving to meet Qing Yan Zhenren's gaze. The irritation in Qing Yan Zhenren's eyes deepened, and with a slight shake of his head, he deemed her beyond redemption. He could not fathom why Yu Zhao, having merely suffered a slight grievance, felt the need to adopt a demeanor as though the entire world had wronged her. The only explanation that could be mustered was that Yu Zhao's Dao heart had shattered, leading her to madness. Resembling a deranged woman, such a person was no longer fit to remain within the five elements. Dao sect. Abruptly, he withdrew his oppressive aura, his countenance regaining its usual cold indifference. Jiyuan, perplexed, watched him warily. Yu Zhao's temperament is fragile, and she lacks the potential for greatness. Henceforth, she shall be expelled from my tutelage and may no longer claim affiliation with Du Peak. Qing Yan Jiyuan, the sect master, was increasingly alarmed by the day's events. First, he had learned numerous secrets of Du Peak, and now he witnessed the rift between master and disciple. His head was spinning. Qing Yan Zhenran, you might want to reconsider. Yu Zhao. Jiyuan believed that Yu Zhao was not as incapable as Qing Yan Zhenran suggested. This conviction stemmed not from mere intuition but from the analytical insights provided by his eldest disciple. Yu Zhao had remained composed under the threat of a fourth-level great demon, even saving Zhou Jinyu with a magical treasure, which attested to her numerous virtues. Qing Yan Zhenren's bias had led to this misunderstanding. Jiyuan was determined to dispel the misconceptions, unwilling to leave empty-handed. Just as he was formulating his words to alter Qing Yan Zhenren's perception, Yu Zhao suddenly knelt with a thud. I thank Qing Yan Zhenren for his grace. Jiyuan exclaimed in shock. No. Why did you agree? I was about to speak on your behalf. In his urgency, Jiyuan gestured fervently at Yu Zhao. Being so young, she did not comprehend the magnitude of the repercussions that being dismissed by a transformation realm cultivator would have on her. Firstly, within the five elements Dao sect, no other high-level cultivators would dare to take Yu Zhao as a disciple. Indeed, few in the entire cultivation world would risk offending Qing Yan Zhenran by accepting her. Secondly, other disciples would likely develop feelings of aversion or rejection towards Yu Zhao, making it difficult for her to integrate into the collective. Lastly, she would lose all privileges afforded to a direct disciple, relegating her to the status of an ordinary disciple, with the sect providing her little assistance. Thus, Yu Zhao's loss of her status as Qing Yan Zhonren's direct disciple was a decision fraught with detrimental consequences and devoid of any advantage. Ji Yuan, unwilling to see Yu Zhao's talents squandered, steeled himself and turned to Qing Yan Zhonren. Qing Yan, these are mere words spoken in anger. Please do not take them to heart. This is not mere anger. Yu Zhao unfastened the storage pouch at her waist and placed it upon the ground before her. Within this pouch lies the insignia of my status as a direct disciple. Several magical artifacts granted to me by Qing Yan Zhenren, and the jade slip containing the teachings of the Sea Moon technique. I now return them all to you from this day forth. I am no longer Qing Yan Zhenren's sixth disciple, nor am I a member of Du Peak. I am merely an ordinary inner disciple of the Five Elements Tao sect. Ji Yuan, slow to realize, understood that Yu Zhao had come prepared. Her objective was to sever the master-disciple relationship with Qing Yan Zhenren, which prompted her to speak in a manner devoid of decorum. Deliberately provoking Qing Yan Zhenren, it is likely that even she herself is but a pawn in her own scheme. Otherwise, with Yu Zhao's frail physique, she would have long succumbed to Qing Yan Zhenren's wrath. Reduced to a mere shell of existence, despite being ensnared in a plot, Jiwen Zhongzhu felt no anger. Instead, a sense of tranquility enveloped him. After all, he stood in alliance with Yu Zhao. Chapter 52. The Master's gratitude. Qing Yan Zhenren cast a cursory glance at the storage bag. The space within seemed to be under some form of pressure, emitting a sharp, grating sound. In the next moment, the storage bag erupted violently, its contents disintegrating into nothingness, leaving not even a shard behind. Yu Zhao rose nonchalantly. As she was no longer a disciple of the Du Peak, it was inappropriate for her to linger and disturb Qing Yan Zhenren. Thus she took her leave. The two departed the grand hall in synchrony, their movements remarkably harmonious. Qing Yan Zhenren sat in silence for an extended period, a vein pulsing at his temple. He harbored no fondness for Yu Zhao and indeed contemplated expelling her from his sect. Despite the fact that Yu Zhao had fulfilled her own desires, he felt no semblance of joy. Instead, an unsettling void enveloped him. He shut his eyes, and images associated with Yu Zhao began to surface in his mind. His first encounter with Yu Zhao took place in a small border town, recently ravaged by war, desolate and dilapidated, teeming with homeless refugees passing through. He felt an inexplicable call. Among the emaciated refugees, he discovered Yu Zhao. At the tender age of 6, she appeared no older than a 3 or 4-year-old child, her delicate visage devoid of excess flesh, with eyes of remarkable size. Qing Yan Zhenren was not a man of delicate sentiment. However, upon seeing Yu Zhao for the first time, he was struck by compassion. He had intended to send her to a prosperous city to find a reliable mortal couple to adopt her. Yet unexpectedly, he found her to possess remarkable potential for cultivation. Prior to this, Qing Yan Zhenren had never taken a female disciple. Yu Zhao was the sole exception. His eyelashes fluttered as memories flooded back. He recalled declaring Yu Zhao as his closed-door disciple, vowing never to take on another. Yet later, he encountered Ye Congxin. He had broken his promise. Suddenly, Qing Yan Zhenren furrowed his brow, eyes snapping open, a glint of brilliance igniting within them. He was a man of his word, incapable of reneging on his commitments. A promise once made would never be forgotten. Moreover, with his level of cultivation, having transcended the divine, retaining memories was merely a rudimentary ability. A single fallen leaf or a withered flower could be traced back to its origins, restored to life, so how could he forget his pledge to Yu Zhao? Someone had interfered with his memories. This suspicion sent a chill down Qing Yan Zhenren's spine. He was nearly at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Who could approach him unnoticed and manipulate him? For a fleeting moment, he doubted his own concerns. Yet, the instincts of a cultivator told him his feelings were justified. Otherwise, how could he explain breaking his own principles to accept another disciple, particularly one so inherently frail and of mediocre talent? Qing Yan Zhenren's gaze fell upon the unconscious Ye Congxin in the distance, his expression shrouded in ambiguity. Ji Yuan, the sect leader, and Yu Zhao descended from the summit of Du Peak to its base, enveloped in silence for a considerable time before he sighed softly and spoke in a contemplative tone. Yu Zhao hesitated for a moment, then shook her head in refusal. Although the hierarchy within the Five Elements sect was not excessively rigid, there remained a clear distinction regarding the ranks of disciples and their corresponding privileges. Direct disciples were permitted to reside with their masters, while inner disciples without such tutelage were collectively housed in the inner courtyard. The accommodations in the inner courtyard were not lacking in comfort, with each disciple afforded a separate small courtyard. However, they paled in comparison to the cave abodes atop the mountain. Indeed, Yu Zhao could brazenly impose herself upon the main peak, provided she disregarded the opinions of others and remained indifferent to the potential repercussions on the leader's lineage. Her successful departure from Duyue Peak was entirely reliant on the sect leader's influence, and Yu Zhao was not one to repay kindness with ingratitude. She wished to avoid causing further trouble for him. Moreover, she had already devised a plan. Once she gathered the remaining 2 materials for refining instruments, she intended to visit the Qingmu sect to borrow their alchemical chamber for her crafting endeavors. Thus, she would not linger long within the sect, nor would she need to worry about being swayed by others in her pursuit of tranquility. Jiwen could discern that Yu Zhao had made up her mind and ceased his attempts to persuade her. If you have no pressing matters, feel free to visit the main peak and spend time with your senior sister. She is quite fond of you. Yes, I will do so, Yu Zhao replied. Jiwen rummaged through his belongings and produced an ancient storage pouch. He articulated his thoughts cautiously, fearing Yu Zhao might misconstrue his intentions. After a moment's hesitation, Yu Zhao earnestly extended her hand to accept the pouch. Thank you, sect leader. Alas, the ambitions of the impoverished are limited. This is rightfully yours. Come, I shall escort you to the administration hall. Though Jiwen did not voice it openly, he felt profound gratitude towards Yu Zhao deep within his heart. Without even mentioning the perilous sensing he experienced during the sect's council meeting, one could glean the danger from the accounts provided by Zhou Jinyue and Zhang Jun. Zhou Jinyue was Jiwen's first disciple, whom he had personally nurtured. It was no exaggeration to say that Zhou Jinyue was akin to half of Jiwen's life. By saving Zhou Jinyue, Yu Zhao effectively saved Jiwen himself. Jiwen was willing to risk offending Qingyan Zhenren by ascending Duyue Peak, not solely at Zhou Jinyue's request but also to express his gratitude towards Yu Zhao. Given the current awkwardness of Yu Zhao's status, had he not personally accompanied her, she would undoubtedly face considerable difficulties. Jiwen had meticulously considered every aspect on Yu Zhao's behalf, driven by his concern for Zhou Jinyue. Understanding the sect leader's good intentions, Yu Zhao gratefully acquiesced. Consequently, a fortunate few disciples of the 5 Elements sect witnessed the sect leader personally escorting Yu Zhao to the administration hall. The elder in charge of the hall, surnamed Ho, appeared as a kind and gentle old man. With a mild temperament and a voice that flowed unhurriedly, Jiwen presented Yu Zhao before him, his face alight with a smile, saying, Elder Ho, from today onward, Yu Zhao shall be an inner disciple. Please update her status in the roster and arrange a small courtyard for her in the inner courtyard. Elder Ho's smile abruptly faltered, his expression frozen in disbelief. Sect leader, surely you jest with me, old Ho? He stared wide-eyed for a considerable time, unable to fathom the situation. His astonishment was not unwarranted, as it was customary in the 5 Elements sect for inner disciples to ascend to become direct disciples, but never had a direct disciple been demoted to the status of an inner disciple. Who could possibly be so utterly wretched as to be expelled from their sect? The mere thought seems inconceivable. Master Jiwen cleared his throat and said, Am I jesting with you? The matter stands as it is. Refrained from further inquiries and simply complied that he had already recognized that Yu Zhao had arrived. After all, Master Qingyan, being the foremost martial artist in the 5 Elements sect, had only taken 7 direct disciples, among whom Yu Zhao was notably infamous. Although her reputation was rather unsavory, it was undeniable that no disciple of the 5 Elements sect was unaware of her existence. Naturally, no one truly believed that their discussions would materialize into reality. It was merely an idle exchange of words. Who would have thought that Yu Zhao would indeed become the forsaken disciple of the Duyue Peak? Elder Ho could easily envision the tempest of public opinion that Yu Zhao would soon face. At the very least, the disciples on the main peak would temper their behavior. Observing that Elder Ho had reached the same conclusion, Jiwen could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction as he patted his shoulder. Elder Ho was indeed a devoted elder, putting the sect and its disciples first, always considering their welfare. Mistakenly believing that Jiwen had acquiesced, Elder Ho had not yet sighed in relief for Yu Zhao when he heard Jiwen's resolute refusal. No. Matters must be handled impartially. Even I must adhere to the sect's regulations. Jiwen stood tall and resolute, exhibiting an air of righteous authority, not revealing that mere moments ago he had fervently advocated for Yu Zhao. Elder Ho's expression shifted, and a sense of shame welled up within him. The master possessed a lofty mindset, one he felt he could not match. Rest assured, master. I understand what must be done, Elder Ho pledged with a thump on his chest. Follow me. The moment Jiwen departed, the warmth on Elder Ho's face dissipated instantly. While Yu Zhao silently trailed behind, unfazed by his change in demeanor. The inner courtyard of the 5 Elements sect was situated on a low peak to the south of the main peak, with hundreds of courtyards arranged harmoniously along the mountainside. Noticing Yu Zhao's quiet demeanor throughout the journey, Elder Ho refrained from speaking, feeling somewhat satisfied, reflecting on the master's special treatment towards her. He generously shared some survival principles for inner disciples. Inner disciples faced the most significant pressure among the 3 tiers of disciples in the 5-element sect, and they were also the most combative. This was due to the stringent requirements placed upon them, with ranking competitions held every 6 months. Should one find themselves in the bottom 10 for 3 consecutive times, they would automatically be demoted to outer disciples. Conversely, the path to advancement for outer disciples was far simpler. They merely needed to defeat an inner disciple to ascend. Correspondingly, inner disciples would incur a demerit upon being defeated, and 3 such demerits would result in demotion to outer disciples. Outer disciples sought to surpass inner disciples, while inner disciples were unwilling to serve as stepping stones for others. They also aspired to gain the favor of the elders and peak masters, striving to become direct disciples, necessitating relentless cultivation, competing for resources, fame, and status. The ethos of inner disciples could be summed up in one word: struggle. Yu Zhao absorbed the information imparted by Elder Ho, mentally charting her forthcoming course of action. She had no time to engage in daily skirmishes with the inner disciples. The position of a direct disciple that they coveted held no allure for her. All she desired was a tranquil environment for cultivation. Such a modest request should surely not be met with refusal. In truth, you need not be overly anxious. With your prowess in the late stages of foundation building, few among the inner disciples can rival you. As long as you do not confront those few individuals, you should be able to coexist peacefully with them. Elder Ho, who are those individuals you speak of? Yu Zhao inquired. The inner disciples engage in but one endeavor each day: cultivation. It is only through cultivation that one can grow stronger. It is only through cultivation that one can safeguard their current standing. No cultivator desires to be outdone by someone inferior, nor does any cultivator wish to remain stagnant. Thus, despite the propitious passage of time, not a single soul can be seen in the inner courtyard. As Yu Zhao stepped into the courtyard, a tense and oppressive atmosphere immediately enveloped her, as if the very air were charged with sparks. Oh, you sense their determination? Elder Ho chuckled at why Yu Zhao nodded. During her time on Duyue Peak, Fang Chenglang, Chuiju, and others would urge her to cultivate. She considered herself diligent, yet upon arriving here, she realized she had greatly overestimated her own abilities. Elder Ho then led Yu Zhao along the stone-carved steps up the hillside. The location of residence within the inner courtyard also holds significance. The most powerful individuals reside at the foot of the mountain, while only the weakest dwell at the summit. Do you understand why? Living at the mountain's base offers greater convenience in movement. Precisely, so the allocation of courtyards is not immutable. As long as you possess strength, you may reside in any courtyard here, which serves as a symbol of status. Elder Ho's words bore a hint of provocation. He seemed keenly interested in seeing Yu Zhao challenge the inner disciples. Why? Yu Zhao smiled softly, choosing not to respond. The peak upon which the inner courtyard is situated was relatively low in elevation. Within a short time, less than the burning of a joss stick, the two had reached the summit. At the very center of the peak lay a flat expanse of land, upon which stood a quaint azure courtyard. Encircled by a fence, the interior of the courtyard was clearly visible through the gaps. Inside, the courtyard featured an expansive area, yet in the eastern corner grew a rather aged ancient tree. The tree's trunk was robust, its canopy resembling layers of clouds. As the gentle breeze blew, the leaves rustled and clashed, creating a melodic sound. Why? Yu Zhao immediately took a liking to that ancient tree. She pointed towards the courtyard. Elder Ho, I wish to reside here. Chapter 54. The first cultivator of the inner sect. Each small courtyard in the inner courtyard was secured with a barrier, and the main gate stood firmly shut, making it impossible to ascertain from the outside whether the courtyard was occupied. However, Yu Zhao was not overly concerned. Elder Ho had brought her here precisely to await her declaration. It was not that she intended to appease Elder Ho. Rather, this particular courtyard simply caught her fancy. Now that she had become part of the inner disciples, she felt compelled to adopt local customs and vie for her place through strength. Elder Ho, who had been surreptitiously anticipating this moment, finally saw the performance unfold. He squinted his eyes to conceal his smugness. I previously informed you that those who reside closer to the summit possess lesser strength. Yet I must now reveal another truth. Exceptions do exist, and the occupant of this place is one such exception. As he finished speaking, Elder Ho flicked his finger. A beam of white light soared towards the courtyard. The courtyard's barrier activated, swiftly forming a hemispherical defensive array. Simultaneously, the owner of the courtyard received notice of the intrusion. Bang! The two wooden doors suddenly swung open, and a delightful figure burst forth from the room like a ferocious beast. Who dares to disturb my cultivation? Are you tired of living? Yu Zhao observed a petite and charming young girl, hands on her hips, emitting a furious roar, her eyes twitching slightly. What a surprise indeed. Xiao Luo. Elder Ho, already accustomed to the girl's contrasting demeanor, waved at her with a smile that in an instant, the girl named Xiao Luo's expression transformed. Her large eyes widened, her lips pouted, and she trotted over to Elder Ho with small steps. Elder Ho's voice was soft and endearing, rivaling Ye Congxin's tone effortlessly. With a gentle smile, Elder Ho introduced the two. This is Xiao Luo, who has consistently ranked first among the inner sect disciples. And this is Yu Zhao, the new addition to our inner sect. Upon seeing Yu Zhao, Xiao Luo felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. When she heard Elder Ho utter her name, she repeated it in her mind twice, her eyes widening in astonishment. Why Yu Zhao? You are Yu Zhao? The Yu Zhao from Du Peak? The barrage of questions could hardly convey Xiao Luo's shock. Her eyes, already large and expressive, widened even further. Leaving Yu Zhao concerned that her eyeballs might pop out to prevent such a calamity, Yu Zhao gently clarified, yes, it is I, but I am no longer affiliated with Du Peak. Gasp? Xiao Luo inhaled sharply. Few were aware that among the many elders and peak masters of the Five Elements Tao sect, the person she admired most was the esteemed Qingyan Zhenren, and her greatest desire was to visit Du Peak. Her ultimate dream was to become a disciple of Qingyan Zhenren and join Du Peak. Of course, she recognized the improbability of this dream. Firstly, her aptitude fell short of the requirements for a direct disciple. Secondly, Qingyan Zhenren had declared that he would not take on any more students. Lastly, she possessed self-awareness. Her achievements among the inner sect disciples were commendable, yet among the prodigious direct disciples, she could only rank in the middle, a testament to her diligent efforts. Regardless, Qingyan Zhenren would never consider her. Thus, Xiao Luo kept her dreams buried deep within, never revealing them to others. Yet today she encountered someone who possessed the very identity she yearned for, but could not cherish. Her eyes nearly brimmed with tears as she questioned, her voice choked with emotion, why did you stop being a direct disciple? Do you understand how significant that identity is? Elder Ho silently chuckled to himself. He was among the few who understood Xiao Luo's sentiments. Her eagerness was too evident. Upon seeing him, she would subtly inquire about Du Peak. It was difficult for him to remain oblivious. He had deliberately brought Yu Zhao to meet Xiao Luo, unaware of the reasons behind Yu Zhao's expulsion from Qingyan Zhenren's tutelage, likely due to a grave mistake coupled with a lack of repentance. He had no fondness for rebellious disciples. Therefore, he intended for Xiao Luo to convey to Yu Zhao what she had truly missed. Observing Xiao Luo's agitated demeanor, Yu Zhao pondered, you wish to become a disciple of Qingyan Zhenren? Xiao Luo's face flushed crimson for reasons unknown. The way Yu Zhao phrased it filled her with an inexplicable sense of shame. Her momentum instantly waned, and though she struggled to maintain her composure, her confidence faltered. Yes, so what of it? Yu Zhao shrugged and kindly advised, it is of little consequence. However, I strongly recommend that you consider joining the main peak or seek the tutelage of another peak master or elder. Whichever option you choose will undoubtedly be superior to apprenticing under the real person Qingyan. Real person Qingyan has never been a responsible master, and with the scheming Ye Congxin on the solitary moon peak, anyone who associates with him is bound to become a victim. As a former victim herself, Yu Zhao firmly believed that her words were devoid of any falsehood, an expression of her innermost convictions. Yet, to Elder Ho and Xiao Luo, her assertions appeared absurdly ludicrous. That in the realm of cultivation, strength is revered above all. Naturally, one should seek to apprentice under the most formidable figure. Moreover, among the disciples of real person Qing, aside from Yu Zhao and Ye Congxin, the other five are exceptionally distinguished, possessing a modest fame throughout the cultivation world, with only the sect master's disciples, Zhou Jinyue and Zhang Jun, being comparable. The fact that Yu Zhao could utter such fallacious reasoning clearly indicated her lingering resentment towards real person Qingyan for expelling her from the sect, a deliberate attempt to tarnish his reputation. Elder Ho's expression turned frigid. Xiao Luo could no longer maintain her soft and adorable demeanor. Her aura surged with hostility, her lips forming a straight line, and a fierce glint flashed in her eyes. In the blink of an eye, her demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. Why Yu Zhao? Prepare to face your demise. Within the inner disciples, confrontations do not require elaborate introductions, nor do they afford participants time to prepare. They simply engage in combat. At this moment, Elder Ho had already stepped aside, creating ample space for the impending duel. Both Yu Zhao and Xiao Luo were at the late stage of foundation establishment, each possessing their unique strengths. Why Yu Zhao's advantage lay in her status as a former direct disciple, granting her access to environments and resources that Xiao Luo could not hope to rival. Conversely, despite Xiao Luo's youthful appearance, she had been a member of the Five Elements sect for nearly 30 years, having invested 100-fold effort to attain her current standing. Her wealth of practical experience and indomitable willpower constituted her most treasured assets. Elder Ho anticipated that the forthcoming battle would be fiercely intense. As an elder, it was prudent for him to refrain from obstructing them. Xiao Luo's speed was not particularly swift, yet her explosive power was formidable. With a powerful push from her right foot, she left a half-foot deep impression in the ground and a flash. She charged towards Yu Zhao with the force of a thunderclap, a faint golden light swirling around her. Receive my punch. Just as Xiao Luo was nearing Yu Zhao, she abruptly halted her advance, leaping high into the air, with her right hand clenched into a fist. She descended with the might of thunder, striking down with tremendous force. The air was instantly filled with a sharp howling sound. Chapter 55. The power of illusions boom. Accompanied by a tremendous roar, the entire low peak trembled violently. The inner disciples who were meditating within their chambers were forcibly awakened by the earth-shaking disturbance, abandoning their practices to rush outside. What happened? What's going on? Who is fighting whom? They exclaimed, alarmed. Such a loud commotion. Could it be that someone has made a breakthrough? Zhang Xixiang. Wang Xixiang. Do you know what is happening? Meanwhile, the inner disciples residing at the foot of the mountain were utterly bewildered. Glancing around in confusion, however, those residing halfway up the mountain were already craning their necks, eyes wide in astonishment. To the summit, Xiao Luo stood amidst a crater, shaking off her empty fist as she surveyed her surroundings. Then she discovered Yu Zhao not far behind her, her face adorned with disdain. Xiao Luo's lingering anger surged once more, and she abruptly turned, a burst of earthy yellow light flashing as her speed escalated even further. With a fierce shout, she struck down with another punch. An invisible wave of energy radiated outward from Xiao Luo, sweeping through the surroundings, accompanied by the incessant sound of sonic booms. Xiao Luo remained utterly focused on Yu Zhao's movements, oblivious to the subtle fragrance wafting through the air. With a frustrated gasp, she found herself striking nothing but air. A flicker of unwillingness and shock crossed her eyes. Just moments ago, Yu Zhao had been within her reach, yet in the blink of an eye, she had inexplicably vanished from sight. She hadn't even grasped how Yu Zhao had disappeared. Humph, with your level of skill, you aspire to be a disciple of Qingyan Zhenren. Such delusions! The derisive taunts echoed behind Xiao Luo. Humiliated, she bit her lip tightly, her eyes burning with crimson fury. With your innate talent, becoming an inner sect disciple is the pinnacle for you. Do not covet what does not belong to you. Yu Zhao seemed to possess an uncanny ability to pierce through the hearts of others, each word striking at Xiao Luo's vulnerabilities. Xiao Luo howled as she lunged at Yu Zhao. The force of her punches intensified, her speed increasing with each strike. In that moment, she had completely lost her rationality, consumed by a singular thought. She wanted to kill Yu Zhao. Meanwhile, whether residing at the foot of the mountain or halfway up, the inner sect disciples had traced the source of the disturbance and flocked to the summit. Each one of them stood with mouths agape, their expressions vacant, resembling those of the less astute. Quite impressive indeed. Elder Ho observed Yu Zhao's earnest evaluation with a peculiar expression. His mouth twitching incessantly, he glanced at Xiao Luo, who was presently locked in a fervent struggle with the air, then at the gathered inner sect disciples, and couldn't help but sigh for her. How pitiable. This was truly an embarrassing moment. Hesitating briefly, Elder Ho's curiosity outweighed his dignity as an elder, and he lowered his voice to inquire, aren't you supposed to be studying the Haishang Mingyu Ju under Qingyan Zhenren? When did you switch to illusion techniques? Yu Zhao regarded him with intrigue. I am no longer a disciple of Qingyan Zhenren, so it is only natural that I cease practicing the Haishang Mingyu Ju. Elder Ho found himself at a loss for words. Why Yu Zhao spoke so casually, yet he fully understood the immense difficulty in changing one's cultivation method. Moreover, judging by her performance today, she had clearly adapted remarkably well, effortlessly ensnaring Xiao Luo, who was of comparable cultivation level. Within her illusions, Elder Ho observed the relaxed demeanor of Yu Zhao. His thoughts swirling in complexity, she bore no resemblance to the rumors circulating about her. Where was the arrogance, the lack of ambition, the impulsiveness and anger? Elder Ho saw none of that. Instead, he perceived a calm, intelligent, and whimsically mischievous prodigy. Indeed, he deemed Yu Zhao a genuine genius. With her enigmatic illusion techniques, she was invincible beneath the golden core stage, so why had Qingyan Zhenren expelled her from his tutelage? The more Elder Ho pondered, the more uncomfortable he felt, as if a cat were scratching at his heart. On the other side, someone could no longer contain their laughter, and soon the sound erupted into a chorus. A celebration ensued. The tyrant Xiao Luo had finally met her match. Heaven knows how much suffering they had endured under Xiao Luo's reign. Should one be unfortunate enough to endure a punch from Xiao Luo, it would not be an exaggeration to assert that they would immediately succumb to a deep and tranquil slumber, upon awakening the following day. However, they would find their entire body aching as if it had been mercilessly crushed. To their astonishment, they would still witness the day when Xiaoluo faced her unexpected downfall. The inner disciples were all jubilant and radiating joy. Yet, not everyone was amused by Xiaoluo's misfortune. At the forefront of the crowd stood 4 individuals with grave expressions, their gazes not fixed upon Xiaoluo, but rather subtly scrutinizing the young girl beside Elder Ho. Prior to their ascent, the summit had been occupied solely by Xiaoluo, Elder Ho, and the unfamiliar maiden. Thus, it was this girl who had inadvertently prompted Xiaoluo's peculiar actions. The 4 were swiftly calculating their chances should they confront the girl. Upon reaching a conclusion, their faces grew even darker. Another formidable disciple had emerged within the inner sect, placing their existing rankings in jeopardy. The murmurs atop the mountain grew increasingly loud as Elder Ho also sought to unveil Yu Zhao's true nature, signaling the conclusion of this contest. Why Yu Zhao, awaken her. Elder Ho gazed at Xiaoluo with an expression tinged with pity. The child appeared utterly exhausted, her spiritual energy nearly depleted. Why Yu Zhao remained non-committal, her right hand forming a seal before she swiftly gestured. Instantly, Xiaoluo felt as though she had been struck squarely in the face, her consciousness momentarily hazy, and her actions involuntarily halted. When she regained her senses, she was met with a sea of faces. Ha ha ha. Oh my, this is utterly hilarious, how foolish. Ha ha ha, if it were me I would want to dig a hole and hide. This is so embarrassing. Xiaoluo stood there, utterly bewildered. What were they saying? Why could she not comprehend their words? Moreover, was she not engaged in battle with Yu Zhao? Why had it abruptly ceased? Instinctively, she searched the crowd for Yu Zhao's figure. After a thorough glance, she finally spotted Yu Zhao beside Elder Ho. In stark contrast to her own drenched appearance, Yu Zhao appeared refreshed, her complexion unflushed and breathing steady, with a serene aura of spiritual energy enveloping her, resembling not a person who had just emerged from a fierce battle. Xiaoluo's pupils constricted. The peculiarity she had unconsciously overlooked during their confrontation surged to the forefront of her mind. For instance, no matter how hard she tried, she could never grasp the hem of Yu Zhao's garment. Furthermore, Yu Zhao effortlessly articulated the dark secrets buried deep within her heart. Additionally, there was the faint fragrance she had detected amidst their battle. It dawned upon Xiaoluo that she had unwittingly fallen into the trap laid by Yu Zhao from the very beginning. In her eyes, the struggle to defend her dreams with all her might had merely been a farcical solo performance. In that moment, an unprecedented despair engulfed Xiaoluo. She stood there, numb, her eyes void of life. Chapter 56. A simplicity of gratitude. Xiaoluo resembled a wilting flower, swiftly losing vitality, causing Elder Ho beside her to grow increasingly anxious. Among the inner disciples, she was the one he held in the highest regard. He had deliberately chosen Xiaoluo to temper Yu Zhao's arrogance, hoping to elevate her reputation and enhance her chances of becoming a direct disciple. However, the course of events had not unfolded as he had anticipated. Should Xiaoluo lose her fighting spirit and allow her resolve to crumble, he would become an eternal pariah. This simply could not be allowed. Elder Ho was as restless as an ant on a hot skillet. Uncertain of what to do when Yu Zhao stepped forward, approaching Xiaoluo. Do you not aspire to become a direct disciple? Have you given up so soon? Xiaoluo lowered her head, remaining silent. Why Yu Zhao appeared calm on the surface, yet her heart raced with anxiety. Could it be that she had truly discouraged Xiaoluo? Her intention was merely to test the efficacy of the illusion, not to undermine Xiaoluo's confidence. Are you familiar with Su Ming? Yu Zhao pondered for a moment before inquiring. Xiaoluo's ears perked up. Su Ming. Of course, I know him. He is the 3rd disciple of Master Qingyan, wealthy beyond measure, and a significant benefactor of the 5 Elements workshop. Why did Yu Zhao suddenly mention him? Su Ming has also fallen victim to my illusion and conversed with a piece of wood for quite some time. Why Yu Zhao had never considered defending Su Ming's reputation. Her restraint in not embellishing the story was testament to her magnanimity. Consider this. If you all are unable to unravel my illusion, it indicates that your abilities are on par. Since he has managed to become a direct disciple, you must believe that you too can achieve the same. Yu Zhao's unconventional method of encouragement successfully ensnared Xiaoluo in contemplation. She found Yu Zhao's words to be profoundly reasonable, yet there was an inkling of something amiss. She lifted her watery eyes, casting a pleading glance towards Elder Ho. What could Elder Ho do? He was equally perplexed. He could hardly admit before so many disciples that Xiaoluo's strength was comparable to Su Ming's. As it would be a direct affront to Master Qing, he responded ambiguously with a murmur and a nod, which appeared as an acknowledgement, though he said nothing definitive. Yet, Xiaoluo did not dwell on such thoughts. She was in desperate need of a renewed sense of self-confidence. Upon seeing Elder Ho seemingly endorse Yu Zhao's statement, her spirits lifted. It turned out, she was not as inadequate as she had believed. She took a deep breath and faced Yu Zhao earnestly. Thank you. Why Yu Zhao's presence had pulled her from her state of arrogance, and she recognized with clarity that there remained a significant gap between her and the formidable direct disciples. Nevertheless, Yu Zhao had instilled in her a newfound hope. With diligent cultivation, she too could one day become a direct disciple, even surpassing Su Mingde. Why Yu Zhao smiled brightly, her eyes crinkling in delight. You are most welcome. However, if you insist on expressing your gratitude, do grant me this small courtyard. Only at this moment did Yu Zhao reveal her true intention. Shalom. The inner disciples were left in a haze. The topic had shifted too abruptly for them to follow. Why Yu Zhao maintained a polite smile to Shalom. Process this. She nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Of course, no problem. I will move out immediately. Such an embarrassing affair was one she wished to avoid repeating. Whatever Yu Zhao desired, she would gladly relinquish. Now that your accommodations are arranged, I shall take my leave. You remain here and adjust well. Elder Ho felt utterly drained. He wished to see no more of Yu Zhao. Could this be the reason the sect leader forbade her from ascending to the main peak? Was it due to her penchant for causing upheaval? He bid farewell to Elder Ho amidst the disciples' salutes, waving his sleeve as he departed without taking a single cloud with him. Shulua's expression fell, her head drooping like a homeless stray dog, which made Yu Zhao feel somewhat awkward. Tentatively, she offered an invitation. Would you care to stay for a cup of tea? Shulua. There's no need for that. She exhaled deeply, deciding to postpone such matters for another time. She too needed to seek her own refuge. Why Yu Zhao discerned a faint aura of menace from her last utterance. In that instant, enlightenment washed over her. The cacophony of the world outside was abruptly silenced, and a serene tranquility enveloped her ears. She first ambled around the ancient tree that piqued her interest. Standing beneath its shade, a refreshing breeze greeted her. Satisfied, she circled the fence before finally entering the room. The courtyard comprised 3 chambers. The central one served as the main hall, the right as a quiet room, while the left was designated as the living quarters, each of similar structure and size. After familiarizing herself with the layout, Yu Zhao left her spiritual imprint on the stone that governed the courtyard's restrictions. Instantly, every blade of grass and every tree within her domain fell under her control. Upon securing dominion over the courtyard, her first course of action was to enter the quiet room and deactivate its barriers. Once enveloped by an invisible shield, she felt reassured enough to retrieve the storage bag given to her by the Lord of Jiyuan from her sleeve. A ripple of consciousness silently infiltrated the bag. Though Yu Zhao anticipated that the remuneration from the Lord of Jiyuan would be substantial, the sight of the mountain of spirit stones within the bag brought tears to her eyes. Senior Sister Zhao, from this day forth, you shall be my sole senior. One could not help but marvel at the Lord of Jiyuan's unpretentious method of reward. The storage bag was filled solely with spirit stones. Suppressing her elation at suddenly acquiring wealth, Yu Zhao meticulously counted the spirit stones within the bag. A staggering figure overwhelmed her with joy. With this bounty, she could swiftly gather the materials necessary to forge her life-bound artifact. Subsequently, by collecting additional spiritual herbs and refining a batch of elixirs, she could endeavor to breach the golden core stage. Setting the storage bag aside, she could not help but reflect on how her fortunes seemed to have improved since departing from Duyue Peak. Indeed, Duyue Peak had thwarted her. Her fortunate days lay ahead. With this thought, her ambition soared to new heights. She silently recited the Qingxin Sutra twice, allowing her emotions to settle before closing her eyes to absorb the spiritual energy. Once her cultivation had stabilized, she would embark on her next journey of refinement. Time waits for no one. Outside the courtyard, Xiao Luo and a throng of inner disciples exchanged bewildered glances. Just moments ago, the disciples had laughed heartily, but now their faces were drawn with despair. Senior Sister Xiao Luo, we were wrong. Yes, we should not have lingered here. We shall leave immediately. Senior Sister Xiao Luo, please do not strike me. I am willing to relinquish my dwelling to you. Some offered apologies, others wailed, while still others wept profusely. Silence. Xiao Luo's piercing gaze swept across them, and they fell mute in an instant. She then turned her attention to a young man with long hair and peach blossom eyes at the forefront of the crowd, a smirk gracing her lips. Feng Qiyun, your territory is now mine. Chapter 57. Layered Conquest. Feng Qiyun, ranked second among the latest inner disciples, resided in the prime location at the foot of the mountain. No one was surprised that Xiao Luo chose him as her adversary, not even Feng Qiyun himself. Did I accept the challenge? But you must tell us who that person was earlier. Feng Qiyun's words resonated with everyone. In their eyes, Yu Zhao remained an enigma. They could ascertain that there was no such figure among the outer disciples. Thus, how did she ascend to the status of an inner disciple? Shilua pondered for a moment. Recalling that Elder Ho and Yu Zhao had not concealed Yu Zhao's identity, and furthermore, Yu Zhao herself appeared rather indifferent, leading to no obfuscation on their part. Her name was Yu Zhao. Why Yu Zhao? Feng Qiyun felt a stirring in his mind. That name sounded remarkably familiar. The other disciples also found the name vaguely reminiscent, furrowing their brows in deep thought. Suddenly, one disciple experienced a flash of inspiration and exclaimed with excitement, "I remember now. Yu Zhao is the one everyone in the Five Elements Dao sect wants to avoid." The disciple abruptly faltered mid-sentence. They had never encountered Yu Zhao, yet they had heard plenty of rumors about her. The behaviors exhibited by the unfamiliar girl moments ago seemed entirely incongruous with the tales they had heard. Surely, they could not be referring to the same person. However, just as doubts began to cloud the minds of the onlookers, Shilua asserted with gravity, "It is indeed her." A profound silence enveloped the gathering. But aren't the requirements for a personal disciple exceedingly stringent? If even Yu Zhao cannot meet them, then what hope do we have? As Shilua observed their stunned expressions, she felt a surge of exhilaration. It was time for them to experience a taste of the shock that Yu Zhao could bring. With a swift flick of her eyes, she propelled herself forward like an arrow released from its bow, her petite fist aimed directly at Feng Qiyun's face. Feng Qiyun, having been an inner disciple for no less time than Shilua, found his reflexes quicker than his thoughts. Almost as soon as Shilua launched herself, he soared into the air, his hands weaving in a complex pattern, instantly forming a blue-green bagua. Bang Shilua's fist collided with the bagua formation. The tremendous force reverberated through their arms, causing both to stagger back several steps. Unfazed, Shilua shook off the numbness in her arm and charged once more. The two figures intertwined again, the sounds of their fierce clashes echoing across the mountaintop. The other inner disciples watched in trepidation, having just undergone a taxing ordeal. Shilua's swift recovery was nothing short of astonishing. It was no wonder they found themselves repeatedly bested by her. They lacked her extraordinary recuperative abilities. Only Feng Qiyun and a select few could hope to contend with Shilua. No, from this day forth there would be an additional contender, Yu Zhao. Half a stick of incense later, the winner was declared. Shilua triumphantly settled into her new residence. Feng Qiyun, sporting a swollen face, cast a mischievous glance towards Wang Chan, the third-ranked inner disciple. Wang Chan's sturdy frame trembled, and he immediately raised both hands, exclaiming, "I yield. I won't fight you. I'll just move." Just as he acknowledged defeat, he turned to the fourth-ranked disciple, rubbing his hands together with a sly grin. Thus, on Yu Zhao's very first day as an inner disciple, the residences of all inner disciples were rearranged according to rank. Oblivious to the upheaval, Yu Zhao remained engrossed in her seclusion and cultivation. Meanwhile, the news of her expulsion from the tutelage of Master Qingyan began to spread like wildfire within the Five Elements Dao sect. On Duyue Peak, Feng Chonglang and Lan Ziyu exchanged glances, their expressions grim, neither daring to speak first. After a prolonged silence, Lan Ziyu could no longer contain his agitation and slammed his hand on the table. "Elder brother, you must say something. This is utterly preposterous." When Lan Ziyu first heard this news from others, he had thought it was a jest, and he had been furious beyond measure, until the news was corroborated by the junior sister. He found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of shock and anger, utterly at a loss, contemplating gathering his fellow disciples for a discussion. Yet, to his dismay, Su Ming had inexplicably vanished, leaving no trace, while Cui Ju was engrossed in alchemical seclusion, and Quan Yi remained at the cliff of reflection, enduring punishment. Ultimately, he was left with only his senior brother, Feng Chonglang. Ignoring Lan Ziyu, who was beside him, Feng Qinglang's hands were tightly clenched into fists upon his knees. No one could fathom his initial reaction upon hearing the news. It was neither anxiety nor rage, but rather an overwhelming sense of fear. He feared the truth of the matter, that Yu Zhao had not been driven away by their master, but had chosen to depart of her own accord. After all, Yu Zhao now seemed unwilling to even converse with them. Her desire to establish a clear boundary was strikingly evident. Furthermore, there lingered a matter that weighed heavily on Feng Qinglang's mind, the conversation he had overheard in a nightmare. Clinging to him like an unshakable curse, whenever he found a moment of respite, he would recall his own cold, unfeeling words and the anguished whimpers of Xiao Lu. Even though reason told him these were mere figments of his imagination, an unsettling dread persisted within him. What if Xiao Lu chose to remain at Duyue Peak, and the events of his dream unfolded in reality? The mere thought incited a visceral desire to eliminate the version of himself that had spoken in that dream. Thus he found himself in a state of indecision, uncertain whether retaining Yu Zhao was the right choice. "Senior brother, what reservations do you harbor? Can you truly bear to let Yu Zhao go? She is your own mentee." In this moment Lan Ziyu set aside his earlier harsh words. unwilling to let Yu Zhao depart. None could compel her to leave. His words sliced through the gloom that enveloped Feng Chenglang like a sharp blade. Suddenly, Feng Chenglang felt a surge of clarity. The future had yet to unfold. Why should he torment himself with unnecessary worries? Even if he took a step back and the worst were true, the future was not set in stone. If a mayfly could shake a tree, why could he not, with his own will, alter the course of destiny? The pursuit of immortality was, after all, an endeavor to defy fate. What did he have to fear? Rising abruptly, Feng Chenglang's pallor faded, and his eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance. Believing Feng Chenglang had reached a resolution, Lan Ziyu excitedly stood as well. Senior brother, how should we approach the master upon our meeting? Let us not seek the master first, but rather find Xiao Lu, and remember, there was a time when you found her chatter bothersome, and she resorted to holding a stone in her mouth to lessen her words. Chapter 58. Junior sister. You are intoxicated. Lan Ziyu nearly counted on his fingers to provide Feng Chenglang with evidence of Yu Zhao's obedience to his words. They had grown up together, and every event in their shared history was etched in their memories. Lan Ziyu effortlessly recounted numerous past incidents concerning the two of them. However, as he spoke, a silence enveloped him. Feng Chenglang's footsteps grew increasingly heavy. Senior brother, why do I feel your demeanor towards Xiao Lu is somewhat? Lan Ziyu struggled to articulate his thoughts. In his mind, Feng Chenglang had always been the embodiment of a refined gentleman, gracious and gentle towards all. Why then did he appear transformed in the presence of Yu Zhao? His demands seemed harsh and devoid of empathy. What chilled him further was that, as a witness, he found nothing amiss, but rather accepted this behavior as the norm. Lan Ziyu felt as though she had been doused with a bucket of icy water. A chill coursing through her entire being. Feng Chenglang remained silent. Even before Lan Ziyu, he had already recognized the errors he had committed. Feng Chenglang had no desire to confront Lan Ziyu, however, upon hearing her attribute all blame to him. He was filled with a rage that turned to mockery. Lan Ziyu's complexion drained of color, her body rigid with shock. The memories flooded back. She recalled the many harsh words she had directed at Yu Zhao, belittling her to the point of worthlessness, and coercing her into publicly apologizing to the junior sister in front of so many onlookers. Lan Ziyu felt as though every ounce of strength had been siphoned from her. Her hands trembling uncontrollably, with a quavering voice she implored, Xiao Lu, will you not forgive me? Feng Chenglang halted his steps, remaining silent for a long while before responding gravely, I do not know. Thus, he resolved to seek an audience with Yu Zhao. To inquire directly. Lan Ziyu, not receiving an answer from Feng Chenglang, appeared utterly lost, which only deepened the furrows on Feng Chenglang's brow. Enough. If you do not know the answer, then go seek a resolution yourself. Can you truly convey your remorse by merely standing here? Acknowledging one's mistakes and striving for improvement is a noble endeavor. I believe Xiao Lu will grant us a chance. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression shifted. Senior brother, please wait for me. Without waiting for Feng Chenglang's consent, he turned and dashed back up the mountain with it by his side. Lan Ziyu would surely find her confidence bolstered. Ye Congxin sat within a cool pavilion nestled in the bamboo grove, sipping from her cup in solitude, her cheeks flushed with a hint of inebriation. Yesterday, she had been overwhelmed by the pressure exerted by Master Qingyan, rendering her unconscious. Upon awakening, she discovered that her most detested rival, Yu Zhao, had been expelled. From this day forth, she would be the sole junior sister on Duyue Peak, with the fortune of her master and 5 senior brothers within her grasp. Raising her glass, a mocking smile graced her lips as she declared, Yu Zhao, had you not insisted on walking the path to ruin, I could not have claimed victory so effortlessly. This cup is dedicated to you. With that, she downed the drink in one go. Being of frail constitution, she could not handle strong spirits. Thus she had prepared a gentle fruit wine for herself. However, as she rarely indulged, a few cups of fruit wine left her feeling tipsy. Junior sister. Junior sister. Lan Ziyu called out repeatedly, finally snapping Ye Congxin from her stupor. Cocking her head, she exhaled a warm breath, staring blankly as Lan Ziyu approached with exuberance. Junior sister, I have finally found you, Lan Ziyu exclaimed, a whirlwind of joy as she reached Ye Congxin. The latter responded with a silly grin. Second senior brother, come have a drink. Lan Ziyu's expression sharpened as she noticed Ye Congxin's unusual demeanor. A glance at the half-empty wine jug and the scent of alcohol wafting from Ye Congxin shocked her. Junior sister, you are intoxicated. I am not. I'm not drunk, Ye Congxin insisted, struggling to keep her eyes wide open, yet her body swayed precariously to one side. Still claiming you are sober? Lan Ziyu caught her, disapproval etched on her face. Do not drink so much in the future, understood? Yes, I will heed second senior brother's advice. Ye Congxin responded. By the way, junior sister, The reason I sought you out is that I need your assistance with something. At last, Lan Ziyu recalled the matter at hand. Despite Ye Congxin's hazy awareness, she remained focused on her task, answering without a second thought, "All right." Lan Ziyu was overjoyed. "Little junior sister, could you kindly return to me the purple bamboo flute that Zhao gifted you back then? I am in urgent need of it." In an instant, Ye Congxin's intoxication waned significantly. She even began to question whether she was merely imagining things due to her inebriation. Second senior brother, what did you just say? Lan Ziyu replied earnestly, "The purple bamboo flute, the one Zhao gave you 3 years ago, the violet one that I personally polished it, and since you have no use for it, please return it to me." At that moment, Ye Congxin's remaining intoxication dissipated entirely. It was inconceivable that Lan Ziyu would seek out a flute from 3 years prior without cause, especially one he had once gifted to Zhao. Hence, this matter must surely pertain to Zhao, who had recently been expelled from Du Peak by the esteemed Qing Yan. She cautiously inquired, "Second senior brother, what do you require the purple bamboo flute for?" "I wish to apologize to Xiao Lu. That was a gift I prepared for her, imbued with deep sentiment, and it is time for it to return to its rightful owner," Lan Ziyu stated nonchalantly. Ye Congxin felt a wave of nausea, nearly retching with indignation. Were the inhabitants of Du Peak truly deranged? When Zhao was present, they failed to treat her with kindness, and now that she had been cast out, they suddenly experienced a profound epiphany and sought forgiveness. How utterly disgraceful. It was absurd to think that Zhao would forgive them. A gaggle of fools. Ye Congxin raged internally, hurling insults at Lan Ziyu while maintaining a facade of cordiality. "Second senior brother, that purple bamboo flute is exceedingly precious. I have stored it away separately. However, I am currently experiencing a headache and cannot recall its whereabouts at the moment. Could I perhaps return it to you later?" Ye Congxin intended to delay the matter, ensuring that Zhao would not feel too triumphant. She had often employed such tactics to make Lan Ziyu and others miss appointments, with great success. "That won't do." Chapter 59. The elusive affection level. Lan Ziyu's refusal was swift, leaving Ye Congxin momentarily stunned. "Little junior sister, I truly have an urgent need." Lan Ziyu steadied Ye Congxin, crouching slightly to meet her gaze, his brow furrowed in concern. After a moment his expression softened and he spoke more lightly. "How about this, little junior sister? If you cannot find it, I will assist you. Did you place it in your cave or in your storage space?" His gaze was unreservedly direct, as if he might dash to Ye Congxin's cave and ransack it at any moment. A shiver ran down Ye Congxin's spine. It seemed that Lan Ziyu was resolute in his pursuit of the flute. She feigned weakness, closing her eyes and rubbing her temples. "Second senior brother, I feel unwell. Please allow me a moment of peace." "Very well, but please be prompt," Lan Ziyu responded, though internally he felt as if he were ablaze. How had he never found little junior sister such a nuisance before, unable even to remember where she placed her belongings? Moreover, the purple bamboo flute was not truly hers, it merely resided in her possession for safekeeping. Surely, she would not misplace it. Would Xiao Lu still forgive him? In mere moments, a multitude of thoughts raced through Lan Ziyu's mind. Ye Congxin, with her eyes shut, felt as though Lan Ziyu's fervent gaze could pierce through her. Unsettled, she decided to prolong his torment a little longer. Just as Lan Ziyu was on the verge of losing his composure, she leisurely retrieved the purple bamboo flute. "Shixing I seek." Before Ye Congxin could finish her words, Lan Ziyu abruptly snatched the Ziyun bamboo flute from her grasp, her fingers deftly caressing its surface as she threw her head back in laughter, exclaiming, "I found it! I found it! Xiao Lu, here I come!" Clutching the Ziyun bamboo flute, Lan Ziyu dashed away in a frenzy. Ye Congxin, consumed by rage, felt as though she might shatter her silver teeth system. "Please check Lan Ziyu's affection level." Ding. Lan Ziyu's current affection level is 60 points. What? Ye Congxin accidentally knocked over the wine jug on the table, her face a mask of panic. Just yesterday, when she checked Lan Ziyu's affection level, it had been a solid 70 points. Now in the blink of an eye, it had plummeted by 10. Could it be because she had made Lan Ziyu wait a moment longer? Ye Congxin's heart was filled with regret. Because of her quarrel with Zhao over the starry stone in the mysterious realm of Longming Valley, Lan Ziyu's affection for her had dropped from 80 points to 70. Was he out of his mind? Ye Congxin's frustration reached a boiling point. Lan Ziyu was notoriously obstinate and spiteful. He would turn his back at the slightest displeasure. In her efforts to win his favor, Ye Congxin had consistently humbled herself, accommodating him at every turn, not daring to utter even a petulant word in his direction. Just as she thought her hard times were nearing an end, everything had unraveled. Due to her emotional turmoil, Ye Congxin's old ailment resurfaced, the familiar sensation of suffocation returning system. Please check the affection levels of others atop Ye Congxin repeatedly reminded herself that a single task target was insignificant. She had other options available. Ding Feng Qinglong's current affection level is 70 points. Ding Chuiju's current affection level is 70 points. Ding Quan Ye's current affection level is 65 points. Ding Qingyan Zhenren's current affection level is 50 points. As she noted the lack of significant fluctuations in the others' affection levels, Ye Congxin was about to breathe a sigh of relief when she realized she had only heard 4 names. System, why was there no prompt for Su Ming's affection level? A foreboding sense crept over her. Ding Su Ming's affection level fluctuates greatly and cannot be determined at this time. Ye Congxin gritted her teeth. What is his minimum affection level? Ding Su Ming's minimum affection level is 20 points. Ye Congxin staggered, bracing herself against the edge of the stone table to steady herself. 20 points. 20 points. She had only seen that number when she first met Su Ming and the others. People often say that a woman's heart is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean, but to Ye Congxin, a man's sentiments were no less elusive. She could not fathom the reasons behind Su Ming's erratic affection for her. If Su Ming's affection ultimately settled at 20 points, it would nearly signify the failure of her task, rendering all her time and effort expended on him futile. Why? Why must it be so? In a fit of despair, Ye Congxin overturned everything on the stone table, collapsing in tears upon its surface. Brother Fong. Brother Lon. Greetings, Brother Fong. Greetings, Brother Lon. Honored to meet the 2 esteemed brothers, the disciples of the 5 Elements Dao sect. Upon encountering the stern-faced Fong Chonglang and Lan Ziyu, quickly bowed and retreated, not daring to utter a word. The expulsion of Yu Zhao from the esteemed lineage of Qingyan Zhenren has become the most talked-about topic within the 5 Elements Dao sect. Thrusting Yu Peak into the spotlight. Although the sentiments of Fong Chonglang and others remain uncertain, their expressions reveal that they are not in a particularly pleasant mood. Naturally, the disciples dare not approach, fearing they might incur their wrath. Once the 2 departed, the previously scattered disciples congregated once more, engaging in hushed discussions. Why do Senior Brother Fong and Senior Brother Lon appear so irate? It should not be the case. Without Yu Zhao, the mouse droppings, Yu Peak should no longer have anyone hindering progress. However, I have heard from the senior sisters who went out for training that Yu Zhao is not as detestable as rumored. She even saved the eldest sister. I had not heard that news, but it seems that Senior Brother Fong and the eldest brother are heading towards the inner courtyard. Could they be seeking out Yu Zhao? Who knows? Shall we follow them to find out? Let's go. The disciples exchanged glances and ultimately, curiosity prevailed as they stealthily trailed Fong Chonglang and Lan Ziyu. Upon noticing the large gathering, other disciples, intrigued, approached and learned they were following Senior Brother Fong to the inner courtyard. Promptly deciding to join, causing the group to swell in numbers. In the inner courtyard, Xiao Luo was practicing her physical techniques in an open space. With her spiritual roots comprising fire, wood, and earth, the earth root dominated, giving her a distinct advantage in both strength and defense. Thus, when selecting her cultivation methods, she prioritized those that would maximize her inherent strengths. Physical techniques were among them. Her petite figure and slender limbs might seem delicate, yet each movement she made produced a series of terrifying sonic booms in the air. Suddenly, as she began her warm-up, Xiao Luo's expression shifted, and she paused, squinting into the distance. The terrain at the foot of the mountain was flat, unobstructed by towering structures. As a fervent admirer of Qingyan Zhenren, Xiao Luo immediately recognized the 2 figures approaching the inner courtyard. She muttered to herself, "What brings them here?" Chapter 60. I am truly busy. Yesterday, Yu Zhao had toyed with Xiao Luo in front of many onlookers and had taken over her living space. Logically, Xiao Luo should harbor resentment towards Yu Zhao. However, in truth, Yu Zhao had earned Xiao Luo's and even other inner disciples' acknowledgement through her prowess. Aware of her own shortcomings, Xiao Luo graciously conceded defeat at this moment. Seeing that Fong Chonglang and Lan Ziyu appeared to have ulterior motives, she was struck by the idea of sending a warning. She bent down, picked up a fragment of stone from the ground, and casually threw it. The stone aimed precisely at a small courtyard on the right, instantly triggering its defensive barrier to spring open. The next moment Feng Qiyun emerged, grumbling and cursing. Xiao Luo smiled mischievously. "Feng Qiyun, please help me relay a message." With their minds set on finding Yu Zhao in the inner courtyard, Fong Chonglang and Lan Ziyu arrived only to be met with an array of quaint courtyards. Leaving them bewildered that we have no idea where Yu Zhao resides, they realized. "Let us inquire with someone," suggested Lan Ziyu. Fong Chonglang nodded and, scanning the surroundings, locked eyes with a pair of bright, penetrating ones. "Greetings, Senior Brother Fong and Senior Brother Lan," Xiao Luo said at the entrance of a small courtyard, her demeanor poised yet slightly anxious. This junior sister, may I inquire if you happen to know the whereabouts of Yu Zhao, you junior sister? Would it trouble you to guide us? The speaker, Feng Chonglang, possesses a greater understanding of how to interact with fellow disciples compared to Lan Ziyu. His tone is gentle as a spring breeze. In her heart, Shilua secretly admired the gentlemanly demeanor of the sword-wielding man, yet maintained a solemn facade as she inquired, I am aware of you senior sister's residence, but may I first ask what brings you two senior brothers to seek her? On what ground should we inform you? Lan Ziyu interjected, her brows furrowing, her tone decidedly sharp. Mimicking Yu Zhao's helpless expression, Shilua shrugged and replied, then I must regretfully decline to offer my assistance. You Lan Ziyu, exasperated, could hardly believe that inner sect disciples could dare to bully her. Enough. Feng Chonglang interrupted Lan Ziyu, casting a meaningful glance at Shilua. Unfazed, Shilua met his scrutiny with calm acceptance. Feng Chonglang stated, we bear no ill intentions. We merely wish to clarify some misunderstandings with you junior sister. Estimating that Feng Qiyun had likely conveyed the message, Shilua chose not to prolong the matter any further, turning to ascend the mountain. Please follow me. Her shift in demeanor was remarkably swift, leaving Feng Chonglang and Lan Ziyu momentarily startled before hastily following her to the mountain's summit. Yu Zhao expressed her gratitude to Feng Qiyun, sending him off through a small path behind her before turning. Her eyes now imbued with a chill. Her tranquil existence had barely endured a day before being disrupted by those from Duyue Peak. Indeed, Duyue Peak had become the most significant stumbling block on her path to cultivation, and less than the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn. Shilua, Feng Chonglang, and Lan Ziyu reached the summit. Initially, they had prepared a plethora of words to share with Yu Zhao, but upon encountering her, it felt as though cotton had been stuffed in their throats, rendering them speechless, simply staring at her in awe. Yet Yu Zhao did not spare them even a glance, instead turning to Shilua with a smile saying, Thank you Shilua junior sister, has no trouble at all. Shilua replied with a bright smile. The two exchanged a swift glance, after which Shilua found an excuse to descend the mountain. Only the three former disciples remained atop the peak. Xiao Lu Feng Chonglang began, but Yu Zhao impatiently interrupted, Stop, Feng senior brother, I am no longer a member of Duyue Peak. Henceforth please refer to me as you junior sister or simply Yu Zhao. Feng senior brother, you dare to call me Feng senior brother. Feng Chonglang was taken aback, nearly stumbling at the revelation. Lan Ziyu, equally incredulous, exclaimed, Yu Zhao. Is it that our master has cast you down the mountain, and you no longer recognize us? Yu Zhao scoffed, Are you not in league with him? Lan Ziyu vehemently retorted, Home? Duyue Peak is not my home. I, Yu Zhao, the fated lone star, have been without parents since childhood. I have no family. When Yu Zhao uttered these words, her demeanor and tone remained composed. In the past, such a revelation would have filled her with inferiority and sorrow. Yet now she perceived it as an advantage in her pursuit of an unfeeling path. She need not worry about the distractions of love, nor hesitate or faltered at no. That's not true, Xiao Lu, we are all your family. Duyue Peak is your home. Feng Chonglang urgently asserted. He had nurtured Yu Zhao from a young age and understood the demons that plagued her heart all too well. Once cherishing familial bonds above all, she now dismisses them with nonchalance. Has she truly become indifferent? Lan Ziyu handed the purple bamboo flute to Yu Zhao, a gleam of triumph flickering in her eyes. Why Yu Zhao remained silent, feeling she had articulated her thoughts with utmost clarity. Why then did Feng Chonglang and Lan Ziyu fail to comprehend her? The purple bamboo was not an exceptionally rare material. It was Yu Zhao's sentiments towards Lan Ziyu that bestowed upon the flute its extraordinary significance. Now, having lost interest even in Lan Ziyu, how could she possibly hold any regard for a mere flute? Yu Zhao, have you not caused enough commotion? My senior brother and I have come to apologize to you in person. What more do you desire? Is it merely a few harsh words? I apologize. I am truly sorry. It is all my fault. Is that sufficient? Lan Ziyu was incensed by Yu Zhao's apparent indifference. Why Yu Zhao had grown accustomed to Lan Ziyu's capriciousness. Once again, she felt the urgency of her cultivation. Chapter 61. The just and fair senior sister. No matter how vehemently Lan Ziyu raged and cursed, Feng Chonglang remained resolute, akin to an ancient statue, steadfast and unmoving. His stubbornness to stay did not warrant further explanation from Yu Zhao. If he wished to linger, so be it. Xiao Lu, do not leave. Feng Chonglang instinctively brushed Lan Ziyu aside and stepped forward to retain Yu Zhao. A rush of wind surged behind her. Her gaze turned icy as she took a step forward. Buzz. Feng Chonglang stood merely a step away from Yu Zhao, watching her depart, unable to intervene as a solitary tear escaped the corner of his eye. Senior brother, you. The fury and wrath on Lan Ziyu's face abruptly ceased upon witnessing Feng Chonglang's tear. Senior brother, is crying. Having known him for so many years, she had never seen him shed a single tear. Feng Chenglang, Lan Ziyu, what do you intend to do? In just a few breaths, Zhou Jingyue approached the two, her vibrant visage marred by a mix of anger and disdain. Sister Zhou. Feng Chenglang and Lan Ziyu greeted her in hushed tones. Zhou Jingyue scoffed, why are you not at your own Due Peak? What brings you here? Lan Ziyu gritted her teeth, remaining silent. Feng Chenglang, now you wish to repent. Where were you before? Did I not warn you to treat Yushimi with more kindness? What did you say? You claimed to know better, insisting that Due Peak had never wronged Yushimi. Now that she has been expelled, what more is there to say? As soon as Feng Chenglang and Lan Ziyu arrived at the inner courtyard, Zhou Jingyue received word and rushed over. However, she was unaware that they had already spoken with Yu Zhao, mistakenly believing they were obstructing her at her residence, compelling her to confront them. With Yu Zhao already ousted, the prospect of being further entangled by the two was infuriating. Zhou Jingyue no longer wished to maintain even a faade of tranquility. Feng Chenglang hung his head in shame. Indeed, Zhou Jingyue had subtly cautioned him numerous times, but he had been overly self-assured, neglecting Xiao Lu's difficulties. Now that the situation had escalated to this point, it was a consequence of his own making. Lan Ziyu, however, felt a surge of indignation, her eyes dark and fierce. Zhou Jingyue has always been assertive, and having once saved their lives, he finds it difficult to voice his dissent, choosing instead to suppress his anger within. The expression on his face is too conspicuous for Zhou Jingyue to ignore. Lan Ziyu, are you feeling disgruntled? Do you believe yourself to be in the right? The disparaging remarks about Sister Yu in the Five Elements sect have largely originated from your lips, have they not? I am genuinely curious about the heinous deeds Sister Yu has committed to warrant your unreserved slander in front of others. Since I currently have the leisure, do enlighten me in detail, so that I may judge who is truly in the right. Zhou Jingyue is indeed the most well-informed disciple within the Five Elements sect. Anything occurring within the sect is known to her, provided she wishes to know it. What began as a minor discord between Yu Zhao and Ye Congxin should not have been a matter of public discourse, for even blood brothers experience quarrels, let alone sisters bound by no blood ties. It is Lan Ziyu who incessantly conveys the notion of Yu Zhao's moral turpitude, her sharp and caustic comments leaving no room for doubt. As the saying goes, 3 men make a tiger, and with so many voices echoing the same sentiment, belief naturally follows. Thus Yu Zhao has become the villain in their narrative, with Lan Ziyu playing a significant role in this transformation. The narrow-minded Yu Zhao, in her quest for exclusive favoritism within the sect, has gone so far as to covertly harm her junior sister, a grave transgression indeed. Lan Ziyu curled his lips into a cold smirk. His words may have been harsh, yet they were undeniably truthful, and he felt no remorse for his assertions. Very well, then tell me how Sister Yu has bullied Ye Congxin. Did you witness it all firsthand? Zhou Jingyue's gaze bore into him. She has maliciously undermined our junior sister, and she dares to. When Yu Zhao spoke ill of Ye Congxin in his presence, it was often laced with complaints, which eventually ceased when he made it clear he disapproved. I recall. During a sparring session, she deliberately feigned a misstep and injured our junior sister. That much I witnessed. Lan Ziyu's eyes brightened as he finally recalled a crucial piece of evidence. There were indeed many witnesses who could attest to his honesty. As that all? Zhou Jingyue arched an eyebrow. Feng Chenglang wore a solemn expression. Lan Ziyu's chest heaved with urgency as he exclaimed, surely this is sufficient proof, is it not? Zhou Jingyue, I know you have feelings for Yu Zhao, but do not allow your bias to cloud your judgment as the senior sister of the Five Elements sect. You must embody fairness and justice. Zhou Jingyue was almost amused by Lan Ziyu's indignation. It is precisely because she holds the position of senior sister that she cannot stand idly by while Yu Zhao is bullied by the members of Due Peak. I shall indeed act with fairness and justice, setting aside whether Sister Yu has ever spoken ill of Ye Congxin. Regarding your earlier assertion that Sister Yu injured Ye Congxin during their sparring, is this not a rather commonplace occurrence? Take Due Peak for instance. Your 5th junior brother Quan Yi often has Sister Yu spar with him. As a body cultivator, his strikes lack discernment, and surely Sister Yu has sustained injuries more than once. So why do you not step forward to admonish Quan Yi, who has transgressed even further? Lan Ziyu was left speechless. Chapter 62. She cultivated the path of ruthlessness. Lan Ziyu wished to convey to Zhou Jingyue that the situation was different. Yet, he feared that Zhou Jingyue would inquire about the specifics of that difference, a question he could not articulate. He had never contemplated what was amiss with Yu Zhao and Quan Yi sparring and sustaining injuries. As Zhou Jingyue had remarked, injuries during sparring were commonplace. Which disciple of the Five Elements sect had not been wounded? Even during his own matches with the senior brother, he occasionally suffered minor abrasions. Why then did the same occurrence become intolerable when it transpired to the junior sister? A throbbing headache assaulted Lan Ziyu as he turned to Feng Chenglang, hoping for clarity, but Feng Chenglang averted his gaze. At a loss for words, he found himself ensnared in uncertainty. Under Zhou Jinyue's piercing stare, Lan Ziyu felt utterly exposed, as if stripped bare beneath the sun, leaving him nowhere to hide. A tumultuous wave of shame engulfed him. His complexion fluctuating between shades of blue and white. It was Yu Zhao who enough? Feng Chenglang could no longer endure the unfolding drama. Previously embroiled in the situation, he had not perceived any wrongdoing in Lan Ziyu's actions. In fact, he had been swayed by Lan Ziyu's influence, developing a bias against Yu Zhao. A few whispered rumors had clouded his judgment. Feng Qinglong's voice trembled with emotion. In the past, when Yu Zhao stood before him, he had taken little notice until her indifferent departure revealed that she had long been an integral part of his life, one he could scarcely imagine living without. Feng Qinglong's countenance was pallid, his posture lacking its usual poise, and Zhou Jinyue could keenly sense his sincerity and remorse. She sighed inwardly. Had she known it would come to this, would she have acted differently? I cannot assist you, Zhou Jinyue stated, shaking her head lightly. Feng Chenglang in a desperate tone implored, Senior Sister Zhou, do you not trust me? I can swear by my Dao heart that if I ever— Zhou Jinyue rolled her eyes and firmly pinched Feng Chenglong's lips shut. Silence and listen to me first. Feng Chenglang nodded weakly. 3 years ago, after her Dao foundation was damaged, junior sister Yu chose to abandon her cultivation and start anew. She is no longer practicing the Haishang Mingyue Ju of Master Qing Yan, but rather an original technique called the Huanqi Ju created by a predecessor known as Mingyue Sanren. Feng Chenglang and Lan Ziyu listened in silence, a flicker of confusion evident in their eyes, clearly struggling to grasp the connection. Zhou Jinyue, exasperated, clarified, Mingyue Sanren embodies the path of ruthlessness, forsaking small affections to sever disputes, focusing solely on self-cultivation. Feng Chenglang and Lan Ziyu's pupils dilated in shock. The relationship between cultivation methods and one's Dao heart was reciprocal. Since Yu Zhao was cultivating Mingyue Sanren's Huanqi Ju, her Dao heart would inevitably be influenced, leading her to pursue the path of ruthlessness as her lifelong aspiration. Typically, those who practiced the path of ruthlessness exhibited emotional detachment, displaying little emotional fluctuation even in the presence of their closest kin. A realization dawned upon Feng Chenglang, illuminating the irrationalities surrounding Yu Zhao. No, that cannot be right, he countered. If Yu Zhao is cultivating the path of ruthlessness, why does she remain unchanged before you, treating us with such indifference? Lan Ziyu seized the inconsistency, questioning coldly. Zhou Jinyue, however, simply smiled and replied, it is quite simple. The emotions you bring to her are superfluous and burdensome, whereas we offer junior sister Yu an atmosphere of acceptance and tranquility. What must be relinquished is abundantly clear. Each monk's understanding of the Tao is distinct. Why Yu Zhao's pursuit of the unfeeling Tao does not refer to a literal lack of emotion, but rather to the impartiality of the great Tao. Just as heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all living things as mere fodder, personal affection seem trivial in the grand scheme. She refuses to be ensnared by narrow sentiments. What she seeks is equality among all beings under the heavens. Unless Yu Zhao is willing to forsake her heart for the Tao, however, Zhou Jinyue increasingly believes that Yu Zhao would rather embrace death than make such a choice. The unfeeling Tao, she has diligently cultivated it. Feng Chenglang, in a state of utter despair, realizes that Yu Zhao had made her decision 3 years prior. Ha ha ha. How absurd. Feng Chenglang, you are nothing but a farcical gentleman's sword. You are a ridiculous fool. A coward. An imbecile. Feng Chenglang suddenly bursts into wild laughter, his demeanor frenzied. Senior brother. Lan Ziyu is horrified. Could it be that senior brother cannot withstand the shock and has succumbed to madness? Ha 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 ha. Feng Chenglang remains oblivious, his face contorted in a twisted smile, tears streaming down his cheeks. He laughs uproariously, staggering down the mountain. After just 2 steps, he trips and falls unfazed. He clambers back up and continues his descent, his silhouette forlorn. Senior brother. Wait for me. Lan Ziyu, unable to consider anything else, hurriedly follows, her heart racing with dread. Why Yu Zhao has already embraced the unfeeling Tao. What if senior brother succumbs to madness as well? What should she do? Lan Ziyu's head aches even more. Zhou Jinyue watches their retreating figures, her expression complex. At the foot of the mountain, the inner disciples gather on the flat ground, whispering among themselves, while Zhang Jun stands guard at the entrance to the mountain path, casting glances up the trail from time to time. His task is to prevent anyone from ascending and causing disturbance. He wonders how the conversation between the senior sister and Feng Xixiang is progressing. Will it escalate into conflict? Should he intervene? The thoughts of the other inner disciples mirror his own, all speculating about the content of Zhao Jinyue's discussion with Feng Chenglang. The rumors are true. The senior sister shares a close bond with Yu Zhao, and she has come specifically to stand up for her. I have told you all along that it was Yu Zhao who saved the senior sister. The situation was perilous and she nearly lost her life, reportedly waking from a coma after 7 days and nights. Is that so? I heard she was in a deep slumber for half a month before regaining consciousness. No, that's not right. None of you have it correct. I heard that Yu Zhao willingly sacrificed herself for the senior sister. As the crowd's chatter grows increasingly absurd, it escalates to the point where they claim Yu Zhao has harbored a secret love for Zhao Jinyue for years, willingly facing death to rescue her beloved. Enough? Look, someone is coming down the mountain. Chapter 63. I lost Yu Xiaozhao before the crowd could discern the identity of the descending figure. Laughter echoed first. Though termed laughter, it bore an undercurrent of profound desolation, evoking an inexplicable sorrow in those who heard it. As the laughter drew nearer, the indistinct silhouette gradually became clearer. There stood Feng Xixiang, typically a figure of grace and poise, now appearing emaciated with fresh tears streaking his face, his pristine Dao robe stained with mud, swaying unsteadily as if he might collapse at any moment. The crowd gasped in shock, nearly dropping their jaws in disbelief. Is this Feng Xixiang? My heavens, could it be that senior sister Zhao has truly harmed senior brother Feng? What on earth has transpired? How has senior brother Feng come to be in such a state? Zhang Jun swallowed hard, suddenly realizing that the senior sister had indeed been quite gentle with him. Upon noticing Feng Chenglang approaching, Zhang Jun intended to greet him. However, Feng Chenglang simply passed by without a word. Following him was Lan Ziyu. The others also sensed that something was amiss with Feng Chenglang. Suppressing their curiosity and concern, they retreated, clearing a path under the gaze of many. Feng Chenglang and Lan Ziyu departed in a disheveled manner, leaving a myriad of topics in their wake. Peak. The atmosphere was thick with confusion. Master Qingyan gazed upon Feng Chenglang and Lan Ziyu, who knelt in the center of the grand hall, his voice cold and laced with suppressed fury. Feng Chenglang lowered his gaze, emanating an aura of despondency. Lan Ziyu bowed, imploring, Master, please quell your anger. You have greatly disappointed me, Master Qingyan stated flatly, yet Lan Ziyu felt an overwhelming pressure, compelling him to bow even lower. Feng Chenglang remained as lifeless as ever, seemingly drained of all vitality with Yu Zhao's departure, leaving behind nothing but an empty shell. A flicker of disappointment and surprise crossed Master Qingyan's eyes. He had always regarded Feng Chenglang as composed, never anticipating that Yu Zhao's leaving would have such a profound impact on him. Chenglang, disciple is here. After a prolonged silence, Feng Chenglang rasped a response. Are you blaming me for expelling Yu Zhao? Disciple dares not. Then why do you present yourself in such a sorrowful manner? Disciple is inept and cannot endure the pain of separation. I beseech Master to impose punishment. Having uttered these words, Feng Chenglang bowed deeply, remaining prostrated. Though he claimed not to blame, every word dripped with resentment. Master Qingyan understood that he had become trapped in his own thoughts. He turned to Lan Ziyu. Do you also blame me? Disciple does not. Lan Ziyu lifted his head. Disciple only blames himself. In matters concerning Yu Zhao, Lan Ziyu's insight surpassed that of Feng Chenglang. The expulsion was merely a means for Master Qingyan to provide Yu Zhao with a legitimate reason to sever ties with them. The true impetus for Yu Zhao's departure lay with them. Strictly speaking, Feng Chenglong's ire was not directed towards Master Qingyan, but rather displaced upon him. His true grievance was with himself, hence his plea for punishment. Observing Lan Ziyu's composed demeanor, Master Qingyan felt a modicum of satisfaction. Since you comprehend the reasoning, you shall explain it to him. He may only exit the premises once he has come to terms with it. With a flourish of his sleeve, Master Qingyan departed. Senior brother, Lan Ziyu called after him. Feng Chenglang merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction before retreating to the quiet chamber, donning his robes to lie down. Lan Ziyu followed him inside, observing his demeanor devoid of desire or ambition, feeling both anger and urgency. Master had already made his position clear. If senior brother did not find clarity, he would not be allowed to leave. A year or two might be bearable, but if senior brother remained in this state indefinitely, would he ever be free? How could Lan Ziyu stand idly by as his senior brother descended further into despair? In the quiet chamber, he racked his brain to devise a persuasive argument for Feng Chenglang. Their junior disciple, Cui Ju, had just completed refining a furnace of elixirs and emerged from his seclusion. The cave dwelling of Cui Ju was not far from the herb garden he had established, and the first task upon concluding his retreat was to tend to his spiritual herbs. Watering, weeding, pruning and harvesting, Cui Ju dedicated a full 2 days to meticulously reorganize the garden. Upon finishing, He instinctively let out a long sigh of relief, then paused in surprise, chuckling to himself. He had previously never realized that caring for the herb garden was such a laborious endeavor. Ju couldn't help but recall Yu Zhao. Ever since Yu Zhao had become his junior sister, he had not worried about the herb garden for a long time. It was only 3 years ago, when Yu Zhao's foundation was damaged and she entered seclusion to rebuild it, that his garden was left unattended, forcing him to take matters into his own hands. It was during this time that he discovered, unbeknownst to him, his casually established garden had expanded several times over, and the effort required to maintain it was no longer comparable. The hardships that Yu Zhao had endured while managing the garden for years were indeed considerable. 3 years had passed, and he thought it was about time for Zhao to emerge from her retreat. Perhaps he had truly misjudged Yu Zhao regarding the incident with the dragon tongue flower. He resolved to seize this opportunity to reconcile with her. Ju planned to gift half of the elixirs he had refined to Yu Zhao, keeping a portion for himself while the remainder would be given to his junior sister. With a decision made, Ju changed into a clean Taoist robe and set off towards Yu Zhao's cave dwelling. Perhaps it was the anticipation of soon seeing Yu Zhao that lifted his spirits. As his steps felt notably lighter, upon arriving at Yu Zhao's cave, he found the entrance wide open, without any defensive formations in place. Bringing a smile to his face, Zhao had indeed emerged from her retreat. His usually tranquil eyes sparkled with joy as he deliberately adjusted his breathing and softened his footsteps, intending to surprise Yu Zhao. However, before he could step fully into the cave, a strong odor of alcohol mixed with a sour stench wafted out. His brow furrowed and his pace quickened. Just how much had Zhao drunk? As he pressed forward, he then heard the sound of muffled sobs. Desperately stifled and no longer concealing his presence, he hurried inside Zhao. The empty cave was eerily silent as Yu Ming, inebriated, belched before lifting his head from a pile of wine jars and locking eyes with Ju, whose face was etched with concern. As Yu Ming froze for a moment, then burst into tears. Old Fourth, I've lost you. Zhao. Ju's body went rigid, disbelief flooding his senses. What did you say? After listening to Su Ming's tearful lament, he felt as if his soul had left his body. Stunned into silence, he had just been contemplating apologizing to Zhao and asking her to help him tend to the herb garden once more, only to learn that she was no longer on Duyue Peak. Zhao was so foolish. Why did she dare to confront their master? Did she not realize that a single word from him could determine her fate? If his junior sister desired the starlit stone, what harm was there in him finding another for her? If one was insufficient, he could procure 2 or 3. Surely she would be satisfied. Why must she contend over such fleeting pride? Ju was perplexed. Su Ming, still sniffling, lamented. His eyes swollen like walnuts. He had merely wished for Yu Zhao to face some punishment, never intending to drive her away, and no matter how foolish or malevolent she may be, she is still Yu Zhao, the junior sister of Su Ming. The 7 individuals of Duyue Peak are incomplete without any one of them. After some contemplation, Ju realized that to untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer. That I shall seek out the junior sister. If she were to persuade the master, perhaps he would show leniency. Excellent. Let it be so. Su Ming rejoiced. He buried his head in the wine jar, murmuring in a slurred tone, "You go." That moment, he had no desire to encounter Ye Congxin. The mere sight of her would evoke memories of the heated dispute between Yu Zhao and the master, an episode of his past he was eager to forget. Upon seeing Ju's visit, Ye Congxin was filled with delight. "Fourth senior brother, you have emerged from your seclusion." Ju offered a faint smile, presenting her with a vial of elixir as was customary. Ye Congxin accepted it with glee, hastily inviting Ju to take a seat. Once he was settled, she busied herself with the tea set, preparing tea for him with unbridled enthusiasm. Ju observed her flurry of activity in silence. His gaze deep and contemplative, he noticed not a trace of concern for Yu Zhao and Ye Congxin, as if Yu Zhao's expulsion from the sect were a trivial matter, unworthy of mention. This realization left Ju somewhat unsettled. However, he said nothing, sipping the tea she had brewed and offering her a few compliments with a gentle smile. Ye Congxin blushed and replied, "Fourth senior brother, you flatter me. It is but a rudimentary skill, unworthy of high praise." Ju set down his teacup and said, "Junior sister, in truth, I have come to see you today for another matter." The smile on Ye Congxin's face dimmed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. "You must be here concerning sixth senior sister." "Indeed," Ju replied candidly. Ye Congxin regarded him earnestly and stubbornly asked, "Do you also believe that sixth senior sister was driven away because of me?" Ju shook his head. He believed that Yu Zhao had acted too impulsively. What began as a trivial matter had escalated unexpectedly. Ye Congxin sighed in relief, having been genuinely worried that Ju had come to hold her accountable. At this juncture, any semblance of goodwill was paramount to her. She could not afford to let Cui Ju's opinion of her waver. Tears brimmed in her eyes, and her voice trembled as she said, "As long as my brother does not blame me, that is enough. Third senior brother and the others have accused me of causing sixth senior sister's predicament, yet how could they comprehend the sorrow in my heart?" After a moment's hesitation, Cui Ju reached out to pat her head, reassuring her, "The brothers do not truly blame you. They are simply overwhelmed with guilt, I understand. I too feel a great weight of guilt." Ye Congxin feigned strength as she wiped away her tears. "Fourth senior brother, please tell me what you need me to do." "Very well," she replied without hesitation. After a brief pause, she added, "However, I am not shirking responsibility. It is just that master is likely still in a fit of anger that I shall plead for him in a few days. Would that be acceptable?" "Of course," Cui Ju exclaimed with joy. Convincing the junior sister was already half the battle won. "All right, fourth senior brother, await my good news." Ye Congxin beamed as she bid farewell to Cui Ju. Yet, once she turned away, she let out a disdainful snort. The people of Due Peak were indeed naive, believing every word she uttered. They wished for her to intercede. Very well, they could wait. She would not allow anyone to disrupt her planned system. Please check Cui Ju's favorability rating. Ding, Cui Ju's current favorability level is at 75 points. It has surprisingly increased by 5 points. A spark of excitement flickered in Ye Congxin's eyes. She suddenly realized how to win the favor of Cui Ju and others. It turns out that it can be achieved with just a few words. How remarkably simple. Ye Congxin curled her lips in a disdainful smile. A month's time slipped away in the blink of an eye. Before her stood an unfamiliar female disciple. Her features bore no glaring imperfections, yet collectively they were rather unremarkable, easily forgotten after a mere glance. "You are..." Zhao Jinyue felt a twinge of embarrassment. Among the disciples of the Five Elements Tao sect, there were few she did not recognize. "I am senior sister Zhao." The unfamiliar woman spoke with a familiar tone. Zhao Jinyue's eyes brightened. "You shimmied." Yu Zhao nodded with a smile. Zhao Jinyue circled around Yu Zhao, observing her closely. Her figure was indeed familiar. Only her face had changed. With careful scrutiny, she discerned a subtle layer of spiritual energy rippling across Yu Zhao's visage. She exclaimed in admiration, "You shimmy, your illusion techniques have become ever more exquisite." Even she had nearly been deceived at why Yu Zhao smiled wryly. It was a necessity. When Yu Zhao descended the mountain, she hadn't considered concealing her appearance, but it wasn't long before some disciples recognized her. And the probing gazes became quite bothersome. To avoid such disturbances, she had no choice but to adopt a different face. Zhao Jinyue understood her predicament and refrained from further inquiries, instead inviting her to the main peak as a guest. Yu Zhao declined. The victor of the grand competition of the cultivation realm was granted the opportunity to ascend to the floating island. This island, located in the boundless sea, opened once every 100 years. With only 100 places available for entry, it was said that the spiritual energy within the floating island was so dense it could almost materialize, abundant with rare treasures and concealed ancient legacies. In the past, countless cultivators perished in the endless sea vying for a spot, leading to a decline in talents within the cultivation world. Consequently, several major sects united to organize a competition, granting the winner a chance to enter the floating island, thus giving rise to the grand competition of the cultivation realm. Initially, only the young disciples of various sects could participate, but after numerous protests from cultivators, individual competitions were added, allowing any cultivator who met the age requirements to join. In her previous life, Yu Zhao lacked the cultivation to dare aspire to such an opportunity. However, this time she wished to give it a try. "Are you leaving?" Zhao Jinyue was initially taken aback but then nodded in agreement. A stroll outside would be beneficial, as remaining here would only add to their troubles. On that day, Feng Chenglang did not appear to leave with a sense of resolution. Zhao Jinyue worried that Yu Zhao might again be beset by the people of Due Peak. So it would be better to traverse various places to gain experience and broaden their horizons. Chapter 65. Wanbao Pavilion. Yu Zhao shared the same sentiments as Zhao Jinyue. Her cultivation had now stabilized, and she required a certain stimulus to break through. Coincidentally, she needed to refine a suitable lifebound magic tool before the grand competition of the cultivation realm commenced. Her plan was to train while searching for all the necessary refining materials. The destination for her training was set at Qingmu sect. Zhao Jinyue once again took hold of Yu Zhao, meticulously elucidating the essential points to be mindful of during their forthcoming trials. He generously bestowed upon her all the talismans he had on hand, urging her to keep them for self-defense. Such gestures stemmed from Zhao Jinyue's goodwill, which Yu Zhao graciously accepted without hesitation. After expressing her gratitude, Yu Zhao proceeded to the hidden repository to meet Elder Gu. informing him of her imminent departure. Although the grand competition of the cultivation realm is divided into sect competitions and personal contests, it is well known that the difficulty of sect competitions pales in comparison to that of personal contests. Acknowledging this, Elder Gu waved her off, bidding her to leave. Upon exiting the Five Elements sect, Yu Zhao hastened her steps, choosing to make her first stop at the Lantern City, a place they had previously resided in during their training. Lantern City, as vibrant as ever, greeted her. After paying the entrance fee at the city gates, she entered and casually selected an inn for her stay. Throughout the ensuing hours, she remained within the inn, refraining from venturing outside as night fell, with only the glow of lanterns illuminating the deserted streets. She leapt from her window, walking along the edge of the street. Her keen gaze swiftly scanned her surroundings until she spotted a faint yellow mark on the wall of a narrow alley. A subtle smile graced Yu Zhao's lips as she gently tapped the marked stone brick in a specific pattern. Before long, a sound of friction emanated from within the stone wall. A concealed door materialized before her. Silent and unassuming, without a moment's hesitation, Yu Zhao pushed the door open. Crossing the threshold felt akin to stepping into another realm. The spacious and brightly lit hall was ablaze with light, reminiscent of daylight. At the entrance stood two young cultivators, one on each side. To the left was a strikingly alluring female cultivator, while to the right stood a handsome male cultivator, exuding an air of grace. Upon catching sight of Yu Zhao, the male cultivator promptly approached her. Bowing slightly, "Greetings, esteemed guest," he said. Though his voice lacked the delicate softness of the female's, it carried an alluring charm reminiscent of flirtation between lovers. Yu Zhao's expression remained composed as she replied softly, "I seek the seeker." Wanbao Pavilion is the largest trading association within the cultivation realm, ostensibly operating shops that sell magical artifacts and elixirs, yet secretly managing a clandestine intelligence business also known as the Shadow Pavilion. The Shadow Pavilion is divided into three departments: inquiry, search, and demand. Inquiry involves the buying or selling of exclusive intelligence, search pertains to locating people or items, and demand allows individuals to entrust their needs to the pavilion, which will then assign personnel to address them. By expressing her desire to meet the seeker, Yu Zhao conveyed that she was there for a search. Recognizing her familiarity with the protocols, the male cultivator's previous flirtatious demeanor vanished, and he spoke clearly, "Esteemed guest, please follow me to." Yu Zhao was then led to a private room. In the center of the room stood a partition, with a small window aligned with her shoulder height. "Please wait here for a moment. The seeker will arrive shortly," the male cultivator instructed before departing. Yu Zhao acknowledged him with a brief nod. And as soon as he exited, the small window suddenly opened, allowing a palm-sized wooden plaque to drift into the room. Yu Zhao reached out to grasp the plaque, which bore the character for search on one side and was blank on the reverse. Flipping it over, she inscribed Taijin water, Tian Xianzi, with her spiritual energy, denoting the two rare materials she needed for her refining process. The small window promptly closed. After a while, the small window reopened, and a wooden tray floated out, coming to a halt before Yu Zhao. Upon the tray lay a note inscribed with the words 5 medium-grade spirit stones. This was the reward offered by the Wanbao Pavilion for the retrieval of the lost item. Yu Zhao exhaled in relief upon reading the note, for Wanbao Pavilion had a reputation for only engaging in business they could manage. If they lacked accurate sources or deemed a task unfeasible, they would refrain from charging any fees and would even compensate the clients, albeit with a modest sum as a token of goodwill. Currently, Yu Zhao was not in need of money. What she truly sought was a life-bound magical artifact. Without hesitation, she placed the 5 medium-grade spirit stones on the tray and pushed it back through the window. When the window opened once more, she finally received the information she desired. Wanbao Pavilion, being the foremost intelligence agency in the realm of cultivation, provided her with 5 leads, 3 pertaining to the true water and 2 related to the celestial fairy. After reviewing them, Yu Zhao meticulously listed the most promising locations for acquiring the true water and locating the celestial fairy, namely, the Black Water City in the southern region and the Marsh Forest in the western region. After some contemplation, she resolved to head to Black Water City first, for in 3 months an auction would take place there, featuring the true water as one of the items. Given her current supply of spirit stones, winning the bid for the true water was highly likely. Hence, once she secured the true water, she would then venture to the Marsh Forest to seek the celestial fairy. The following day, Yu Zhao embarked on her journey to the southern region. With her flying speed, she anticipated reaching Black Water City in less than a month. However, she felt that spending all her time merely traveling and searching for materials for artifact crafting during her external training would be rather dull and unhelpful to her cultivation. Thus, along the way, Yu Zhao made a conscious effort to look out for any traveling merchant caravans. If she encountered one, she would approach them to see if she could catch a ride. Thus, her journey was marked by a series of stops and starts, and before she knew it, a month had slipped by. One day, by chance, Ye Zhao arrived at a quaint little town. There were no cultivators in sight. Only ordinary folk who toiled from dawn until dusk. Ye Zhao felt that her presence here was fated, so she transformed her attire into something simple and ventured into the town. Flowers for sale. Fresh and beautiful flowers, miss, would you care to buy some? Miss, how about a fragrant steamed bun? Candied hawthorn, candied hawthorn. Chapter 66. The gambler Wang Yukai. Prior to this, she had been an unnamed beggar in a remote border town, spending her days begging alongside a group of impoverished vagabonds. On fortunate days, she might scrounge enough for a satisfying meal, while on unfortunate days, she could go hungry for several days on end. One of Ye Zhao's most vivid memories was of encountering a little girl of similar age while begging. The girl was adorned in fine silks and surrounded by servants, her shoes embellished with sparkling pearls. The discarded sweets she casually tossed aside were delicacies that 6-year-old Ye Zhao had never even dreamed of tasting. The enticing aroma of freshly baked pastries and the melodious calls of the vendors interrupted Ye Zhao's reverie. She looked up to realize that, without her noticing, she had wandered to the entrance of a pastry shop. The shopkeeper, a sprightly young man, upon seeing Ye Zhao pause at the door, began to call out even more enthusiastically. As Ye Zhao inhaled the sweet and rich aroma filling her nostrils, a thought stirred within her, prompting her to approach. Dear guest, these pastries are freshly baked and steaming hot. Would you care to sample one? Should you find it delightful, you are most welcome to return for more. The young attendant beamed amiably. Point one, please, Ye Zhao replied, casting her gaze over the dazzling array of pastries, suddenly struck by a desire to rediscover the taste of a particular delicacy she had savored in the past. Very well, the young attendant exclaimed with delight, swiftly assembling a selection of all the pastries in the shop for Ye Zhao, and quickly quoting a total of 72 spirit pearls. The spirit pearls utilized in the mortal realm are essentially a form of spirit stone. A single low-grade spirit stone can yield nearly 10,000 spirit pearls. This process does not demand a significant expenditure of spiritual energy, allowing even novice qi refining disciples to transform spirit stones into these myriad pearls. Ye Zhao, with a flick of her wrist, converted a spirit stone into spirit pearls from her storage bracelet, presenting 72 of them to the attendant. Spirit pearls are distinguished by their quality. While their value may not fluctuate greatly, those of superior quality are invariably more sought after. The pearls Ye Zhao produced were plump, round, and glistening, a rarity of exceptional quality, prompting the attendant to express his gratitude profusely. With the pastries neatly packed, Ye Zhao contemplated her next move and decided to enter a nearby restaurant adjacent to the pastry shop. Although it was not mealtime, the establishment was still bustling with patrons engaged in lively conversation, each table adorned with a pot of tea and an assortment of 3 or 4 different snacks. Upon her entrance, all eyes turned towards her. The town was small, and even if the residents were not personally acquainted, they often recognized one another from frequent encounters. The moment they laid eyes on Ye Zhao, it was evident she was not a local, and upon noticing her carrying several packages of pastries, an enthusiastic diner called out for the restaurant staff to welcome her. The attendant, who was in the back preparing hot water, promptly emerged upon hearing the call, greeting her warmly as Ye Zhao settled at an empty table. On his recommendation, she ordered 2 of the restaurant's signature dishes, along with a pot of their homemade rice wine. While awaiting her meal, she unwrapped the freshly packed pastries. Instantly, a wave of warm air, infused with the scent of the pastries, enveloped her. She picked up a flower-shaped pastry with her chopsticks, gently taking a bite. The rich floral fragrance enveloped her palate. After finishing the pastry, Ye Zhao set down her chopsticks. The flavor was pleasant, yet it was not the taste she yearned for. At that moment, the restaurant attendant appeared with her 2 signature dishes. Noticing the unwrapped pastries on the table, he remarked, the pastry shop next door has been an esteemed establishment for decades. Once tasted, no patron has failed to sing its praises. As you can see, we also serve their pastries to our guests. With that, he placed the 2 dishes before her, turning to fetch a pot of rice wine from the counter. Your meal is ready, esteemed guest. Please enjoy. Ye Zhao picked up her chopsticks once more to sample the dishes she had ordered. To be fair, the culinary skills of the restaurant chef were rather mediocre, and the dishes paled in comparison to the exquisite pastries from the neighboring shop. It was no wonder the restaurant owner chose to entice guests with the pastries. However, that small pot of rice wine was rich and full-bodied, offering a unique flavor. Thus, Ye Zhao savored her pastries alongside the rice wine, appearing perfectly at ease among the other diners at their tables. The patrons of the quaint eatery cast a few curious glances at her upon her arrival, but once their intrigue waned, they turned their attention back to the latest happenings in the small town. Stop! Don't run! shouted a voice. Wang dash, and if you run again I shall surely break your legs. Chase him. Quick, pursue. The sudden uproar in the street captured the attention of the onlookers positioned by the window. Zhao peered outside, just in time to witness a man, his face a portrait of panic, sprinting down the street. Hot on his heels were a dozen brawny men, brandishing wooden clubs and other implements, as they hurled curses while in pursuit. Zhao. It's Wang Yukai. Has he indulged in gambling again? The Wang family is utterly ruined. If Master Wang were to learn that his painstakingly amassed fortune had been squandered by this unworthy scion, I wonder if he might rise from his grave in fury. Master Wang was a good man. Alas, his descendants lack ambition. A gathering of spectators exchanged words, unraveling the tale of Wang Yukai's misdeeds. Wang Yukai, pursued by a band of merciless thugs, was so consumed by anxiety that he inadvertently tripped over his own feet and fell. In that very moment, the thugs closed in on him. The leading brute planted his foot squarely on Wang Youcai's back, pinning him to the ground as he attempted to rise. Wang Yukai cried out in agony. The burly man sneered, "Run, will you? You think you can just brush aside the debts owed to our gambling den? There's no such fortune in this world. Repay us." With his body hunched, San Yu pressed down on Wang Youcai's leg and offered, "Wang Yukai, I have a proposal that might help you settle your debt. Are you willing to listen?" Wang Yukai nodded fervently like a chick pecking at grain. It's quite simple. You owe us a considerable sum, which comprises the hard-earned money of my brothers and me. How about this? Allow each of us present to take a turn stepping on you, and once we've had our fill, you won't need to repay your debts. Doesn't that sound like a bargain? Chapter 67. A plea for salvation. Wang Yukai's complexion drained of color. The weight of Sanye's foot felt as though it was displacing his very organs. Should he endure more, his demise would be inevitable. Sanyi, please spare me. Do not crush me. I do not wish to perish. Have mercy. Wang Yukai wailed with a heart-rending intensity. The townsfolk, having lived here for generations, often shared familial ties. Wang Youcai's father, Master Wang, was a well-known and affluent gentleman, renowned for his generosity, often contributing to local infrastructure projects. Many in the town remembered him fondly. At that moment, upon witnessing someone advocate for Wang Yukai, others joined in to offer their support. San Yi, Wang Yukai is currently broke. Even if you were to trample him to death, you would not recover your money. It would be better to sit down and discuss a reasonable resolution. As Wang Yukai heard the townspeople speak on his behalf, a glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. However, in the next instant, San Ye's words shattered his aspirations. You all shut your mouths. Emotions are not akin to debts owed to you. What pretense of virtue do you all exhibit? If you truly wish to assist him, then aid Wang Yukai in repaying the sum. It is but 500 spirit pearls, and with your numerous numbers, it should be within your means to gather such an amount. The crowd, who had just moments ago spoken with such righteous fervor, fell silent in an instant. They could indeed pool together 500 spirit pearls, yet they held no faith in Wang Yukai's ability to repay the debt. After all, the words of a gambler are hardly credible, especially when that gambler is a wretched soul who would wager even the funds for his mother's medication. Thus, his claims are rendered even more dubious. Humph! Master Feng let out a disdainful scoff. These individuals merely spoke sweetly on the surface. Should they be required to act, each would shrink away to the corners. When Master Wang initially provided the funds to repair the village roads, he at least offered the family's only old hen to Master Wang as a token of gratitude. What have they ever contributed? If Master Wang were still alive, not only he, but even the owner of the gambling den would have to show him some respect. Yet with Master Wang gone, who still cares for Wang Yukai? He can only blame himself for his lack of ambition. Wang Yukai, I ask you one final time, will you not repay this debt? I will. I will. Wang Yukai pleaded desperately. Where is the money? At once. He found himself at a loss for words. Where could he find any funds? He had already staked the Wang family residence. He was now utterly destitute, with no means to secure even his next meal. Master Feng waved his hand, and two burly men stepped forward, grasping Wang Yukai's arms, one on each side. Wang Yukai trembled in fear, his legs giving way as he cast a desperate glance at the patrons within the tavern. The diners either averted their eyes or offered him looks of helplessness. Just as despair was about to engulf him, he spotted a young woman seated by the window. His eyes widened in disbelief, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly Wang Yukai shouted, Wait, wait! Master Feng furrowed his brow. What trickery are you attempting now? Master Feng, I have thought of a way to repay the debt. What method is this? If you allow me to speak to someone, she will help me repay the money. Wang Yukai clenched his fists, his expression brimming with excitement. Seeing that he did not appear to be stalling, Master Feng contemplated for a moment. then signaled to the two strongmen with a glance. Warning Wang Yukai, if you dare attempt to flee again, I shall ensure you see no dawn that I want to run. I truly want to. Wang Yukai's face was now devoid of the earlier despair and panic. Once released, he hurriedly lowered his head to straighten his disheveled outer robe, vigorously brushing away the dust that clung to him. Everyone watched in bewilderment, unsure of Wang Yukai's intentions. After tidying himself up, he strode purposefully towards the tavern. The thugs that Master Feng had brought attempted to pursue him, but were halted by a raised hand from Master Feng. Let us see what he intends to do first. Yu Zhao had just finished her last cup of rice wine when Wang Yukai suddenly knelt outside the window with a thud. I implore the immortal to save me. A hush fell over the crowd as they turned incredulously toward Yu Zhao. Though none had witnessed an immortal with their own eyes, who among them had not heard tales of such beings? Immortals are grand figures, capable of commanding the winds and rains, moving mountains and filling seas, traversing thousands of miles in a single day. It is said that the harmonious weather in their nation is due to the protection of a national master, who is indeed a celestial being. Could this unfamiliar foreign woman also be a celestial being? Doubt flickered in the eyes of many. They believed that a celestial being should possess an ethereal presence or an imposing aura, far removed from the mundane world. How could such a being possibly sit in a tavern, indulging in food and drink like them? Yu Zhao fixed her gaze upon Wang Yukai. He emanated no trace of spiritual energy, nor did he possess the roots of cultivation. He was a genuine mortal, incapable of ascension. How then could he discern her identity as a practitioner of the mystical arts? Celestial being, my family has a slight connection to your ancestors. I implore you to save me and I will divulge the truth, Wang Yukai declared. Bowing deeply to Yu Zhao, he was uncertain if Yu Zhao would assist him. Yet this was his sole opportunity. Yu Zhao's expression sharpened. Wang Youcai's words revealed a crucial piece of information. His ability to uncover her identity did not stem from his own prowess but rather from a connection to her forebears. Yet, Yu Zhao was an orphan, devoid of knowledge about her origins. How could Wang Yukai possess such insight? Yu Zhao had not anticipated that this seemingly random encounter would lead her to clues regarding her lineage. Raising her head, Wang Yukai cautiously looked up. Why Yu Zhao tossed a pouch of coins, which landed in Wang Youcai's embrace. He swiftly opened the pouch, his face immediately lighting up with gratitude. Thank you, celestial being. Old Master Feng, skeptical, peered into the pouch, nearly blinded by the dazzling spiritual pearls within. He stared in astonishment at Yu Zhao. Is this truly a celestial being? Chapter 68. Living as if dead. After Yu Zhao and Wang Yukai departed, the patrons of the small tavern erupted in excitement. Goodness, is that young woman truly a celestial being? She hardly looks the part. Hush! Do not speak recklessly about celestial beings. Have you no regard for your life? Isn't the Wang family one of the local gentry? How could they possibly have dealings with a celestial being? Wang Yukai must be on the verge of a turnaround. Ha ha ha. The celestial being even tasted my family's pastries and drank our rice wine. The staff of the pastry shop and the tavern danced with joy, leaping about in celebration. The crowd exchanged glances. Had they known Wang Yukai was acquainted with a celestial being, they would have gladly sold everything they owned to gather the 500 spiritual pearls for him, hoping to converse with the celestial being themselves. Wang Yukai led Yu Zhao to a pawnshop, his head bowed in shame. Celestial being, my family's heirloom is in this pawnshop. He had either pawned or sold all his valuables, leaving him with nothing of worth. Otherwise, he would not be pursued by the debt collectors from the gambling den. There were two ways to pawn items, as living pawns or as dead pawns. The latter yielded higher returns, yet Wang Yukai was unwilling to exchange his so-called heirloom for dead pawn status, indicating how much he valued it. The price of 1,000 spiritual pearls was insignificant to Yu Zhao. She merely wished to uncover the secrets hidden within the Wang family's heirloom. The two entered the pawnshop. The young clerk's eyes brightened upon seeing Yu Zhao, but upon noticing Wang Yukai behind her, his expression soured. It turns out to be young Master Wang. How is it that all the possessions in your household have been pawned, and now you even resort to pawning living beings? Our pawnshop is a legitimate business. We do not engage in the sale of humans. Perhaps you should seek another place to conduct your unscrupulous dealings. Wang Yukai is a frequent patron of the pawnshop, accustomed to the jests of the attendants, allowing their taunts to drift in one ear and out the other. However, faced with the presence of a celestial being, he felt a flush of embarrassment as he was ridiculed, unable to restrain himself from loudly arguing with the attendant. What nonsense are you spouting? I am here to redeem my family heirloom. Summon your master at once. Redeem something? Not pawn it. The attendant looked at him in confusion. Wang Yukai snorted, slamming the pawn ticket he had concealed in his sock onto the table. Quickly call your master out. Do you still intend to conduct business? Seeing the seriousness in his demeanor and the composed, dignified presence of Yu Zhao, the young attendant hurriedly dashed into the back room. Before long, a lean, middle-aged man emerged with a jovial smile. Young Master Wang, he greeted Wang Yukai before directing his gaze toward Yu Zhao. Inquiring about this young lady, his remaining words caught in his throat as he beheld Yu Zhao, a look of utter disbelief upon his face. Wang Yukai paid no heed to his unfinished sentence. Sizing him up with curiosity, "This is peculiar, Master Qian. You usually conduct business with me from behind the counter. Why have you come out today?" Upon finishing his sentence, an epiphany struck him and his eyes widened as he bellowed, ready to seize Master Qian by the collar. "You wretched money grubber! Speak, have you sold my family heirloom?" Master Qian's face turned crimson as he was nearly throttled. The attendant rushed forward to intervene, managing to pull Wang Yukai away. While contemplating retaliating despite being utterly perplexed, the attendant complied with the request that as the door closed, the pawnshop was instantly shrouded in darkness. "Please follow me to the backyard," Master Qian said with a wry smile. Wang Yukai glanced at Yu Zhao and seeing no objection from her, he scoffed, "Lead the way, Master Qian." Master Qian guided them through the corridor to the backyard. Upon entering, he immediately knelt, bowing repeatedly before Yu Zhao. "I have offended the celestial being. I am guilty, I am guilty." Yu Zhao surmised the nature of Wang's family heirloom. It must be a portrait, one that both Wang Yukai and Master Qian could instantly recognize. Likely a likeness of herself with a striking resemblance. "Where is the painting?" Yu Zhao inquired coolly. Master Qian trembled slightly, responding in a hushed tone, "It was sold to the county magistrate." Wang Yukai was driven to the brink of madness, wishing he could leap forward and strike Master Qian dead. Who would have imagined that this avaricious fellow would truly fall into the trap of greed, selling something so precious to the county magistrate? This was a calculated affront. Yu Zhao smiled enigmatically. "Master Qian, Wang Yukai claims he has pawned a living being." Master Qian's face was etched with bitterness. Indeed, just as Wang Yukai suspected, Master Qian was certain that he would never rise from this predicament. Recently, the county magistrate had celebrated his birthday, and lacking an appropriate gift, he had entertained a nefarious thought, presenting the painting as a gift. The magistrate was undoubtedly pleased and even rewarded him that he was reveling in his own wit when Wang Yukai arrived, accompanied by the immortal depicted in the painting. At that moment, Manager Qian felt a wave of regret wash over him. He had assumed that the artwork was merely a figment of the Wang family's ancestors' imagination. Who could have anticipated it was genuine? If not for the fact that the immortal had materialized right before him, he would have never believed it. Even under duress, Manager Qian was drenched in sweat. He could not afford to offend the county magistrate, nor could he afford to slight the immortal. Regardless of the choice he made, it would lead to dire consequences. In truth, there was no need for such complexity. Given Yu Zhao's cultivation, she could easily retrieve the painting from the magistrate's residence with a mere flick of her finger. Without alarming anyone, however, she preferred not to interfere in mortal affairs in her capacity as a cultivator. Wishing to avoid any unnecessary entanglements, Wang Yukai thought this was more acceptable. He then heard Manager Qian continue, "I would like to request that young Master Wang accompany me. With the promissory note in your possession, I can better explain the situation to the magistrate." Wang Yukai had often accompanied Wang Yuanwei to visit the magistrate, so he readily agreed without a second thought. Why Yu Zhao chose to remain in the back courtyard of the pawnshop. Sipping tea as the two hastened toward the county town. Chapter 69. The Great Fire Dragon. She let out a soft sigh and set down her teacup. In the next instant, a cacophony of footsteps and shouts erupted. Over 20 constables brandishing weapons burst into the inner courtyard, with Wang Yukai and Manager Qian being apprehended at the rear of the group, their faces marred by bruises and dried blood. A man resembling a scholar stepped forward, coldly declaring, "Where do these ruffians come from, daring to impersonate an immortal and swindle the populace? Do not hesitate to confess." Upon hearing this, Wang Yukai's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked expectantly at Yu Zhao. There was no chance of misunderstanding. She was indeed the immortal, the county magistrate. That wretched magistrate had the audacity to claim that he and Manager Qian were colluding to spread falsehoods. Such narrow-mindedness and ignorance. Just wait. The immortal would soon bring divine retribution upon that contemptible magistrate and his lackeys. Yu Zhao cast a casual glance at the middle-aged scholar, her gaze lingering on the fabric of his sleeves. Unable to suppress a raised eyebrow, she was curious as to why he was so adamant that she was an impostor. It seemed he had received counsel from someone knowledgeable. It appeared that you were not one to accept a courteous invitation but rather a punishment instead. The middle-aged scholar scoffed, retrieving a pale yellow talisman from his sleeve. "Today, I shall show you what true immortal power looks like." Yet, He could only watch in astonishment as the talisman floated gracefully through the air, ultimately landing neatly between the fingers of the young woman before him. The scholar's pupils dilated in shock as he stared at Yu Zhao. She casually inspected the talisman. It was a low-tier fireball talisman. Based on the spiritual energy within, it could likely produce 3 or 4 fireballs the size of a fist when torn. The talisman's creator was likely at the 3rd level of qi refinement. With a flick of her finger, Yu Zhao sent the fireball talisman soaring, which then disintegrated into a cloud of ash that rained down upon the middle-aged scholar's face. He stood there, stunned for a moment, before collapsing to the ground as if all his strength had been sapped away. The great fire dragon has doomed me. Bang! 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 The constables, witnessing the scene, could no longer doubt Yu Zhao's true identity. They hastily discarded their weapons, pleading for mercy, with several of them so frightened that they wet themselves on the spot. Why Yu Zhao naturally would not hold a grudge against them. Rather, she was more curious about the gas-refining cultivators residing in the county office. She unfurled her spiritual senses like a vast net, swiftly enveloping the entire small town. Continuing to extend outward, she traversed mountains, rivers, and villages, until arriving at a bustling county city. A faint smile graced her lips as she found the county office. At the entrance of the main hall, County Magistrate Zhao occasionally peeked outside, his forehead glistening with beads of anxious sweat. Your Excellency Zhao, do remain calm. A somber-faced middle-aged man lounged in the grand chair to the left, idly playing with the beads on his wrist. Magistrate Zhao chuckled nervously. With the presence of the fire dragon celestial, I am certainly not anxious. Yet, the words of Wang Yukai and Manager Qian weighed heavily on his heart, causing him to feel apprehensive. The fire dragon celestial scoffed disdainfully. The spiritual energy here is meager. No celestial being would linger in such a place. And his heart, Magistrate Zhao silently scoffed, thinking that if the man could remain at the county office to indulge, surely there were others with similar intentions. The fire dragon celestial seemed to pierce through Magistrate Zhao's thoughts, his expression darkening. With me stationed at the county office, what do you have to fear? Upon reflection, Magistrate Zhao conceded. If that person was not a celestial being, then it was indeed of little concern. However, if he were one, it would be prudent to negotiate with the fire dragon celestial instead. With the advanced spiritual talisman of the fire dragon celestial at hand, it was likely the other party would refrain from acting recklessly. With this thought, Magistrate Zhao's previous anxiety began to settle. Just as he prepared to take a seat beside the fire dragon celestial, an invisible pressure descended from above, pinning his corpulent form to the ground. For a brief moment, Magistrate Zhao's mind went blank. Once he regained his senses, he struggled to lift his head, desperate to seek assistance from the fire dragon celestial. However, as he managed to turn his head, he was struck with shock, nearly biting his own tongue. There lay the fire dragon celestial, similarly prostrated on the ground, his face swollen to a hue reminiscent of pig liver, the veins on his forehead bulging like a spider's web. A chill ran through Magistrate Zhao's heart. The condition of the fire dragon celestial appeared far worse than his own. Having attained scholarly success and become a local official, Magistrate Zhao was not entirely devoid of intellect. He quickly recognized that the situation had not unfolded as he had imagined, or rather, not as the fire dragon celestial had presumed. The other party was not merely a genuine celestial being. They were an even more formidable one at this time. They were akin to the old man of longevity hanging himself, weary of life. Magistrate Zhao inwardly lamented, Fire dragon celestial, you have truly brought about my ruin. Senior, please grant me a moment to speak. The fire dragon celestial uttered his plea in fragmented words, his own frustration matching that of Magistrate Zhao. In the presence of these mortals devoid of spiritual roots, he could boast and display his might, but in the realm of cultivation, he was merely an ant with inferior spiritual roots, low comprehension, and even poor fortune. He could be easily crushed by any unreasonable cultivator. Thus, he had sought refuge in this remote county, hoping to bask in a moment of glorification. Little did he expect to stray so far from the realms of cultivators and still encounter such misfortune. Colliding headlong into a brick wall, the fire dragon celestial could only hope that the other party might spare his life. Considering his sincere contrition at that moment, he sensed a slight alleviation of the pressure around his neck. He hastily shouted, esteemed elder, your junior was unaware that you desired that painting. It was truly unintentional to offend. I implore you to forgive the ignorance of your junior, and I am willing to repay your kindness with all that I possess. The county magistrate, initially having formed a tentative judgment about the unseen immortal, now felt that his assessment was perhaps too lenient upon hearing the obsequious pleas of the fire dragon immortal. The more he pondered, the more fear gripped him, beads of sweat cascading down to form a human silhouette beneath him. Where is the painting? The cool, feminine voice resonated in the ears of the fire dragon immortal. He exhaled in relief. Since the other party was willing to engage in dialogue, they likely were not a heartless individual. As long as he performed adequately, he was confident he could preserve the other half. It resides within my storage bag. The fire dragon immortal had originally intended to wait for the elder to retract their oppressive aura before reverently retrieving the painting from his storage bag to present it. However, the other party did not require him to use his divine sense to open the storage bag. Instead, they directly erased the divine mark left upon it in that instant of severing the connection with the storage bag. The fire dragon immortal was utterly dumbfounded. Could it be that he had provoked a foundation establishment cultivator? Chapter 70. The scroll acquired. The space within the fire dragon immortal's storage bag was not vast. Yet it contained a considerable number of items. Aside from a small assortment of talisman-making tools, it was predominantly filled with luxurious silks, pearls, and gemstones. Ye Zhao's divine sense swiftly scanned through the clutter, soon locating a scroll emanating a faint wave of spiritual energy. The scroll measured approximately the length of an arm, its rod a bluish-gray hue, exuding an unusual fragrance. The fire dragon immortal likely felt that this scroll held significance, which was why he was reluctant to part with it. Ye Zhao extracted the scroll from the storage space, not hastening to open it, but instead contemplating while observing the two individuals on the ground. The fire dragon immortal and county magistrate Zhao seemed to sense Ye Zhao's scrutinizing gaze, trembling involuntarily. Since you are unwilling to part with the splendors of the mortal realm, then I shall grant you a journey. The fire dragon immortal had yet to grasp the implications behind this statement when a searing pain akin to fire suddenly surged from his dantian. No. The fire dragon immortal's complexion turned ashen, his form curling up like a cooked shrimp as he emitted a desperate and unwilling howl. The spiritual energy within him gradually dissipated, his visage aging rapidly, white hair sprouting at his temples. County Magistrate Zhao witnessed the transformation of the fire dragon immortal from a middle-aged man into a weathered elder. The shock and terror within him indescribable, a pool of yellow liquid spreading beneath him. He abruptly closed his eyes, muttering incantations. Immortal, spare my life. Immortal, spare my life. Immortal, spare my life. My lord. My lord. This is terrible. Something has happened. Just as County Magistrate Zhao believed death was imminent, a sudden commotion erupted from outside the hall, followed by a flurry of hurried footsteps. My lord. What has happened to you? As the butler and several servants helped lift County Magistrate Zhao from the ground, he remained dazed, disbelief etched on his face. Was he truly unharmed? Had the immortal already departed? The servants appeared troubled. My lord, this elderly gentleman is... County Magistrate Zhao glanced sideways at the white-haired, unconscious fire dragon immortal, a glimmer of resentment and satisfaction flashing in his eyes. A charlatan brazenly deceiving others was shackled and thrown into the prison, awaiting trial. My lord, let us not concern ourselves with this charlatan for the moment. A grave situation has arisen. The steward exclaimed urgently. Humph, what calamity could possibly occur within my jurisdiction? The elder retorted. As the ancients say, those who survive great peril shall undoubtedly receive future blessings. If Zhao Zhangde could preserve his life under the hands of the immortal, he is destined to be favored by fortune and experience a turn of fate. My lord, the treasures in your storeroom have vanished. What? The county magistrate could scarcely believe his ears. What on earth has disappeared? The steward, in a fit of anxiety, stamped his foot and directed two servants to seize the magistrate and drag him outside the main hall, pointing skyward and exclaiming, My lord, behold! Just a single glance, and the magistrate collapsed anew onto the ground, his complexion ashen. It was over for him. Utterly over. The spiritual pearls, gemstones, and precious fabrics he had stored were now soaring in a magnificent column towards the heavens, resembling a dragon coiling in the sky. The entire county could now witness the extent of his plundering during his tenure. To say that he might retain his position as magistrate was one thing. His very life was now in jeopardy. In the pawnshop, a throng of 20 or 30 individuals surrounded the modest courtyard. Yet not a sound was heard. Wang Yukai and manager Qian had been freed from their shackles, but upon noticing that Ye Zhao remained silent, neither dared to utter a word, each consumed by their own perplexity. Why was the immortal sitting in stillness? Was he perhaps waiting for the magistrate to approach him of his own accord? At that moment, a shadow descended from the heavens. The two men were momentarily blinded, and upon closer inspection, they noticed that the immortal now held a scroll. Wang Yukai gasped, the family heirloom. He instantly recognized it as the treasured scroll of the Wang family. And manager Qian also identified the object. They exchanged glances, their reverence for the immortal deepening. Ye Zhao paid no heed to their interaction. Her entire being was captivated by the scroll before her. Although it remained unrolled, She could already sense a subtle connection between the scroll and herself. She surmised that her arrival in this small town was perhaps a result of some innate calling. Taking a deep breath, she slowly unfurled the scroll. Moments later, her expression shifted, realizing with certainty that this was indeed a depiction of an immortal imparting wisdom. The scene illustrated a woman clad in a cerulean robe standing before an imposing mountain gate, guiding her disciples in enlightenment. The resemblance between this woman and Yu Zhao was striking, differing only by a small red mole at the outer corner of the woman's right eye. At why Yu Zhao reached out, gently tracing the tiny red mole with her finger, her bright eyes shimmering with a mysterious light. Who was she? What connection did she share with Yu Zhao? For the first time, Yu Zhao felt an urge to investigate her own lineage. Previously, she had believed her parents perished during the tumult of war, leaving her to wander aimlessly. Yet now, gazing at the portrait, it was difficult for her to deceive herself into thinking there was no link between her and the figure depicted. If her mother had indeed been a practitioner, why had she abandoned her? And who was her father? As Yu Zhao pondered, her gaze suddenly fixed upon the mountain gate behind the woman in the painting. In the center of the gate stood a stone tablet, where 3 large characters could be faintly discerned. Why Yu Zhao studied the scene intently for a considerable while, before she could faintly discern the 2 characters at the top as Shui Yun. Shui Yun. She silently repeated the name in her mind, realizing that she would need to make another visit to Wanbao Pavilion. This unexpected discovery of clues regarding her origins made the journey worthwhile after all. I shall take this painting with me. You must prepare another heirloom for the Wang family, Yu Zhao stated, directing her gaze towards Wang Yukai. Wang Yukai offered a bitter smile. He bore no resentment towards Yu Zhao for claiming the painting. After all, his initial proclamation of her identity was a desperate attempt to barter the scroll for his own life, while also hoping to cultivate a benevolent connection with the immortal. Indeed, how many individuals have had the fortune to converse face-to-face with an immortal? Even the princes and nobles likely lack such an opportunity. He seemed to feel a pang of bitterness at Yu Zhao's subsequent words. Having utterly destroyed the Wang family's legacy, what could he possibly leave as a treasured heirloom for future generations? Once he descends into the underworld, he would be utterly ashamed to face his ancestors. Wang Yukai clenched his fists, recalling the days he squandered his fortune on gambling, wishing he could strike himself down in regret. Suddenly, he felt a jolt as someone bumped into his shoulder. Turning his head, he saw Manager Qian limping as he rose from the ground. Stop thinking about it. The immortal has departed. Wang Yukai glanced sharply. And indeed, the seat once occupied by the immortal was now conspicuously empty. For reasons unbeknownst to him, a profound sense of loss washed over him, as if a massive stone weighed heavily upon his chest, dragging him downwards. Heavy? Wang Yukai instinctively touched his chest. The spirit pearls? A large bundle of spirit pearls. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Wang Yukai's face as he bowed deeply 3 times towards the spot where Yu Zhao had previously sat. Thank you, immortal, for saving my life twice. I offer the longevity tablet in reverence to the immortal, in gratitude for your kindness. Chapter 71. Another nightmare. Brother Fang. Zhou Jinue raised an awkward yet polite smile. I truly do not know where Sister Yu has gone. Fang Qinglong's eyes dimmed. I apologize for troubling you, Sister Zhou. To Zhou Jinue's surprise, Fang Chonglang did not press further. Upon receiving her answer, he turned and walked away. Zhou Jinue watched his retreating figure, shaking her head. 3 days prior, the esteemed Qing Yan had finally relented, granting him unrestricted access to the cave dwelling, prompting him to seek out Yu Zhao. However, upon arriving at her residence in the inner courtyard, he found it utterly deserted. After inquiring with several inner disciples, none could provide any information regarding Yu Zhao's whereabouts, leaving him with little choice but to seek out Zhou Jinue, clinging to a faint glimmer of hope. He stood in the training grounds of Duyue Peak, feeling an overwhelming chill in the expansive mountain, devoid of the warmth that once thrived there. Perhaps it was his incessant thoughts of Xiao Lu that plagued him. He had succumbed once more to a nightmare. This time, shadowy figures emerged within the darkened space. The person depicted bore a resemblance to him, yet was undeniably different. He remained the renowned sword of virtue of the 5 Elements sect. Yet when confronted with Xiao Lu, he appeared as a stranger. Xiao Lu brought him lovingly prepared delicacies, but he cast them aside without a glance. Over and over, he witnessed the dream version of himself rejecting Xiao Lu's kindness. Whilst she was left heartbroken, Fang Chonglang roared in protest, "That is not me. That is not me." Yet, no one was there to hear his cries. He found himself ensnared in a mire aptly named despair, yearning to struggle yet helplessly witnessing his own descent into oblivion. First his fingertips trembled, then his arms, and finally the entire being of Fang Chonglang quaked uncontrollably. Shi Xiang. Fang Chonglang slowly lifted his gaze. Cuiju stood before him, Concern etched upon his face, Feng Changlang made a strenuous effort to curl his lips into a semblance of a smile, but after several fruitless attempts, he resigned himself and spoke in a hoarse voice. A Jew. Feng Changlang preferred not to address his junior disciples as such. He felt that using their given names fostered a sense of familial warmth. A flicker of hope briefly shone in his eyes before swiftly dimming. He shook his head bitterly. Xiao Lu does not wish to see us. If she does not wish to see us, must we forever avoid her? Thus we shall never attain her forgiveness. Yet he believed that Xiao Zhao was not a person of a cold heart. It all depended on whether they could demonstrate enough sincerity to move her. Xiao Zhao has cultivated the path of ruthlessness, Feng Changlang stated gravely. Cui Zhu's pupils quivered. The path of ruthlessness? Impossible. Xiao Zhao is perceptive and deeply emotional. How could she possibly choose to cultivate such a path? His disbelief was palpable. Xixiang, you must be jesting. Feng Changlang had anticipated Cui Zhu's skepticism. Given that Cui Zhu had spent years sequestered in alchemical pursuits, the occasions in which he had encountered Yu Zhao in recent years could be counted on one hand. He had naturally overlooked the profound changes that had transpired within her. Had someone informed him of this matter 4 years prior, he too would have thought it a jest. Alas, it was not. Feng Chenglong's silence only deepened Cui Zhu's unease. With great difficulty, he opened his mouth. Was it 3 years ago? Feng Changlang nodded. The composure and confidence that had once graced Cui Zhu's countenance dissipated. He was an astute individual. Previously, he had stubbornly refused to believe that Yu Zhao would renounce their brother-sister bond, but now with Feng Changlang unveiling the truth, he was forced to acknowledge Yu Zhao's resolute departure. The two exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Time passed, though how long was uncertain. Eventually, the confusion on Cui Zhu's face gave way to a resolute determination. Xixiang, regardless of the circumstances, I still wish to meet with Xiao Zhao. He sought to understand the catalyst behind Yu Zhao's decision and to ascertain whether, in her eyes, he appeared a woefully inadequate brother. Under Cui Zhu's influence, Feng Changlang found himself wavering. He simply could not accept a severance of ties with Xiao Lu, a finality that would render their paths never to cross again. Cui Zhu, with his cool demeanor and exceptional intellect, might indeed devise a means for reconciliation with Xiao Lu. Feng Changlang nodded emphatically. Very well, I shall accompany you. After a brief discussion, they resolved to set forth at dawn the following day. Cui Zhu contemplated that a journey of training would require at least 6 months. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, the return date would be uncertain. Therefore, it was imperative to prepare Xiao Shimi's medicinal supplies in advance. Fortunately, he had concocted a considerable quantity of tonics for bodily nourishment. He sifted through his apothecary cabinet, selecting 2 years' worth of elixirs to deliver to Ye Congxin's abode. Ye Congxin's heart skipped a beat. At present, the individual who held the highest regard for him on Diyue Peak was none other than Cui Zhu, and she was set to accomplish her first task, placing her hopes upon Cui Zhu's goodwill. Yet, with Cui Zhu absent from Diyue Peak, her plans to garner his favor were utterly thwarted. Ye Congxin discreetly observed the expression of Cui Zhu from the corner of her eye. She feigned distress, lamenting, the fourth senior brother has only just emerged from seclusion and is already preparing to leave again. I am truly saddened. Immediately following, she pivoted the conversation, requesting that Cui Zhu accompany her on an outing for training. Cui Zhu furrowed his brow and replied, Little junior sister, your health has only just begun to improve. It would be unwise to overexert yourself. It matters not, Ye Congxin insisted, tugging at Cui Zhu's sleeve and sweetly pouting. With fourth senior brother by my side, he would never allow me to suffer. Seeing her determination, Cui Zhu felt compelled to reveal the truth. Little junior sister, the truth is that the eldest brother and I are planning to search for Xiao Zhao. She has been absent from the sect for some time, and we are somewhat concerned about her whereabouts, hence our intention to check on her. The smile in Ye Congxin's eyes faded. She had mistakenly believed that Cui Zhu had ceased his inquiries about Yu Zhao and was ready to abandon the search. It turned out his heart was still firmly set on her. Realizing this, she felt even more compelled to thwart Cui Zhu's intentions. Fourth senior brother, please take me with you. I wish to assist sixth senior sister as well. Or perhaps you are secretly blaming me. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her expression one of impending sorrow. Cui Zhu wrestled with his thoughts for a considerable time before finally nodding in agreement. His feelings for the little junior sister were less about affection and more about a sense of compassion. He recalled the first time he had met her, when she resembled a frail little kitten, much like the newly initiated Xiao Zhao. Over time, under their careful nurturing, Xiao Zhao had blossomed into a healthy young woman, and the arrival of the little junior sister stirred memories of the past, prompting him to pay her more attention. Yet, he felt this was profoundly unfair to her, for it was only due to his concern for Xiao Zhao that he paid her any heed at all. To assuage his feelings of guilt, he had tirelessly crafted nourishing elixirs for her. As he gazed at Ye Congxin, whose face radiated joy at his promise, a wave of confusion washed over him. Under his long-term provision of elixirs, her health had gradually stabilized. However, it seemed an age since he had prepared a batch for Zhao. Zhao stood frozen in place. Chapter 72. The Chun family caravan. The following day, at the gates of the Five Elements Dao sect, Feng Chenglang silently regarded the four individuals before him. Apart from Quan Yi, who was still enduring penance, and the missing Yu Zhao, every disciple from Duyue Peak was present. Zhao shared his astonishment. He had only informed the little junior sister and had not notified Lan Ziyu or Su Ming. How had they learned of this? Sensing the tension in the air, Ye Congxin stepped forward to break the stalemate. Eldest brother, please do not blame fourth senior brother. It was I who informed second brother and third brother. I believe that the search for sixth senior sister is a matter of utmost importance for all of Duyue Peak, and it should be a collective effort. The reality was that Ye Congxin did not want to miss any opportunity to garner goodwill. Should unforeseen circumstances arise during their journey, leading to a decline in their affections for her, she would have nowhere to lament her misfortune. Therefore, for the sake of prudence, she felt it best for everyone to embark together. The two hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. Feng Chenglang contemplated for a moment. Since their thoughts were in harmony, the presence of a few more individuals mattered little. He no longer dwelled on the matter, as they were unaware of how long Xiao Lu had been absent from the sect. They decided to first explore several nearby towns to see if they could gather any intelligence. Should their efforts prove fruitless, they would have no choice but to enlist the assistance of the Wanbao Pavilion. The others naturally had no objections, and thus, the group set forth towards the nearest cultivation city. The Dark Pavilion operated under the banner of omniscience, a claim that Yu Zhao previously regarded as somewhat exaggerated. However, she had come to realize that the Dark Pavilion had indeed become the largest intelligence network in the realm of cultivation, which undoubtedly spoke to its unique capabilities. She even harbored suspicions that the Dark Pavilion had infiltrated every sect with its clandestine operatives. Otherwise, how could they possess such a wealth of secretive information? Yu Zhao was eager to uncover the identity of the woman in the painting, yet the only clue she possessed were the two characters inscribed on the stone tablet within the artwork. Moreover, she was uncertain whether the scene depicted in the painting was based on actual events or merely a figment of the artist's imagination. Therefore, when she used the word Shuiyun from the sect's stone tablet as a lead, she did so with tempered expectations. To her astonishment, the Dark Pavilion provided her with a significant revelation. Of course, the price quoted by the Dark Pavilion was equally steep, causing her some distress at the moment of payment. According to the intelligence from the Dark Pavilion, there indeed existed a sect that matched the clues Yu Zhao had provided with remarkable precision. This sect was known as Shuiyun Palace, and its leader was a female cultivator in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, named Shui Qingyue, who bore a distinctive vermilion mole at the corner of her eye. However, 20 years prior, Shuiyun Palace had suffered a devastating attack from a mysterious infant soul cultivator, resulting in significant casualties among its disciples. Shui Qingyue was gravely wounded and subsequently went missing, leading to the dissolution of Shuiyun Palace. Thus, while Yu Zhao had identified the sect and the woman in the painting, the significance was diminished, as no one knew the whereabouts of Shui Qingyue. Naturally, she did not intend to set off immediately, for less than 2 months remained before the auction in Heishui City commenced. After all, her relationship with Shui Qingyue had yet to be clarified, and her urgency was not particularly pressing. She would determine the order of her journeys based on her own sense of urgency. At dawn, Yu Zhao ventured to the most bustling street, where trade associations were concentrated, inquiring one by one if any caravans were headed towards Heishui City or its neighboring towns. Fortune smiled upon her, as a caravan was indeed preparing to embark for Heishui City. The caravan was overseen by a loquacious middle-aged man named Chan Tiandong, whose cultivation level matched Yu Zhao's, both being in the late foundation establishment stage. In addition to him, the caravan boasted 18 guards, most of whom were also at the late foundation establishment stage, with only a few at the mid-stage. Although they were referred to as guards, they were, in fact, relatives of Chan Tiandong, as this caravan was organized by the Chan family itself. Yu Zhao paid a mid-grade spirit stone and successfully secured a spot on one of the accompanying carriages. The Chun family caravan dispatched 6 horse-drawn carriages in total, each capable of accommodating 4 individuals. On the carriage Yu Zhao occupied, apart from herself, there were 2 male cultivators who, like her, had paid for their passage. One had a bulbous nose and thick lips, exuding an innate sense of humor, while the other had prominent ears and slanted eyes, giving him an unapproachable demeanor. Upon boarding the carriage, Yu Zhao sensed an ominous premonition. This journey would likely not be a tranquil one. The two men remained silent after taking their seats, as if they were complete strangers. Ye Zhao remained silent, her eyes closed in feigned slumber within the carriage. The merchant convoy was drawn by a low-tier demon beast known as the Great Khan horse, renowned for its remarkable stamina and swift speed, galloping as if the very wind were born beneath its hooves. Seated in the carriage, Ye Zhao barely felt the jarring bumps of the journey. 2 days later, the convoy halted beside a narrow mountain path to rest for an hour before resuming their travels. Chen Tiandong's voice rang out from the front of the carriage. Only a few of the Chen family's guards remained on the carriage, while the rest dismounted to stretch their legs. Ye Zhao cast a glance at the two men, who resembled monks in deep meditation, before alighting from the carriage to approach Chen Tiandong. Master Chen, may I inquire why we have stopped here? Based on her previous experiences traveling by caravan, it was rare for a merchant convoy to pause in a location devoid of water sources and with such constricted terrain. Moreover, less than 3 hours had elapsed since their last rest, which seemed rather excessive. A sudden realization struck Ye Zhao. If her fellow passengers harbored ill intentions towards the convoy, this moment would present an excellent opportunity for them to act. Contemplating this, she retrieved a lotus incense burner from her bracelet and secured it to her waist. An hour later, the convoy's pace noticeably diminished. Ye Zhao lifted the window curtain and peered outside, observing that the path ahead had become increasingly narrow, with the surrounding forest gradually thinning to reveal steep, bare cliffs. Chapter 73. The Breaking Realm Pills. We are about to enter the Abyssal Gorge. Everyone, exercise caution. Chen Tiandong's voice resonated through the convoy, carried by the wind amidst the tense atmosphere. Fraught with the sounds of the rushing wind, the merchant convoy cautiously ventured into the region of the Abyssal Gorge. Although the peaks flanking the gorge did not reach unparalleled heights, they soared into the clouds, majestic and perilous. Walking among them, one could feel the oppressive weight of the heavens and earth. Ye Zhao mused quietly, realizing why Chen Tiandong was so vigilant. This indeed was an ideal ambush site. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the weather shifted abruptly. The previously clear sky darkened ominously as vast clouds of black mist rapidly enveloped the convoy's position. Be wary. We're under attack. Chen Tiandong's warning rang out just as the two men from Ye Zhao's carriage sprang into action. The man with the bulbous nose smashed through the carriage roof and leaped out, while the man with slanted eyes brandished a sharp dagger, aiming it menacingly at Ye Zhao. Don't move if you wish to live. Ye Zhao nodded in compliance. Meanwhile, the black mist had completely shrouded the abyssal gorge, plunging the earth into darkness as a chilling wind howled ominously. Young Chen, surrender the Breaking Realm Pill, and I shall spare your lives. A voice laden with age and weariness drifted in from an unknown source. Chen Tiandong, standing at the forefront of the convoy, felt a pang of despair. Despite all precautions, the news had still leaked. Ye Zhao raised an eyebrow. The Breaking Realm Pill, a third-tier spiritual elixir, could aid a cultivator in breaking through from foundation establishment to golden core stage. Albeit with a 30% failure rate, such pills were highly coveted in the realm of cultivation. Each pill could fetch at least 500 mid-grade spirit stones, yet they were often in limited supply. It remained a mystery how many Breaking Realm pills the Chen family convoy possessed to warrant such a brazen robbery by a golden core cultivator. Esteemed elder, the Chen family possesses no Breaking Realm pills. It seems you are mistaken, Chen Tiandong shouted. The young scion of the Chen family, since I am capable of laying a trap, it is evident that I am already aware of the news regarding the Breaking Mirror Pill. Should you refuse to yield, none of you shall escape this abyss alive. Chen Tiandong's expression turned utterly grim. It was clear that the adversaries were after the Breaking Mirror Pill, and he could no longer conceal the truth. Grandfather, why waste words with them? Let us eliminate them all. The speaker was the bulbous-nosed man who had leapt from the carriage, standing atop its roof, casting a menacing gaze upon the assembly. Upon hearing his words, the squint-eyed man let out a chilling laugh. Brother, feel free to slay anyone, but this woman who rides with us must be spared. Ye Zhao's lips twitched slightly. It was not anger at the squint-eyed man's remark that stirred her, but rather the unexpected realization that these two men, each possessing their own unique charm, were in fact blood brothers. The former had proven to be utterly useless, having met his demise within 2 years. She could only hope this young lady would endure longer. The two men conversed loudly, their dialogue already sealing Ye Zhao's fate. Yet, Ye Zhao appeared oblivious, sitting calmly in the carriage. Young scion of the Chen family, I shall inquire once more. Will you yield or not? Yield or not? I shall not yield. The expressions of several mid-foundation establishment guards from the Chen family turned pale, their forms beginning to sway. Chen Tiandong gritted his teeth, declaring, even if we hand over the Breaking Mirror Pill, you will still not spare us. It is better to fight to the death? Brothers, kill, kill, kill. Kill, kill, kill. The entire Chen family shouted in unison. Subsequently, the guard responsible for driving Yu Zhao's carriage leapt from the vehicle, drawing his sword with a flash of cold light, aiming a diagonal slash at the squint-eyed man. Several other guards also launched their attacks against the bulbous-nosed man. However, both the squint-eyed and bulbous-nosed men showed no reaction to the sudden assault, instead chuckling at the advancing guards. Overestimating your abilities, the elder bellowed, and the guard swords met an unyielding force, shattering as if they had struck an indestructible object. Their weapons, now beyond their control, suddenly recoiled, striking their chests and sending many sprawling to the ground. Groaning in agony, Chan Tiandong and the guards were left aghast. At that moment, an elder clad in black gradually emerged from the swirling mist. The squint-eyed and bulbous-nosed men swiftly positioned themselves at the elder's sides. The black-robed elder, Chan Tiandong exclaimed upon seeing the elder's attire. The black-robed elder chuckled with satisfaction. Indeed, it is I, renowned for many years. The black-robed elder had buried countless corpses with his mastery of the black mist technique. Moreover, he had been a mid-golden core cultivator for over 50 years, making it no more difficult for him to crush them than to squash ants. Chan Tiandong retrieved a square wooden box from his robe's predecessor. The breaking mirror pill is here. I beseech you to spare our lives, and the Chun family shall offer ample rewards. The faces of the squint-eyed and bulbous-nosed men gleamed with intense greed, their mutual glances laden with caution and wariness. Both were mid-foundation establishment cultivators, yet there was only one breaking mirror pill. Naturally, they desired to claim it for themselves. They could not help but feel a surge of eagerness. The black-robed elder laughed heartily. Well said, well said. Present the breaking mirror pill. Chan Tiandong found himself disheartened as the old man in the black robe did not acquiesce to his requests, but instead continued to urge him insistently. In the presence of the black-robed elder, he realized there was no room for negotiation. The brutal law of survival, where the weak are devoured by the strong, was vividly displayed within the realm of cultivation. With a long exasperated sigh, Chan Tiandong trudged forward, each step heavy with trepidation. Approaching the old man, I believe this breakthrough elixir would be more suitably entrusted to me. Chan Tiandong's attention was wholly captivated by the black-robed elder, and in a moment of inattention, the breakthrough elixir was snatched from his grasp. To his astonishment, he turned to find Yu Zhao standing beside him, idly toying with the square wooden box that contained the elixir. He gazed at Yu Zhao dumbfounded. Have you also come for the breakthrough elixir? Yu Zhao shook her head, replying, No, but I believe I could be. Chan Tiandong momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Yu Zhao's cultivation was at the same late stage of foundation establishment as his own. What could she possibly contend with the black-robed elder for this elixir? The black-robed elder was momentarily taken aback by Yu Zhao's actions, before erupting in fury, his black robe swirling violently with a surge of spiritual energy. Wait! Yu Zhao suddenly raised her hand and called out. The elder's imposing aura faltered as he coldly inquired. Do you wish to leave behind a few final words? No, I meant to say that I can hand over the breakthrough elixir to you, but you have 2 grandsons. To whom should I give it? Chapter 74. Intrafamilial strife. Give it to me. Give it to me. The man with the triangular eyes and the one with the bulbous nose shouted in unison. Immediately after, they cast defiant glares at one another. The bulbous-nosed man, filled with indignation, proclaimed, I am the elder brother. The breakthrough elixir should rightfully be given to me. And what of it? Possession of treasures belongs to the capable. Grandfather has always said my talents far surpass yours. Therefore this breakthrough elixir should be mine. The triangular-eyed man retorted, equally defiant. Grandfather, how could you say I am inferior to him? The bulbous-nosed man trembled with rage. The triangular-eyed man smirked dismissively. Grandfather merely speaks the truth. Why be so angry? The black-robed elder, observing his grandsons engage in a quarrel before outsiders, felt a mix of anger and irritation. Silence. I shall determine to whom this breakthrough elixir rightfully belongs. The triangular-eyed man flashed a triumphant smile at his older brother, confident that their grandfather had always favored him, making the breakthrough elixir a certainty for his collection. The bulbous-nosed man shared this suspicion, his fury intensifying. It was evident he was the elder brother. Yet their grandfather favored the younger. All the good things were bestowed upon the second, leaving the scraps for himself. While he could endure many grievances, this breakthrough elixir was crucial for his ascension to the golden core stage, and he could not allow it to slip away. A glint of malice flickered in the bulbous-nosed man's eyes. In the next moment, he gathered his strength and struck towards the triangular-eyed man, shouting, Die! With the demise of the younger brother, the breakthrough elixir would be his, along with all the treasures in their grandfather's possession. Neither the black-robed elder nor the triangular-eyed man anticipated such an abrupt assault from the bulbous-nosed man. The triangular-eyed man was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. Scoundrel! The old man in the black robe erupted in a fit of rage, delivering a resounding slap to the face of the man with a garlic nose. The garlic-nosed man barely managed to emit a muffled grunt before he was thrown against the mountainside, losing consciousness in the process. Without casting a single glance at him, the old man hastily approached the man with triangular eyes. His heart filled with concern as he assessed the extent of his injuries among his two grandsons. He held a particular fondness for the younger one. The elder's appearance had often subjected him to ridicule, while the younger one possessed a sweet tongue that delighted him. Moreover, the younger grandson's talent surpassed that of the elder. He had already resolved that when his own life drew to a close, he would bequeath all his possessions to the younger. The younger one must not come to harm. As the man with triangular eyes slowly opened his eyes, he beheld the elder approaching him with a sinister grin. In that instant, a surge of hatred ignited within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust the dagger in his hand deep into the elder's dantian. You deserve to die. This strike consumed nearly all his strength. Ah! The old man in the black robe stared in disbelief at the man with triangular eyes, his mouth opening to utter a word but instead spewing forth a mouthful of black blood. It dawned on him then that the dagger wielded by the younger one was a birthday gift he had presented. Its blade had been imbued with a lethal poison, capable of sealing the throat below the golden core level and inflicting severe internal damage above it. He could not afford to ponder why his grandson would stab him. He needed to expel the toxic blood or risk suffering a debilitating setback or even death. As he sealed his major acupoints, preparing to force the poisoned blood from his dantian, the man with triangular eyes erupted into maniacal laughter and brutally wrenched the dagger free, plunging it once more into his dantian. The old man in the black robe coughed up another copious amount of congealed blood. When he saw that the man with triangular eyes showed no signs of relenting, his eyes widened in fury. It became clear that the younger one had long wished for his demise. While the elder was indeed the most filial with this realization, he hesitated no longer and struck the top of the man with triangular eyes' head with his palm. A distinct cracking sound of breaking bones echoed through the air. Blood streamed from the man's 7 orifices as he collapsed, lifeless and unseeing. The Chun family stood in stunned silence, witnessing for the first time a conflict among robbers, each striking with such brutal intent, targeting the vital points of one another. The man with triangular eyes was beyond saving, while the garlic-nosed man still clung to a breath of life. As for the old man in the black robe, he appeared to possess some remaining strength, yet the pallor of his darkened complexion and the black blood he expelled suggested that his time was also limited. He pressed against the wound in his abdomen and struggled to rise from the ground. In a mere instant, he seemed to have aged a decade. Cough, cough, cough. Accompanied by his raspy coughs, the shadow of black mist that enveloped the crowd began to dissipate, allowing faint rays of light to seep through. The old man glanced at the onlookers before turning to leave. However, as he took a step forward, a sudden realization struck him that something was amiss. He abruptly turned to face the composed Yu Zhao. It is you? Yu Zhao did not respond. From the lotus incense burner at her waist, delicate wisps of smoke rose gracefully. Ha ha ha. Cough, cough. Ha ha ha. I never imagined that my black robe would suffer defeat at the hands of a mere foundation-building child. Cough. I will kill you. The old man in the black robe's expression was one of madness. He had unraveled the entire truth. Why did the two grandsons lose control of their emotions and engage in a heated argument? Why did the eldest suddenly reveal his intention to harm the second? Why did the second unexpectedly stab and attack him? It is all the doing of that woman, all the machinations of that woman. The old man in the black robe could not bear the thought of being toyed with by the insignificant ants he looked down upon. He yearned for revenge, a desire to kill his adversary before his demise. Yet, just as he summoned his spiritual energy, the toxins he had suppressed within him erupted violently, a searing pain rapidly radiating through his entire being. He let out a cry of resentment, then collapsed to the ground. He fixed his gaze upon Yu Zhao, crawling towards her with all his might. Kill that I will kill you. Kill. Moments later, the murky eyes of the old man in the black robe dimmed completely. In death. His emaciated arm remained pointed towards Yu Zhao, unwavering for an extended time. Hiss. The members of the Chun family present could not help but gasp in shock at this scene. Had they not narrowly escaped death at the hands of the old man, they might have felt a surge of compassion for him. It was truly tragic. He had personally slain his own grandson, only to be killed in turn by that very grandson. The betrayal among blood relatives. How could it not be deemed a tragedy? The gazes of the Chun family members towards Yu Zhao were now laden with an indescribable mixture of fear and reverence. Why you Senior? Chan Tiandong wore a peculiar expression, still somewhat unaccustomed to Yu Zhao's transformed status, yet he solemnly expressed his gratitude to her. Were it not for Yu Zhao, their entire caravan would have perished. He had never heard of anyone who could walk away alive from the clutches of the old man in the black robe. However, from this day forth that has changed. You should keep this for yourself. Chan Tiandong stared at her in a daze. Chapter 75. Arrival at Heishui City. Yu Senior, we will arrive at Heishui City in 1 more hour. Chan Tiandong sat at the front of the carriage, his face brimming with joy. Yu Zhao responded with a sound of acknowledgement, calculating that it was indeed nearly time to reach Heishui City. You Senior, do you have a place to stay in Heishui City? A large auction is set to take place in 7 days, and many cultivators attending the auction will likely depart early. It is probable that the inns within the city will be fully booked. Yu Zhao was momentarily taken aback. She had not considered this aspect. Noticing her silence, Chan Tiandong hastily ingratiated himself. Our Chan family has already reserved accommodations in Heishui City, and we happen to have an extra room that if you do not mind, you Senior, would you stay with us at the same inn? Yu Zhao chuckled softly. Given the high demand for lodging due to the auction in Heishui City, the prices would undoubtedly be steep. It was evident that the extra room had been set aside specifically for her. Thank you. There is no need for such formality, you Senior. The lives of all of us are in your debt. A single room is but a trifling matter. Chan Tiandong expressed gratefully to have the opportunity to converse with such a senior is a stroke of fortune for me, Chan Tiandong, and indeed for the entire Chan family. An hour later, the caravan came to a halt at the city gates of Heishui City, and everyone disembarked from the carriages. Chan Tiandong instructed 6 guards to take the magnificent steeds to a designated area outside the city gates for parking, while the remaining members lined up to prepare for entry. Yu Zhao stood among the crowd, observing the bustling city gates, feeling immensely fortunate to have encountered the Chan family caravan. She had nearly found herself destitute on the streets. Although the queue was long, the pace of entry into the city was remarkably swift. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Yu Zhao and the Chan family caravan passed through the city gates and entered the bustling Heishui City. Heishui City bore a striking resemblance to the cultivation cities Yu Zhao had previously visited. Perhaps due to the impending auction, the streets were teeming with people, exuding an air of vibrant liveliness. Chan Tiandong, having likely visited Heishui City before, navigated the streets with familiarity, leading the group through throngs of pedestrians. After traversing 3 streets and turning several corners, they finally arrived at a 4-story inn. Senior, you please? Chan Tiandong exclaimed with great enthusiasm. Yu Zhao smiled softly and stepped into the inn first, with Chan Tiandong closely following upon their entrance. Numerous gazes converged upon them. A man resembling an innkeeper shook his head in apparent distress while pointing in their direction. 3 men, following the innkeeper's gesture, turned to look at them. The leader of the trio, though unremarkable in appearance and demeanor, was adorned from head to toe in items of exquisite quality, making him appear akin to a nouveau riche. The other 2 were clearly his attendants or bodyguards, surveying Yu Zhao and her companions with an air of disdain. Accustomed to traversing various locales, Chan Tiandong immediately discerned the unfolding situation. Displeased with the innkeeper's pointed gesture towards them, he stepped forward, his expression cold. A room, please. The innkeeper offered a sheepish smile, preparing to assist Chan Tiandong with the check-in when the ostentatious man cleared his throat, prompting his bodyguard to interject. Our young master has taken a liking to your reserved room. Name your price. Without casting them a glance, Chan Tiandong fixed his gaze on the innkeeper. Hurry up, would you? My companions are eager to rest. The 3 nouveau riches simultaneously darkened in expression. Hey! Do you know who our young master is? How dare you disregard us? Be careful, or you may find yourself in quite a predicament. Indeed, make way for our young master, and you shall find no grievance from him. Otherwise. Humph. The 2 bodyguards exchanged haughty remarks, their arrogance almost palpable. Yu Zhao found the scene amusing. The ostentatious gentleman, along with his 2 bodyguards, were clearly no match for Chan Tiandong, who was more than capable of handling them himself. It seemed the trio were but spoiled offspring of a family lacking true depth. Resorting to such antics rather than commanding respect, we shall not yield. What do you intend to do about it? Clear a path, and the Chan family will stand our ground. Chan Tiandong retorted with a cold laugh, then clapped his hands. At that moment, the Chan family members who had been waiting outside streamed in, filling the spacious first floor of the inn to capacity. Each member selected for the Chan family caravan was a carefully chosen elite. Robust and imposing, their collective presence was formidable. The once arrogant trio of nouveau riches now appeared as fragile as fledgling chicks before the Chan family. A misunderstanding. Merely a misunderstanding. Ha 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 ha. The nouveau riche wiped the cold sweat from his brow, bent his waist, and forced a smile. A misunderstanding. Chen Tiandong's smile was one of mockery, as he tugged at the corners of his mouth. To dismiss my brothers with merely a misunderstanding is to look down upon us. The members of the Chen family glared furiously, and some even maliciously licked their lips. The nouveau riche felt a tightening in his lower back, cursing his misfortune. By heavens, had he encountered a group of perverts? Initially intending to find a secluded inn to feign intimidation and secure 2 vacant rooms, he found himself at a disadvantage. Show his horror, that group appeared to covet his tender flesh. Trembling, he shouted, "I'll pay. I'll pay." Chen Tiandong let out a hearty laugh, patting his shoulder with vigor. "Now you're getting it." The nouveau riche was on the verge of tears. The little interlude brought by the nouveau riche quickly passed. The innkeeper personally led Yu Zhao and the others upstairs to check identity. Chen Tiandong's insistence, Yu Zhao occupied the finest room among those she had reserved. After a brief respite in her chamber, she departed the inn, heading towards the venue of the impending auction. Attending the auction required meeting certain prerequisites. Firstly, one must pay a sufficient deposit to gain entry. Secondly, the auction seats varied in price, each conferring corresponding privileges. Lastly, any items acquired during the auction must be transacted immediately after its conclusion. Should a bidder fail to pay, the auction house would have its own methods of securing due compensation. Yu Zhao seldom attended auctions, yet Su Ming, a frequent patron, often regaled her with tales of the auction scene. Basking in ostentation through such exposure, Yu Zhao had gleaned a fair understanding of the auction's operational methods. The auction in Heishui City was held within a marketplace. Without the need for deliberate inquiries, she followed the throng of people and soon arrived outside the auction venue. "What? Sold out? So soon? I traveled an entire month to reach Heishui City. And now you tell me there are no tickets left. What sort of nonsense is this? I don't care. If you're hosting a large auction, you should ensure ample tickets are available. Find me another ticket." Chapter 76. The young dandy of Fengyang. Upon hearing the commotion ahead, Yu Zhao frowned slightly. Tickets sold out. Would this mean she would miss her chance to purchase the Taizhen water? The cultivators still queuing for tickets also began to stir restlessly at the news, the atmosphere growing chaotic. "Silence, everyone, please calm down. Allow me to speak." As the tension escalated, a middle-aged man ascended the ticket booth, the silent pressure of his golden core cultivation radiating through the crowd. The once agitated assembly fell silent in an instant. "I am Yu Zhengmao, the head of the Heishui City auction. I completely understand your frustration, and on behalf of the auction, I extend my gratitude for your support. It is precisely due to your overwhelming patronage that the ordinary seats sold out so swiftly. However, there is no need for alarm, as we have also prepared premium and VIP seating, both of which still have availability, so you may purchase with confidence." Upon hearing this, Yu Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, the majority of the crowd remained furrowed in concern. "Mr. Yu, what are the prices for the premium and VIP seats?" A voice rang out loudly. Yu Zhengmao smiled amicably, stating the premium seat costs 10 mid-grade spirit stones, while the VIP seat is priced at 10 high-grade spirit stones. "By heavens, 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Why don't you go rob a bank?" exclaimed another. "I've never laid eyes on even 10 high-grade spirit stones in my life." "Mr. Yu, are you jesting with us?" The exorbitant prices announced by Yu Zhengmao left the crowd in shock, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. It is worth noting that a standard seat is sold for just 10 low-grade spirit stones. Thus, the premium seat's price has skyrocketed 100-fold, and the VIP seat is an astonishing 10,000 times more. The majority of those queuing were unknown wandering cultivators, who would scarcely part with a single low-grade spirit stone, let alone exchange 10 mid-grade spirit stones for an admission ticket to an auction. Faced with the crowd's accusations, Yu Zhengmao remained unperturbed, continuing to smile as he explained, "Esteemed guests, the prices at major auction houses are almost uniform. It is not our intention at the Heishui City auction house to impose exorbitant fees upon you. We are merely adhering to established regulations, and I hope for your understanding. Mr. Yu, there's no need to explain to them. They are merely a bunch of impoverished wretches. I am not like them. I wish to purchase 3 premium seats, one for myself and one for each of my guards." With a brazen proclamation, 3 familiar figures pushed their way through the crowd, approaching Yu Zhengmao. Yu Zhao frowned, clicking her tongue. The arrival of these nouveau riche individuals was perfectly timed, redirecting the crowd's dissatisfaction with the Heishui City auction house toward them. Yu Zhengmao must be positively thrilled to embrace these wealthy patrons. Indeed, Yu Zhengmao's eyes sparkled with delight as he regarded the trio. What a fortuitous turn of events, as this guest possessed an air of nobility and stature, instantly garnering admiration. "May I inquire your esteemed name, sir?" The nouveau riche individual proudly raised his chin, as his loyal guard stepped forward to introduce him. My young master is surnamed Fan, the legitimate eldest son of the Fan family in Fengyang City. He is commonly referred to as the young prodigal of Fengyang. Zhao. The crowd. What in the world, where did this fool come from? Maintain a low profile, low profile. Young Master Fan waved his hand dismissively, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable pride. Ye Congxin pondered for a moment, unable to recall where Fengyang City was located, yet he earnestly responded, so you are the illustrious young prodigal of Fengyang. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Young Master Fan was even more exhilarated. So Mr. has indeed heard of my name. Ye Congxin stammered, of course. Ha ha ha, I am not as remarkable as the rumors suggest. I merely possess a bit more talent, a touch more charm, and a few more spirit stones than the average person. Young Master Fan laughed heartily. What the hell, my fists are itching to strike someone! Exclaimed a female cultivator standing before Zhao, unable to contain her frustration. I too am on the verge of losing my composure. Admitted a middle-aged man standing not far away, who silently clenched his fists gradually. The expressions in the eyes of the crowd directed toward young Master Fan began to brim with hostility. Young Master Fan remained blissfully unaware, continuing to boast of his achievements to Ye Congxin. Ye Congxin sought to exploit young Master Fan to divert attention away from himself, yet he was reluctant to witness him being ruthlessly assaulted. As young Master Fan paused to catch his breath, Ye Congxin seized the moment to interject with precision. Young Master Fan, a distinguished guest such as yourself must not miss this grand event. Allow me to secure your seat. The earlier the reservation, the closer your position will be. Delighted by Ye Congxin's thoughtful gesture, young Master Fan waved his hand, instructing his guards to present the spirit stones. At that moment, a nonchalant voice emerged from the crowd. How could a mere high-tier seat befit young Master Fan? In my opinion, the VIP section is where he truly belongs. The crowd fell silent for a moment. Then smirks of mischief appeared on their lips. Indeed, Ye Congxin. How could you let young Master Fan sit in a high-tier seat? Hurry and prepare the VIP section, and summon a grand palanquin to carry young Master Fan inside. Could it be? Could it be? Young Master Fan cannot possibly afford a VIP ticket, can he? The young scion of Fengyang is like this. Young Master Fan, we have never seen anyone purchase a VIP ticket. Please be magnanimous and allow us poor souls to broaden our horizons. The guards hesitated, glancing awkwardly at their master. Young Master Fan's expression shifted between shades of green and white as the sole heir of the Fan family. He had always enjoyed the best of everything, and spirit stones were never in short supply. However, the Fan family, despite its status in Fengyang City, was merely a modest clan with limited resources. Now, the total amount of spirit stones he possessed was barely sufficient to purchase 5 VIP tickets. Young Master Fan, the difference between high-tier and VIP seats is negligible. If you are short on spirit stones. Ye Congxin seemingly posed a dilemma, casting out a bait. Who says I lack money? Young Master Fan retorted. Clearly displeased, he, the illustrious young scion of Fengyang, demanded dignity. Spirit stones were trivial. He could afford them. Young Master. The two guards were alarmed, attempting to prevent his extravagant impulse. Yet, they were utterly powerless to stop him. With a decisive motion, young Master Fan slammed his storage bag onto the table and looked up at Ye Congxin, declaring VIP section. 3 tickets. Very well, 3 VIP tickets. Ye Congxin beamed with delight, resembling a blooming flower. By heavens! Today must be my lucky day, encountering a benefactor. Though the benefactor may not be the sharpest, at least he is willing to spend. One simple statement had compelled the young man to part with 30 high-quality spirit stones. He truly was a genius. Chapter 77. Waiting for the rabbit. The appearance of young Master Fan successfully alleviated the crowd's discontent with the auction in Blackwater City. Once young Master Fan swaggered away, those who had failed to secure tickets quickly dispersed. Ye Congxin leaped from the table, intending to depart, when a young woman of remarkable poise approached him. He paused, a polite smile gracing his face. Manager, I would like a high-tier ticket. As her words fell, 10 medium-quality spirit stones were placed upon the table. Ye Congxin was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. He instructed someone to retrieve a high-tier ticket, handing it along with the 10 medium-quality spirit stones to Zhao, who raised an eyebrow in confusion. Ye Congxin chuckled, saying, My lady, you have assisted me in securing a substantial business deal. I merely wish to express my gratitude. And I hope you do not take offense. As Ye Congxin spoke, he recognized that Zhao was the very one who had initially stirred the crowd, compelling young Master Fan to purchase 3 VIP seats. In comparison to the commission from selling those 3 VIP tickets, the value of a single premium seat was negligible. Furthermore, given the youth and capability of the woman before him, Yu Zhengmao was more than willing to invest a modest sum to cultivate a favorable relationship. Yu Zhao understood this well. She smiled, accepting the items Yu Zhengmao offered, and expressed her thanks once more at why Yu Zhengmao, elated, exchanged surnames with Yu Zhao, keeping the conversation brief before taking his leave. Simultaneously, Feng Chonglang and his companions learned of Yu Zhao's whereabouts from the dark pavilion. Within the inn, Feng Chonglang and his 3 disciples convened in their chamber. Yu Ming urgently exclaimed, "I shall inform junior sister. We depart for Heishui City tomorrow." With that, he rose, preparing to knock on the door of the adjacent room. "Halt!" called out Lan Ziyu, his expression displeased. "Let us first hear what the senior brother has to say. What more is there to discuss?" Su Ming pressed his hands against the table, glancing at the other 3. "Yu Xiaozhao is already en route to Heishui City. She may have even arrived by now. If we delay any longer, it will be too late," Feng Chonglang replied. "It is already too late." As Yu Ming was taken aback. Cui Ju elucidated, "Third senior brother, considering our distance from Heishui City, it will take at least a month and a half to reach our destination. By then, the auction in Heishui City will have concluded, and Yu Zhao will surely have departed, leaving us unable to see her. We could expedite our travel speed." As Yu Ming began, but his words faltered. He recalled that their party included Ye Congxin, rendering his suggestion impractical. "What then? We cannot foresee Yu Xiaozhao's next move. Do we simply do nothing and wait idly in this room?" Su Ming, exasperated, raked his fingers through his hair. "Who says we cannot foresee?" Feng Chonglang responded with a slight smile. His tone imbued with an air of certainty. Lan Ziyu and Su Ming's eyes brightened. Cui Ju, contemplative, inquired, "Senior brother, are you suggesting where Yu Zhao will go next?" Feng Chonglang nodded affirmatively. The 2 exchanged knowing glances. "Senior brother, fourth brother, what riddle are you 2 solving?" Su Ming questioned, his dissatisfaction evident. Lan Ziyu regarded the pair with equal confusion. "The marsh forest." Feng Chonglang and Cui Ju replied in unison. "The marsh forest?" Indeed, the marsh forest. To swiftly ascertain Yu Zhao's whereabouts, Feng Chonglang had invested heavily in acquiring information from the dark pavilion. Adhering to a customer-first principle, the dark pavilion not only provided detailed directions regarding Yu Zhao's journey but also disclosed her recent purchases from them. Feng Chonglang discerned that the focus of Yu Zhao's current trials lay in gathering 2 types of refining materials. The most likely locations to procure these materials were Heishui City and the marsh forest. With Yu Zhao already in Heishui City, her next destination would likely be the marsh forest. Rather than chasing after her trail, it would be wiser to arrive ahead of her at her intended location. Feng Chonglang imparted the crucial insights to Su Ming and Lan Ziyu, swiftly persuading both. After a discussion among the 4 brothers, they resolved to venture into the marsh woods, lying in wait for fortune. The following day, when Ye Congxin learned of their plan, her heart sank in utter despair. The marsh woods, situated in the southern region of the Western Territories, remained perpetually shrouded in darkness, dampness, and miasma, teeming with venomous creatures that thrived in the realm of cultivation. It was said that each year thousands of cultivators succumbed to the poison of these vile insects. For Ye Congxin, who had been raised in comfort and privilege, the marsh woods were undoubtedly a more terrifying place than any forbidden zone. Yet, she recognized her inability to alter Feng Chonglang and the others' decision, and could only feign agreement while inwardly cursing her fate. Meanwhile, Yu Zhao remained oblivious to Feng Chonglang's group's intentions of ambushing her in the marsh woods. She had been engrossed in her training for several days, only emerging from her room on the day of the auction. Upon hearing a commotion, Chen Tiandong rushed out from his quarters to pay his respects to Yu Zhao. Representing the Chen family at the Heishui City auction, he carried with him a boundary-breaking pill, one of the items slated for auction. Naturally, Yu Zhao did not decline his company, and together they proceeded to the auction house. The Heishui City auction, held once every 5 years, was renowned in the southern region, featuring over 1,000 items for bidding. As the event approached, cultivators traveled from afar to witness the grandeur of the auction. On the streets, throngs of visitors filled the thoroughfare, their conversations buzzing with topics related to the auction. Chen Tiandong remarked that the Heishui City auction surpassed others in both popularity and reputation, a fact that likely influenced the patriarch's decision to choose it. Although Chen Tiandong did not state it outright, Yu Zhao gleaned from his words and actions that the Chen family seemed to be on a downward trajectory. A boundary-breaking pill, capable of aiding foundation-building cultivators in ascending to the golden core stage, presented a significant temptation even for golden core cultivators like the old man in the black robe. The Chen family, rather than bestowing the pill upon a foundation-building kin, had instead chosen to transport it a great distance to auction it off, suggesting a precarious financial situation that necessitated such a sale to sustain their family's operations. While Yu Zhao could perceive this reasoning, It was clear that the Chun family had long since come to similar conclusions. Thus, she refrained from mentioning the family's plight and engaged Chan Tiandong in casual conversation. As they flowed with the crowd, it was not long before they arrived at the auction house. By this time, several long lines had formed outside, with numerous staff members managing the order of the event. Chapter 78. Observations from the auction. The ordinary seating for the Heishui City auction sold out swiftly, not due to a lack of seats but rather because the ordinary seating was the most abundant. Consequently, a long queue formed at the entrance for the 6 ordinary seats. In contrast, the entrance for the premium seating that Yu Zhao and Chan Tiandong sought had only a handful of individuals waiting. After joining the line, they soon made their way through the passage and entered the auction house. The layout of this auction featured the exhibition platform centrally positioned, with all seats arranged in a fan-like distribution around it. The 2 front rows constituted the VIP section, lavishly adorned and offering the most spacious accommodations, followed by the premium and ordinary seating. The stark differences in seating arrangements made distinctions quite apparent. At this moment, the vast auction hall was filled with a cacophony of noise. Numerous cultivators were seated in both the ordinary and VIP sections, engaged in animated discussions about the items to be auctioned today. What could possibly be happening? As Yu Zhao searched for her seat, she suddenly overheard Chan Tiandong muttering softly beside her. She glanced up and immediately spotted 3 familiar figures in the second row of the auction seats. Young Master Fan was dressed particularly splendidly today, his ornate attire standing out prominently amidst the crowd. Perhaps due to preconceived notions, Yu Zhao could discern from his silhouette an unmistakable air of pride that he could hardly contain. At this moment, it was highly likely that the cultivators appearing in Heishui City were all present for the auction. Chan Tiandong chuckled. What you say is true, Senior Yu. I simply did not expect them to appear in the VIP section. Coming from a family of cultivators himself, he could see that while young Master Fan put on a grand facade, his true background was likely not as impressive, perhaps even inferior to that of the Chan family. The fact that the other party could afford to purchase a VIP ticket truly surprised him, making him question whether his judgment had been flawed. Yu Zhao smiled faintly, choosing not to mention the events that transpired on the day they purchased tickets. Naturally, Chan Tiandong would not suspect that this matter was related to Yu Zhao. Since they had not bought their tickets at the same time, they were not seated in the same area. After finding their respective places, they parted ways and settled into their seats. To Yu Zhao's right sat a round-faced young girl, a lively spirit with a cultivation level of the 7th layer of qi refinement. The moment Yu Zhao sat down, the girl eagerly greeted her and introduced herself. The girl's surname was Meng, and her name was Yu. A local cultivator from Heishui City. She was well versed in the various processes of the auction. Sister Yu, this must be your first time attending the Heishui City auction, right? It's my first time too. I've been begging my family for ages to let me come. That I heard that this auction is grander than the previous ones. Meng Yu exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Although she was cautious not to divulge her family's background, one could glean much about a person from their demeanor, attire, and manner of speaking. Meng Yu evidently fit the mold of a scion of a prestigious family, even more so than young Master Fan. I also heard that the highlight of this auction is a 4th-grade pill formula, and many people have come specifically for it. Meng Yu continued in a lowered voice. Yu Zhao was taken aback. She had only heard of 4th-grade pills occasionally appearing at auctions, but she had never encountered a 4th-grade pill formula being auctioned. It was well known that even in the renowned Qingmu sect, a 4th-grade pill formula was exceedingly precious and would never be disclosed to disciples outside of the Dan Hall. Yu Zhao could already envision the fierce competition that would ensue during the final auction. Sister Yu, you aren't also here for the 4th-grade pill formula, are you? Meng Yu inquired, her gaze shifting to Yu Zhao with a hint of suspicion. Yu Zhao shook her head. Meng Yu sighed in relief, dramatically patting her chest. That's a relief, Sister Yu. Please do not compete with those people for the 4th-grade pill formula. It could be quite dangerous. As she spoke, she wrinkled her nose, seemingly recalling some unpleasant thoughts. Her emotions were fleeting, and soon she had forgotten about the 4th-grade pill formula, chattering away with Yu Zhao about other auction items. Time flowed quietly amid her cheerful voice, as the auction hall, which had gradually quieted down, erupted once more just before the official commencement of the auction. The Zhang family. The members of the Zhang family have finally arrived. Even the head of the Zhang family is here. Could there be some extraordinary treasure at this auction? That must be the young master of the Zhang family, indeed a striking figure. Proximity to water towers grants one the first opportunity to enjoy the moonlight. In the Blackwater City auction, the majority of attendees are local cultivators like Meng Yu. Thus, when the most powerful family in Blackwater City makes its appearance, the atmosphere inevitably becomes lively. 4 individuals from the Zhang family attended the auction, led by a slender, sharp-eyed middle-aged man, Closest to him was a young man who bore a striking resemblance to him, exuding an impressive demeanor. Upon entering the auction hall, the four took their seats in the front row of the VIP section, remaining silent throughout, their expressions solemn. Meng Yu remarked earnestly, "The Zhang family is the foremost clan in Blackwater City, and it is said that their ancestor is on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage." In truth, there was no need for Meng Yu to elaborate. Yu Zhao had already gathered information about the Zhang family from others. Besides the rarely seen ancestor, the Zhang family boasts 2 golden core cultivators, one of whom is the family head. The young master of the Zhang family is also considered the most promising young cultivator in Blackwater City to break through to the golden core stage, which has significantly heightened the Zhang family's influence in the area. However, to the astonishment of all the cultivators in Blackwater City, they initially believed that the remaining 7 seats in the front row belonged to the Zhang family. Yet, when the Zhang family members took their seats, it became apparent that they had relinquished the central positions. The crowd couldn't help but speculate on the identities of the remaining 3 prime VIP seats. How peculiar. The Wei family, the Wang family, and the Zhao family are all present. Who else could be absent? Meng Yu was equally perplexed, counting on her fingers to tally the nearby prominent families, upon realizing that everyone who should be present was indeed there. She wore a bewildered expression. A thought flickered in Yu Zhao's mind. Surely, the remaining 3 seats cannot belong to S. This conjecture formed in her mind. She saw 3 young men emerge from the VIP passage. Yu Zhao paused momentarily, then a smile graced her lips, surprised to encounter familiar faces here. Among the 3 young men, she recognized 2. If her memory served her correctly, the slightly taller one was named Tian Han, while the robustly built one was called Guo Ming'en. Both were disciples of the Qingmu sect's martial hall. They had previously safeguarded Mu Yi in Longming Valley, because Mu Yi refused to let Yu Zhao venture into danger alone, insisting on accompanying her. Tensions had flared with the 4 martial hall disciples. Later, after escaping peril, the 4 disciples sought Mu Ye's protection once more, only to be mercilessly rebuffed. The scene had been rather awkward. A memory that Yu Zhao vividly recalled. Upon seeing the 2 again, she instantly recognized them. Chapter 79. Wang Qian of the Qingmu sect. Among the 3, 2 were indeed from the Qingmu sect, leaving the identity of the third one evident. Initially surprised to see them, Yu Zhao soon found it quite reasonable upon further reflection. The Qingmu sect primarily focuses on alchemy, and it was only natural that they would not miss an auction featuring a 4th-grade pill recipe. The family of Heishui City must have received news from the auction house, as they immediately rose to pay their respects upon seeing the 3 members of Qingmu sect approach, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. Young Master Fan, seated in the corner of the 2nd row, felt his eyes redden at the sight. He had presumed that sitting in the VIP section would garner him fervent admiration. In truth, none of the esteemed guests surrounding him showed the slightest interest in his presence, as if he were invisible. If that were all, it might have sufficed, but the enthusiastic adulation directed towards the 3 individuals of similar age only exacerbated the prideful young Master Fan's indignation. Yet, despite his inner turmoil, he dared not cause a scene at the auction and could only stew in his own frustration. Once the 3 from Qingmu sect took their seats, the Heishui City auction was officially declared to commence. The first to take the stage was a graceful female cultivator whose appearance exuded a gentle charm, possessing an innate sense of approachability that captivated all eyes. Thank you, esteemed guests, for attending the Heishui City auction. I am the auctioneer, Furong. This auction features a total of 188 carefully selected items, each guaranteed to provide value to those fortunate enough to acquire them. Her voice flowed like a gentle stream, soft and melodious, effortlessly drawing the attention of every individual in the vast auction hall. Only her voice could be heard amidst the silence. Why Yu Zhao's eyes sparkled with realization. She had not anticipated that illusion techniques could yield such effects. Technically speaking, Furong's cultivation aligned more with charm techniques, which could be viewed as a form of illusion. Both rely on the 5 senses to bewilder the mind. In her previous use of illusion, Yu Zhao primarily employed fragrance to divert attention, weaving illusions through her skills, yet she had never considered the path of sound. Furong's charm techniques provided her with significant inspiration. The first item up for auction today was a 3rd-grade medicinal pill. The breakthrough pill, primarily aimed at assisting foundation-building cultivators in breaking through to the golden core stage, with a success rate soaring to 70%. As Yu Zhao pondered, the auction officially commenced, with the first item being the breakthrough pill sent by the Chen family. Before Furong could finish her introduction, the crowd in the auction hall was already buzzing with excitement, shifting restlessly in their seats. What? The breakthrough pill? Goodness, are they really going this grand? It's the guaranteed ascension to the golden core. The auction house has truly gone all out this time. Damn it! With so many people vying for it, I surely have no chance. The breakthrough pill held immense renown among foundation-building cultivators, nearly every one of whom dreamed of acquiring this divine elixir. The crowd's eyes blazed with fervor as they began to envision themselves swallowing the breakthrough pill and directly ascending to the golden core stage, entirely disregarding the 30% failure rate. Young Master Fan was particularly agitated, his breath quickening. The breakthrough pill. It's the breakthrough pill. His two guards shared in the excitement for a moment, but as the fervor waned, they recalled young Master Fan's significantly diminished purse, and their hearts sank. It seemed that the funds in his possession would hardly suffice to purchase a single breakthrough pill. The starting bid for the breakthrough pill was set at 100 mid-grade spirit stones, with increments of no less than 10 mid-grade spirit stones. The bidding begins now. 100 mid-grade spirit stones equated to a single high-grade spirit stone, a price that young Master Fan could just about manage. The price of the mid-grade spirit stones for this 100 is merely the starting bid, with no upper limit on the final result. He harbors no confidence in his ability to secure the breakthrough pill. Indeed, as soon as Furong announced the bidding rules, a multitude of paddles were immediately raised. Number 143,200 mid-grade spirit stones. Number 210,260 mid-grade spirit stones. Number 47,300 mid-grade spirit stones. The price escalated rapidly amidst the fervent calls, swiftly surpassing the threshold that young Master Fan could endure. His countenance darkened. Had he not purchased 3 tickets for the VIP seats, he might have had a fighting chance. Alas! He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes brimming with reluctance. The only one able to smile amidst the chaos was Chan Tiandong. The more intense the bidding became, the more exhilarated he felt. Just as Yu Zhao had surmised, the Chen family had faced numerous setbacks in recent years, and among the younger generation, none possessed exceptional talent. Should the ancestral patriarch of the Chen family pass away, the family would be left without a successor, and their merchant convoy would soon be devoured by rival families. Contemplating this, the Chen patriarch resolved to sell a breakthrough pill acquired years ago, and rally the entire clan's resources to concoct a pill for enhancing cultivation, aiming to make a full-throttle attempt at reaching the nascent soul stage. This method was fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to total ruin, making it a gamble for survival. Of course, Chan Tiandong was oblivious to the patriarch's intentions. He was merely delighted that the breakthrough pill could fetch a high price. Ultimately, the breakthrough pill was snatched up by the Wei family from the VIP seats for the sum of 300 mid-grade spirit stones. The Wei family rejoiced, while Guomingyan disdainfully curled his lip. Humph, is a mere third-grade pill really worthy of such excitement? Upon hearing this, Tian Han immediately recognized an excellent opportunity for flattery and quickly echoed, "Brother Gua, those small families with limited vision have no idea that anything that slips through junior brother Wang Qian's fingers is a third-grade pill." Guomingyan also discerned Tian Han's intentions. Smiling in agreement and elevated Wang Qian's status to the heavens, Wang Qian, with a haughty demeanor, remarked, "You two brothers overpraise me at my current level. Second-grade pills are no problem, but third-grade pills still require considerable effort." While he spoke humbly, his face was full of arrogance. Guomingyan and Tian Han exchanged glances, inwardly acknowledging that it was no wonder Wang Qian was consistently overshadowed by Mu Yi in the pill hall. His lofty attitude alone fell short compared to Mu Yi. After all, money is hard to earn, and one must endure unpleasantness. For the sake of resources, what is a little sacrifice? Although their conversation was not deliberately loud, it was not concealed either, and those seated nearby from the Zhang family could hear everything clearly. The young master of the Zhang family could hardly conceal his envy. Even for him to acquire a second-grade pill, he would need the approval of the family head and all the elders, unlike the Qingmu sect members who treated pills as mere candies, taking them whenever they pleased. The others from the Zhang family were equally astonished by the Qingmu sect's affluence, but considering their standing in the cultivation world, they felt it was only fitting. Nevertheless, their mindset was undeniably affected, losing the tranquility they once held. Chapter 80. The purple little pot. The auction at Blackwater City was meticulously prepared to ensure everything unfolded flawlessly. Although the subsequent items presented after the boundary-breaking pill did not surpass its final price, none of them fell flat. Instead, they sparked enthusiasm among the crowd, heightening the competitive atmosphere. The next item up for bid was particularly intriguing. Mere words could not fully encapsulate its allure, so allow Furong to create a sense of anticipation by personally demonstrating it for the esteemed guests. A glance would reveal all. Furong's words successfully piqued the curiosity of the assembly. With a charming smile, she instructed for the 88th item to be brought forth. It was a small pot made of purple clay, featuring a slender handle and elongated spout, reminiscent of the tea sets commonly used for brewing. Some were left disappointed, while others' curiosity grew. Yu Zhao furrowed her brow. Sensing a familiar wave of illusionary energy emanating from the purple pot, could it be connected to the illusory tide technique? At that moment, Furong delicately cradled the purple pot in her palm, presenting it to the audience with a flourish. She then spoke softly, "Furong will now infuse the pot with spiritual energy, so do not blink." Esteemed guests. As her words fell, the spiritual energy surged, and a faint ethereal glow enveloped the purple vessel. A wisp of smoke gradually wafted from the spout, solidifying into the figure of a woman appearing to be around 30 years of age, clad in a resplendent crimson palace gown, with willow leaf brows and phoenix eyes. Her striking red lips captivated the onlookers, while her gaze exuded an imposing presence that sent shivers down their spines. The crowd was taken aback by her piercing stare. Instinctively holding their breath, fixing her gaze, the woman coldly declared, "Those who obstruct me shall die." Within those 4 succinct words lay an aura of inexorable menace, causing the weaker practitioners to break into a cold sweat, trembling in fear. As the display concluded, Furong graciously apologized for any offense caused. Just as the atmosphere in the auction hall grew tense, her gentle voice cut through the silence. A moment of quiet ensued before the hall erupted with exclamations. "Incredible! That was merely an illusion created by the artifact. I thought a golden core cultivator was standing before me. I was too frightened to breathe. So this artifact is designed to intimidate." Meng Yu's face lit up with excitement. "Sister Yu, do you think that the woman who appeared was a real person? If so, she must be an extraordinarily formidable figure." Yu Zhao pondered for a moment before nodding. "I believe she exists." Her gaze was profound. Though she had never encountered Mingyue Sanren, the creator of the illusory tide technique, upon seeing the red-clad female cultivator, she felt an intense premonition that this woman was the legendary figure who comprehended the path of killing one's husband. The purple little pot was likely crafted by Mingyue Sanren herself. Yu Zhao immediately resolved to acquire it. "Dear friends, I trust you no longer require Furong's extensive introduction. The most significant feature of this artifact is its ability to conjure illusions based on the infusion of spiritual energy, capable of unsettling the enemy's mind and serving as a means of self-preservation. The starting bid is set at 2 high-grade spirit stones, with no limit on the increments. You may now commence the bidding." The monk, who had initially harbored a keen interest in the purple small pot, was swiftly dissuaded by the price of 2 top-grade spirit stones. Although the craftsmanship of this purple pot was exquisite and might prove unexpectedly useful at critical moments, its practical applications were rather trivial, offering little aid to one's own cultivation. They preferred to absorb the spiritual energy contained within the 2 top-grade spirit stones rather than exchange them for such an item. Meanwhile, they silently derided the fool who would purchase such a visually appealing yet functionally deficient magical artifact. 10 top-grade spirit stones. Yu Zhao raised the token in her hand, indifferent to the opinions of others. She was resolute in her desire to obtain this purple pot. The crowd gasped in astonishment, turning their attention to Yu Zhao. Noticing her youthful demeanor yet recognizing her as a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator with an exceptional aura, many in the audience displayed expressions of envy and jealousy. Furong, momentarily taken aback, smiled slightly and announced, "Customer number 119 bids 10 top-grade spirit stones." The few remaining individuals who had contemplated making a bid shook their heads in resignation upon hearing Yu Zhao's offer, abandoning their intentions. Ultimately, Yu Zhao secured the purple pot for the price of 10 top-grade spirit stones. As she toyed with the receipt sent by the auction house, her spirit soared. Were it not for her anticipation of the yet-to-be-auctioned Taijin water, she would have eagerly claimed the purple pot immediately to indulge in its charms. While Yu Zhao reveled in her acquisition, the trio from the Qingmu sect seated in the VIP section shifted the discourse to her. Tian Han was the first to recognize Yu Zhao. The recent events in Longming Valley lingered vividly in his memory. Were it not for Yu Zhao's mission to rescue someone, Mu Yi would not have insisted on assisting, and they would not have found themselves at odds with Mu Yi, thereby delineating their boundaries. He regarded Yu Zhao as the root of their troubles, his expression tinged with discontent. Wang Qian and Guomingyan, sensing his unease, cast puzzled glances his way. "Are you two playing charades before me? Is there something I am not allowed to hear?" Wang Qian remarked, his tone tinged with displeasure. Tian Han and Guomingyan, aware that they were seeking directives from Wang Qian and unwilling to offend their benefactor, recounted events from Longming Valley with embellishments, fueled by their own grievances. Knowing of the discord between Wang Qian and Mu Yi, they emphasized the close relationship between Mu Yi and Yu Zhao. Wang Qian was taken aback to learn that Yu Zhao was a disciple of the 5 elements Dao sect. In the realm of cultivation, there is a saying regarding the hierarchy of sects, seemingly indicating that the 7 sects possess comparable strength. However, the order reveals that the 5 elements Dao sect holds the most transcendent position. His own pride in being a disciple of the Qingmu sect's Dan Hall paled in comparison before her. Nonetheless, Wang Qian recalled that disciples of the Five Elements Dao sect were categorized into inner sect, outer sect, and direct disciples, that if that female cultivator named Yu Zhao were merely an inner sect disciple, they could still be considered equals. He inquired, which esteemed master of the Five Elements Dao sect is she a disciple of? Tian Han, with an awkward smile, replied in a hushed tone, she is a disciple of Master Qingyan. Wang Qian was taken aback, rendered momentarily speechless. Master Qingyan, widely acknowledged as the foremost figure in the realm of cultivation. The fact that Yu Zhao was his disciple explained why Guomingyan and Tian Han harbored grievances against her yet dared not reveal their feelings, not even daring to glance in her direction for fear of exposing their animosity. Wang Qian felt a pang of hesitation within, wishing to let the matter slide. Yet he noticed Tian Han and Guomingyan gazing at him with fervent expectation, their eyes brimming with trust. A lump formed in Wang Qian's throat, and he found himself ensnared in a predicament akin to riding a tiger, unable to dismount. Chapter 81. Malicious bidding. What if she is a disciple of the esteemed Qingyan Zhenren? Just wait and see. With bravado, Wang Qian made bold claims, only to be met with a flurry of flattery from Tian Han and Guomingyan. Gradually, the tension within him began to ease, and the arrogance that had been concealed in his brow resurfaced. Following the appearance of a purple small pot, several rare items emerged, inciting a scramble among the crowd, all of which were ultimately claimed by individuals seated in the VIP section. An hour later, Yu Zhao finally laid eyes on the long-anticipated Taizhen water. Extracted from the most frigid of realms, Taizhen water is colorless and tasteless, embodying the utmost yin and softness, making it the premier choice for water spirit root cultivators in their alchemical endeavors. The jade vial contained a total of 50 drops of Taizhen water, with an opening bid set at 30 superior spirit stones, and each subsequent increment required to be no less than 1 superior spirit stone. On the auction stage, Fu Rong meticulously elaborated on the details. Taizhen water was the penultimate item at the Blackwater City auction, designated as the grand finale, its rarity beyond question. Before Fu Rong's words had fully settled, someone eagerly commenced the bidding. 35 superior spirit stones. I bid 38. 40. The bidders primarily congregated in the VIP section, where nearly every time a price was announced, another would immediately follow suit, causing the price to swiftly surpass 50 superior spirit stones. Wang Qian, being the most suitable for alchemy with his dual fire and wood spirit roots, held little interest in Taizhen water. His purpose here was solely for the 4th grade pill formula. Thus, as he listened to others raise their bids, he remained leisurely, his eyes slightly squinted, unconcerned. However, when Yu Zhao's cool voice suddenly rang out, his gaze sharpened, and he sat up straight. 80 superior spirit stones. For the first time, Wang Qian raised his bidding paddle. Fu Rong's smile widened, her joy palpable as she announced, the esteemed guest number 1 bids 80 superior spirit stones. Most individuals seated in the VIP section were from prominent families in Blackwater City or nearby towns, who had long received information from the auction house, well aware of Wang Qian and his companions' identities. Upon hearing Wang Qian's bid, those who had initially intended to compete instantly reconsidered, setting aside the question of whether they dared to offend Wang Qian. The bid of 80 superior spirit stones was already perilously close to their own bottom line. Moreover, with another significant auction item yet to be presented, diverting their focus solely to Taizhen water would undoubtedly mean losing out on the 4th grade pill formula. Thus, their withdrawal could be seen as a concession to the Qingmu sect, allowing for a more unreserved bidding atmosphere later on. After weighing their options, those who had been fervently bidding began to shake their heads, opting to forego Taizhen water. Just as everyone presumed that Taizhen water was destined to fall into Wang Qian's hands, Yu Zhao raised her paddle once more, declaring, 88 superior spirit stones. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as they turned to Yu Zhao. Those with keen insight could easily discern that several major families in the VIP section were yielding to Wang Qian, yet someone had chosen to act contrary to the trend. It was uncertain whether to commend her bravery or pity her folly. Sister Yu Meng Yu's eyes shimmered with concern. Yu Zhao shook her head at her, signaling that there was no need for worry. 100 superior spirit stones. Wang Qian felt an unexpected surge of delight rather than anger. He genuinely feared that Yu Zhao would refrain from raising the bid. Acquiring Taizhen water held no utility for him. He merely sought to vex Yu Zhao amidst the assembly. It seems that only Tian Han and Guomingyan truly comprehend his intentions. While both are pleased, they also harbor a sense of disdain that on the surface, Wang Qian appears undaunted. Yet he is reluctant to confront the members of the Five Elements Dao sect directly. He resorts to such indirect means to express his dissatisfaction. What a coward! Initially, Yu Zhao did not realize that Wang Qian was deliberately targeting her at it. was only when the price of the Taijin water surged beyond its intrinsic value that she recognized Wang Qian's persistence. At that moment, Yu Zhao grasped that Wang Qian was intentionally inflating the price against her. With motive shrouded in mystery, with a slight chill in her gaze, she declared, 166 top-grade spirit stones. If the first number continues to raise the bid, I shall withdraw. Wang Qian's expression stiffened at why Yu Zhao's sudden revelation of her base price caught him off guard. He found himself uncertain whether her statement was a provocation or a genuine sentiment. Both Tianhan and Guomingyan wished to spur Wang Qian onward, yet they were also concerned that Yu Zhao might relent, leaving the Taijin water in Wang Qian's possession and incurring their wrath. Thus, they remained silent, allowing Wang Qian to make his own decision. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wang Qian exhaled deeply and shook his head at Fu Rong, signaling his withdrawal from the bidding. He reminded himself that it was wise to know when to stop, having already compelled Yu Zhao to expend nearly double the spirit stones. Continuing further could indeed forge a grudge with her. A flicker of surprise crossed Fu Rong's eyes as she smiled and congratulated Yu Zhao on successfully acquiring the Taijin water, while Yu Zhao maintained her composure, while the others were far from tranquil. Especially those who had interacted with Yu Zhao, such as young Master Fan and Chan Tiandong, who regarded her with a complex gaze. Meng Yu, with her simpler thoughts, did not ponder as deeply as the others. Upon witnessing Yu Zhao's acquisition of the Taijin water, she instinctively felt joy for her, a pair of dimples appearing at the corners of her mouth. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item is the final auction piece of this gathering, which I believe many of you have come specifically to behold. Fu Rong had been taken aback upon hearing this announcement herself. Now please welcome the last auction item from our Blackwater City auction, the formula for the 4th grade Dan medicine, the exorcism pill. Boom! The entire hall erupted like boiling oil in a hot pan. Impatient individuals rose from their seats, their eyes fixated on the tray presented by the female cultivator. Fu Rong continued, the exorcism pill purifies the mind and enhances clarity. Consuming this pill can alleviate the torment of inner demons and increase the likelihood of breakthroughs. Rest assured, we have consulted alchemical masters to ensure the authenticity of this exorcism pill formula. Wang Qian's eyes gleamed with fervor. The alchemical master consulted by the Blackwater City auction was an elder from the Qingmu sect, from whom Wang Qian had expended considerable resources to acquire this information. The Qingmu sect boasts a long lineage, housing formulas akin to that of the exorcism pill, while utilizing fewer spiritual herbs, rendering them indifferent to this particular formula. However, Wang Qian, as a disciple of the Dan Hall, was an exceptionally ambitious student. The significance of a 4th grade exorcism pill formula was monumental for him. Thus, he had journeyed great distances to Blackwater City solely to secure this formula. The starting bid for the 4th grade exorcism pill formula was set at 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, with increments no less than 10 top-grade spirit stones. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. At the previous auction in Heishui City, the highest transaction record was merely 888 top-grade spirit stones, yet now this record has been shattered. How did the Heishui City auction manage to obtain a 4th grade alchemy formula, and how could they be so willing to part with it? Most cultivators possess a sense of self-awareness. Such a level of auction is beyond their reach, and they cannot even muster the desire to covet it. They are merely curious about the origins of this 4th grade formula, and to whom it will ultimately belong. Chapter 82. The Principle of Reciprocity. 1,100. I bid 1,200. Do not compete with me. I bid 1,003. The competition for the 4th grade formula is far more intense than anyone had anticipated. The individuals in the VIP section are nearly blinded by greed, their voices escalating with fervor. Only a handful of families remain composed, resisting the urge to speak out upon hearing the price of the 4th grade formula rise by no less than 100 top-grade spirit stones with each increment. The young master of the Zhang family grows anxious. Father, should we? Let us wait a moment, replies the family head in a somber tone, casting a discreet glance at Wang Qian beside him, who is his greatest rival. He recalls the spirit stones in his storage bag, feeling a heavy weight in his heart in order to secure the 4th grade formula. The Zhang family has even liquidated part of their assets. After a while, the bidding for the 4th grade formula has escalated to 1,650 top-grade spirit stones. The onlookers, as well as the bidders themselves, are left trembling at this price, which exceeds their financial capabilities. The Zhang, Wang, and Wei families can no longer remain passive and join the fray. Just as the competition reaches a fever pitch, Wang Qian arrogantly raises his bidding paddle. 1,888. The previously tense atmosphere among the families suddenly falls silent at such elevated prices. Each bid requires immense caution. Wang Qian has audaciously raised the bid by 188 top-grade spirit stones, leaving the families accustomed to gradual price increments feeling utterly powerless. Is this the financial prowess of a disciple from a top-tier sect? It seems rather extravagant, however. They are unwilling to concede so easily. After a brief pause, the Zhang family calls out a new offer. 1,900. Perhaps overwhelmed by emotion, the voice of the Zhang family head becomes somewhat hoarse. The young master of the Zhang family clenches his fists anxiously. 1,900 top-grade spirit stones nearly depletes the family savings accumulated over the years, representing all the spirit stones they can muster. In other words, even if the Zhang family successfully acquires the 4th-grade formula, they will suffer significant losses. Thus, the young master hopes for both his father's success and for someone to offer a higher price than theirs. Fortunately, he is soon rescued from this emotional turmoil. Wang Qian interjects, 2,000 top-grade spirit stones. The Zhang family head leans back in his chair, utterly drained, his face etched with bitterness. We cannot compete. We cannot compete. Good heavens, who on earth is this person? Without batting an eye, he casually states 2,000 top-grade spirit stones. Damn, I toil and labor for my life, yet can barely earn 10 top-grade spirit stones. These individuals throw around 2,000 as if it were nothing. It is utterly unfair. 2,000 high-quality spirit stones would suffice for me to reach the yearning stage. What a waste it would be to squander them merely on a broken alchemy recipe. Humph! Blackwater City stands as one of the most prosperous cultivation cities in the southern region, as evidenced by the presence of esteemed families such as the Zhang and Wang clans. The cultivators residing here are far from being narrow-minded, complacent individuals, yet at this moment, they find themselves unsettled by the bid of 2,000 high-quality spirit stones, even harboring feelings of resentment. Meng Yu wrinkled her nose and quietly inquired of Yu Zhao. Sister Yu, can a 4th-grade alchemy recipe truly be worth such a sum of spirit stones? The value of this recipe hinges upon who possesses it. In the hands of a family, it is hardly worth that price. However, in the grasp of an alchemist, the price of 2,000 high-quality spirit stones is not unreasonable. Yu Zhao, too, found herself perplexed as to why the Zhang family and others would engage in such fierce competition for this 4th-grade recipe. Should they deplete their fortunes to acquire it, how would they subsequently procure the necessary spirit herbs and master alchemists? 2,000 high-quality spirit stones, are they not excessive? Indeed they are, thus only an alchemist could extract the recipe's utmost value. Meng Yu nodded, seemingly grasping the concept, yet was about to pose another question when she noticed Yu Zhao suddenly raise her bidding paddle. 2,200 high-quality spirit stones. Meng Yu gasped. Chan Tiandong exclaimed, and the crowd erupted in astonishment. Even Furong, who had presided over more than 100 auctions, was taken aback by Yu Zhao's unexpected bid. Bidder number 119 offers 2,200 high-quality spirit stones. Her voice trembled. This price far surpassed her highest record in her auction career, rivaling even the total proceeds of a small auction. Furong could already envision the acclaim she would garner following this auction. Elevating her status as an auctioneer, Wang Qian turned, glaring furiously at Yu Zhao, who remained composed with a slight smile playing on her lips. She was doing this intentionally. Wang Qian instantly understood that this was Yu Zhao's act of revenge for his earlier malicious bid. Wang Qian, do you see? We were not mistaken. The disciples of the 5 Elements Dao sect have long been arrogant, utterly disregarding us of the Qingmu Gate. She is clearly opposing us out of disdain. Tianhan and Guomingyan were equally taken by surprise at Yu Zhao's sudden emergence, but soon recognized it as a prime opportunity for instigation. Only by positioning Yu Zhao and Wang Qian as adversaries could they ensure Wang Qian would willingly align with them. The more Wang Qian pondered, the more he found their arguments compelling, breathing heavily with indignation. 2,200 high-quality spirit stones. First call. 2,200 high-quality spirit stones. Second call. 2,200 high-quality spirit stones. Third. 2,500. I bid 2,500. Furong and the auction house personnel could hardly contain their laughter. This price was beyond their wildest imaginings. They had truly struck gold this time. However, they soon realized their elation was premature. 2,600. Yu Zhao raised her bid once more. 2,800. This is my final offer. Wang Qian glared menacingly at Yu Zhao, enunciating each word with venom. Yu Zhao chuckled softly. The individuals from the Qingmu sect actually believe they can intimidate her by imitating her methods? Do they take her for a fool? Yu Zhao offered a faint smile, unhesitatingly stating 3,000. Wang Qian's pupils constricted, his expression one of disbelief. Why was she not intimidated? Instead, she added an additional 200 with ease. Could it be that she was not merely attempting to drive up the price but genuinely sought the evil repelling Dan formula? Wang Qian found himself enveloped in confusion. Chapter 83. using one's own tactics against them at this moment. Chan Tiandong, seated in another corner, was equally perplexed as Wang Qian. He had contemplated that Senior Yu might hail from a prestigious lineage or perhaps be a disciple of a sect. But at this instant, he realized he had underestimated her. 3,000 superior spirit stones, enough to purchase the entire Chun family several times over. It was only due to the Chun family's misfortune that Senior Yu had chosen their caravan. Decades later, Chan Tiandong still could not forget the shock that Yu Zhao had instilled in him. Young Master Fan and his 2 attendants cowered in a corner, trembling. At this juncture, only a fool would fail to recognize the extraordinary status of Yu Zhao. They had nearly clashed with her. The mere thought sent shivers down their spines. 3,000 superior spirit stones. An esteemed guest had offered 3,000 superior spirit stones. Hu Feng was so overwhelmed with excitement that her voice nearly cracked. She was utterly convinced that this would be the most illustrious day of her career as an auctioneer. As she reiterated Yu Zhao's bid, she cast an expectant glance toward Wang Qian. He was now the sole contender capable of competing with Yu Zhao in the auction hall. Wang Qian gritted his teeth, wavering in uncertainty. When it came to family background, he certainly outshone Yu Zhao. Both of his parents were nascent soul cultivators, and he had a doting ancestor. His own talent was commendable, which was why he had become the most esteemed alchemist disciple in the Qingmu sect. Nevertheless, 3,000 superior spirit stones remained a significant sum for him. However, this 4th-grade formula was of utmost importance, pivotal to his success in the upcoming alchemist disciple assessment. He did not wish to relinquish the opportunity to become the future junior master of the Qingmu sect, especially not to Mu Yi, with whom he had always been at odds. After a fierce internal struggle, Wang Qian finally gritted his teeth and declared, 3,050, though this was still a considerable price. For some reason, the crowd felt a twinge of disappointment. Despite Wang Qian's higher bid, he had lost momentum, overshadowed by Yu Zhao's earlier assertiveness. The onlookers shifted their gaze back to Yu Zhao. Would she continue to raise her bid? The answer was no. Wang Qian's offer had evidently approached his limit. Any further bidding would be beyond his capacity. From the very beginning, Yu Zhao's intention was to allow Wang Qian to experience the discomfort of malicious price inflation. Thus, she smiled softly, her lips moving silently. Did I withdraw? Why Yu Zhao's withdrawal was executed with such decisiveness, starkly contrasting her earlier obstinacy, leaving the crowd momentarily stunned. Wang Qian paused, immediately grasping that Yu Zhao had deliberately raised the stakes against him. Enraged, he sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Yu Zhao! You did this on purpose!" The crowd's eyes lit up with intrigue. It turned out they were familiar with one another. It seemed a captivating spectacle was about to unfold. Although Yu Zhao and Wang Qian were strangers, Wang Qian's precise utterance of her name confirmed his earlier intent to engage in price manipulation. Why? Yu Zhao's expression turned slightly cold. I merely returned the favor in kind. Why, dear friend, are you so agitated? You are utterly slandering me. Wang Qian could hardly admit that he had attempted to deceive others, only to find himself outwitted by Yu Zhao in a most severe manner. Leaving him grinding his teeth in silence. Why? Yu Zhao shrugged nonchalantly, her tone languid. I could just as easily claim that I was simply making a standard bid, without any intention to toy with you. You. Wang Qian fell silent, his face nearly turning purple with rage. Young Master Fan, witnessing this, was immensely pleased, almost bursting with the desire to stand and cheer for Yu Zhao. Several members of prominent families had long harbored dissatisfaction towards the arrogant Wang Qian. Seeing him publicly humiliated by Yu Zhao brought them secret delight. Tianhan and Guomingyan, as Wang Qian's sycophants, naturally sought to defend him, but as soon as they spoke, they managed to offend every female cultivator present. Even the smile on the face of Furong, standing atop the auction stage, faded slightly. Why? Yu Zhao let out a soft exclamation. I wondered who it was. Turns out it is you. Truly a towering figure, capable of both bending and straightening. Even in flight, you outpace the women, leaving your junior sister far behind. Nonsense. You speak baseless accusations. Tianhan and Guomingyan leapt up at this. The two glared at Yu Zhao with fiery eyes, wishing to rush forward and silence her. Though the crowd endeavored to mask their reactions, they could still catch fleeting glimpses of disdain in their eyes. While faced with a life-or-death crisis, many might resort to actions similar to those of Tianhan and Guomingyan. Yet this did not prevent them from standing on a moral high ground to scorn the two. Even Wang Qian could not help but furrow his brow. The auction house of Heishui City, sensing the rising tension among the four, quickly sent someone to mediate, and after much persuasion, managed to pacify Wang Qian and his companions, allowing the auction to conclude smoothly. Sister Yu, you were magnificent. The three of them combined are no match for you. Humph, let them underestimate women. They deserve it. With 2 tokens in hand, Yu Zhao intended to claim her auction items, while Meng Yu trailed behind her like a little shadow, her mouth never ceasing to chatter. "Miss Yu, this way, please." Thanks to Wang Qian, everyone attending the auction was well aware of Yu Zhao's name. The auction house of Heishui City respectfully ushered Yu Zhao into a private room. Yu Zhengmao stood at the door, and upon seeing Yu Zhao and Meng Yu, approached them with a warm smile. "Miss Yu, it is a pleasure to see you again." Why Yu Zhengmao felt immensely fortunate for having chosen to cultivate a favorable relationship by not charging Yu Zhao for her spirit stones. She was indeed a benefactor to him. Manager Yu Zhengmao cordially welcomed the two into the private room, and once they were seated, he cheerfully instructed someone to bring forth Yu Zhao's purchases. "Miss Yu, the purple pot illusion device and the Taijin water are both here. Please have a look." Yu Zhao scanned the items with her spiritual sense, confirming their integrity before promptly retrieving spirit stones from her storage ring. The crystalline spirit stones piled upon the table exuded an alluring aura. Meng Yu swallowed hard, pinching her thigh to refrain from losing composure. Yu Zhengmao was taken aback, repeatedly waving his hands. "Miss Yu, you have misunderstood. I am not here to request spirit stones from you in light of the influence you have had on the auction. The auction house of Heishui City has decided to generously offer you 2 auction items as a token of gratitude." Upon hearing Yu Zhengmao's explanation, Meng Yu felt a surge of envy, nearly letting tears of admiration slip from the corners of her mouth. A purple pot of illusionary artifact, coupled with a vial of Taijin water, amounted to nearly 200 high-grade spirit stones, all given away for free. Yu Zhao was also momentarily stunned. After a brief hesitation, she shook her head. "No reward without merit. I must respectfully decline." A ticket for a premium seat was merely priced at 10 medium-grade spirit stones, which bore almost no cost to the auction house. Accepting it was one thing, but these 2 auction items were fundamentally different in both price and significance. Furthermore, Yu Zhao was reluctant to become too entangled with the auction house of Heishui City. "Sometimes what is free is the most expensive." Chapter 84. Parting ways. "It is indeed our oversight," he said, producing a small golden seal. "This is the VIP seal of our Heishui City auction house. With this seal, you may enjoy complimentary VIP services and discounts. I implore you, Miss Yu, to accept it." Yu Zhengmao had prepared a dual approach prior to his arrival. If the first failed, he would resort to the second. This time Yu Zhao did not refuse, graciously accepting it. Yu Zhengmao, seizing this opportunity, charged Yu Zhao 80% of the fees, resulting in a mutually agreeable outcome. If Miss Yu has no pressing matters, why not remain in the private room to savor tea and rest before departing? Yu Zhao's eyes flickered. Yu Zhengmao was subtly reminding her that someone might be seeking to trouble her. Maintaining her composure, she replied, "Thank you for your kind offer, but I do indeed have matters to attend to and cannot linger here." Yu Zhao had never regarded the trio from Qingmu's sect with any seriousness. Had they possessed a modicum of wisdom, they would not have provoked her so openly at the auction, exacerbating the conflict. Now, all attendees were aware of the clash between her and the trio. Should she encounter any mishap, they would find it impossible to extricate themselves from the situation. As for whether others might harbor ill intentions towards her, let it be said that as long as she did not cross paths with a nascent soul cultivator, Yu Zhao was confident in her ability to evade them. "Ha ha ha, perhaps I am overthinking it. Allow me to escort you, Miss Yu." The more assertive Yu Zhao appeared, the more pleased Yu Zhengmao became. Throughout the proceedings, Meng Yu played the role of a mere bystander, barely managing to exchange a few words with Yu Zhengmao even as they departed from the auction house. Yet, she did not feel slighted. In fact, she felt quite elated, having gained new insights and ample conversation material. "Sister Yu, are you leaving?" Meng Yu gazed at Yu Zhao with reluctance, perhaps out of respect for a strong figure. Meng Yu felt a profound sense of dependence after only a brief encounter with Yu Zhao. Yu Zhao gently patted Meng Yu's hair, replying, "Yes, I must take my leave. Sister Yu, could you tell me where you reside? One day, when I am able to venture out like you, I shall come to find you." As Meng Yu spoke, her fingers fidgeted anxiously, fearing that she might evoke Yu Zhao's disdain. After a moment's contemplation, Yu Zhao felt a certain affinity with Meng Yu. She was a girl with a clear heart, and there was little to conceal. "I am a disciple of the 5 Elements sect. If you venture out in the future, feel free to seek me at the 5 Elements sect. However, I cannot guarantee my presence there. You may send me a letter in advance." Meng Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, her heart silently screaming, "A Sister Yu is actually a disciple of the 5 Elements sect? Oh my, how incredible!" Meng Yu's cheeks flushed a vibrant pink at an observable pace, her excitement rendering her nearly speechless. "All right, I will definitely come. Sister Yu, you must not forget about me." "Very well, I shall await you at the 5 Elements sect." Inside the room, Chen Tiandong was animatedly recounting the events of the auction to his kin, his words flowing with fervor. Upon hearing that Yu Zhao had been maliciously outbid, their brows furrowed in unison. Yet, when they learned of Yu Zhao's ingenious retaliation, causing the offending bidder to pay nearly 1,000 high-grade spirit stones more, they erupted in applause as if present at the scene themselves. Knock, knock. Just as everyone was still basking in the excitement of the moment, the door was suddenly knocked upon. Chan Tiandong furrowed his brow momentarily. Then, recalling something, his face broke into a joyful smile as he rushed to open the door. Indeed, standing outside was none other than Yu Zhao. Upon hearing her arrival, the Chun family members quickly rose to greet her. Their voices overlapping in a cacophony of greetings, concerned about disturbing the other guests, Chan Tiandong ushered everyone back inside, eager to welcome Yu Zhao. And there's no need for formality. I have come merely to bid you farewell. It would be somewhat impolite to depart without a word after having known each other, Yu Zhao stated. Chan Tiandong's expression shifted to one of urgency. Senior Yu, are you leaving already? Indeed, she replied. Chan Tiandong hesitated before gathering his courage to ask, may I inquire where Senior Yu intends to go next? If it is along our route, our Chan family caravan would be honored to escort you further. As he spoke, Chan Tiandong felt his cheeks burn with embarrassment. Their journey to Heishui City had been made possible largely due to Senior Yu's presence. Without her, they would have surely fallen victim to the black-robed elder. It was they who had benefited from her company, not the other way around. At Nanming City, Yu Zhao replied. The Water Cloud Palace is located near Nanming City, which is her next destination. Chan Tiandong's eyes reflected disappointment. Nanming City lies in the far south, in stark contrast to the direction of the Chun family's location. Senior Yu, it seems we are fated not to accompany you. That I wish you safe travels and may all your wishes be fulfilled. Should you ever pass through Qishan City, please do visit the Chun family. We shall warmly welcome you, he concluded with a deep bow. With sincere regard, Chan Tiandong bowed deeply, and after Yu Zhao graciously accepted, she bid farewell to the Chun family. They hurriedly accompanied her, escorting her all the way to the entrance of the inn. Had it not been for Yu Zhao's repeated insistence, they would have even followed her to the city gates. Finally free from the enthusiastic Chun family, Yu Zhao exhaled a sigh of relief upon exiting the city gates. She glanced towards the sun's position and headed southward. Yet, within half an hour of walking along the main road, she encountered three familiar faces. The young Master Fan and his companions stared at Yu Zhao, their mouths agape in astonishment, stuck in indecision, unable to move. Fortunately, Yu Zhao showed no intention of engaging them and simply passed by, creating a refreshing breeze in her wake. The guard appeared as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity. Young master, she has departed, and gone far away. A sigh of relief escaped Fan Gongzi's lips, but soon he felt a chill creeping down his spine when he touched his back. He was astonished to find that the cold sweat had thoroughly dampened his garments. He involuntarily shivered. The world outside is truly terrifying. Within another inn in Blackwater City, a loud bang resonated as Wang Qian slammed his palm onto the table, shattering it into splinters and sending cups and dishes crashing to the floor. This is an intolerable affront. An egregious insult. Wang Qian's gaze fell upon the fourth-grade pill recipe nestled within his storage space, and instead of joy, his heart brimmed with fury and resentment. Tian Han and Guomingyan sat beside him, their heads bowed as they regarded their tea-stained robes and shoes in silence. Esteemed guest, shall we tidy the room? A servant, having heard the sound of shattering glassware, cautiously inquired at the doorway. Get lost. The servant recoiled, hastily retreating. Chapter 85. Additional payment. Weren't you two brimming with words before? Why the sudden silence now? Brother Tian, Brother Gua. The embers of anger within Wang Qian refused to extinguish as he cast a cold gaze upon the reticent Tian Han and Guomingyan. The two men exchanged glances, each discerning the mutual frustration reflected in the other's eyes. They had not anticipated that Yu Zhao would exhibit such a hardened demeanor in their presence, showing no mercy whatsoever. Now not only had they failed to exact their revenge, but they had also lost face. Guomingyan, mustering his courage, spoke up. Junior brother Wang, Yu Zhao is narrow-minded, cunning, and spiteful. Even with the esteemed Qing Yan Zhenren as her master, she will never amount to anything significant. Brother Tian speaks wisely. Junior brother Wang, do not allow a petty individual to provoke your ire. It is simply not worth it, Tian Han added, attempting to persuade him. Absolutely not. Wang Qian glared fiercely at them, his eyes dark and menacing. If Yu Zhao dares to provoke me, she shall face the consequences. The two men were taken aback. Junior brother Wang. Yu Zhao is a disciple of the Five Elements Tao sect, with a transformation god cultivator as her mentor. You must not act impulsively. Indeed, junior brother Wang. The great competition of the cultivation world is but 2 years hence. You may yet teach her a lesson then. Wang Qian smiled coldly. Oh, you think I would be foolish enough to confront her directly? He was not so arrogant as to believe he could contend with the Five Elements Dao sect. Instead, a brilliant plan had already begun to form in his mind, one that required the cooperation of Tianhan and Guomingyan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have divulged his scheme to them. Tianhan and Guomingyan breathed a sigh of relief. They had genuinely feared that Wang Qian would recklessly pursue a life-and-death confrontation with Zhao. With a glint of cunning in his eyes, Tianhan cautiously probed, "It seems, junior brother Wang, that you have devised a strategy. Is there a way in which I might assist you? I am duty-bound to help." Guomingyan took a step back, also expressing his loyalty to Wang Qian. Wang Qian forced a smile. "Since both of you have so graciously offered your assistance, I cannot decline. There are indeed areas where I require your support." At first, Tianhan and Guomingyan wore smiles, but as they listened further, a sense of foreboding settled over them. Wang Qian's implication was that they were to provide funds and effort while he remained in the shadows, merely spectating. Once the situation was laid bare, the two of them became the prime culprits. Tianhan and Guomingyan were inherently astute individuals. Before Wang Qian could finish his sentence, they grasped the peril of the situation, their faces betraying a hint of resistance. Wang Qian's countenance darkened. "What is this? Are you two brothers unwilling to assist me in this endeavor? If it weren't for you, why would I confront you, Zhao? Brothers, please do not burn the bridge after crossing it." The veiled threat in Wang Qian's tone was unmistakable in their interactions. He had always occupied the position of authority. Moreover, he was not wrong. Tianhan and Guomingyan naively believed they could extricate themselves from the confrontation with Zhao. It was rather simplistic of them. He would not allow them to easily distance themselves from the repercussions. Sensing Wang Qian's unwavering resolve, Tianhan and Guomingyan exchanged a bitter smile before finally nodding in agreement. "Very well, allow me to instruct you on the course of action. There exists an intelligence agency within Wanbage known as the Dark Pavilion of Heishui City." The seeker cast a glance at the impeccably concealed figure in black, whose eyes were the only visible part, then lowered his gaze to the task handed to him, the corner of his eye twitching slightly. The other's audacious behavior was truly eye-opening. Nevertheless, one could not deny that the individuals from Qingmu sect possessed considerable audacity. Daring to issue a bounty on the disciples of the Five Elements sect. This was indeed his first encounter with such a scenario. At that moment, a wooden plaque floated out through the door opening, successfully halting his departure. Tianhan eagerly seized the plaque, only to be rendered speechless. The plaque bore 3 bold characters: "Increase the payment." Tianhan hesitated that he could comprehend the Dark Pavilion's demand for additional funds. It was likely that only those reckless enough to risk their lives would dare pursue the direct disciples of the Five Elements sect. However, Wang Qian had already depleted his resources to acquire a 4th-grade pill formula, and the spirit stones for the task had been pooled together by Tianhan and Guomingyan. Now, with the Dark Pavilion's demand for more funds, it was evident that Tianhan and Guomingyan would have to contribute again. Reluctantly, Tianhan acquiesced to the Dark Pavilion's request, his retreating figure exuding an air of resentment. The seeker observed the spirit stones laid out on the tray, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The Dark Pavilion was well informed, having thoroughly investigated Zhao's recent circumstances well before Tianhan's arrival. The identity of Zhao as a direct disciple had long since lost its significance. He was now merely an inner disciple of the Five Elements sect without any proper mentorship. It was precisely based on this that the Dark Pavilion dared to accept the task released by Tianhan. Otherwise, no one would be willing to risk incurring the wrath of the foremost figure in the cultivation world for a mere handful of spirit stones. It simply wasn't worth the gamble. As for whether they would offend the Five Elements sect, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in the seeker's eyes. The Dark Pavilion was merely facilitating the task issuance. If the Five Elements sect sought retaliation, they should direct their ire towards Qingmu sect instead. Huff, huff, Feng Chonglang suddenly awoke, gasping for breath. A bead of sweat slowly trickled down his forehead. Weary, he raised his hand to cover his face. Another nightmare had plagued him. Feng Chonglang sat on the edge of his bed for a moment before rising and leaving the room, making his way to the inn's backyard. The night air was as cool as water. He gazed up at the moonlight above, his expression shrouded in ambiguity. Suddenly, a barely perceptible sound of footsteps approached from behind him. "Senior brother." Chuiju gazed at Feng Chonglang's hollow eyes, a wave of concern washing over him. Ever since they departed from the Five Elements Dao sect, the state of his senior brother had deteriorated day by day, a sight that weighed heavily on his heart. Just moments ago, he had caught a glimpse of his senior brother passing by outside the window, prompting him to follow. "Senior brother, could you enlighten me on what has transpired? Are you aware of your current actions?" Chuiju was not one to meddle in others' affairs. However, every individual on Due Peak held significant meaning for him. He could not stand idly by as his senior brother continued to languish. He yearned to help him unshackle the burdens that plagued his mind. Feng Chonglang remained silent, his gaze growing even more profound. Senior brother Cui Ju's indifferent countenance revealed a trace of worry as Feng Chonglang's eyes bore into him. A sudden tremor coursed through Cui Ju's body, evoking an inexplicable sense of dread. Chapter 86. Could it be that a heart demon has arisen? Do you believe in cause and effect? Feng Chonglang's voice was low and hoarse, imbued with an inexplicable chill that sent shivers down Cui Ju's spine. After a moment of silence, he forced a smile and replied, "Why do you pose such a question, senior brother?" Upon seeing Cui Ju's expression, Feng Chonglang discerned his disbelief and let out a deep sigh. "I just had a dream." Cui Ju was taken aback. Cultivators who grasped the Tao needed to cast aside their distractions and maintain a pure heart. Only those with impure thoughts would dream. His senior brother had always been the most steadfast in seeking the Tao among their peers. How could he be troubled by dreams? Feng Chonglang seemed oblivious to Cui Ju's bewilderment as he continued, "In the dream I was myself, yet somehow not myself." "Senior brother, dreams are mere illusions," Cui Ju interjected, unable to contain himself. Feng Chonglang cast a fleeting glance in his direction. "Until today I held a half-hearted belief, but in the dream besides myself and Xiao Lu there was another you. Tell me, did you and Xiao Lu have a disagreement regarding the medicinal garden?" A flicker of astonishment crossed Cui Ju's eyes, though he quickly regained his composure. "I did admonish Xiao Zhao concerning the medicinal garden, but upon reflection, I suspect I may have misunderstood her. It was Xiao Zhao who spoke to you, wasn't it?" Despite the reality of the poisoning incident in the medicinal garden, Cui Ju believed that Yu Zhao had not acted with malice, thus graciously shouldering the blame himself. Feng Chonglang shook his head, a bittersweet smile curving his lips, imbued with profound sorrow. "No, she said nothing to me. It was I who witnessed it in the dream." In the dream, Yu Zhao knelt before him and Cui Ju. Her body marred with wounds, crimson eyes revealing their biases. She had mentioned the medicinal garden, asserting that the poisoning was not her doing. Yet Cui Ju remained obstinate in his disbelief. The mere thought of it caused him a visceral ache. "Senior brother, that was merely a dream." Cui Ju struggled to comprehend Feng Chonglang's anguish and despair. "It was just a dream devoid of meaning." "That was no dream." Feng Chonglang bellowed. "It was a warning from the Tao." Cui Ju observed Feng Chonglang's possessed expression. Furrowing his brow, he suspected that his senior brother's resolve had faltered, leading to a heart demon, causing him to conflate dreams with reality, having been in seclusion for so long. Cui Ju was unaware of the events surrounding Yu Zhao. He would not comprehend senior brother. Cui Ju hesitated, words lingering on the tip of his tongue. However, Feng Chonglang had lost all desire to engage with him, leaving Cui Ju with no choice but to depart. Could it be possible that what the elder brother claimed was indeed true? This fleeting thought was swiftly extinguished by Cui Ju with merciless resolve. It was inconceivable. A dream remained a dream. How could it transform into reality? The elder brother must be ensnared by inner demons, causing him to lose his wits. It was his duty to concoct a potion to alleviate the elder brother's troubles. With a newfound determination, Cui Ju immediately began rummaging through his storage space and a desolate cave. Yu Zhao sat cross-legged, toying with a small purple flask in her hands. After a moment's contemplation, she appeared resolute. Inhaling deeply before gradually infusing her spiritual energy into the purple flask, familiar wisps of smoke ascended, swiftly morphing into the figure of a red-clad female cultivator. Her demeanor was fierce, head held high, exuding an innate aura of dominance that seemed to challenge the heavens. "Those who obstruct me shall perish." An overwhelming pressure enveloped the cave, causing fine dust to ripple outward, while Yu Zhao's robe fluttered as if stirred by an unseen wind, producing a resonant sound. Why Yu Zhao's pupils quivered. Despite her close scrutiny, she could discern no flaws in the illusion, as if a truly living senior expert stood before her. After a moment's reflection, she did not halt her efforts, continuing to channel her spiritual energy into the purple flask. As her internal energy waned, the flask showed no signs of response, seemingly having reached its limit. Why Yu Zhao furrowed her brows slightly. This scenario was, in fact, within her expectations. Had the purple flask possessed further mystical capabilities, Furong would have elaborated on them during the auction in Heishui City, and its base price would not have been merely 2 top-grade spirit stones. Yet, Yu Zhao was convinced that this purple flask was far from ordinary. She could not mistake the aura of the illusory tide technique. With this thought, she focused her mind, forming a single-handed seal and casting a spell of the illusory tide technique upon the purple flask. A flicker of spiritual light flashed and vanished into the flask. In an instant, golden light blazed forth, illuminating the dim cave as though it were day. The brilliance of the gold pierced Yu Zhao's eyes. prompting her to instinctively shut them when she reopened them. The golden light had dissipated, and the purple flask lay tranquil, as if all that had transpired was merely a figment of her imagination. Just as Yu Zhao was engulfed in confusion, the commanding voice of the red-clad woman's apparition resonated through the cave. Fated one, we have finally out. Why Yu Zhao was taken aback, her gaze darting to the suddenly speaking figure. The red-clad woman arched an eyebrow, surveying Yu Zhao with a knowing smirk. After a brief moment, she nodded in satisfaction, recognizing Yu Zhao's water spirit root and exceptional comprehension. She was indeed an ideal candidate for cultivating the illusory tide technique. Yu Zhao remained silent for a while, then respectfully clasped her hands. I humbly greet the Mingyue Sanren. Mingyue Sanren laughed heartily. You are quite perceptive. Do you not fear that this remnant soul might seize your body and usurp your cultivation? Yu Zhao met her gaze steadily, her voice firm and powerful. Mingyue Sanren, one who can create the selfless and desireless illusory tide technique, would not resort to such acts of usurpation. Those devoid of emotion do not harm themselves through the whims of likes and dislikes, often acting in accordance with nature without detriment to life. To have desires yet remain ungoverned by them, tranquil in essence, is the path of detachment. Excellent. You have comprehended 50% of the true tenet of the path of detachment. Mingyue Sanren clapped her hands in delight, visibly pleased. After I devised the illusory tide technique, I resolved to seek a disciple capable of inheriting my legacy. Yet, as humans are bound by the consumption of grains and the entanglements of emotions, liberation proves elusive. My prolonged inability to find a suitable disciple gave rise to desires within me. The words of the wandering moon, like a resounding alarm, echoed ceaselessly in the sea of consciousness of Yu Zhao. It is said that the great Tao encompasses myriad paths, all leading to the same destination. In the realm of cultivation, one often hears of practitioners ascending through the sword path, others through the blade path, and still others through the Confucian path. However, it is rare to hear of anyone ascending through the path of indifference, highlighting the arduous nature of its cultivation. Even the wandering moon, who created the illusory tide technique, ultimately succumbed to resentment, leading to the severance of his lifespan. Yu Zhao felt a pang of empathy, yet her countenance remained unchanged. Even though the road ahead was long and arduous, she harbored no fear. What is your name? The wandering moon inquired suddenly. Yu Zhao. Yu Zhao. Yu Zhao. A splendid name indeed. The wandering moon repeated her name several times with a slight smile. Yu Zhao, do you wish to become my direct disciple and henceforth identify as a disciple of the wandering moon? Chapter 87. The Master-Disciple Legacy. Disciple Yu Zhao pays homage to the Master. Yu Zhao lifted her robe and knelt, bowing her head. Having been expelled by the clear Yen true person, she was, after all, an inner disciple without a master and could naturally seek a new teacher. Moreover, as she practiced the illusory tide technique of the wandering moon, they effectively shared a master-disciple bond, even without the formal title. The act of apprenticeship served to remedy the absence of such a connection. The wandering moon watched with a smile as Yu Zhao completed the ritual of apprenticeship, having cultivated for a millennium, finally achieving fulfillment. Yu Zhao, thank you for realizing my wish. From this moment I, the wandering moon, shall have no regrets. As these words fell, a violet spiritual light entered Yu Zhao's brow. This encompasses all my insights and realizations, and it is the final aid I can offer you. Remember, the path to immortality is long, and one's heart for the Tao must endure. Upon the integration of the violet light into her sea of consciousness, Yu Zhao entered a peculiar state. Her spirit seemed to be extracted and subsequently infused into the body of a young girl. The girl appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old, possessing a delicate beauty with bright, clear phoenix eyes. Most importantly, she bore the water spirit root, a rare talent for cultivation. Her name was Mingyue. Over the course of a decade, she ventured beyond her family's small city in the western regions. Embarking on a journey through the realm of cultivation, she traversed many places, encountered numerous individuals, danced on the precipice of life and death multiple times, and seized countless great opportunities. Just as she believed she would continue her wanderings, she met a special man, a wandering soul that finally found a place to belong. Yu Zhao screamed frantically within Mingyue's body. Do not trust him. Do not trust the man. He intends to kill you. Unfortunately, Mingyue could not hear Yu Zhao's voice. She fell into the gentle web the man had woven for her and became ensnared within it, until the man with a short sword cruelly unveiled the truth. The man cultivated the path of indifference through the slaughter of wives, and Mingyue was his meticulously chosen sacrifice. And that moment, Yu Zhao heard the sound of shattering within Mingyue. Mingyue was comparable in cultivation to the man, her talent sufficient to overwhelm him. Even as she plunged the sword into his heart, she intuitively grasped the true nature of the path of indifference. From that moment forth, Mingyue was renamed Wandering Moon, and she created the illusory tide technique. The complete illusory tide technique is said to encompass 9 tiers. Regrettably, with my current capabilities, I can only comprehend the 5th tier. I hope that future practitioners will delve deeper and attain greater mastery. Master! Yu Zhao looked anxiously at Mingyue Sanren. The once vibrant illusion had now reverted to its domineering and fierce form. Yu Zhao understood that the last remnants of Mingyue Sanren's soul had dissipated from the realm of cultivation. A profound sorrow welled up within her as she bowed once more before the illusion. Although her encounter with her master was brief, during the process of inheritance, she had shared nearly a millennium with her, gaining not only the incantations of the first 5 tiers of the illusory tide technique, but also invaluable memories. After bidding farewell to Mingyue Sanren, Yu Zhao seated herself cross-legged to calm her emotions as the pangs of grief gradually peeled away from her being. Her state of mind underwent a sudden transformation. While witnessing Mingyue Sanren's tribulations, she too was undergoing her own trials. The myriad experiences of her past life faded into the sands of time, like morning dew or the traceless autumn waters. Suddenly, the sound of wind echoed within the enclosed stone cavern. The spiritual energy surrounding Yu Zhao surged violently, coalescing into a miniature vortex centered around her. The spiritual energies from all directions were drawn toward her with great fervor. During her time at the 5 Elements Dao sect, Yu Zhao had firmly established herself at the late foundation establishment stage, and through further external training, she had approached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, merely a step away from forming her golden core. According to her plans, she required at least another year of preparation to break through her current bottleneck. The torrential spiritual energy surged into her body through her limbs and orifices. She endured the intense pressure of her meridians expanding rapidly, guiding the energy to circulate through a full cycle within her body before directing it into her dantian. Subsequently, a substantial amount of spiritual energy was compressed, coalescing into droplets of spiritual liquid. Time passed without her awareness, and the spiritual liquid in her dantian had amassed to the size of a fist, taking on the rudimentary form of a golden core. Yu Zhao inhaled deeply, her gaze sharpening. With her experience, she understood that the most crucial step in forming the core was the condensation of the golden core itself. Once the core took shape, it would signify that she had one foot firmly planted in the golden core stage. However, Yu Zhao now faced a formidable challenge. Due to the abruptness of her breakthrough, she had not made prior preparations, and the spiritual energy in this location was exceedingly sparse. After a lengthy period of absorption, the external spiritual energy could no longer sustain her for the next step. Time was of the essence. A resolute determination flickered in Yu Zhao's eyes. She retrieved a pill and swallowed it before extracting all the spirit stones from her storage pouch, completely engulfing herself in their essence. Under the relentless onslaught of spiritual energy, a golden core gradually solidified. On this day, a sudden clap of thunder resonated in the remote mountains. Intense fluctuations of spiritual energy erupted. Nearby cultivators, alerted by the disturbance, rushed to the scene. Such a violent commotion could only mean the emergence of a rare treasure. One of the onlookers speculated with fervor, sprinting like lightning toward the source of the energy. Others, more cautious in nature, lingered at a distance, observing their surroundings with uncertainty. Just as they neared their destination, the once resounding fluctuations of spiritual energy abruptly ceased, leaving the desolate mountains in tranquil silence. Surely, someone must have arrived before us to seize the treasure. How is it that I feel the previous commotion seemed less like the birth of a treasure and more akin to a senior's breakthrough? Impossible! This desolate wilderness, with its meager spiritual energy, how could anyone choose to break through here? The crowd buzzed with fervent discussions, their voices intertwining in a cacophony. Enough of the noise, let's see for ourselves, declared one, leading the charge forward. The others, upon witnessing this, immediately followed suit. Yet, scarcely had they taken a few steps outside when a terrifying pressure surged forth, overwhelming them before they could even react. They were forcefully crushed into the ground by an immense force. Those who obstruct me shall perish. A cold feminine voice resonated. Predecessor, please quell your wrath. We beseech your mercy. They were acutely aware of their reckless intrusion into the sanctum of a revered elder, and panic seized them as they desperately pleaded for clemency. Among them, the more knowledgeable speculated about the elder's profound cultivation, their hearts filled with regret. Who could have imagined that such a formidable nascent soul practitioner would choose to retreat in such a remote location? It was truly astonishing, utterly unfathomable. Chapter 88. Regrets of the past. Just as the numerous cultivators trembled in trepidation and lamented their folly, they remained oblivious to the fact that the elder they spoke of had already taken flight on the wind. 1,000 miles away in the high skies, a tall figure wove through the clouds. Her features were striking. Clad in a simple robe, with raven tresses dancing amidst the mist, accentuating her snow-white skin. This individual was none other than Zhao. Having secluded herself for half a year, she had finally achieved the golden core stage, a decade ahead of her previous life's timeline. The purple gold pot crafted by her master was indeed extraordinary, capable of conjuring illusions that adapted according to one's cultivation level. After inheriting the legacy of the Mingyue Wanderer, Zhao understood the correct method to acknowledge the purple gold pot as her own, refining it with her golden core prowess, allowing the illusions to emanate power comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator. Zhao could already envision the amusing scenarios that would unfold when she summoned the purple gold pot during battle. Moreover, she eagerly anticipated the day she could personally forge a life-bound magical treasure that would harmoniously align with her illusory tide technique after obtaining the celestial fairy. However, her immediate objective was to journey to Nanming City and investigate the ruins of Shuiyun Palace, hoping to uncover clues related to Shui Qingyue. Perhaps driven by a sense of urgency, her flying speed quickened, transforming her into a radiant streak of light that vanished into the horizon Qingmu sect. Wang Qian exited the alchemy chamber, only to collide with Mu Yi, who was on her way to concoct pills. His expression darkened, and he let out a heavy snort. Unfazed, Mu Yi disregarded him entirely, gliding past without a glance. Wang Qian, feeling insulted by her indifference, erupted in fury. Mu Yi, halt! You haven't even assumed the role of the young sect master yet, so why flaunt such airs? Wang Qian, if you're unwell, take more elixirs, stop manifesting your hysteria before me daily. Mu Yi retorted, rolling her eyes. It was not that she wished to be harsh, but Wang Qian's petty demeanor and his incessantly sarcastic remarks made communication arduous. After several futile attempts to engage with him, she resolved to cease any polite discourse. Mu Yi, don't think that just because the sect master favors you, you'll be able to ascend to the position of young sect master. You simply lack the qualifications. Wang Qian bellowed. Mu Yi fell silent, reflecting on why she preferred to ignore Wang Qian. Despite him instigating the conflict, he had the audacity to blame her while dragging in the matter of the young sect master, rendering any dialogue impossible. Wang Qian, let me reiterate, the position of young sect master will be determined by our respective abilities. If you can surpass me in the disciple assessment, I shall wholeheartedly acknowledge your superiority. But if you fail, then keep your mouth shut. Do you understand? Mu Yi and Wang Qian are both disciples of the Dan Hall, at the same stage of foundation establishment, and their time of initiation is scarcely different, which often leads to comparisons between them. Mu Yi accepts this well, for it is the pressure that fuels her motivation. Having a rival of equal standing only serves to ignite her competitive spirit. Alas, Wang Qian, on the other hand, harbors a completely contrary attitude, viewing her as a thorn in his side, frequently seeking to provoke her, much to her annoyance. Fortunately, she only needs to endure for another year until the time of the disciple assessment at the Qingmu sect's Dan Hall arrives. The sect leader has already declared that the victor of the assessment will become the next young master of the Qingmu sect. This opportunity is perfectly suited for her and Wang Qian to settle their scores. Mu Yi, I am certain I will win. Just wait for the moment you bow down to me. Wang Qian declared with fierce determination before storming off. Mu Yi frowned in disdain, inwardly lamenting why she could not encounter trustworthy peers like senior sister Zhao or Zhao from the Five Elements sect. Alas! This marks the 132nd time she has regretted joining the Qingmu sect. Meanwhile, Wang Qian was also pondering the name Zhao. He had been in seclusion refining pills for 3 months, and surely there must be new developments from the Wanbao Pavilion. He sent a message to Guomingyan and Tianhan through a communication talisman, arranging a meeting half an hour later. The three convened in Wang Qian's secluded chamber. Wang Qian cast a sidelong glance at the two, his expression cold as ice. What is the situation at Wanbao Pavilion? Is Zhao alive or dead? His voice diminished under Wang Qian's furious gaze. Wang Qian felt an urge to explode. 6 months. It had already been 6 months. He could not even locate Zhao's associates. What were those people doing? Wasn't Wanbao Pavilion renowned for fulfilling requests? Is this how they conduct their business? Having just endured a torrent of frustration from Mu Yi, he had envisioned venting his anger through Zhao's plight. However, after refining 2 batches of pills, not a single trace of Zhao had emerged. What then was the point of the bounty he had issued? Junior brother Wang, anger is detrimental to your health. Calm yourself. Why Zhao will certainly not escape. Guomingyan, witnessing Tianhan being berated, could not help but intervene. Wang Qian turned his gaze towards him, slightly lifting his chin, indicating for him to continue. Guomingyan poured a cup of hot tea and pushed it towards Wang Qian, then proceeded to clarify, the last time I accompanied Tianhan to Wanbao Pavilion, I made a point to inquire. The task was taken by the 4 gentlemen of plum, orchid, bamboo and chrysanthemum, who possess a 100% success rate in assassination. Their average cultivation level is at the mid-stage of the golden core. Among them, gentleman may excels in tracking. With him on the case, even if Yu Zhao were to flee to the ends of the earth, she would not evade their pursuit. Wang Qian's expression shifted slightly. Are the 4 gentlemen truly as formidable as you claim? Absolutely, Guomingyan emphasized. Though their reputation is modest within the sect, they are renowned among loose cultivators, and no one dares to provoke them. If Yu Zhao crosses paths with them, she faces certain doom. Wang Qian fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, Guomingyan spoke mysteriously. In truth, the longer this task drags on, the more advantageous it becomes for us. What do you mean by that? Wang Qian, my junior brother, consider this. Yu Zhao has just become our enemy, and shortly after leaving the city he was brutally slain in the desolate wilderness. The disciples of the 5 elements Tao sect will undoubtedly cast their suspicions upon us. However, now that more than half a year has passed, who can say what new adversaries Yu Zhao may have provoked during his time outside? His death cannot be pinned on us. Wang Qian and Tian Han felt a surge of spirits. Indeed, the earlier Yu Zhao met his demise, the greater their suspicion would loom over them. Should the esteemed Qingyan Zhanren intervene personally and demand a thorough investigation, the Qingmu sect might struggle to safeguard them. To be why a twist of fate, Yu Zhao had lived an additional 6 months, rendering their situation all the more secure. Brother Gua, I was right about you. Wang Qian exclaimed joyfully, patting Guomingyan on the shoulder with gratitude. Guomingyan and Tian Han exhaled in relief, fully aware that this hurdle had been overcome. There is an old saying, accompanying a monarch is akin to accompanying a tiger. They were currently acutely aware of its truth. Being in Wang Qian's company was a trial of willpower that surpassed even their cultivation. Had it not been for their exclusion from Mu Ye's close circle, they would never have sought refuge with Wang Qian. How they regretted their earlier choices. Chapter 89. The 4 gentlemen of plum, orchid, bamboo and chrysanthemum. Guomingyan was not mistaken. The 4 gentlemen of plum, orchid, bamboo and chrysanthemum were indeed worthy of their reputation. Merely half a month after Yu Zhao's emergence from seclusion, they employed special tracking techniques to locate his whereabouts and pursued him relentlessly. Ultimately, they caught up with Yu Zhao on a desolate mountain, 1,000 miles from Nanming City. Initially, Yu Zhao presumed the 4 were merely passers-by and attempted to evade them, only to find them swiftly forming a square formation, encircling her. Young lady, you have made it quite difficult for us to find you, spoke one of the women, her beauty delicate and graceful, yet donned in masculine attire, adorned with embroidered patterns of green bamboo. Her every gesture exuded an air of scholarly elegance. The intentions of our visitors are not benevolent. Yu Zhao maintained an outward calm, while inwardly she remained on high alert. Bamboo June, why waste words on her? Just eliminate her, another woman echoed, her attire mirroring that of Bamboo June, though her robe was emblazoned with dark chrysanthemums, her brow etched with a fierce aura. Ha. A stunning woman, adorned with red plum blossoms, giggled with a playful pout. Chrysanthemum June is always so hasty. This little girl has caused us to waste quite some time. Shouldn't we at least enjoy a little game with her? The remaining female cultivator, though silent, wore an expression of agreement. Observing the distinct attire and their mutual titles, Yu Zhao spoke with a grave tone. So you are indeed the 4 gentlemen of plum, orchid, bamboo and chrysanthemum. Having lived a full life, Yu Zhao's experiences surpassed those of novice disciples venturing out for training. The 4 gentlemen of plum, orchid, bamboo and chrysanthemum were the foremost assassin organization within the dark pavilion, presenting as men while being women, taking their names from the 4 plants and priding themselves on their gentlemanly demeanor. However, the first time Yu Zhao had heard of them had been upon receiving news of their demise. The 4 gentlemen accepted any task that met their financial satisfaction, leading to tragic ends when vengeful kin of their previous victims sought retribution. Upon recognizing them, Yu Zhao immediately realized that someone had placed a bounty on her head within the dark pavilion. As for the identity of the one who issued this bounty, a glint of coldness flashed in Yu Zhao's eyes. Zhu Jun, seemingly oblivious to the origins of a bamboo folding fan that she suddenly produced, swiftly unfurled it with a flourish, shaking her head with an air of confidence. Indeed, we are the 4 gentlemen of plum, orchid, bamboo and chrysanthemum, and I am Zhu Jun. The female cultivator clad in crimson plum attire offered a gentle smile. Proclaiming, I am Mei Jun, I am Lan Jun, echoed another, draped in the elegant garb of orchids. Lastly, the cultivator adorned in dark chrysanthemum attire let out a disdainful snort, yet dutifully intoned, I am Zhu Jun. Yu Zhao interjected. There is no need for such elaborate introductions. My lady, do you still harbor unfulfilled wishes? Zhu Jun is willing to grant you an extra half of an incense stick's worth of time to rectify any regrets. So as not to traverse this mundane world in vain with her bamboo fan in hand, Zhu Jun spoke with an air of scholarly elegance, reminiscent of a pedantic scholar. Ye Zhao, observing her, sensed a hint of pretentiousness. After a brief moment of silence, she sincerely inquired before the quartet, retrieving a lotus incense burner from her storage bag, "May I light a stick of incense? That incense is poisonous." Zhu Jun's eyes flashed with malice as she swiftly drew a flying sword from her waist. Unleashing a surge of sword energy directed at Ye Zhao with a silent sigh, Ye Zhao deftly evaded the onslaught. Frustrated by her failure to land a strike, Zhu Jun exclaimed, "Zhu Jun, Lan Jun, what are you waiting for? Eliminate her." Zhu Jun's urgency stemmed not only from her inherently volatile nature but also from the realization that when they had accepted this task, Ye Zhao had still been at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. In merely half a year, she had ascended to the realm of golden core cultivation, her swift progress inciting a sense of trepidation in Zhu Jun. With Zhu Jun already engaged in battle, the other three hesitated no longer. Zhu Jun wielded her fan as her magical artifact, exhaling a stream of spiritual energy that animated the depicted bamboo leaves, which began to writhe like insects. Following this, a flurry of ink-black bamboo leaves tore through the paper, coalescing before Zhu Jun. "Go," she commanded, as a multitude of bamboo leaves shot forth like a torrential rain of arrows toward Ye Zhao. Simultaneously, Lan Jun summoned her own magical artifact, a magnificent orchid, its petals glistening with a crystalline sheen, interspersed with delicate red veins. "Seal," she declared, and an array of crimson threads surged forth from the orchid, weaving through the air to form a constricting barrier around Ye Zhao's position. Mei Jun remained passive, favoring the art of tracking, and stood back, observing the unfolding drama. 3 Golden Core cultivators simultaneously launched their attacks, confident that they could easily subdue a mere newly promoted Golden Core practitioner. Yet, the next moment, Mei Jun was met with a stark realization. Under the barrage of their assaults, Ye Zhao not only maintained her composure but also bore a mysterious smile upon her face. Her ascension to the Golden Core realm signified that her Huanqiju had reached the 3rd tier, granting her the ability to fabricate illusions without reliance on incense. Unusual waves of spiritual energy radiated outward, unnoticed by Zhu Jun and her companions, as their consciousnesses were drawn into Ye Zhao's illusionary realm. Amidst the suspended sword energies, bamboo leaves, and crimson threads, the entire space seemed to freeze in time. "Little Zhu, as a woman, you ought not to contend with your brother. Heed your mother's words and remain at home to cultivate under the guidance of the family elder, allowing your brother to pursue the path of longevity." In a hazy state, Zhu Jun heard a voice whispering in her ear. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a stern visage. "Mothered," she instinctively murmured, her heart filled with reluctance. Yet, for reasons unknown, upon gazing at her mother's stern and unsmiling visage, she could only acquiesce in silence. The days spent in seclusion at home, honing her skills, proved to be more torturous than she had ever anticipated. The family's esteemed elder harbored disdain for her feminine identity, treating her with palpable coldness, while dedicating his efforts solely to instructing her male cousins. Zhu Jun yearned to persuade her mother that, even if she could not join the Congxin sect, attending a lesser sect would be preferable to remaining confined at home. However, no matter how she articulated her plea, her mother remained resolute in her opposition, ultimately resorting to locking her away, forbidding her from even stepping outside. A year passed. Then Zhu Jun huddled in the shadows, the prolonged absence of light rendering her complexion a sickly pallor. Her eyes appeared vacant, her countenance haggard, and deep within her soul resided an indescribable anguish. No. This is not how her life should unfold. Zhu Jun instinctively recognized the abnormality of her plight, yet she could not delve deeply into her thoughts. The mere notion of inquiry sent waves of excruciating pain through her mind, as if her consciousness were being torn asunder. The schism between reality and perception induced frequent hallucinations, where at times she found herself as a merciless assassin, and at others as the forsaken daughter of her family, trapped within the confines of her home. In the end, she could no longer discern which realm was the illusion and which was reality, drifting aimlessly while time slipped away unnoticed. Chapter 90. She is Zhu Jun. Lan Jun, Mei Jun, and Zhu Jun experienced different illusions, yet they too were ensnared, unable to extricate themselves. Ye Zhao's surprise, the only one steadfast in her resolve, capable of piercing through the illusions, was the most tempestuous and impulsive among the 4 gentlemen. Zhu Jun, she was drenched in sweat, as if she had just emerged from water, her eyes shining with an extraordinary brightness. After a considerable moment, Zhu Jun finally shook off the negative emotions brought on by the illusions. Surveying her surroundings, she beheld Zhu Jun and the others with their eyes closed, their expressions filled with dread. their bodies trembling slightly. Flames of fury blazed in Zhu Jun's eyes. Why you Zhao? You shall pay. Zhu Jun let out a fierce howl towards the heavens, brandishing her sword and charging directly at Yu Zhao. If she could eliminate Yu Zhao, the illusion would shatter. Why Yu Zhao pivoted on her toes, retreating swiftly. Zhu Jun pursued relentlessly, and upon realizing that she could not close the distance, she abruptly halted, her breath surging as the chrysanthemums on her robes fluttered wildly in the air. In an instant, she wielded her sword and executed a downward slash. A nearly tangible wave of sword energy erupted forth, imbued with boundless murderous intent, aimed squarely at Yu Zhao. The sword energy howled, producing a series of sonic booms. A chill crept down Yu Zhao's spine, every fiber of her being screaming of impending danger. Illusion. She swiftly formed a series of hand seals, her form flickering as a shadow identical to her emerged from within her being. Then came the second shadow, the third. In the blink of an eye, 15 duplicates of Yu Zhao materialized beside her, each exuding an aura indistinguishable from the original. The next moment, all 16 Yu Zhaos dispersed simultaneously, darting in various directions to evade. Zhu Jun stood dumbfounded. Even with her divine sense probing, she could not discern which one was Yu Zhao's true self. The previous strike had nearly depleted half of her spiritual energy, and if she could not severely injure Yu Zhao, the situation would undoubtedly turn against her. Divide for me. Zhu Jun extended her arm, her fingers clenched into a fist, and the rapidly advancing sword energy abruptly came to a halt. Then she suddenly opened her fingers, causing the massive sword energy to swiftly fragment into 16 smaller beams. Begone! She waved her hand, and 16 strands of sword energy each pursued one of Yu Zhao's avatars. After executing this maneuver, Zhu Jun's complexion flushed crimson, and her lips turned pale. Forcing a change in her attack midair was an exhausting endeavor. Had it not been for her desire to swiftly eliminate Yu Zhao, she would not have resorted to such a self-destructive method of inflicting damage. Yet, witnessing Yu Zhao's desperate flight under the relentless pursuit of the sword energy brought her a sense of delight. At that moment, one strand of sword energy caught up with Yu Zhao, unhesitatingly aiming for her vulnerable back. With a resounding crash, Yu Zhao's figure transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing into the air. It was an avatar. Although Zhu Jun felt a twinge of disappointment, she understood that locating the real Yu Zhao among the 16 avatars was no trivial task. If she failed to slay Yu Zhao this time, she would be forever trapped in a nightmare named Yu Zhao. Thus, Yu Zhao must die. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the avatars dissipated. Zhu Jun's grip on her sword tightened with renewed determination. Ultimately, all 15 avatars vanished, leaving only one figure still evading capture. Found it! Zhu Jun rejoiced without hesitation. She infused her remaining spiritual energy into her flying sword and struck down once more. Another strand of sword energy materialized, though it appeared late. Its speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it surged forward, striking Yu Zhao's body before she could even register her triumph. In an instant, Yu Zhao's figure shattered with a resounding crash, breaking apart into yet another avatar. How could this be? Zhu Jun was left speechless in shock. None of the 16 avatars were the real Yu Zhao. Where had she gone? Just as the thought arose in her mind, a cool feminine voice resonated from behind her. Are you looking for me? Zhu Jun's expression shifted dramatically as she instinctively thrust her sword backward. The flying sword grazed past Yu Zhao's body, the fierce sword energy slicing a small gash in her robe. Yu Zhao remained composed, flicking her fingers to release a flickering beam of spiritual light. In an instant, the light darted into Zhu Jun's body. That moment, the scenes within Zhu Jun's eyes underwent a subtle transformation. Though she remained oblivious to it, she turned around, warily gazing into the distance, where 3 of Yu Zhao's avatars stood. Zhu Jun clenched her teeth, positioning her sword before her, while her left fingertip traced down the blade. Leaving a trail of blood soon, the residual blood was devoured by the flying sword, and a dense aura of malevolence permeated the air, mingling with an almost imperceptible scent of blood. A sinister smile crept across Zhu Jun's face as she snarled, "Prepare to die with that." A flurry of sword lights crisscrossed through the air, as if intent on shredding the very fabric of the world into fragments. Ah! Accompanied by anguished cries, blood erupted forth. The scent of blood intensified in the atmosphere. Zhu Jun gazed at Yu Zhao, who lay in a pool of blood, laughing maniacally. Ha ha! Yu Zhao, no matter how cunning your schemes, death is inevitable. Yu Zhao's cold voice pierced through from behind her. Is that so? Then look closely at who stands before you. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jun instinctively felt an inexplicable sense of resistance rising within her. Before she could ponder further, it was as if someone had lifted the veil of mist obscuring her vision, rendering it clearer than ever before. She beheld Zhu Jun, Lan Jun, and Mei Jun sprawled on the ground, their breaths faint, their bodies marred with wounds inflicted by sword energy, not a single unscathed spot remaining. No? No! No! Zhujuan shook her head furiously, repeatedly uttering the word no, unable to accept the reality before her. The lethality of sword cultivators is inherently the strongest among peers of the same cultivation level, and compounded by the fact that Zhujun and her companions were ensnared in an illusion, they were utterly defenseless, resulting in grievous casualties. Mei Jun and Lan Jun fell one after the other, leaving Zhujun barely clinging to life. Just an hour ago the four gentlemen, Mei, Lan, Zhu and Zhu, had been full of vigor. Now only Zhu remained standing. Zhu held her head in despair. Emitting a wail of hopelessness, she had slain her closest companions with her own hands. She was a sinner. Under the relentless psychological assault, Zhu's resolve shattered, and ultimately, she chose to take her own life with her sword die. The moment her body fell, a singular thought echoed in her mind. In the next life, let her not encounter cultivators of illusion again. Bang! The dust settled. Yu Zhao walked past the lifeless Zhu and slowly approached the only one still gasping for breath, Zhujun. With great difficulty, Zhujun lifted her eyelids, mustering her last ounce of strength, and softly asked Yu Zhao, Am I Zhujun or just Xiaozhu? Yu Zhao remained silent for a moment before replying. You are Zhujun. Aha! A look of relief shone in Zhujuan's eyes as she laughed. Despite the blood spilling from her mouth, how wonderful, she was Zhujun, the female assassin who roamed the realm of cultivation, not the little Zhu trapped within the confines of her home. A smile graced Zhujuan's face as her gaze gradually dimmed. Chapter 91. Is it not you, Lan Ziyu, who favor some over others? This was not Yu Zhao's first experience with taking a life. In her previous life, she was expelled from the Five Elements Dao sect, reduced to a stray dog, and became a public enemy in the realm of cultivation. Countless individuals sought her demise to curry favor with Ye Congxin. Yu Zhao did not wish to die, and thus her hands were stained with the blood of those who sought to kill her. Though they had never met, the outcome was a matter of survival. Either they would die or she would. This life was no different. She did not desire to kill, yet others sought her life. Caught between the choices of killing or being killed, she had no alternative. Witnessing the four lives ebb away before her eyes inevitably stirred something within her, intensifying her resolve to grow stronger to avoid becoming prey. She must become the sharpest of blades. Yu Zhao exhaled deeply, calming the tumult within her heart, and began to tidy up the aftermath. The four gentlemen, Mei, Lan, Zhu and Zhu, were renowned assassins in the realm of cultivation, amassing considerable wealth through their deeds, all of which now fell into Yu Zhao's possession. After thoroughly scavenging their storage spaces, she used her spiritual energy to dig a pit in the desolate mountain and buried the four corpses. She then departed, leaving chaos in her wake. The tasks issued by the Dark Pavilion would remain on the task board until completed or cancelled by the issuer, meaning that after the failure of the Mei, Lan, Zhu and Zhu mission, others could still undertake it. Yu Zhao left traces of battle as a message to the Dark Pavilion. I am not afraid of you, bring it on. Utterly audacious. The administrators of the Dark Pavilion, upon grasping the message left by Yu Zhao, felt a complex mix of emotions. One could only say that Yu Zhao's demeanor aligned perfectly with the information they had gathered. If she were not an arrogant and reckless individual, how would she dare defy her master, ultimately being expelled from the sect? Even attending the auction, she could not remain composed, publicly embarrassing the disciples of the Qingmu sect. What they least expected was that Yu Zhao's combat prowess was astonishingly formidable, capable of single-handedly eliminating the most skilled assassin from their Dark Pavilion. The pivotal point was that Yu Zhao was less than 6 months away from her ascension to the Golden Core stage. How did she achieve such remarkable strength? Could it be that all disciples of the Five Elements Dao sect are prodigies? The leader of the Dark Pavilion felt a twinge of regret. Had he known this beforehand, he would not have been tempted by the few high-grade spirit stones to take on this troublesome task. Master, the four gentlemen of Milan Jugu have perished. Shall we continue the mission to hunt down Yu Zhao? Inquired one of the black-clad subordinates hesitantly. The leader of the Dark Pavilion pondered for a moment before responding coldly. Convey the information to the Qingmu sect, and see how they wish to proceed. If they choose to continue, inform them that the remuneration will require an increase. The mission had already been dispatched. Those who ought to be informed were aware, and it was too late to withdraw now. He decided to cast the dilemma onto the Qingmu sect, allowing them to grapple with it. The black-clad man frowned. Master, this may not adhere to protocol. The disciples of the Five Elements Dao sect are not to be trifled with, nor can we afford to provoke those from the Qingmu sect. This matter would remain confidential. Even if it meant swallowing their grievances, they would not disclose it. The leader remained unfazed. From the moment the disciples of the Qingmu sect stepped into the dark pavilion, they had unwittingly handed over a significant leverage. Should others discover that the disciples of the Qingmu sect had commissioned a killing of the 5 elements Dao sect's disciples, the Qingmu sect's reputation would be utterly tarnished. And would the hired killer find any favor in such a scenario? Hence, the leader of the dark pavilion was not at all fearful of Wang Qian and his associates seeking trouble. Upon hearing this, the black-clad man found the leader's reasoning quite sound, and thus, without hesitation, he accepted the orders and departed smack. Su Ming spread his hands wide, observing the massive mosquito beast resting in his palm. His face turning pale with rage, he suddenly rose, his expression furious. "Senior brother, how much longer must we endure in this cursed place?" They had been ensconced in this swampy forest teeming with serpents, insects, and vermin for a full 3 months. Not only had they not encountered Yu Zhao, but even other wandering cultivators were a rarity each day. They struggled against the incessant onslaught of the insatiable insect beasts, and Su Ming had long since grown weary of such a life. Today, provoked by the mosquito beast, his pent-up emotions erupted in a torrent. Fang Chonglang, seated cross-legged upon a sturdy branch without casting a glance in Su Ming's direction, replied coolly, "I warned you not to follow, yet you chose to ignore my counsel. Now that you wish to leave this place, you may do so at your own discretion, senior brother." Su Ming understood that enduring the hardships of the swamp forest was his own choice, and he could not place the blame on his senior. However, Fang Chonglang had always been the most magnanimous and supportive among their peers, the very backbone of their brotherhood. Su Ming's complaints were, in truth, a veiled plea for comfort from his senior. To his astonishment, Fang Chonglang's response contradicted his expectations entirely, leaving Su Ming both shocked and enraged, coupled with an indescribable sense of unease. That it seemed as though his senior was no longer the same as before. Would he, like Yu Xiaozhao, gradually distance himself from them? Lan Ziyu and Cui Ju exchanged grave glances, both sensing that Fang Chonglang was increasingly unwell, plagued not only by nightmares but also growing distant in his demeanor. It felt as if an invisible barrier had formed between them, one that had not been there before. "Senior brother, third brother bears you no ill will. Please do not take offense." Ye Congxin stood up, her heart trembling with trepidation. She was well protected by Lan Ziyu and several others, adorned with defensive talismans and medicinal pouches for repelling insects. Despite being in the filthy swamp forest, she remained untainted by dirt. Upon hearing her voice, Fang Chonglang's expression did not soften. Rather, it grew increasingly austere. Ye Congxin bit her lip, presenting a visage of extreme grievance. In truth, boundless resentment surged within her heart, particularly concerning Cui Ju. Her fondness for him had reached a staggering 85 points. Just 5 more, and she would be able to draw upon his fortune. Yet, Fang Chonglang remained indifferent, his favorability towards her continually diminishing. Yesterday, when she checked her standing with Fang Chonglang, she was astonished to discover that it had plummeted to a mere 20 points. Ye Congxin was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Her intention in stepping forward was not to mediate the conflict between Fang Chonglang and Su Ming, but rather to enhance her favorability with Cui Ju and the others. Indeed, upon witnessing Fang Chonglang's disregard for Ye Congxin, Cui Ju and Lan Ziyu appeared subtly displeased. The junior sister, delicate and frail, persisted in waiting with them in the perilous swamp forest for Yu Zhao, demonstrating her pure-heartedness and thoughtfulness. It was understandable that the elder brother did not express anything extra, but why must he treat her with such coldness? "Elder brother, Yu Zhao is our junior sister, and Ye Congxin is also our junior sister. Why should you show favoritism?" Lan Ziyu asked, her expression grave. "Favoritism?" Fang Chonglang chuckled lightly. "Isn't it you, Lan Ziyu, who is being biased? Since both Yu Zhao and Ye Congxin are junior sisters, why do you call Yu Zhao by her given name while referring to Ye Congxin as junior sister?" Chapter 92. Nanming City. Those embroiled in the situation are often blinded. While the bystanders see clearly, Fang Chonglang had never perceived any disparity in his treatment of Yu Zhao and Ye Congxin to him. Both were his junior sisters, and he even felt a closer affinity to Yu Zhao due to her longer tenure in the sect. It was only when Yu Zhao indignantly distanced herself from them and voluntarily left the sect that he became aware of the unintentional bias that had crept into his actions. Yet, at that moment, he still did not fully awaken, sometimes harboring resentment towards Yu Zhao for making a mountain out of a molehill. Countless nightmares ultimately jolted him from his self-deception. A mistake is a mistake. They may not have harbored malice, but the pain inflicted upon Yu Zhao was real and indelible. The more clear-headed Fang Chonglang became, the greater his anguish. Tragically, others could not comprehend his suffering and instead criticized him just as they did Yu Zhao. For the sake of Yu Zhao, for the sake of fairness, Fang Chonglang was unwilling to remain silent any longer. "I have always addressed her that way. he stated. Lan Ziyu was momentarily taken aback by Fang Qinglong's inquiry. Instinctively defending herself. Has it always been so, therefore it is correct? Fang Qinglang pressed relentlessly. She sought to make Fang Qinglang share in her discomfort. Fang Qinglong's heart felt as though it were being rent asunder. Yet his countenance betrayed no emotion. You are not wrong. Thus I am here to atone for my sins. Have you ever considered what you are here for? Lan Ziyu was rendered speechless. Cui Ju and Su Ming also lowered their gazes. Their thoughts may have varied, but their ultimate purpose remained the same. The 7 of Du Peak, none may be absent however. The weight of the term atonement was too burdensome for them to accept. Master brother, second master brother, please cease your quarrel on my behalf. I am willing to remain. Ye Congxin's eyes shimmered with mist, her nose slightly reddened, casting a pitiable gaze at the gathered crowd. Lan Ziyu huffed in response. Turning her head away. Ye Congxin's words provided him with a convenient excuse to withdraw. Fang Qinglang maintained a cold demeanor. Offering no comment, Su Ming, filled with despair, lowered his head, his eyes clouded with confusion. The South Sea, also known as Nanming, teems with mythical beasts, while islands dot its expanse. Each year, countless cultivators flock to this locale to hunt these creatures, seeking to obtain their demon cores or to navigate to the islands in search of treasures. Consequently, the city of Nanming, which lies adjacent to these waters, has flourished, earning the moniker of the foremost city in the southern domain. According to the clues gathered by Yu Zhao, the remnants of the Shuiyun Palace are situated outside Nanming City. With a rough location indicated, yet lacking in further details, she resolved to first visit Nanming City to inquire further, hoping to uncover more valuable information. Whether it was due to the intimidation of the Dark Guild's assassins or their failure to locate Yu Zhao, she encountered no ambushes on her journey to the city. Instead, she crossed paths with a few ill-intentioned cultivators who attempted to waylay her for robbery. However, upon realizing they could not discern her cultivation level, they wisely retreated into hiding, making no appearance. Yu Zhao paid them no mind and pressed onward to Nanming City. Perhaps due to its coastal proximity, the city walls were adorned with an abundance of shells, fish scales and bones, and upon closer inspection, one could detect a faint scent of the sea. Joining the queue of cultivators entering the city, Yu Zhao curiously examined the coastal-themed streets when a bright, youthful voice chimed in front of her. Elder, do you require a guide? Very affordable, only 5 low-grade spirit stones for a day. Upon glancing down, Yu Zhao beheld a round-faced, sun-kissed girl, clutching her garments tightly, appearing quite anxious, yet speaking with clarity. Are you a local cultivator? The girl exhibited a faint ripple of spiritual energy within her, likely at the second level of qi refinement, so referring to her as a cultivator was not inaccurate. The girl, slightly embarrassed, felt her cheeks flush, though not overtly noticeable, and summoned her courage to nod. What is your name? I am called Xiaohong. A flicker of surprise crossed Yu Zhao's eyes as she observed the girl's attire. This is my first visit to Nanming City, and I happen to be in need of a guide. You shall suffice. Thank you, Elder. Thank you, Elder, Xiaohong exclaimed, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. Yu Zhao lifted her with spiritual energy, saying, let us proceed. Introduce me to Nanming City. Of course, Elder. As Yu Zhao led the way, Xiaohong followed closely, softly explaining the customs and unique features of Nanming City. Built by the sea, the shops lining the streets offered not only basic cultivation tools such as magical artifacts and talismans but also various forms of marine beast remains. Yu Zhao soon laid eyes on a grotesque sea creature. Its body towering above 2 stories. It resembled a fish yet bore a sharp beak and formidable teeth, with its forehead and chin protruding, akin to 2 fleshly lumps squished together, so hideous that merely gazing upon it could provoke nightmares in children. Upon noticing that Yu Zhao was intrigued by the unsightly fish, Xiaohong took the initiative to approach and introduced. Senior, this sea creature is known as the meatball sea monster. Despite its unattractive appearance, its strength in the ocean rivals that of a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, capable of effortlessly overturning a ship. Furthermore, its flesh is exceedingly delicate, and it is said that long-term consumption can enhance one's complexion and beauty. To these words, Yu Zhao couldn't help but steal another glance at the meatball sea monster. However, her eyes twitched, prompting her to quickly avert her gaze. Xiaohong, breaking into a grin, immediately realized her error and hastily covered her mouth, adopting a serious demeanor. Yu Zhao chose to ignore her subtle antics and continued walking forward. In the center of the street stood an impressive 5-story building, with a deep blue banner hanging from a flagpole outside, devoid of any words, instead adorned with an image of a mermaid with a fish tail. Yu Zhao halted her steps, pondering what establishment lay before her. Upon noticing, Xiaohong's face lit up with pride. Senior, that is the renowned mermaid pavilion of our South Sea, where all treasures are sourced from the South Sea. Intrigued, Yu Zhao proceeded straight toward the mermaid pavilion. Xiao Hong walked briskly, her eyes betraying an uncontainable excitement. Although she took pride in the mermaid pavilion, she had only ventured inside once, and that was merely to browse the first floor before exiting. It wasn't that the attendants had rushed her out, rather she felt out of place, covered in dust, and could not muster the audacity to linger further. This time, however, was different. She was entering alongside her senior, which gave her a sense of assurance. As Yu Zhao stepped into the mermaid pavilion, a refreshing breeze greeted her, reminiscent of ocean winds but devoid of any briny scent, instead infused with a revitalizing freshness. Her eyes beheld a mesmerizing display of blue and white, with countless shimmering pearls embedded in the walls, a sight both pleasing and unique. Chapter 93, Mermaid Pavilion. The Mermaid Pavilion comprises 5 floors, each showcasing a distinct array of merchandise. The first floor exhibited various exquisite adornments, such as hairpins crafted from fish bones, possessing a texture akin to jade, with a small defensive formation intricately engraved upon the pin. Marrying aesthetics with functionality. Yu Zhao seldom donned accessories, partly due to financial constraints in her earlier years, and partly because her home at Due Peak was predominantly male, leaving little room for the development of aesthetic appreciation. Though she was not lacking in spirit stones, her recent acquisition of the entire fortune from the 4 gentlemen, Mei, Lan, Zhu and Zhu, had left her with ample wealth. She summoned a female cultivator from the mermaid pavilion, responsible for attending to guests, to carry a tray for her, selecting every ornament that caught her eye. Her selections became numerous. The tray soon filled, prompting other female cultivators to approach with their own trays for an exchange. Yu Zhao's lavish spending attracted the attention of several other patrons, who discreetly glanced her way. Xiao Hong observed this with growing anxiety, desperately attempting to signal Yu Zhao with her eyes. When Yu Zhao remained oblivious, Xiao Hong, gathering her courage, tugged at Yu Zhao's sleeve and whispered, Senior, wealth should not be flaunted." Yu Zhao lifted her gaze and surveyed her surroundings. The pressure emanating from her golden core cultivation naturally radiated as her eyes moved. In the cultivation world, those at the transformation stage were few and far between, while nascent soul cultivators were revered as ancient ancestors, seldom seen in public. Golden core cultivators were nearly the most formidable presence, rarely provoking unnecessary attention. This observation can be gleaned from the fact that the most formidable assassins in the Dark Pavilion are the 4 gentlemen of the Golden Core stage: Mylan, Zhu and Zhu. Once Yu Zhao revealed the aura of a powerful being, others ceased to cast even a fleeting glance in her direction. Some even took a step back to show their respect as she approached. Xiao Hong's eyes sparkled with wonder. Having grown up in Nanming City with her few younger siblings, she held the utmost admiration for powerful and confident female cultivators like Yu Zhao. After surveying the first floor, Yu Zhao turned her gaze towards the second. The female cultivators of the Jiaran Pavilion, quick-witted and eager, approached Yu Zhao with enthusiasm. Fairy, the second floor features the exquisite local delicacies of Nanming, available for dining in or takeout. Whether for personal enjoyment or as gifts, they are an excellent choice. Exquisite delicacies. Yu Zhao immediately recalled the grotesque fish she had heard about. Tentatively, she inquired, "I have heard of a sea creature known as the meatball sea monster, famed for its delectable flesh. Might it be available on the second floor?" The female cultivator beamed with even greater warmth. "Indeed, the meatball sea monster is our signature offering. We at Jiaran Pavilion have devised various cooking methods to cater to all palates." After a moment's hesitation, Yu Zhao chose to ascend the staircase to the second floor. Her curiosity was not about whether the meat of the meatball sea monster could enhance beauty. It was purely a pursuit of knowledge. At that moment, Xiao Hong was the most delighted. The second floor was an uncharted territory for her, brimming with an air of mystery. Even if she could not taste the dishes, the mere scent would suffice to satisfy her. Jiaran Pavilion had established an array of enchantments to contain the aromas between the first and second floors. The instant Yu Zhao stepped onto the second floor, the refreshing scent that had lingered was replaced by an indescribable meaty aroma. Both she and Xiao Hong inhaled deeply, their mouths watering and appetites awakened. The layout of the second floor differed significantly from that of the first, perhaps to distinguish the various cooking styles. It was segmented into square booths, each corresponding to a different sea creature. The female cultivator mistakenly assumed Yu Zhao wished to sample the meatball sea monster, and led her and Xiao Hong directly to its booth. "Fairy, here are the various dishes crafted from the meatball sea monster's flesh." And beside it are tasting skewers. In front of the booth was a long table adorned with several square wooden boxes, each containing culinary creations prepared through different methods. The meat of the sea creature, once cut and cooked, bore no resemblance to its original form. Greatly alleviating Yu Zhao's initial reluctance, she picked up a tasting skewer and speared a meatball. The exterior of the meatball was golden and crispy, Upon taking a gentle bite, a burst of savory juice accompanied by the rich meaty aroma flooded her palate. Yu Zhao's eyes lit up. The fish had been meticulously beaten, resulting in a crisp and bouncy texture with no trace of fishy odor, instead revealing a refreshing sweetness, a flavor she had never encountered before. She picked up another skewer, intending to offer it to the eagerly watching little girl behind her, but after some contemplation, she changed her mind and speared a different fish ball before handing it to Xiao Hong. You should try it as well, and provide me with your thoughts. It was not mere gluttony. It was a gesture of concern for her senior. With this thought in mind, Xiao Hong cautiously took a bite of the fish ball, and the delightful flavor immediately blossomed on her tongue. Her eyes widened in astonishment. A look of disbelief etched upon her face. Yu Zhao found her endearing and smiled as she inquired, "How does it taste?" Xiao Hong nodded vigorously, having never tasted anything so delectable. It even stirred within her an impulse to shed tears. Of course, Xiao Hong merely contemplated this. She could not afford to embarrass her senior. You might consider trying the recipe for braised fish, which offers a distinct experience compared to fish balls. Before the feast, Yu Zhao could hardly recall the visage of the meatball sea monster. Following the recommendations of the female cultivator from the mermaid pavilion, she indulged in piece after piece of various sea beast meats, all the while not forgetting to share with Xiao Hong. Half an hour later, Yu Zhao ascended to the third floor, thoroughly satisfied. Her storage space was brimming with hundreds of food containers filled with sea beast meat, prepared to savor them leisurely during her travels. Although numerous cultivators from distant lands frequented the mermaid pavilion daily, few were as extravagant as Yu Zhao, who indulged liberally. Most merely sampled a few items. The female cultivator was fortunate to encounter such a generous patron, particularly one who was both straightforward and amiable, treating Yu Zhao with the utmost warmth and consideration, akin to a deity of wealth. Senior, the third floor offers unrefined parts of sea beasts, primarily for use in artifact refinement and alchemy. As they spoke, the three had already set foot on the third floor. In stark contrast to the bustling atmosphere of the first and second floors, the third floor was significantly quieter, with patrons numbering less than 1/10 of those below. There were no display stands on the third floor. Instead, a selection of sea beast materials was categorized and arranged on different walls, presenting a clear and straightforward view. Chapter 94. The fragrance of dragon spittle. For 10,000 years the sea beasts residing in the southern abyss may appear unremarkable, yet they are treasures in disguise. Their tail fins, scales, bones, and even tentacles can be used for artifact refinement, while some possess valuable demon cores worth a fortune, drawing countless cultivators in search of treasure. As a water spirit root cultivator, Yu Zhao was inherently distant from alchemy and artifact refinement. Even crafting her own lifebound treasure required borrowing the alchemy chamber from the Qingmu sect. Thus, she found little interest in the wall of sea beast materials but still selected some of the most sought-after alchemical ingredients. After all, it wouldn't do to arrive empty-handed after receiving assistance from Mu, the female cultivator at the mermaid pavilion, hoping to facilitate a substantial transaction on the third floor, felt a twinge of disappointment yet maintained a cheerful demeanor, concealing her feelings expertly. Fairy, if the offerings on the third floor do not meet your desires, perhaps you might take a look at the fourth floor. There you will find an array of rare treasures from the southern abyss, such as the legendary dragon spittle fragrance, deep sea blue crystals, and southern abyss pearls. Dragon spittle fragrance. Yu Zhao raised an intrigued eyebrow. She had recently felt that her previously prepared fragrances were somewhat lacking. Let us proceed to the fourth floor. The female cultivator, filled with delight, guided Yu Zhao and Xiao Hong to the fourth floor. If one could describe the fourth floor of the mermaid pavilion in a single word, Yu Zhao would choose opulent. The pearls used for illumination on the first floor became mere embellishments for the extraordinary treasures displayed on the fourth floor, piled high within glass showcases crafted from exquisite glass. The supporting columns were made of highly transparent underwater crystals, refracting magnificent light under the sun's rays. Even the carpet beneath Yu Zhao's feet, made from the hide of an unknown sea beast, was soft and plush, making each step feel as though she were walking on clouds. Upon ascending to the fourth floor, Xiao Hong was so captivated that she scarcely dared to blink, as if any momentary lapse would result in a lifelong regret. The female cultivator, observing the reactions of Yu Zhao and Xiao Hong, couldn't help but smile knowingly, proceeding to introduce the rare treasures of the fourth floor to them. Yu Zhao's interest was primarily piqued by the legendary 10,000-year dragon spiced incense. However, she remained attentive, recognizing that the purpose of their excursion was to broaden their horizons. Soon, they arrived at the exquisite glass display showcasing the ancient dragon spiced incense. This incense, a marvel of the cultivation world, appeared amber-hued and exuded a sweet fragrance when ignited. Known for its calming and invigorating properties, Before Yu Zhao lay a piece of dragon-spiced incense, its exterior a rich golden hue and the size of a human head, a rare gem among its kind. May I sample the fragrance of this 10,000-year dragon-spiced incense? Yu Zhao inquired. The female cultivator's eyes sparkled with fervor. Of course that I in commerce, the only fear is indifference. The very desire to sample indicates a potential for purchase. With excitement coursing through her, the female cultivator readily obliged. Unlike ordinary perfumes, dragon-spiced incense requires specialized sampling tools. She delicately retrieved a silver spoon and a small silver plate, expertly scraping a layer of powder from the incense, which she placed upon the plate. Then, she positioned the plate over a lit candle. Within moments, a captivating aroma began to permeate every corner of the fourth floor. What is this delightful scent? It was fragrant yet not overpowering, enchanting yet not garish. Could it possibly be dragon-spiced incense? Let us go and investigate, as the lingering guests, previously scattered throughout the fourth floor, caught a whiff of the alluring fragrance. They were drawn toward the source upon noticing the trio engaged in sampling. Some experienced a moment of realization while others were filled with curiosity. The quantity of incense powder removed by the cultivator was scarcely larger than a fingernail, yet the scent it released was remarkably potent and enduring. Even after the powder had burned away, the air retained the distinctive aroma of the dragon-spiced incense, as if it had seeped into their very bones. Before Yu Zhao could speak, an eager patron inquired, "What is the price of this 10,000-year dragon-spiced incense?" Beside him stood a female cultivator dedicated to assisting him. She responded with a measured tone, "Esteemed sir, this piece of dragon-spiced incense originates from the deep seas of Nanming, making it exceedingly rare, priced at 500 high-grade spirit stones." The inquirer appeared as if doused with a bucket of cold water. His enthusiasm swiftly extinguished. Though Yu Zhao was not an avid enthusiast of fragrances, she understood the considerable aid that the 10,000-year dragon-spiced incense could provide in her illusionary arts. Without hesitation, she instructed the female cultivator to retrieve the incense for her to take upon her departure. The cultivator had sensed the possibility of a purchase when Yu Zhao expressed her desire to sample. Yet when Yu Zhao indeed declared her intent to buy, she was overwhelmed by a dizzying sense of delight. The commission from 500 high-grade spirit stones would ensure her comfort for the rest of her days. Other female cultivators of the Jiaran Pavilion regarded her with envious eyes, wishing they had encountered such a generous patron as this esteemed senior. After Yu Zhao expressed her indifference to the price, the cultivator promptly secured the dragon-spiced incense from the glass display for safekeeping. Ironically, the individual most impacted by Yu Zhao's purchase was not the female cultivator from the Jiaran Pavilion, but rather the guide. Zhao Hong. 500 high-grade spirit stones was a figure beyond her wildest dreams, yet her senior spent it without a moment's hesitation. A wave of envy washed over her, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of loss. Distracted, she remained oblivious until she found herself once again at the entrance of the fourth floor, where she suddenly realized that her senior had thoroughly explored the entire floor. While she had missed much due to her wandering thoughts, biting her lower lip, a surge of deep regret enveloped her. Neither Yu Zhao nor the female cultivator noticed Zhao Hong's distraction. The female cultivator was busy introducing the situation on the fifth floor to Yu Zhao. "Fairy, to be candid, there is only one treasure on the fifth floor of the Jiaran Pavilion, and it comes at a steep price. Furthermore, regardless of whether you choose to purchase it or not, a fee of 10 high-grade spirit stones is required just to ascend." Upon finishing her explanation, the female cultivator seemed to acknowledge the harshness of the pavilion's conditions, slowing her speech to avoid offending Yu Zhao. "What kind of item is sold on the fifth floor?" Yu Zhao inquired, her curiosity piqued. The female cultivator shook her head. "Fairy, we are not privy to that information." A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Yu Zhao's eyes. The items sold at the Jiaran Pavilion are unknown even to its own staff. At that moment, she resolved to ascend to the fifth floor for a closer look. Turning to Zhao Hong, she said, "You will accompany me." Zhao Hong shook her head vigorously. "Senior, I won't go. I'll wait for you here." The mere thought of spending 10 high-grade spirit stones to take a glance was too daunting for her. She felt unworthy. The female cultivator also informed Yu Zhao that only one person could ascend at a time. Why Yu Zhao abandoned her attempts to persuade Zhao Hong, paid the 10 high-grade spirit stones in advance, and ascended the stairs to the fifth floor alone. At the top of the staircase stood a closed grand door. Why Yu Zhao gently pushed against it, and the door swung open automatically, revealing a dimly lit and deep corridor. A smile graced her lips as she stepped confidently into the passage. Chapter 95. The depraved illusion. The door slowly closed behind Yu Zhao, yet she did not linger, continuing her advance along the broad corridor. Her expression remained impassive, but internally she grew increasingly vigilant. Why did the Jiaran Pavilion, a shop for selling items, resort to such theatrics and create so much intrigue? Were there hidden secrets lurking behind it all? Lost in thought, Yu Zhao reached the end of the corridor, where another sealed stone door awaited. This time, she did not approach immediately to push it open. Instead, she paused before the door, stroking her chin. Deep in contemplation, suddenly, her ears perked up, and her body involuntarily leaned toward the stone door. She thought she had heard a woman's voice singing. Holding her breath, she focused intently, but after what felt like an eternity, no melody followed, as if the sound had been nothing more than a figment of her imagination. A flicker of realization crossed Yu Zhao's eyes as she placed her hand upon the stone door. At once, a chilling creak echoed from within, causing the door to slowly part, revealing an ethereal blue light that illuminated Yu Zhao's face, casting a shadow of eerie beauty upon her features. When the scene behind the stone door fully unfolded before her, her pupils constricted in shock. "Dear guest, do you enjoy singing? Allow me to serenade you." The soft, enchanting voice of the woman sent a shiver down Yu Zhao's spine, a cold sensation racing from her feet to the crown of her head. The heart, submerged in the pool, could speak? No, it could sing. It was no wonder Yu Zhao was taken aback. Anyone witnessing a blue heart floating in water suddenly spring to life would be equally astonished. The blue light that had struck her face upon opening the door emanated from this very heart. She had begun to feel grateful that she hadn't brought Xiaohong along, for it would surely have terrified the child. As the enchanting melody resonated, the azure heart's veins pulsated with an unsettling rhythm, exuding an indescribable eeriness. What sent chills down Yu Zhao's spine was that the azure heart sang in an entirely foreign tongue, one she could not comprehend, yet she sensed the alluring intent concealed within the song. Indeed, this azure heart endeavored to beguile her mind through its melodic enchantment. Having lived 2 lives, Yu Zhao possessed a resolute will. Moreover, the illusory tie technique she practiced also employed sorcery or other mediums to entice the hearts of cultivators, ensnaring them in a mirage. Upon hearing the song reminiscent of seductive whispers, she instantly recognized the azure heart's malevolent intentions. She refrained from exposing it, instead narrowing her eyes and feigning a trance-like state. It must be said, the azure heart song was undeniably captivating, aptly described as lingering echoes that danced in the air. Despite her wariness, she nearly succumbed to its charm. This led her to harbor a faint suspicion. According to legend, within the depths of the South Sea resided a unique clan known as the Jiao Ren, possessing fish tails and human forms, standing 5 to 6 feet tall, with fair skin and enchanting beauty, their voices a rarity in the world. Those who heard their songs would be irresistibly drawn to them, willingly remaining with the Jiao Ren. Beyond their enchanting melodies, the Jiao Ren possessed another coveted trait that left countless cultivators yearning: their tears. The tears shed by the Jiao Ren transformed into lustrous white orbs, which, when ground into powder and applied to wounds, could heal without the need for medicine, thus earning the name infallible orbs. In pursuit of these precious orbs, countless cultivators ventured into the deep sea to hunt the Jiao Ren, forcing them to weep, leading to the clan's swift extinction in the South Sea. When Yu Zhao had previously heard Xiaohong recount tales of the Jiao Ren, she had dismissed them as mere fabrications. Now, confronted with this extraordinary azure heart and the captivating seductive song, she began to believe in the existence of the Jiao Ren within the realm of cultivation. Contemplating this, her heart sank. If the rumors held true, the Jiao Ren truly faced annihilation. Could this vibrant, pulsating heart be a remnant of that catastrophe? Perhaps overwhelmed by her tumultuous thoughts, Yu Zhao's vision blurred, and she found herself ensnared in an illusion. The illusions crafted by Yu Zhao were born from the thoughts and desires within each person's heart, yet this seemingly Jiao Ren heart's technique was undoubtedly more rudimentary. Her certainty stemmed from the sight of Fang Chonglang, Lan Ziyu and others donning garish attire, dancing before her. Indeed, they were dancing, engaging in a lewd display that was utterly disgraceful. Yu Zhao, while rhythmically clapping her hands in delight, inwardly condemned their indecency. It must be said, witnessing the hypocritical Fang Chonglang and others indulge in such lascivious behavior brought her a peculiar joy. Though it was but an illusion, it provided a feast for her eyes. The 10 high-grade spirit stones for the ticket were indeed worth it. Just then, Fang Chonglang abruptly approached her, a glass of wine in hand, his steps light and graceful. Yu Zhao instinctively leaned back, finding it difficult to endure his ostentatious attire. In order to discern the purpose of the blue heart, Yu Zhao forcibly endured, even managing to curl the corners of her mouth in a semblance of delight. Fang Chonglang approached her, letting out a playful laugh without uttering a word, and raised his wine glass to pour it towards her lips. Yu Zhao tilted her head back to drink. This was within her illusion, so she was certain the wine posed no threat. Had she been elsewhere, she would have certainly refrained from consuming such a beverage, for who could know what might have been mixed within. Zhao, Feng Chonglang suddenly called out Yu Zhao's name. Reaching out to caress her hair, Yu Zhao restrained herself, her teeth nearly grinding together, fighting the impulse to kick this fellow away. Initially, she had found Feng Chonglang and his companions quite disagreeable, yet in comparison to these inferior replicas, they seemed almost tolerable. Observing that Yu Zhao offered no resistance, a fleeting coldness flickered in Feng Chonglang's enchanting gaze, a glimmer of light dancing at his fingertips. The next moment, just as his hand was about to brush against Yu Shang's nape, Yu Zhao swiftly grasped his arm. Feng Chonglang was taken aback, lowering his gaze to meet Yu Zhao's clear and innocent eyes. She was not ensnared by the song. Upon realizing this, Feng Chonglang immediately sought to escape, yet Yu Zhao's grip held him firmly in place, rendering him immobile. "Let me see, what trickery are you playing at?" Yu Zhao pulled Feng Chonglang's hand closer, scrutinizing it intently, and cross-referencing it with the memories of Mingyue Sanren. She quickly recognized the meaning of the runes at his fingertips. Heart Demon Seed. You intend to plant a heart demon seed within my consciousness. Feng Chonglang's complexion paled. Not only had he been caught, but his scheme had also been unveiled. He was doomed. Chapter 96. Heart Demon Seed. By planting a seed of thought, one can provoke the hidden heart demons lurking within the depths of the soul, hence the name Heart Demon Seed. This entails implanting such a seed within a cultivator to achieve control over them. What exactly are you? Why do you wish to plant a heart demon seed in me? Yu Zhao questioned sharply. Feng Chonglang turned his head aside, remaining silent at why Yu Zhao chuckled softly. Her hand, like lightning, grasped Feng Chonglang's throat, and with a decisive twist she ended it. Crack! The bizarre blue light vanished and the song ceased. The blue heart sank to the bottom of the pool, too fearful to surface. Yu Zhao let out a light laugh. Did it truly think that hiding beneath the water would render her powerless? It had indeed miscalculated. Yu Zhao channeled her internal spiritual energy, wielding her consciousness as a brush, swiftly inscribing a rune. As she completed the final stroke, an invisible wave of energy rippled outward, causing the rune to gradually materialize. Begone! Yu Zhao pointed a finger at the blue heart resting at the bottom of the pool. The rune flickered and, in an instant, pierced through the water, branding itself onto the blue heart. In that moment, a torrent of emotions, fear, panic, rage, flooded into Yu Zhao's consciousness. The blue heart emitted a sharp cry, breaking through the surface of the water and hurtling towards Yu Zhao. Seemingly intent on a mutual destruction. Yu Zhao neither flinched nor avoided, her consciousness stirring. The once formidable blue heart appeared as if struck by an unseen fist, instantly deflating, trembling as it halted a mere 10 feet before Yu Zhao. Yu Zhao raised an eyebrow. The heart demon seed truly proved to be quite effective. She possessed the ability to perceive the myriad emotions of the blue heart, and could manipulate its every movement. In other words, the very existence of the blue heart lay within her thoughts. Now, could you enlighten me as to what exactly you are? Upon uttering this question, the previously calmed emotions of the blue heart surged violently once more. A tempest of rage and sorrow, yearning to annihilate the world, threatened to disturb Yu Zhao's mind. She hastily invoked the illusory tide technique to fortify her spirit, a wave of trepidation washing over her. It seemed she had underestimated the heart demon. While this method could indeed sway human hearts, it also required vigilance against the backlash of emotions. Unless one possessed absolute confidence in subduing the opponent's mental strength, it should never be employed lightly. After a moment's hesitation, Yu Zhao ventured, "Are you a Zhongren?" It is rare to find someone who can recognize a Zhongren," the blue heart conceded. His voice lost its seductive allure, resonating with a deep despondency, imbued with boundless weariness and melancholy. In that instant, Yu Zhao found herself at a loss for words. Unsure of how to address him, she tentatively referred to him as the Zhongren. The Zhongren's intention to implant a heart demon within her should have warranted no sympathy from Yu Zhao. However, as she contemplated the story behind the Zhongren and witnessed his struggle to survive with but a single heart, she felt an undeniable pang of compassion. "Could you share your story with me?" Perhaps sensing Yu Zhao's softened demeanor, the Zhongren appeared taken aback. He then let out a cold laugh. "What is there to say? You greedy human cultivators, in pursuit of the medicinal pearls, have come to my Zhongren seed to capture my kin en masse. In merely 6 months, our Zhongren clan has vanished from the South Abyss. All thanks to your kind." Yu Zhao did not take offense at his vehement words. Instead, she furrowed her brow and inquired, "Then why do you appear here in this form?" She did not intend to unearth old wounds, but some matters needed clarification for her to determine her course of action. The Zhongren replied, shrouded in despair, "My body differs from that of my kin. Their tears transform into medicinal pearls, while I am naturally incapable of shedding tears. A tearless Zhongren is deemed worthless. Thus they dismembered me. It was then that I discovered my heart retained consciousness even after being severed. So much has transpired since that I cannot recall. But ultimately, I found myself imprisoned in this stone chamber, compelled to implant heart demons within every person who entered. Once I have sown enough in 1,000 souls, he would grant me my freedom. A heart detached from its body that retains consciousness and the ability to speak is tantamount to possessing 2 lives. Ye Zhao could easily envision the madness that would ensue upon any cultivator discovering this secret. The Zhongren was reluctant to elaborate, likely due to the horrific events that had transpired. Ye Zhao chose not to probe further, her focus now shifting to the enigmatic figure he mentioned. Who is he? The mastermind behind the Zhongren. The Zhongren trembled, clearly apprehensive of the individual in question. Why does he require you to plant heart demons? The Zhongren hesitated. Ye Zhao, seeing his reluctance, refrained from pressing. The heart demon she had implanted within him bound him to her command. After a prolonged silence, the Zhongren finally spoke. His lifespan wanes and he seeks to extend it through soul-capturing techniques. Ye Zhao took a moment to process the Zhongren's words before understanding their implications. To ascend to the 5th floor of the Mermaid Pavilion, a cultivator must meet 2 criteria: possessing both wealth and leisure. Typically, such cultivators hail from prominent immortal clans or are esteemed disciples of sex, wielding considerable influence. They are privy to esoteric truths of cultivation that remain inaccessible to ordinary practitioners. The authority of the Mermaid Pavilion employs this method to sift through candidates that align with his expectations, subsequently conducting soul searches to extract memories. Ye Zhao grasped the underlying implications. A chill ran down her spine. Was she being targeted by an ancient yearning? Only those of such formidable power could brazenly probe into the souls of others. Indeed, Ye Zhao felt a sense of dread. From the moment she stepped onto the stairs leading to the 5th floor, she had been under the watchful eye of a yearning. Even if she had not been ensnared by a heart demon's influence, she was likely to become the next victim of a soul search. Curiosity can prove fatal. Ye Zhao cast a lingering glance at the merman, vowing to break the heart demon's hold once she departed from this place. As for Yu, she intended to utter a few harsh words, but upon seeing the solitary heart, she found her words utterly futile. Taking a deep breath, she turned to leave. The Mermaid Pavilion posed no obstacles in the corridor, allowing Ye Zhao to traverse it with ease as she descended the stairs. The female cultivator and Xiao Hong waiting on the 4th floor immediately lifted their heads at the sound. Witnessing Ye Zhao's flushed visage and disordered gait as she descended, Xiao Hong, astonished, hurried forward to steady Ye Zhao's arm. "Elder? Have you been drinking?" Yet, there was no scent of alcohol about her. The female cultivator, accustomed to such sights, noted that guests descending from the 5th floor often appeared in a daze. A bit of rest would soon restore their clarity. She escorted Ye Zhao and Xiao Hong to the guest lounge for recuperation. As expected, not long after, the flush on Ye Zhao's face receded, and her gaze regained its lucidity. She swiftly completed her transaction with the Mermaid Pavilion and led Xiao Hong away. It was only after navigating through 2 streets that her racing heart began to steady. Chapter 97. Clue to the Water Cloud Palace. Elder, Xiao Hong panted rapidly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The elder had walked too swiftly, leaving her trailing behind, forced to jog to keep up. "Xiao Hong, do you know who has resided the longest in Nanming City and possesses the most profound knowledge?" Having arrived in Nanming City, Ye Zhao was determined not to leave empty-handed. She resolved to make one final attempt. Should she still uncover no leads, she would relinquish her quest and depart, hoping for another chance in the future. "I know. It's Grandpacha." Xiao Hong raised her hand, excitement evident in her voice. "Grandpacha is the tea master at the fragrant tea house. His brews are the most aromatic. Let us go meet him." "Yes." Xiao Hong skillfully guided Ye Zhao through narrow alleys, swiftly arriving outside a tea house. Together they ascended to the 2nd floor, following the enticing aroma of tea until they found the tea master busy brewing for guests in the tea room. Given the urgency of the situation, Ye Zhao had no time to spare. She kicked open the tea room's door. "Hey, what are you doing?" The 2 cultivators seated in the private room immediately scowled at Ye Zhao. However, upon realizing they could not discern her cultivation level, their expressions transformed from anger to obsequious smiles. They hastily rose from their cushions, bowing respectfully. "We pay our respects to the elder." Ye Zhao tossed a precious spirit stone into the arms of a person, stating, "I have matters to discuss with Dr. Cha. Consider this a token of my apology." Upon seeing the exquisite spirit stone nestled in their embrace, the 2 individuals could hardly suppress their delight, their mouths stretching into grins that nearly reached the nape of their necks, leaving no room for resentment. "Senior, we shall take our leave at once," they exclaimed, hastily departing from the tea room and thoughtfully closing the door behind them. The tea room fell into a tranquil silence. This young friend appears quite eager. What is it that you wish to inquire about? Dr. Cha, his hair peppered with gray and his posture impeccably straight, set down the teapot and inquired with calm composure. Dr. Cha, may I ask if you are familiar with a sect near Nanming City, known as Shuiyun Palace? Yu Zhao approached the subject directly, cutting to the chase. Shuiyun Palace? Dr. Cha looked at Yu Zhao in astonishment. Isn't that sect said to have perished over 20 years ago? A flicker of surprise danced in Yu Zhao's eyes. You've provided the right information. Indeed, do you know the whereabouts of Shuiyun Palace? Dr. Cha furrowed his brow. I have heard others mention it before, but the specifics elude me at the moment. Grandpa Cha? This esteemed senior is my guest. Please assist her. At that moment, Xiao Hong emerged from behind Yu Zhao, clasping her hands in a gesture of supplication. It's Xiao Hong, Dr. Cha said, his expression softening as he noticed her. Had you mentioned you were a guest of Xiao Hong, it would have jogged my memory sooner. Why? Yu Zhao responded with a silent sigh. Please do not feign ignorance. You clearly saw Xiao Hong earlier and were merely waiting for her to speak. Realizing the situation, Dr. Cha generously divulged the detailed location of Shuiyun Palace to Yu Zhao. After carefully noting the information, she intended to offer Dr. Cha 5 exquisite spirit stones as gratitude. However, Dr. Cha declined, saying, I merely shared a few words. It hardly warrants such a sum. If you insist on giving, then please offer it to Xiao Hong, for she deserves it. Why? Yu Zhao had already perceived the close bond between Dr. Cha and Xiao Hong and was not surprised by his request. Thus, she decided to add another exquisite spirit stone and produced a box filled with delectable food, presenting them to Xiao Hong before Dr. I must take my leave. These are your rewards for today's guidance. Xiao Hong gazed in bewilderment at the radiant spirit stones in Yu Zhao's hands. Are these truly for me? She thought in a flurry of confusion, shaking her head fervently. No, senior, this is too much. I cannot accept it. Dr. Cha watched anxiously, wishing to snatch the items from Yu Zhao and give them all to Xiao Hong directly. Take them. They are rightfully yours, Yu Zhao insisted firmly, placing everything into Xiao Hong's embrace while adding, remember, these treasures must remain a secret. Only you and Dr. Cha should be privy to this. Unlike Yu Zhao, Xiao Hong lacked the means to protect herself. If word got out, both the spirit stones and her life would be at risk. Yu Zhao, concerned that the old Yuaning from the Jiaoren pavilion might target Xiao Hong after losing track of her, could not help but reiterate her warning. Xiao Hong's mind was consumed by the spirit stones she held, leaving her oblivious to Yu Zhao's words. Dr. Cha's expression turned serious, clearly recognizing the underlying danger. I will ensure Xiao Hong's safety. Why? Yu Zhao nodded in acknowledgement and like a swift gust of wind, departed from the mundane affairs, vanishing from sight in an instant. Dr. Cha cast a glance at the still giggling Xiao Hong, and let out a soft sigh. It is uncertain whether this sudden windfall is a blessing or a curse. The location of Shuiyun Palace is neither too far nor too close to Nanming City. After 2 arduous days of travel, Yu Zhao finally reached the mountain peak described by Dr. Cha. Towering into the clouds, the peak was shrouded in mist, and a magnificent waterfall cascaded down its midsection, resembling the Milky Way spilling forth and creating a spray of water. From Yu Zhao's perspective, this indeed seemed to be a spiritually rich locale suitable for establishing a sect. In a flash, she began her ascent along the mountain path. However, as she climbed higher, she gradually sensed something amiss. The spiritual energy in this area appeared to be more vibrant than that of the places she had traversed earlier. Moreover, she seemed to have discovered some traces of passage. Could it be? On the 5th floor of the Jiaoren pavilion, humanity has long been synonymous with greed, treachery, and shamelessness. After being deceived, he vowed never to trust humans again. Yet, that human female cultivator truly honored her promise and dispelled his heart's demons. This left the Jiaoren, accustomed to the deceit of human cultivators, feeling utterly bewildered. Suddenly, images of his kin being ruthlessly slaughtered by cultivators surged into his consciousness. Overcome with shock and fury, he violently slammed his head against the wall of the water pool. That he sought to use the pain as a reminder never to forget the atrocities committed by humans against their kind. To never forget the hatred. Little Jiaoren, you are acting rather strangely today. An overwhelming sense of fear swiftly eclipsed his anger, leaving him trembling uncontrollably, causing ripples in the water of the pool. A figure appeared at the edge of the pool, gazing down at the Jiaoren with an enigmatic smile. Observing the Jiaoren shiver in fear because of him, a glimmer of delight flickered in his eyes. Yet, in the next moment, that light vanished, replaced by a tempestuous fury. Who has left their aura upon you? Before the Jiaoren could comprehend what was happening, he found himself ensnared in a firm grip. A pain more intense than that of crashing into a wall assaulted him. The Jiaoren let out a piercing scream, the blue blood coursing through his heart subtly deepening in hue. Little Jiaoren, do not test my patience. Reveal everything that has transpired. Chapter 98. Qingfeng Gate Sanctuary of the Sect. No entry for outsiders. Beneath the towering mountain gate, two young female cultivators stood guard before Yu Zhao, their expressions vigilant while Yu Zhao regarded the mountain gate, which was indistinguishable from the one depicted in the scroll. Her gaze complex with the fall of Shuiyun Palace, a new sect had seemingly risen in its place, and even the mountain gate bore an uncanny resemblance. It was inconceivable for her to believe that there was no connection between the two. May I inquire how your esteemed sect is called? Qingfeng Gate. Yu Zhao nodded thoughtfully and continued, I would appreciate it if you could convey my request to meet your sect's leader. Please wait here. Esteemed senior, that I shall return shortly. The two female cultivators exchanged hushed words, and soon one of them bowed to Yu Zhao before hastily making her way toward the mountain gate, leaving the other to stand guard. Yu Zhao employed a subtle technique and managed to extract considerable information from the remaining female cultivator. It turned out that Qingfeng Gate was established 10 years ago, led by a late-stage golden core cultivator named Ye Congxin. Furthermore, many disciples of Qingfeng Gate, including the leader, were former disciples of Shuiyun Palace. As the Water Cloud Palace met its demise, they fled in different directions. A decade later, for various reasons, they gathered again to establish a new sect. As for the two female cultivators assigned to guard, they later joined the Qingfeng sect and faced exclusion, being relegated to the task of guarding the main gate. Upon receiving this news, Yu Zhao was filled with delight. Since the new leader was a disciple of the Water Cloud Palace, she would undoubtedly gain further insights related to Shui Qingyue. It was uncertain what the female cultivator had conveyed to the members of the Qingfeng sect. But after a brief interval, Yu Zhao beheld a throng of female cultivators marching resolutely towards the mountain gate. Their expressions were grave, emanating an air of sternness. The guarding female cultivators, upon witnessing this, retreated a few steps, distancing themselves from Yu Zhao, fearful that the two factions might clash at any moment. The Qingfeng sect had received word of an unidentified female cultivator arriving at the mountain gate, seeking an audience with the leader, seemingly with ill intentions. Alarmed by this news, the elders of the Qingfeng sect instructed the leader to remain in the main hall while they confronted the unexpected visitor. However, upon their arrival at the mountain gate and seeing a woman as poised and striking as a towering bamboo, all were momentarily stunned. Is it the palace master? Am I experiencing an illusion? How does it seem I have laid eyes upon the palace master? The fierce-looking female cultivators suddenly found their eyes brimming with tears, with a few emotional ones even breaking into sobs. They believed they would never see their palace master again in this lifetime. A tearful elder from the Qingfeng sect abruptly broke from the ranks and lunged into Yu Zhao's embrace. The other elders, witnessing this, cursed the impulsive one under their breath and hurriedly followed suit, eager not to lag behind. Wait, you are mistaken. I am not Shui Qingyue. Yu Zhao dodged and attempted to explain. Alas, no one paid heed to her words, all exerting themselves to be the first to plunge into her arms. Yu Zhao, on the verge of tears, ultimately resorted to forcibly suppressing them with her spiritual power. Managing to restore some semblance of calm, the two young disciples assigned to guard the mountain gate stood in stunned silence. Were they not here to stir up trouble? Why did it appear to be a reunion of old friends? And not just any friends. You claim you are not the palace master. A discerning elder, with an ethereal grace akin to an orchid in a secluded valley, scrutinized Yu Zhao with suspicion before covering her mouth with a soft laugh. Palace master, you still delight in teasing us. Indeed, you are the palace master. Do not deny it. Even if you were cloaked in gray, I would recognize you. Palace master, have you not yet escaped peril, which is why you are reluctant to reveal your identity? A chorus of voices from a dozen women rang in Yu Zhao's ears, causing her head to spin helplessly. She pointed to the corner of her eye. Look closely. Shui Qingyue has a tear mark at the tail of her eye. While I do not. Does this not sufficiently validate my identity? All eyes fixated intently on the corner of Yu Zhao's eye, their expressions inscrutable. Suddenly one elder exclaimed with clarity, Palace master, you removed the tear mark to conceal your identity. How arduous that must have been. The other elders displayed expressions of sympathy upon hearing this. Why Yu Zhao? She turned to the elder who had speculated about her removing the mark. What is your name? The elder smiled shyly, clearing her throat as she said, Master of the palace, how could you have forgotten my name? I am called Xiaoshuang, and you used to affectionately refer to me as Xiaoshuang. Very well, Aunt Xiao, Yu Zhao responded calmly. What did you just call me? Xiaoshuang exclaimed in astonishment. Aunt Xiao and the esteemed elders, I assure you I am not Shui Qingyue. However, there must be a profound connection between us. I have come here to implore you all to share with me what you know about Shui Qingyue. Yu Zhao expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Why Yu Zhao bowed deeply to them, her expression solemn. The previously elated elders of Qingfengmen fell silent in unison, and after a moment someone sighed softly, "Little Yu Zhao, how cruel you are, refusing even a fragment of longing to offer us." Indeed, how could they fail to recognize that Yu Zhao was not the Shui Qingyue with whom they had spent countless years? Even though the two resembled each other perfectly, their gazes and temperaments were unmistakable. They were merely clinging to Yu Zhao's appearance, wishing to deceive themselves into believing that Shui Qingyue still existed in the world and remembered them. Yu Zhao's words ruthlessly unveiled the truth, compelling them to confront reality. Why Yu Zhao responded with silence. Regardless of their deep bonds with Shui Qingyue, to her, they were ultimately strangers. She had come here solely in search of the truth. Moreover, an incessant sense of urgency lingered in her heart, forcing her to hasten her pace. "Very well, you may accompany us to the main hall. The sect leader is awaiting our news," Elder Qiushuang stated. Yu Zhao acquiesced, and the group made their way toward the main hall atop the mountain. Along the way, not a word was spoken, and the atmosphere was oppressively sombered. Why Yu Zhao could sense the sorrow and desolation emanating from the depths of the Qingfengmen elders' hearts. She pondered what sort of woman Shui Qingyue must be to evoke such concern and nostalgia from these distinctly different elders. And the main hall, Qingfengmen had always maintained a low profile, never provoking trouble from the outside, let alone inciting enmity. How could it be that someone had suddenly come to their door? Could it be that the group from 20 years ago had returned to seek vengeance upon Qingfengmen? Would she still have time to flee? She had no desire to act as Shui Qingyue had, sacrificing herself to protect the disciples within, facing 100 foes alone, trading her life for theirs. Her own life was of utmost importance. Yet, would it not be too late to withdraw now? The entrances to Qingfengmen's paths up and down the mountain must have been blocked just as they had been last time. Now, regretting her choices seemed futile. Ziwei Zhenren felt anxious. Qiushuang and the other elders accompanied Yu Zhao as they ascended the steps to the main hall. Ahead lay the primary hall of Qingfengmen. "Let us first pay our respects to the sect leader before sitting down to converse," she suggested. Why Yu Zhao nodded in agreement. Upon hearing voices from outside, Ziwei Zhenren's eyes flickered, sensing that they were not there to trouble Qingfengmen. Perhaps she would not need to flee after all. In her hesitation, Qiushuang and the other elders entered the main hall to pay their respects. Why Yu Zhao, being surrounded by them, joined in the gesture. Initially, Ziwei Zhenren did not notice Yu Zhao and was about to inquire who wished to see her when Yu Zhao suddenly lifted her head, and their eyes met, both taken aback. Why Yu Zhao's surprise stemmed from the fact that she had seen the current leader of Qingfengmen in a painted scroll. The master of the painting exerted immense effort to depict the scene of Shui Qingyue imparting knowledge and guidance, while others merely brushed over it with a few strokes. Yet, one individual positioned closest to Shui Qingyue was able to reveal half of their visage. This half-visage was sufficient for Yu Zhao to recognize that the person before her was none other than the esteemed Ziwei Zhenren. Ziwei Zhenren's astonishment is easily comprehensible. Anyone acquainted with Shui Qingyue would inevitably be taken aback upon encountering Yu Zhao. The resemblance between the two was strikingly uncanny. Even though Qiushuang and the other elders were aware that Yu Zhao was not Shui Qingyue, they could not help but momentarily lose themselves in her countenance. "Master, master," Ziwei Zhenren blurted out, her expression suddenly turning cold. "No, that is not right. You are not Shui Qingyue. Who are you?" "I am Yu Zhao," she replied. "What is your connection to Shui Qingyue? What brings you to Qingfeng sect?" Her words were rather brusque, prompting the elders, including Qiushuang, to furrow their brows in hesitation. "Ziwei Zhenren appeared to be fearful of me. Why was that? Was it merely because of my striking similarity to Shui Qingyue? Could it be that the calamity that befell Shuiyun Palace years ago was somehow linked to you? One ought to respect others as one wishes to be respected," Ziwei Zhenren retorted sharply, and Yu Zhao felt no obligation to respond with courtesy. The atmosphere between the two during their initial encounter was palpably tense. "Such nonsense. I see your intentions are far from benign. I ask you to leave. Qingfeng sect does not welcome you," Ziwei Zhenren exclaimed furiously, waving her sleeve dismissively. "Master, please calm your anger." Why Yu Zhao did not intend to offend. Elder Qiushuang hastily interjected on Yu Zhao's behalf. The other elders nodded in agreement, with some discreetly urging Yu Zhao to apologize. After a moment of contemplation, wishing to avoid putting the elders in a difficult position, Yu Zhao clasped her fists and said, "Ziwei Zhenren, I spoke thoughtlessly earlier and I apologize for any offense caused. Please forgive me." "Humph, no need for further words. Just leave at once." Ziwei Zhenren did not relent, her tone growing increasingly vehement. Before Yu Zhao could respond, the other elders spoke up in her defense. "Master, since Yu Zhao has already apologized, why must you press the matter further? Indeed, Yu Zhao bears a resemblance to the master. It is likely a familial connection, which could hold significance for our Qingfeng sect. Let her stay, master. I implore you to show leniency and allow Yu Zhao to remain. In the end, the voices of all present coalesced into a singular plea. Let Yu Zhao stay. Jiwei Zhenren, infuriated, laughed coldly. Wonderful. You all are such kind souls, leaving me to play the villain. Have you forgotten the calamity that struck 20 years ago? As the head of Qingfeng sect, I must be responsible for the safety of all disciples. This person's origins are unclear, and she cannot elucidate her connection to Shui Qingyue. She must not be allowed to remain. It had begun as an ordinary day, with the master guiding them in their practice, when suddenly ominous clouds gathered, and a tide of enemies surged forth from every entrance of Shuiyun Palace, assaulting the mountain gate. The clamor of battle, cries of anguish, and thunderous roars echoed endlessly, even to this day. Remnants of that fierce confrontation linger throughout Qingfeng sect. Previously, they had thought the master to be unyielding, but now they found themselves at a loss for words, only able to cast apologetic glances at Yu Zhao. In that moment, Yu Zhao understood that her stay at Qingfeng sect was simply impossible. She refrained from further speech, cast a final glance at the gathered crowd, and resolutely departed. Elder Qiushuang instinctively took a few steps forward. Do not proceed, the admonishing voice of Master Ziwei drifted to Yu Zhao's ears on the gentle breeze. Why? Yu Zhao, with an ambiguous smile curving her lips, unconsciously quickened her pace. Nightfall, Qiushuang sat on the swing in the courtyard. Sipping her drink alone, she was strikingly beautiful, a delicate flush adorning her cheeks, enhancing her unique charm. With her eyes partially closed, she mumbled to herself, lost in her own thoughts. The night breeze was cool, bringing a chill that stirred her. Elder Qiushuang shivered slightly, raising her wine jug and tilting her graceful neck back. Contrary to her expectations, the wine did not flow. Lowering her gaze, she discovered a long, strong hand steadily holding the Ju. To her surprise, it was Yu Zhao, who had been expelled from the mountain gate not long ago. Instantly, Elder Qiushuang's inebriation faded slightly, and she lowered her voice, exclaiming in delight, "How did you manage to enter?" Yu Zhao chuckled lightly. Just a few minor skills, nothing to flaunt before an elder. Sensing Yu Zhao's reluctance to elaborate, Elder Qiushuang refrained from pressing further, gesturing for her to follow into the study. I know what you wish to inquire about, but before that, I too would like to question your identity. Why? Yu Zhao then recounted a few representative experiences, such as her childhood without parents and her fortunate survival after joining the Five Elements sect. Hearing that Yu Zhao was a disciple of the Five Elements sect, Elder Qiushuang felt a sense of reassurance. You are indeed a person of great fortune. No wonder you found your way to Qingfeng sect. However, you may be disappointed. My time at Shuiyun Palace is the shortest among all the elders. Still, I can share what I know, but for anything beyond that, I am afraid I cannot assist. Elder Qiushuang then regaled Yu Zhao with the tale of her acquaintance with Shui Qingyue. Setting aside Elder Qiushuang's lengthy praises of Shui Qingyue, the essence of the story was that an exceptionally beautiful female cultivator, unwilling to be a furnace for others, was pursued and ultimately rescued and sheltered by the master of Shuiyun Palace. The master rarely spoke of her origins, yet it was known that she had a brother from whom she had been separated since childhood, losing contact long ago. The master's establishment of Shuiyun Palace served two purposes: to provide a sanctuary for female cultivators unwilling to wander aimlessly, and to potentially locate her lost relatives through the palace's influence. Unfortunately, the master never lived to see that day. The upheaval 20 years ago obliterated her years of effort, and she subsequently vanished without a trace. Chapter 100. The mysterious man. What Elder Qiushuang did not mention was that all those who had endured that catastrophe had tacitly accepted that Shui Qingyue had perished 20 years prior. After all, she had risked her life to cover the retreat of the remaining individuals. This action was fraught with danger, as they were unaware if those from that year would return. Yet, they remained resolute in their decision. Though Qingfeng sect had not risen to become a renowned superpower, it thrived with a vibrant atmosphere. Alas, the sect leader was the first to follow the master, possessing knowledge far surpassing ours. Elder Qiushuang shook her head. It was a pity that the sect leader held such deep-seated prejudices against Yu Zhao. Unwilling to engage in conversation with her, Yu Zhao did not heed Elder Qiushuang's words, but instead inquired, "Has Shui Qingyue ever had any close associations with a man?" Elder Qiushuang cast a peculiar glance at Yu Zhao and replied, "Of course not. The palace master has always maintained her integrity and has little regard for the trifles of romance. Whether in the past at Shuiyun Palace or now at Qingfeng sect, they have consistently admitted only female disciples, and in the past, there were even male cultivators who came to create disturbances, deriding Shuiyun Palace as a nunnery." Yu Zhao felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. She sighed. Realizing that uncovering clues related to her own origins would not be so simple, according to Elder Qiu Shuang, Shui Qingyue had no relatives in this world except for a missing brother. Since she did not associate with men, it was implausible for her to be pregnant without reason, leaving Yu Zhao's connection to her still shrouded in mystery. It seemed she had no choice but to seek out Master Ziwei to see if she could glean any further insights. As for whether Master Ziwei would be willing to meet her, Yu Zhao mused. She had her ways of ensuring that Master Ziwei could not refuse. Do you know who attacked Shuyan Palace back then? Yu Zhao posed her final question. I do not know, Elder Qiu Shuang replied with a wry smile. They had never encountered those individuals, nor did they understand their motives for assaulting Shuyan Palace. Everything that transpired that day was so sudden, leaving them utterly unprepared. Having gathered nearly all the information she could, Yu Zhao decided to take her leave. Elder Qiu Shuang gazed at her with lingering reluctance, and after a considerable pause she softly asked, "May I give you a hug?" Yu Zhao tilted her head and opened her arms. In the next moment, she embraced the warm, fragrant form of the elder. Elder Qiu Shuang's voice trembled in Yu Zhao's ear. "Why, Yu Zhao, thank you. You are most welcome," Yu Zhao replied with a smile. "I am delighted to help you fulfill your wish." And Qius Yu Zhao departed from Elder Qiu Shuang's courtyard. She slipped into the night, silently approaching Master Ziwei's residence. Although she lacked the skill to conceal her presence, her mastery of illusions achieved a similar effect, allowing her to traverse unnoticed. After some time spent searching, she finally pinpointed Master Ziwei's abode. Just as she confirmed the exact location, a shadow darted from Master Ziwei's room, leaping over the surrounding wall and heading straight for the back gate of Qingfeng sect. Yu Zhao was taken aback. Was there someone else intruding into Qingfeng sect at the same time? Doubtful yet resolute, she followed without hesitation. The figure moved swiftly, exhibiting an intimate familiarity with the paths of Qingfeng sect. Facing almost no obstacles as he escaped through the back gate as if entering an uninhabited realm. Yu Zhao trailed him at a careful distance through her observations. It was evident that the mysterious figure emerging from Master Ziwei's chamber was a man. Yet, the foremost rule of Qingfeng sect strictly prohibited men from entering. His adept movement suggested that this was not his first clandestine visit to Qingfeng sect. Did Master Ziwei know or remain unaware of a man entering her quarters at such a late hour? A glint of intrigue flickered in Yu Zhao's eyes. The enigmatic man raced down the mountain and into the neighboring forest without a moment's pause. Yu Zhao silently followed, driven by a premonition that he might uncover something extraordinary. As dawn broke, the day brightened. Xiao Hong stealthily tiptoed out of the room. Glancing furtively to her left and right like a thief, she scurried towards the kitchen, excavating her hidden food box from a heap of clutter in the corner. Seizing the opportunity while everyone remained in slumber, she slipped out through the small door of the fragrant tea house, cradling the food box in her arms. Xiao Hong resided in the South Fang of Nanming City, which was notorious for its squalor and disorder. Though it was called a home, it was merely a dilapidated shelter that offered them scant protection from the elements, with drafts seeping through every crevice. Sometimes, when it rained, the belongings inside would become soaked. Nevertheless, Xiao Hong felt a sense of contentment. Their current circumstances were indeed lacking, but she believed that once she grew a little older and found a way to earn more spirit stones, life at home would improve significantly. Perhaps in the future, her younger brother would become a formidable cultivator. Much like the esteemed predecessors. With a heavy food box in her embrace, she entered the room with a beaming smile, only to find it completely empty. The joy on her face instantly froze. Confused by the sudden change, her instinct urged her to turn and flee. However, after just 2 steps, an unseen force ensnared her legs. Yet her upper body continued to mimic the motion of running. Bang! She crashed to the ground, the food box tumbling from her grasp. A wave of dizziness washed over her, accompanied by a sharp pain. When she reached up to touch her forehead, her hand came away stained with blood. "Sis, why are you running? The adults are here to ask you some questions." Xiao Hongjie, quickly clarify where you've been these past few days. The adults will reward us with a mid-grade spirit stone. TSK, so clumsy. Utterly useless. Her 3 younger brothers gathered around her, chattering incessantly, oblivious to the blood that continued to seep from Xiao Hong's forehead. Chapter 101. Forceful imposition. Xiao Hong opened her mouth to speak, but her mind buzzed with confusion, rendering her speechless. At that moment, she felt someone grip her collar forcefully. With great effort, she lifted her head to behold a kind-faced elder smiling down at her. "You must be Xiao Hong, correct?" The elder appeared to be of a similar age to Grandpa Cha, with a remarkably similar smile. Xiao Hong instinctively relaxed her guard and nodded vacantly. "Good child. Tell Grandpa where the woman went with you to the mermaid pavilion that day, and whom you met afterward. If you share this with Grandpa, he can reward you with a mid-grade spirit stone." With that stone, you and your brother could move into a spacious and warm house. The elder coaxed gently, while the three young boys gazed at Zhao Hong with eager anticipation. However, Zhao Hong was no mere 7- or 8-year-old child. She sensed the elder's ulterior motives. Lowering her gaze, she stammered, I don't know. The elder's once benevolent expression darkened in an instant, and a surge of malevolence erupted from within him. The already precarious dwelling collapsed under the force of his wrath, sending a cloud of dust swirling through the air. The three young boys crumpled to the ground, trembling in fear. Zhao Hong felt as if her throat was being constricted, making it difficult to breathe, and her small face flushed a deep red. Child, lying is a reprehensible act. The elder threatened, surely, you wouldn't want to jeopardize your brother's lives for the sake of a stranger? Zhao Hong abruptly lifted her head, her voice tinged with a sob, pleading, please, kind sir, spare my brother. He is innocent. Innocence is not determined by you or me, the old man retorted, taking a step forward and placing his right foot squarely upon Xiao Mao's hand. Xiao Mao immediately erupted into heart-wrenching cries, sister! Save me! Help! Zhao Hong, overwhelmed with both sorrow and urgency, blurted out, I command you! Release my brother! The moment she uttered those words, she found herself momentarily stunned. Was she truly willing to betray her elder? Yet, the gravity of the situation afforded her little time for contemplation. The old man only needed to threaten her with the lives of her three brothers, and she began to spill forth all that should and should not be said, even revealing the matters concerning the fragrant tea house and the tea doctor without reservation. The old man gestured into the distance, and immediately someone was dispatched to verify the truthfulness of Zhao Hong's words. In her distraction, she was unaware that she was lifting her three brothers from the ground, tenderly brushing the dust from their clothes. Xiao Shi, with an impatient pout, muttered under her breath, if you had just said so sooner, we wouldn't be in this mess. Such a hassle. Zhao Hong bit her lip, her face filled with remorse. I'm sorry. The three brothers huffed, ignoring her completely. The old man nodded, tossed a mid-grade spirit stone to the ground, and departed with his men. The three young boys lunged at the stone like ravenous dogs, fighting fiercely, leaving them bloodied and bruised. It felt as though she had committed a grave misstep. Meanwhile, Yu Zhao followed the mysterious man through treacherous terrain, ultimately halting before a majestic waterfall. With a deft movement of his toes, he plunged into the curtain of water, vanishing without a trace. After waiting a moment, and seeing no sign of his return, Yu Zhao enveloped herself in a layer of spiritual energy for protection and leapt into the waterfall. As she passed through the watery veil, she descended into a spacious, damp passageway, where remnants of wet footprints were still visible on the ground. She carefully followed the impressions, proceeding with caution, each step deliberate. As she ventured deeper, the passage gradually constricted to allow only a single person to pass. Fortunately, the corridor was not particularly lengthy. After a short while, she discerned voices ahead. Yu Zhao paused, questioning her own hearing. Let her abandon this pursuit. Even if I starve or dash myself against the rocks, I shall never yield to her. A defiant voice reverberated through the cavern. Even without seeing the speaker, Yu Zhao could readily envision the person, chin held high, exuding an air of obstinacy. My young brother, why put yourself through this? You are a man. Engaging in such antics will not bring you any gain. Moreover, had she not found you injured by the roadside, you would have long since met your demise. Where would you have found the strength to shout here? With your late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, how could you possibly contend with a golden core practitioner? You should surrender. Nonsense. I had already consumed healing pills before I fainted. Without her, I would not perish. She is taking advantage of my plight. Despicable. Shameless. Lowly. If she dares to come, I shall ensure we both perish. Yu Zhao listened for a while, piecing together the situation within the confines of this cavern. There are two individuals. One is the enigmatic man who entered not long ago, and the other is the irascible man confined here. At this moment, the mysterious figure is persuading the tempestuous man to engage in dual cultivation with a golden elixir female cultivator. The irate man vehemently refuses, swearing that he would exchange his life for another's. The mysterious man emerged from the chamber of the esteemed Ji Wei. Could it be that the golden elixir female cultivator he covets is none other than the stoic and righteous leader of the Qingfeng sect? TSK. Yu Zhao stroked her chin, revealing her surprise at Ji Wei's seemingly extravagant pursuits and the realm of cultivation. The weak are devoured by the strong, with power dictating respect. A female cultivator, lacking in strength, easily becomes a vessel for male cultivators, while a male cultivator, if weak, naturally becomes an object for female cultivators seeking to replenish their yin with his yang. Yu Zhao finds no astonishment in this. She swept her divine sense across the cave once more, confirming the absence of any third party, before stepping further into the cavern's depths. The interior of the cave is vast, with a central open space surrounded by individually carved chambers. The irritable man is confined in the chamber directly opposite the cave's entrance, currently venting his frustrations to the enigmatic figure. The mysterious man, with his back turned to Zhao, nods absent-mindedly, appearing to agree while being markedly dismissive. The irate man, no, he ought to be referred to as the irascible youth, appears even younger than Zhao had initially imagined. Furrowing his brow, his elongated phoenix eyes brim with defiance, his high and prominent nose accentuating his impatiently pressed lips, perhaps due to neglect. His hair falls loosely behind him, exuding an air of untamed rebellion. Upon witnessing him, Zhao suddenly comprehends why Wei desires to claim him for himself. Chapter 102, Sister, Save Me. As the irascible youth becomes increasingly animated in his tirade, a fleeting glance reveals Zhao's presence in the cave, causing him to nearly bite his own tongue in startled panic, leading to a fit of awkward coughing. Cough, cough, cough. Grasping the iron bars that confine him, he coughs vehemently while fixating his wide eyes on Zhao. Before long, a faint flush creeps up behind his ears, gradually spreading outward. The mysterious man regards him with confusion, wondering how he could be so careless as to choke himself. His feelings towards the youth, who vies for Wei's affections, are complex, both sympathetic and envious. Witnessing the youth on the verge of tears from coughing, he cannot help but express concern. The irascible youth, still unable to articulate his thoughts, finds his anger and resentment morphing into a more intricate emotion. This is the visage of the woman who came to his rescue. Yet, his mother had also advised that boys should maintain a sense of decorum and not be easily swayed by women. The irascible youth strives to maintain a stern demeanor, attempting to project aloofness, yet his eyes betray him, darting uncontrollably towards Zhao. Why does she not take the initiative to speak with me? Is she waiting for me to soften? Would it seem too eager if I were to speak now? The youth's mind is a turmoil of conflicting thoughts. Even the most obtuse of men could recognize that something was amiss in the youth's gaze. Suddenly, he whirls around, his expression shifting drastically. Who are you? The irascible youth's complexion pales. What is your relationship with Wei? Zhao responds with a counter-question. Upon hearing the name Wei, the mysterious man immediately realizes that their connection has been exposed. Without a moment's hesitation, he flees down another passageway. The disparity in strength was overwhelmingly stark. Zhao need not resort to illusionary arts, as a mere flicker of her consciousness ensnared the mysterious man in place. With a thud, the mysterious man knelt on the ground, pleading, "Senior, please spare my life. I have never committed any heinous acts. I beg for your forgiveness. Release him. You lie. You are complicit in evil. You conspired with others to imprison me. Sister, you must not let him go." The hot-headed youth exclaimed, disregarding his shame and indignation, his long jet-black hair swaying behind him. "Such injustice. I too am a victim of circumstance." The mysterious man protested vehemently. Zhao raised an eyebrow. "Sister, is this youth so familiar with me? State your name and your relationship with Ye Congxin truthfully, and I may consider sparing you that I shall speak." "My name is Ye Congxin, a wandering cultivator from Nanming City. 7 years ago, I fortuitously met Ye, and we developed mutual affection, thus deciding to cultivate together. As Ye is the sect leader, it is inconvenient for her to venture out, so I would sneak into Qingfeng sect under the cover of night to meet her. Beyond this, I swear I have committed no other wrongdoings." Ye Congxin willingly acted as a conduit for Ye Congxin, not only due to the disparity in their cultivation levels and his habit of relying on the strong, but also due to his inherently timid nature, which could not withstand intimidation. Before Zhao even made a move, he had already divulged everything. The reality aligned closely with Zhao's suspicions. Now in possession of significant leverage against Ye Congxin, she began to waver in her thoughts about whether to inform the others in Qingfeng sect. As the sect leader, Ye Congxin had knowingly violated the rules, imprisoning an innocent man in a cave, each act a severe transgression against Qingfeng sect's tenets. Yet, as Zhao had only met the members of Qingfeng sect once, she could not confidently predict their reaction to such revelations. Would they punish Ye Congxin? Or would they blame her for meddling? At that moment, she shifted her gaze towards the agitated youth imprisoned in the cage, her eyes filled with curiosity. The youth's dark, glimmering eyes met hers, his curled eyelashes fluttering. "Sister, I am Ye Congxin, a disciple of Tianjin sect, and I am not allied with him. That I implore you to save me." Zhao was somewhat taken aback by his sudden submissiveness, her brows furrowing slightly. Ye Congxin. That name seems vaguely familiar. Zhao's pupils contracted. This is not good. The cave is on the verge of collapse. She swiftly turned and soared toward the cave entrance. Just as Ye Congxin's cage began to crumble in the tremors, He wasted no time and followed closely behind. Racing toward the passage, Ma Congxin, still kneeling momentarily stunned, was about to call for help when he suddenly realized he could move his body again. He hurriedly scrambled to follow Yu Zhao. Mid-flight, Yu Zhao discovered that the entrance they had entered was completely blocked. Large boulders continued to plummet around them. We cannot proceed this way. She extended her consciousness, quickly identifying another passage, though it too was obstructed by massive stones, rendering it impassable. A glint of cold light flashed in her eyes. Someone intends to bury us alive here, sister. Stay behind me. I shall scout ahead. Ye Congxin, sensing the urgency of the situation, struggled to push forward, only to be firmly restrained by Yu Zhao. He looked at her with confusion and urgency. With a light chuckle, Yu Zhao remarked, "Brother, I do not require your assistance in clearing the path for me. Observe closely, for I shall only instruct you once." Under the astonished gaze of Ye Congxin, Yu Zhao conjured a protective barrier of spiritual energy with one hand, while the other scattered dozens of spiritual talismans into the air. The yellow talismans floated gracefully, resembling a gentle rain of gold. Boom! Bang bang bang! Several talismans detonated simultaneously, unleashing a cataclysmic force within the cave, reducing countless stones to mere dust amidst the violent onslaught. As the dust settled, a fleeting shadow darted like a bolt of lightning, soaring upwards through the fissures created by the explosion. Bathed in the radiant sunlight and invigorating air, both Yu Zhao and Ye Congxin experienced a profound sense of joy, as if they had narrowly escaped a calamity. "Sister, we have made our escape!" Ye Congxin exclaimed with exuberance. From the shadows, Ye Congxin emerged into the light, her demeanor sinister. "Why, Yu Zhao, I knew you would thwart my plans. Was your involvement in the death of Shui Qingyue in any way substantial? Curious to know." "Humph, perhaps in your next life." Ye Congxin had intricately arranged nearly 100 formations in and around the cave, having sensed the intrusion shortly after Yu Zhao entered. The existence of Ma Congxin and Ye Congxin could not be revealed to outsiders under any circumstances. Therefore, she resolved to obliterate the entire cave. What she did not anticipate was that Yu Zhao would manage to escape with Ye Congxin under such dire conditions. In light of this, she had no choice but to deal with the two herself. Chapter 103. A great calamity approaches. Ye Congxin, having ascended to the position of leader of Qingfeng sect, possessed considerable strength alongside her extensive tenure with Shui Qingyue. She stepped forward with her left foot, her right hand grasping the air, summoning a black-handled, white-bearded whisk into her grasp. Attack! With a swift flick of her wrist, beams of white light surged forth like a torrential rain, hurtling towards Yu Zhao. Yu Zhao pushed Ye Congxin away, conjuring a protective barrier with one hand while swiftly forming a seal with the other, transforming flowers and branches. Puff puff puff. The white beam struck a massive boulder, leaving countless penetrating holes, while Yu Zhao's figure had already appeared 100 feet away. Ye Congxin's expression darkened with a cold smirk. She declared, "Let us see how many times you can evade me." The spiritual energy surged, causing the white bristles of the black whisk to expand rapidly, converging upon Yu Zhao's position. Ye Congxin watched in trepidation. His heart racing, he wished to assist but found himself powerless to intervene. Clenching his fists, he silently cheered for Yu Zhao, resolute that even in death, he would never submit to this seductress. Unbeknownst to Yu Zhao, even at this critical juncture, Ye Congxin remained preoccupied with thoughts of her innocence. As she retreated, she shouted, "Ye Congxin, Ma Congxin is still waiting for you in the cave. How can you bear to harm him as well?" Ye Congxin's gaze flickered with intense hatred. Although Ma Congxin's strength was somewhat lacking, he had always been obedient, never opposing her will. She held a degree of satisfaction with him. Otherwise, she would not have entrusted him with Ye Congxin's supervision. Had it not been for Yu Zhao's reckless intrusion into her secret lair, she would not have resorted to such ruthless measures to eradicate all threats. Ma Congxin, should you place blame, direct it towards the meddlesome Yu Zhao. She is the true architect of your demise. Ziwei, save me, Ziwei. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in the ears of the esteemed Ziwei. Her pupils constricted in disbelief as she gazed towards the cave. Could it be that Ma Congxin was still alive? How could this be possible? "Ziwei, I am in so much pain. Please help me." Ma Congxin's cries for help grew increasingly feeble, yet he continued to call her name with heartfelt sincerity, evoking deep emotion. Unable to restrain herself, Ziwei's feet shifted slightly, but she quickly steeled her resolve. The immediate priority was to deal with Yu Zhao. If Yu Zhao were to perish, and if there were still hope for Ma Congxin, she might consider granting him another chance. Until Yu Zhao was eliminated, she could find no peace in her heart. Regardless of how mournful the sounds from the cave became, she remained unmoved. Why Yu Zhao silently marveled at Ziwei's indomitable spirit. Realizing she would not easily be swayed by illusions, however, Her delusions were not limited to a single layer. Let us see how long the esteemed Ziwei can endure through the layers of her illusions. Ha ha ha. Yu Zhao, I have always told you, you should not have come. Within Ziwei's line of sight, Yu Zhao was swiftly pursued by the flicking dust and ensnared within a web of traps, unable to escape. The outcome was already determined. Ziwei felt both triumphant and exhilarated in the past. She could never catch up to Shui Qingyue and was mocked by her admirers. Now the blood relative of Shui Qingyue was about to perish at her hands, thus avenging the humiliation she suffered years ago. Come, accept your fate. With a forceful clap of her palms, Ziwei's hands came together, and the cage woven from the flicking dust tightened instantly, leaving no gap. Yet the anticipated screams and blood mist failed to materialize. Not a drop of blood was shed, nor even a speck of dust remained. She was taken aback. The figure in the cage was not Yu Zhao. Where had Yu Zhao gone? Outside Nanming City, a dark figure strolled nonchalantly through the skies. His pace was unhurried. With each step forward, he appeared 1,000 miles away, leaving an afterimage behind from a distance. It seemed as though there were two identical individuals racing in relay. It took Yu Zhao 2 full days to travel from Nanming City to Qingfeng Gate. Yet the figure in black arrived above Qingfeng Gate in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. A new sect has actually been established here. The man in black raised an eyebrow in surprise, then unfurled his spiritual sense like a vast ocean. He sought to identify the woman who dared to leave her mark on the little mermaid, intending to flay her alive to quell his fury. At that moment Qingfeng Gate was tranquil, with elders and disciples diligently attending to their respective duties. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure descended from above, causing the ground tiles of Qingfeng Gate to shatter under the strain. The weaker disciples, caught off guard, fainted from the pressure, while the rest collapsed to their knees, spitting blood in terror. The elders, having survived the calamity 20 years prior, turned ashen. Those individuals had returned. Qingfeng Gate was doomed. The man in black furrowed his brow slightly. He had not detected the presence of the woman he loathed among these individuals. She was not here. No, that was incorrect. He sensed a faint trace, indicating she had only just departed. With that thought, he extended his spiritual sense outward. Moments later, a sinister smile spread across his face. Found you. Before he could finish his thought, his figure vanished from the spot. The gentle breeze at Qingfeng Gate remained oblivious to the crisis that had yet to be averted, while on the other end, Yu Zhao had already come to the grim realization that calamity was imminent. The imposing aura of the nascent soul elder was overwhelmingly tyrannical and unmasked, causing Yu Zhao to sense an acute feeling of danger from afar. Her heartbeat quickened, and her blood surged with trepidation. Every hair on her body stood on end, and beads of cold sweat broke out on her back. Flight. She could not afford to continue her struggle with Ziwei, the real person. Instead, she transformed into a streak of radiant light and fled with great urgency. Sister. Wait for me. Hanzhou was oblivious to the current predicament. He merely followed his innermost instincts and chased after Yu Zhao. While Yu Zhao felt helpless as she ran alone, the elder's attention was solely fixated on her. Granting Hanzhou a chance to escape, with him trailing behind her, it was evident to even the simplest mind that they were allies, and the elder would surely not spare him, though Yu Zhao initially wished to disregard Hanzhou. In the fleeting moments of their escape, she finally recalled where she had heard his name before. He was the son of an old acquaintance. Suddenly, her pace halted, and she retrieved a purple golden jug from her storage space, hesitating momentarily before resolutely casting it aside. Turning around, she seized Hanzhou by the collar, dragging him along like a pup. As they fled in a frantic rush, the fierce wind lashed against Yu Zhao's face, causing her to squint her eyes, determination radiating from her gaze. Having come this far, she felt she had fulfilled her duty. Should Hanzhou meet a disastrous fate during their flight, she could not be held accountable. More unfortunate than Hanzhou was Ziwei, the real person. She remained ensnared in the illusion set by Yu Zhao, utterly unaware that both Yu Zhao and Hanzhou had already escaped. It was only when the elder drew nearer, a terrifying pressure enveloping her, that she finally awoke from her stupor. Upon raising her head, her blood ran cold. It was him. Even after 20 years, Ziwei, the real person, had not forgotten that face she had encountered only once. It lingered in her mind like a haunting nightmare, indelibly etched in her memory. She had thought she would never see him again, yet here he was. Ziwei was struck with both astonishment and dread. Her throat constricted as if something was lodged within, causing her to gag in discomfort. You have seen me? Then you shall not be spared. The man in black cast a dispassionate glance her way, flicking his fingers to release a beam of spiritual light. The man in black lifted his gaze towards the direction in which Yu Zhao had fled, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. He relished the spectacle of a person resisting desperately before their demise. especially savoring the moment when he offered them a glimmer of hope only to methodically shatter it. Such despair and contorted expressions were the finest sustenance for him. He lingered momentarily, deliberately prolonging his wait before he resumed his pursuit at a leisurely pace. Those who obstruct me shall perish. Suddenly, an even more domineering aura emerged in the realm, akin to the arrival of a war god. The man in black halted, eyeing the crimson-clad female cultivator ahead with a growing sense of caution, his brow furrowing deeper. Her presence exuded an aura that surpassed his own. Could it be that she was of late-stage nascent soul cultivation? He had never encountered this woman before. Was her appearance here a mere coincidence or a deliberate waiting for him? The man in black hesitated, his resolve wavering. The higher his cultivation, the more he feared death. It was precisely for this reason that he compelled the merfolk to implant heart demons in those of notable backgrounds, tirelessly seeking the secrets to prolong life. In the present day, when confronted by a fellow cultivator at the nascent soul stage blocking his path, his initial reaction was not to engage in combat, but rather to contemplate the possibility of a peaceful resolution. "Esteemed friend, what brings you to impede my progress?" inquired the man in black, cupping his fists in a gesture of respect. His demeanor not entirely humble, yet undeniably courteous. He believed he had sufficiently lowered his stance, yet the woman in red before him disregarded his greeting with an expression of utmost disdain. A flicker of anger ignited in the man's eyes, only to be swiftly suppressed as he coldly continued, "Friend, I harbor no intentions of opposing you. I kindly ask that you step aside and refrain from hindering my affairs." The response he received remained unchanged. "Those who block my path shall meet death." The aura radiating from her words was as forceful as a tempest, shaking the very core of his being. The man in black could not help but feel a pang of retreat. He silently sought justification within himself. A mere merman should not compel him to engage in a fierce confrontation with an ancient nascent soul cultivator. However, to depart in such a manner would be somewhat humiliating. This strike contained nearly 50% of his internal spiritual energy. As he unleashed it, waves of force surged forth, warping the very fabric of space. And his anticipation, he expected his attack to miss, after which he would withdraw gracefully, preserving his dignity while avoiding enmity with the other party. Yet, he was unprepared for the revelation that the woman in red did not evade his blow at all. It landed squarely upon her chest. He watched in disbelief as his hand passed through her chest and struck a distant mountain peak. The mountain erupted with a thunderous roar, half of its slope instantaneously evaporating, while a cascade of debris tumbled from its summit, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. The man in black turned, dazed, to see the figure of the woman in red gradually fading, ultimately dissipating into a wisp of smoke. An illusion? A mirage? Once he regained his senses, a wave of humiliation surged through him. What a profound disgrace! How utterly humiliating! He had been deceived by a trivial illusion. If he had previously considered Zhao as a mere inconsequential character, he now truly loathed her to the core. How dare a mere golden core cultivator toy with an ancient nascent soul practitioner? Enraged, he resolved to abandon the game of cat and mouse. He strode forward with 3 swift steps, his form akin to a shooting star, instantly shifting positions. After those 3 steps, the figures of Zhao and Ye Congxin entered his line of sight. "Ah, so they are merely a pair of desperate wild lovebirds." His voice, though not loud, resonated like thunder, crashing into the ears of Zhao and Ye Congxin. Congxin was nearly instantly gravely wounded, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. Zhao stifled a groan, the metallic tang of blood filling her mouth. A weight settled in her heart. It seemed the Zijin who had not managed to buy them much time. It was only logical. While the Zijin who could deceive the average person, evading the gaze of an ancient nascent soul cultivator was exceedingly challenging. Zhao understood that if she did not employ her trump card soon, her life would be irretrievably lost here. Resolving not to hesitate any longer, she retrieved a perfectly round stone orb from her storage pouch. This orb was one of the treasures she had obtained from Su Ming, bearing a more illustrious name, the teleportation pearl. Shattering this pearl would randomly transport the user to a location thousands of miles away. Due to its inherent unpredictability, it represented both risk and opportunity. There were accounts of individuals who had shattered a teleportation pearl only to find themselves within the heart of an active volcano, meeting a fiery demise. There are those who, due to the teleportation orb, inadvertently stumble into an untouched secret realm, acquiring boundless resources. The former instance was when Zhao overheard discussions, while the latter was something she witnessed firsthand. The fortunate individual was none other than Ye Congxin, renowned as the Jewel of Abundance. When Zhao took the teleportation orb from Su Ming, she harbored no hopes of seizing Ye Congxin's fortune. It was merely a contingency plan for herself. The moment was ripe for action. With a decisive crack, Yu Zhao shattered the teleportation orb. An extraordinary force enveloped both her and Ye Congxin, accompanied by an overwhelming sensation of compression. A fissure materialized silently before her eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, she grasped Ye Congxin's hand and leapt into the rift. The man clad in black arrived just in time to witness the rift close before him. His eyes reddened with rage as he threw back his head and let out a howl of frustration. Cursed indeed. The teleportation orb. She still possessed a teleportation orb. Who on earth was she to possess such an array of peculiar treasures? As this realization dawned upon him, the fury on the black-clad man's face dissipated, replaced by a surge of ecstatic delight. Young, accomplished, wealthy and powerful, she was adorned with various extraordinary treasures. Surely, she was the very person he sought. That woman must hold the secret to extending one's lifespan. At the very least. She undoubtedly possessed many more treasures. If he were to eliminate her, everything would belong to him. The teleportation orb could only transport one to a distance of 10,000 miles, as long as he meticulously explored every inch within that radius. Unless she possessed another teleportation orb, she could never escape. A cold smirk played upon the man's lips. Allow you a bit more time to revel in life, but you will eventually fall into my grasp. He dispersed his consciousness, keenly monitoring every movement within his perceptive range. He would not allow even a single fly to evade his watchful eye. Chapter 105. The isolated island in the sea. Black. An abyss of darkness below her waist felt as if ensnared by a viscous semi-liquid, accompanied by a fetid stench. Yu Zhao furrowed her brow. Had she been transported into a pit of decaying corpses or a refuse heap? The odor was unbearable. She sealed her sense of smell and glanced at Ye Congxin, who had succumbed to a semi-conscious state, then casually placed a pill into his mouth. Her consciousness spread throughout the dark expanse. Yu Zhao's expression gradually morphed into one of incredulity. It was said that the teleportation orb's destination was random and unpredictable, but this was far too random. It had transported her and Ye Congxin into the belly of a sea beast. She deduced that her current location was somewhere within the waters of the Southern Ocean. Surrounding her, aside from the sea, were various bizarre aquatic monsters. Their auras varied in strength, yet they harmonized unexpectedly well. Initially, Yu Zhao contemplated bursting forth from the sea beast's belly, but upon sensing an ominous presence lurking in the depths, she promptly abandoned the idea. Countless cultivators ventured into the Southern Ocean each year to hunt sea beasts. Yet many lives were also claimed by these waters. Even Yuan-level masters must tread cautiously in this domain, and no one could ascertain whether the depths concealed treasures left by predecessors or unknown, terrifying leviathans of the deep. For the sake of her own survival, Yu Zhao opted to remain discreetly within the belly of the sea beast, choosing to observe for a time before making any decisions. The sea creature she had taken refuge in had a disproportionately large head and a small tail, with an enormous belly, its proportions even more exaggerated than that of a woman in gestation. Perhaps due to its immense size, it requires sustenance at intervals of less than the burning of a single incense stick. Its method of feeding is quite peculiar. It seeks out an area inhabited by small marine creatures, and with its gaping maw, it unleashes a powerful suction. This formidable force creates a whirlpool beneath the water, drawing all the little sea creatures within its grasp into its belly. This predicament proves troublesome for Yu Zhao, who, while observing her surroundings, must also find time to deal with the still-living small marine creatures that have entered the beast's stomach. The sole silver lining is that this sea creature, in its quest for ample nourishment, must incessantly wander the waters, thus allowing Yu Zhao glimpses of distant horizons. Days pass, and she finally awaits an opportunity to escape. Less than 10 zhang ahead, a cluster of reefs emerges. Further ahead lies a desolate isle. Never before has she longed so dearly for the sensation of solid ground beneath her feet. Suppressing her excitement, she clenches her fists, ready to seize the moment as soon as the sea creature draws near that area. Intending to escape with Ye Congxin, however, joy turns to despair. After swimming a few feet further, the sea beast seems to realize that the location ahead is unsuitable for feeding. It abruptly changes course and swims in another direction. Yu Zhao stands in stunned silence after such difficulty in locating an island. Who knows where the sea creature might take her next if she fails to act swiftly? She cannot afford to miss this chance to set foot on land. Raising her hand, she conjures a protective shield, then channels her energy into her feet, leaping forcefully, her body akin to an arrow, striking the stomach wall of the sea beast. Bang! The sluggishly drifting creature suddenly stiffens. Bang, bang, bang. A tumultuous upheaval occurs within the beast's belly. It can no longer endure, and with a great heave it spews forth a copious amount of partially digested food. Among the remnants are a fish with only half its body intact, shellfish with decayed exteriors, and a pale blue orb. Feeling an overwhelming sense of satiety, it swims away contentedly, breaking through the water's surface. Yu Zhao witnesses the scene of the sea beast feeding, gasping in horror. Nearly retching at the sight. Shaking her head, she forces herself to forget the ghastly spectacle, pulling Ye Congxin onto a stretch of sandy beach. The golden grains of sand glisten brilliantly under the sunlight. Uplifting her spirits, she lays Ye Congxin down on a patch of grass and sits beside him, exhaling deeply, exhaustedly rubbing her temples since their nocturnal excursion to Qingfeng Gate. Her mind has been in a state of constant tension. At last, she can relax and take a moment to rest. Yet, Yu Zhao is not one to remain idle. Sensing that her strength has largely returned, she rises to inspect the island, both inside and out. The isle is roughly the same size as Nanming City, but its resources are rather meager, consisting only of simple flora and fauna, with not a single item imbued with spirit energy to be found. No wonder it is seldom visited by people. Since we are here, we may as well make ourselves comfortable. Considering the formidable yearning cultivator hunting her outside, Yu Zhao thinks that staying on the island to evade the storm may not be such a bad idea after all. After examining Ye Congxin's injuries and confirming that he is relatively unharmed, she finds a rock, sits cross-legged upon it, and quietly observes the ebb and flow of the ocean waves, embodying a serene essence of tranquility. After half an incense stick's time, Yu Zhao stands up. This method seems ill-suited for her. At that moment, the corner of her eye suddenly caught a glimpse of a flickering luminescence dancing upon the surface of the sea. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a silver fish, about the length of an arm, drifting along with the waves. This immediately reminded her of the delectable dish she had savored on the third floor of the mermaid pavilion. Although her storage space was still filled with various delicacies purchased from the pavilion, nothing could compare to the freshness of fish that one had caught by their own hand. Why Yu Zhao's eyes sparkled, and a smile graced her lips, causing her brows to curve delightfully. When Ye Congxin awoke, he found his mind still in a haze. He gazed at the sky, lost in thought for a considerable time before his consciousness began to return. Recalling the harrowing scene prior to his unconsciousness, he suddenly sat up, exclaiming, "Sister, you're awake?" Came a clear voice from not far off. "There's food in the box before you. If you're hungry, feel free to help yourself." Ye Congxin stared dumbfounded at Yu Zhao, who was seated on a rock, casually fishing, and pouted in grievance. Was he, a living person, truly less important than the act of fishing? Feeling aggrieved, he opened the food box, begrudgingly picked up a piece of fried meatball, and began to eat, tears streaming down his face. "So delicious!" Ye Congxin exclaimed joyfully. "Sister, did you make this? It's truly exquisite." "I bought it from Nanming City," she replied. As Ye Congxin chewed on the fried meatball, he suddenly found it not quite as delightful as he had initially thought. Noticing Yu Zhao deeply engrossed in her fishing, he decided to refrain from further conversation and instead settled down to meditate. His injuries had largely healed, yet complete recovery would require additional time. With his eyes tightly shut, Ye Congxin silently recited the sect's mental cultivation technique. However, as he continued, his thoughts began to drift. The image of Yu Zhao, like a celestial warrior, emerging from the cave to rescue him from peril, lingered in his mind. Later, she had also guided him to escape the cave and elude the pursuit of the ancient yearning, leaving him indebted to her for 3 lives. The debt of saving a life is one that should be repaid with one's own, having been saved 3 times by Yu Zhao. He pondered how he might repay her. Chapter 106. The Heavenly Sword Sect. Even as Ye Congxin sat face to face with Yu Zhao, he had yet to find an answer. Yu Zhao nonchalantly flipped the roasted fish in her hands. "Ye Congxin, you mentioned that you are a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Don't misunderstand," she clarified. "The fish I'm roasting was not caught by me. I summoned it directly from the sea using spiritual power." She had spent the entire day fishing on the rocks, and not only had she failed to catch any fish, but even a single strand of seaweed eluded her. Naturally, she would never admit to a lack of skill, stubbornly insisting that it was simply a matter of timing, preparing to return to the fray the following day. "Indeed," Ye Congxin replied obediently, his hands resting on his knees. "The Heavenly Sword Sect is located in the northern region. How did you end up in the southern sea?" Yu Zhao raised her eyebrows in surprise. In the realm of cultivation, there exists a classification of 1 sect, 2 schools and 4 factions. The 1 sect refers to the 5 elements Dao sect, to which Yu Zhao belongs, while the 2 schools denote the Qingmu sect, where Mu Yi is affiliated, and the Heavenly Sword Sect that Ye Congxin had just mentioned. The remaining 4 factions include the Wending Pavilion, renowned for weapon forging; the Chanin Temple, known for Buddhist cultivation; the Taibai Academy, which embraces Confucianism; and Baihua Valley, esteemed for its female cultivators. Among the 1 sect and 2 schools, the 5 elements Dao sect and the Qingmu sect are situated in the central region. while only the heavenly sword sect resides in the frigid northern region. The southern abyss lies to the south of the southern region, and its distance from the heavenly sword sect is akin to the divergence of ox and cart. How could Ye Congxin, a disciple in the late foundation establishment stage, possibly find himself in such a remote location? With a somewhat foolish grin, Ye Congxin explained, "It wasn't my intention to come here. I was transported by a teleportation array at that time." Ye Congxin had been practicing swordplay on a snowy mountain in the northern region when an unexpected avalanche ensued. Although he emerged unscathed, the commotion startled a dormant snow demon from its slumber. Angered by the unwelcome disturbance, the snow demon relentlessly pursued Ye Congxin for 3 days and nights. Initially, the two were evenly matched in cultivation. Yet the snow region was the demon's territory, making it exceedingly difficult for Ye Congxin to cope. Thus, he fought while fleeing, inadvertently stumbling upon an ancient teleportation array. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated it and was subsequently transported to a peak adjacent to the Qingfeng sect. Having just endured a fierce battle, he was left disoriented by the array's power, barely managing to consume a healing pill before losing consciousness upon awakening. He found himself imprisoned within a cave's confines. The twists and turns of Ye Congxin's predicament left Yu Zhao in awe. Ye Congxin, the sole heir of the Jihua swordmaster, was renowned for his innate sword talent, hailed as a once-in-a-millennium prodigy, and seen as a promising successor by the heavenly sword sect. Yu Zhao did not immediately recall his name, as he, like her former sister Zhao, was a fleeting genius who mysteriously vanished during an outing, never to be heard from again. A thought struck Yu Zhao. Had she not intervened, Ye Congxin very well might have perished alongside Master Ziwei. As he had claimed, she felt a swell of emotion within. In her past life she was cast out from the Five Elements sect, becoming a target for scorn within the cultivation world. Once she was besieged by numerous rogue cultivators facing imminent death only to be saved by Jihua swordmaster himself. To her astonishment in this new life, she had inadvertently rescued the child of Jihua swordmaster. "Sister, what are you thinking?" Ye Congxin inquired. Sensing her silence and growing uneasy, Yu Zhao glanced at him and replied, "Do not call me sister. You may address me as Yu Shiji." The term sister felt overly sentimental to her. Ye Congxin's beautiful, almond-shaped eyes glistened with moisture as he pursed his lips, gazing at Yu Zhao with a stubborn expression. His gaze faltered under the weight of Yu Zhao's formidable presence, ultimately yielding as he pitifully called out, "Yu Shiji." Yu Zhao, satisfied, handed him a freshly grilled fish. Ecstatic, Ye Congxin accepted it and tentatively took a small bite, his eyes lighting up in surprise at the delightful flavor. "Delicious. Yu Shiji, did you cook before?" When their senior brother Su Ming had complained about the poor quality of the sex meals, the 10-year-old Yu Zhao had sought out the head chef of the grain hall to learn the culinary arts. At that tender age, she was so small that she could barely reach the cutting board, often having to stand on a stool to chop and prepare meals. Balancing her training with her culinary studies, she had dedicated whatever time she could spare to mastering the craft. By the time she had finally managed to prepare a full spread of exquisite dishes, Su Ming had successfully established his foundation and entered a state of fasting. Yu Zhao experienced a fleeting disappointment, yet she did not dwell upon it for long. During her leisure time, she would prepare exquisite spiritual delicacies for her 5 senior brothers and her master. When they first received her culinary creations, their hearts blossomed with joy, and they showered her with compliments for her thoughtful attentiveness. However, as time passed, she began to follow Master Qing Yan in her cultivation of the sea moon technique. Progressing slowly, Feng Changlang concluded that she